Zanzibar. Chapter Roman 1 Preparations for Departure. We were now landed upon the continent of Africa, the most desolate desert and inhospitable country in the world, even Greenland, and Nova Zembla itself, not excepted Defoe. I could not have believed before experience taught me how sad and solemn is the moment when a man sits down to think over, and to write out the tale of what was before the last decade began. How many thoughts and memories crowd upon the mind, how many ghosts and phantoms start up from the brain's shreds, of hopes destroyed, and of aims made futile, of ends accomplished, and of prizes won, the failures and the successes, alike half forgotten. How many loves and friendships have waxed cold in the presence of new ties, how many graves too have closed over their dead during those short 10 years, that epitome of the past. And when the lesson strikes the head, the weary heart grows cold. The result of a skirmish with the Somal of Berbera, April 19, 1855, was in my case a visit on sick leave to England. Arrived there, I lost no time in recovering health, and in volunteering for active Crimean service. The campaign, however, was but too advanced. All appointments at headquarters had been filled up, and newcomers such as I was could look only to the Bashi Buzuks or to the Turkish contingent. My choice was readily made. There was indeed no comparison between serving under Major General W. F. Beatson, an experienced light cavalry man who had seen rough work in the saddle from Spain to eastern Hindustan, and under an individual half-civilian, half-reformed adjutant general whose specialty was, and ever had been, foolscap literally and metaphorically. In due time, I found myself at the Dardanelles Chief of Staff, in that thoroughly well-abused corps, the Bashi Buzuks. It were actum ager to inflict upon the reader a rechauffe 3 of our trouble show. The military world declared us to be a band of banditti and irreclaimable savagery. How a man who then called himself H.B. Roman 1000's consul, but who has long since incurred the just consequences of his misconduct, packed the press, because General Beatson had refused him a lucrative contract. How we awoke one fine morning to find ourselves in a famous state of siege and blockade, with Turkish muskets on the land side, and with British carronades on the waterfront, and how finally we, far more sinned against than sinning, were reported by Mr. Consul Calvert to Constantinople as being in a furor of mutiny, intent upon battle and murder and sudden death. These things, and many other too personal for this occasion, will fit better into an autobiography. The way, however, in which I came to grief, permit me, the phrase deserves present and instant record. It is an admirable comment upon the now universally accepted axiom certut pas de zèle, and upon the Citizenking's warning words, certut ni me fates pas des affaires. The Bashi Buzuks, some 3,000 sabres, almost all well mounted and better armed, were pertinaciously kept pitched on a bare hillside far from the scene of action, and close to the Dardanelles country town, that gay and lively Turkish Coventry at the Hellespont. In an evil hour, I proposed, if my general, who wanted nothing better, would allow me to proceed in person to Constantinople, and to volunteer officially for the relief of the doomed city cars. Corridon t dementia sepit. And I did proceed to Stamboul, and I did volunteer, and a neat hit indeed was that same public-spirited proceeding. It would be a lively imagination that could conceive the scene of storm which resulted from my brazen-faced procedure. The picture has its comic side when looked back upon through the mellowing medium of 3 long lustres: the hopeful eagerness of the volunteer, the proper pride in one's corps that had come forward for an honorable action, the fluent proof that we could convoy rations enough for the gallant and deserted Ottoman garrison, diplomatically left for months to slow death by starvation, and stunned surprise at the hurricane of wrath which burst from the high authority to whose ambassadorial ear the project was entrusted. 5 reported home as a bruilin and turbulent. I again turned lovingly towards Africa Central and Intertropicaland. On April 19, 1856, I resolved to renew my original design of reaching the unknown regions, and of striking the Nile sources via the eastern coast. For long ages, I knew explorers had been working literally as well as figuratively against the stream, and as the ancients had succeeded by a flank march, so the same might be done by us moderns. My Ptolemy told me the tale in very plain and emphatic terms, and although his shoreline shows great inaccuracies, his traditions of the interior, derived from mariners of Tyre and from older writers, appeared far more reliable. He the Tyrian says that a certain Diogenes, one of those sailing to India, having the troglodytic region on the right, after 25 days, reached the lakes whence the Nilus flows, and of which the promontory of the Rapta is a little more to the south too. Amongst my scanty literary belongings on 6 our march to the Tanganyika Lake was a paper de Azania Afric liter orientali commentatio physiologica, bonviformes, Caroli Genghii Roman 1852, kindly sent to me by the author Mr. George F. de Bunsen. It quoted that same passage which was a frequent solace to me during our 18 months' wanderings, and I still preserve the pamphlet as a memory. Nor had I forgotten Camoens. And there behold the lakes wherein the Nile is born, a truth the ancients never knew. See how he bathes, gendering the crocodile. A Bashan land where man to Christ is true. Behold how lacking ramparts novel style. He fights heroic battle with the foe. See Meroe Island, erst of ancient fame. Noba amongst the peoples now its name 3. Luziad Canto Roman 10. 7 This is happier and truer to antiquity than the doubts of José Basilio de Gama. The sombre range, virginal near, by foot of man profaned, where rise Nile's fountains, if such fountains be. O Uruguay Canto Roman 5. I consulted my excellent friend, the late Dr. Barth of Timbuktu, about following the footsteps of Pilate Diogenes the Fortunate. He replied, in a kind and encouraging letter, hinting, however, that no prudent man would pledge himself to discover the Nile sources. The Royal Geographical Society benevolently listened once more to my desire of penetrating into the heart of the dark continent. An expeditionary committee was formed by Sir Roderick Roman I Murchison, the late Rear Admiral Beechey, then President of the Society, Colonel Sykes, Chairman of the Court of Directors of the Hun East Indian Company, Mr. Monckton Milnes, Lord Houghton, Mr. Francis Galton, the South African traveller, and Mr. John Arrowsmith. I did not hear, strange to say, till many years had passed 8 of the active part, which Vice Admiral Sir George Back, the veteran explorer of the Arctic regions, had taken in urging the expedition, and in proposing me as its head. Had it been otherwise, this recognition of his kindness would not have come so tardily. The committee obtained from Lord Clarendon, then H. Roman 1000 Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, the sum of 1,000, and it was understood that the same amount would be advanced by the then ruling Court of Directors. Unfortunately, it was found wanting. I received, however, on Sept. 13, 1856, formal permission, in compliance with the request of the Royal Geographical Society, to be absent from duty as a regimental officer under the patronage of H.B. Majesty's government, to be dispatched into Equatorial Africa for a period not exceeding 2 years, calculated from the date of departure from Bombay, upon the pay and allowances of my rank. So wrote the merchant sultans. I was anxious again to take Lieutenant John Hanning's speak, because he had suffered with me in purse and person at Berbera, and because he, like the rest of the party, could obtain no redress. Our misfortunes came directly from Aden, indirectly from England. I had proposed 9 to build a fort at Berbera, and to buy all the non-Ottoman ports on the western shores of the Red Sea for the trifle of 10,000 in those days of fierce out. Against territorial aggrandizement, the Court of Directors looked with horror at such a firebrand proposal, and they were lost in wonder that a subaltern officer should dare to prepare for the Suez Canal, which Lord Palmerston and Mr. Robert Stephenson had declared to be impracticable. Therefore, the late Dr. Buist, editor of the Bombay Times, had his orders to write down the Somali expedition. He was ably assisted by a certain reverend gentleman, then chaplain at Aden, who had gained for himself the honorable epithet of Shaitan Abiaz, or White Devil, while the apathy of the highest political authority resident at Aden, Brigadier Coglanand, the active jealousy of his assistant Captain Playfair, also contributed to thwart all my views, and to bring about more or less directly the bloody disaster which befell us at Berbera. For this we had no redress. The Right Honourable the Governor-General of India, the late Lord Dalhousie of pernicious memory, thought more of using our injuries to cut off the Slava trade than of doing us justice, although justice might easily have been done after keeping us waiting from April 23, 1855, to June 13, 1857. The spoliator of Oude was pleased to inform us laconically and disdaining explanation that he could not accede to the application for. Nothing could persuade the Court of Directors to dispense with the services of Lute Speak, who had, like myself, volunteered for the Crimea, and who at the end of the war had resolved to travel for the rest of his leave. I persuaded him to accompany me as far as Bombay, trusting that the just and generous governor, the late Lord Elphinstone, who had ever warmly supported my projects, and that my lamented friend James Grant Lumsden, then member of council, would enable us, despite official opposition at home, to tide over all obstacles. I have been prolix upon these points, which suggest that the difficulty of reaching the lunar mountains or the Invisos fonts were in London, not in Africa, that the main obstacles were 11 not savages and malaria, but civilized rivalry and vis inerti, and that the requisites for success were time, means, and freedom from official trammels. Hardly had we reached Cairo Nov 6, 1856, and had inspected an expedition fitted out by H.H. the late Abbas Pasha, and admirably organized by the late Marie-Joseph Henry Leonie de Laucher, Marquis d'Escarac, generally known as Comte d'Escar de Laucher, when an order from the Court of Directors summoned me back to give evidence at some wretched court-martial pending on Colonel A. Shirley, the document being so worded that it could not be obeyed. We loot speak and I held on our way. And even when outward bound I again got into trouble without being able, as was said of Lord Go, to get out again. A short stay at Suez, and the voyage down the Red Sea, taught me enough of Anglo-Indian mismanagement, and of Arab temper to foresee some terrible disaster again, that zeal, instead of reporting all things couleur de rose, I sent under flying seal through the Royal Geographical Society, with whom I directly corresponded a long memorandum, showing the true state of affairs, for transmission to the Home 12 branch of the Indian government. This meddling in politics was viewed with displeasure by government, and reminded me of the old saying, "Wa mells why what another does. May in gang hame and shoe his goose." The result was a wig received in the heart of Africa, and curious coincidence accompanying that sheet of foolscap was a newspaper containing news of the Jeddah massacre, June 15, 1858, and of our farcical revenge for the deaths of Messrs. Page Evia, and some 14 souls, nearly the whole Christian colony. 5. It need hardly be mentioned that this catastrophe showed the way to others, especially to the 3 days' Taché of Damascus, in 1860. Fortune had now worked her little worst. We had a pleasant passage to Bombay Nov 23, 1856, where affairs assumed a brighter aspect, as we began preparing for the long exploration. Lord Elphinstone, after an especial requisition, allowed Lute Speak to accompany me. He also kindly ordered the Hun East India Company's sloop of war Elphinstone, Captain 13 Frushard Roman 1N, to convoy us, knowing how much importance Orientals attach to appearances, especially to first appearances. My father Frushard gained nothing by the voyage, but the loss of his pay. Therefore is my gratitude to him the greater, nor must I forget to record the obliging aid of Mr. now Sir Henry Roman 50, Anderson's secretary to the government of Bombay. He enabled us to borrow from the public stores a chronometer, surveying instruments, and other necessaries. Judging that a medical officer would be useful not only to the members of the expedition, but would also prove valuable in lands where the art of healing is not held destructive, and where medici are not called causifici, et sanicid, Lord Elphinstone also detached the late Dr. J. F. Steinheuser, then staff surgeon, to accompany us. Unfortunately, the order came too late. No merchantman happened then to be leaving Aden for Zanzibar, and during the southwest monsoon native craft will not attempt the perilous passage. Nothing daunted, my old and tried friend crossed the straits to Berbera with the gallant project of marching down country to join us in the south, nor did he desist till it became evident from his slow rate of progress that he 14 could not make Zanzibar in time. The journey through the northeastern Horn of Africa would alone have given a title to fame. Its danger and difficulty were subsequently proved October 2, 1865, by the wounding of Baron Theodore von Hughlin, and by the murder of Baron von der Decken, Dr. Link, and others of his party. 6. The absence of Dr. Steinheuser lost the East African expedition more than can be succinctly told. A favorite with natives, wherever he went, a tried traveler, a man of literary tastes, and of extensive reading, and better still, a spirit as staunch and determined as ever attempted desperate enterprise, would doubtless have materially furthered our views, and in all human probability Lute Speak would have escaped deafness and feverblight eye paralysis, and its consequent invalidism. We afterwards wandered together over the United States, and it is my comfort now that he also is gone, to think that no unkind thought, much less an unfriendly word, ever broke our fair companionship. His 15 memory is doubly dear to me. He was one of the very few who, through evil as well as through good report, disdained to abate an iota of his friendship, and whose regard was never warmer than when all the little world looked its coldest, after long years of service, in pestilential Aden, the coal hole of the East, He died suddenly of apoplexy at Bern when crossing Switzerland to revisit his native land. At that time, I was wandering about the Brazil, and I well remember dreaming on what proved to be the date of his death, that a tooth suddenly fell to the ground, followed by a crash of blood. Such a friend, indeed, becomes part of oneself. I still feel a pang as my hand traces these lines. Note: the Bashi Bazuks commanded by General Beatson were displaying all the violence and rapacity of their class, little, if at all, restrained by the presence of their English officers. Thus writes Mr. John William Kay in Our Indian Heroes, Good Words, June 1851, for the greater glorification of a certain General Neil, whose principal act of heroism was to arrest a jack in office station. Master Mr. K is essentially an official writer, but even official inspiration should not be allowed directly to misstate fact. Chapter Roman 2, Arrival at Zanzibar Island. There is probably no part of the world where the English government has so long had a resident, where there are always some half a dozen merchants and planters, of which we know so little as of the capital, and part of the kingdom of one of the most faithful of our allies with whom we have for half a century, since 1804, been on terms of intimacy transactions, Bombay, Geog Soch, 1856. On December 2, 1856, 14 long years, Agao bade adieu to the foul harbor of Bombay the Beautiful, with but a single sigh. The warm-hearted Mr. Lumsden saw us on board, wrung our hands with friendly vigor, and bade us go in and win to serve success, if we could not command it. No phantom of the future cast a shadow upon our sunny path. As we set out determined either to do or die, I find my journal brimful of enthusiasm. Of the gladdest moments in human life, methinks, is the departure upon a distant journey into unknown 17 lands, shaking off with one mighty effort the fetters of habit, the leaden weight of routine, the cloak of many cares, and the slavery of home. Man feels once more happy, the blood flows with the fast circulation of childhood excitement, lends unwonted vigor to the muscles, and the sudden sense of freedom adds a cubit to the mental stature. Afresh dawns the morn of life again. The bright world is beautiful to the eye, and the glorious face of nature gladdens the soul. A journey, in fact, appeals to imagination, to memory, to hopeth three sister graces of our moral being 7. The 1812 days, spent in sailing 2,400 direct miles far o'er the red equator, were short for our occupations. I read all that had been written upon the subject of Zanzibar, from Messer Marco Migliani to the learned Vincent, who always suspected either the existence or the place of the absurd Maravi Lake. We rubbed up our acquaintance with the sextant and the altitude and azimuth, and we registered barometer and thermometer, so as to have a base for observations ashore. The nearest reference point of known pressure to Zanzibar was then Aden, distant 18, above 1,000 miles under all circumstances. The distance was undesirable. Moreover, violent squalls between the Persian Gulf and Cape Guardafui sometimes depressed the mercury half an inch. I shall again refer to this point in chapter Roman 5. Father Frouchard was genial as usual, and under his command every soul was happy. We greatly enjoyed the order, coolness, and cleanliness of a ship of war after the confusion, the caloric and the manifold impurities of a Red Sea passenger packet. Here were no rattling, heaving throbs making you tremulous as a jelly in the caniculi, no coal smoke intrusive as on a German Eisenbahn, no thirst-maddened cockroaches exploring the entrance to man's stomach, no cabins rank with sulphuretted hydrogen, no decks whereon pallid and jaundiced passengers shake convulsed shoulders as they rush to and from the bulwarks and the taffrail. Also no starboard and larboard exclusiveness of flirting abigails, tending portly and majestic dames, who look crooked beyond the salvation pale of their own very small set, no peppery civilians rubbing skirts against heedless griffins, nor fair lips maltreating the hapless letter H, nor officers singing lullabies to their etiolated 19 enfants terribles, and lacking but one little dispensation of nature concerning which Humboldt treats to become the best of wet nurses. The Elphinstone belonged not to the category ship of hell, one of whose squadron I have described in an old voyage to a certain unhappy valley. We would willingly have prolonged our cruise with the jovial captain, and with the good fellows and gallant gentlemen in the gunroom, over many and many a league of waves. Of course we had no adventures. We saw neither pirate nor slaver. The tract seemed desert of human life. In fact, nothing met our eyes but flying fish at sea, gulls, and gannets near shore. The stiff and east trade never quite failed us even when crossing the line, and the doldrums hardly visited us with a tornado or two. Offshore squalls, the good old heart of teak, then aged 33 years, made an average of 150, and an exceptional run of 200 knots in 24 hours. This was indeed gay sailing on the bosom of the Indian Sea. After 16 days, deck 18, before the solar lamp had been removed, our landfall, a long low strip, at first sky blue and distant had turned purple and had robed itself in green and gold with a pomp and a glory of 20 vegetation. Then new to us this was Pemba, one of the 3 continental islands composing the Zanzibarian archipelago. The Arabs call it Jazirat el-Khazra, Green Island, and no wonder verdant and fresh enough must this huge conservatory, this little and even richer Zanzibar, appear to their half-closed peepers, dazed and seared by the steely skies and brazen grounds of Manga 8, Arabia generally, and Muscat, and by the dreadful glare and damnable blue of the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. We are soon to visit this Emerald Isle, therefore no more of it at present. All had hoped to run in that night, but fate, or our evil deeds in the last life, otherwise determined the wind fell with the sun. And during the 5 minutes of crepuscule, we anchored in the sandy baystrand, under Tumbatu Island SW of Point Nungui Owens, Nangui, the North Cape of its big insular brother Zanzibar. Like the items of this archipelago generally, it is a long cairn-shaped reef of coralline, with its greater length disposed. NS This well-known norm of great peninsulas has been explained by 21A sudden change in the Earth's center of gravity, which caused the waters to rush furiously from the northern hemisphere towards the South Pole. As usual, the burning suns, the tepid winds, the sopping dews, and the copious rains clothed the thin soil with an impervious coat of verdure overhanging the saltwaters, and boasting a cultivation that would make spring in Green Erin look, by its side, autumn rusty and yellow-brown. We landed and curiously inspected the people of Tumbatu, for we were now beyond Semitico-Abyssinian centers, and we stood in the presence of another and a new race. They are called by the Omani Arabs Macadamhilats, or Servalsand. There is nothing free about them, save their morals suspicious, and fearful, numerous, and prolific poor. And ill-favored, they show all the advantages and the disadvantages of an almost exclusive ichthyophagism, skillful in divination, especially by bow or geomancy. They have retained, despite el-Islam, curious practices, palpably derived from their wild ancestry of the Blackmore shore. They repair for the purpose of clearseeing to a kind of Trophonius cave, spend the night in attack of inspiration, and come forth in the morning agelesty emstai kajadabundi. Similarly, the Nazaman Nasaman 22 slept for insight into futurity upon their ancestral graves. The wild Highlanders of the East African Ghouts have an equally useful den in their grim mountains, and on the West African coast. The crewmen consult the great Devil who lives in a hole amongst the rocks of Grand Cavella. The traveler who pace my friends of the Anthropological Society postulates spiritualism or spiritism, as Roman 1000 Allan Kardec has. It will save himself much mystification, and he will soon find that every race has had, and still has, its own Swedenborg. The men of Tumbatu at their half-heathen wakes lay out the corpse, masculine or feminine, and treat it in a way which reminds us of Hamlet's Act Roman 5, where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, a male friend will say to his departed chum. O certain person, but a few days ago, I asked thee for coconut water and tobacco, which thou deniedest to mean, where is now the use of them? Fellow, a woman will address the dead dust, thou remember making fierce love to me at such, and such a time. Much good will thy love do me now that thou art the meat of ugly worms. Their abuse is never worse than when lavished by a creditor upon a defunct debtor. The idea underlying this custom is probably that which suggested the Irish Wakia test, if the clay be really inanimate. Nor would I despise, especially during prevalence of plague or yellow fever, in lands where you are interred offhand, any precaution however barbarous against the horrors and the shudders of burying alive certain Madras Hindus, after filling its mouth with milk, and wrapping its face with a shank or conch shell, grossly insult, as only the mild Hindu of Bishop Heber can all its feminine relatives. The practice is also found in the New World. The Arawakas or Rawaks of Guyana opened the eyes of the corpse, and switched them with thorns, smeared the cheeks and lips with lard, and applied alternately sweet and bitter words. This was a curious contrast to the customs of the Brazilian Tupis and the Bolivian Moxos, who, according to Eve D. Evru and Alcide D. Orbigny, met every morning to bewail their losses, even of their grandfathers and great-grandfathers. As darkness came on, we saw the sands sparkling with lights, here stationary, like glowworms, or the corpuscent there flitting, about like eens, 24 fadui or fireflies. Such was the spectacle seen by Columbus and Pedro Gutierrez, gentleman of the king's bedchamber, on the memorable night when Bahaman Guanahani was discovered. The fishermen burned dry grass and leaves, and the blaze, like the Arab's fire of hunting, which dazzles the eye of the gazelle, attracts shoals that are easily speared. Some carried torches in canoes. Now the flame floated in crimpled water, which broke up its reflection into a scatter of brilliance. Then it reposed upon mirror-like smooths, the brand forming the apex of a red pyramid, which seemed to tremble with life, whilst the boat was buried in the darkness of death. And so fishy are these equinoctial seas that gangs of old women and children may be seen at Pemba, and on the coast, converting their body-clothes into nets, and filling pots hand over hand with small fry. I have seen them myself, although a certain critic says no. The people of Tumbatu, like the Greeks, have their good points. They are skillful pilots, and stout seamen, diligent in gathering their bread from the waters, and comparatively industrious, considering their enervating, prostrating climate. Their low, jungly ledge wants the sweet element, compelling them to fetch it from Zanzibar, their mainland. Hence travelers have described the islet as uninhabited. The people are mentioned as Moslems by Yakut, early 13th century, and this island of Tambat was made a refuge for the inhabitants of Unguja or Zanzibar. We inquired in vain about the fort, which the Arabs are said to have built there. The skins of Tumbatu are sooty, the effect according to some, according to others the concomitant of humid heat. The reader must not charge me with trimming between the rival schools of race versus climate, the cause of complexion many peoples betray, but a modicum of chromatic and typical change. On the other hand, I have found an approximation of color as well as of form between the Anglo-American and the Luso-Brazilian, and I have enlarged upon this chromatic heresy, if heresy it be, in the highlands of the Brazil. Vol. Roman 1 Chap. Roman 38. Finally, when speaking of the permanence of type, it is well to bear in mind that our poor observations hardly extend over 2,500 years. The next morning placed us at the base of our operations, and we were on deck with Aurora. The stout ship Elphinstone, urged by the cool land breeze, slid down the channel, the 26 river, that separates the lowlying and evergreen Zanzibar island from its reflection, the Pony 9. We were sensibly affected by the difference between the Swahili, this part of the East African seaboard, which begins at the Juba River, and the grim physiognomy of Somaliland, region of fragrant gums with its sandy horrors of Berbera, and its granitic grandeurs of Gardafui, which popular apprehension refers to Gardavus, and which Abyssinian Bruce, according to Ritter Erdkund 2nd Division 827, altered to Gardaf. In the Straits of Burial we were in the depths of the Dries, as they are called in West Africa, in the local midwinter. Yet this land was gorgeous in its vestment, when others would be hibernating in more than semi-nudity. Truly prepossessing was our first view of the then mysterious island of Zanzibar, set off by the dome of distant hills, like solidified air, that form the swelling line of the Zanzibar coast. Earth, sea, and sky all seemed wrapped in a soft and sensuous repose. In the tranquil life of the lotus-eaters, in the swoon-like slumbers of the seven sleepers, in the dreams of the castle of indolence, the sea of purest sapphire, which had not parted with its blue rays to the atmosphere, frequent appearance near the equator, lay basking lazy as the tropical man under a blaze of sunshine, which touched every object with a dull burnish of gold. The wave had hardly energy enough to dandle us, or to cream with snowy foam the yellow sandstrip, which separated it from the flower-spangled grass, and from the underwood of dark metallic green. The breath of the ocean would hardly take the trouble to ruffle the fronds of the palm, which sprang like a living column, graceful and luxuriant high above its subject growths. The bell-shaped convolvulus, Poma maritima, supported by its juicy bed of greenery, had opened its pink eyes to the light of day, but was languidly closing them as though gazing upon the face of heaven were too much of exertion. The island itself seemed over-indolent, and unwilling to rise. It showed no trace of mountain or crag, but all was voluptuous with gentle swellings. 29, with the rounded contours of the girl negress, and the brown-red tintage of its warm skin, showed through its gauzy attire of green, and over all bent lovingly a dome of glowing azure reflecting its splendors upon the nether-world, whilst every feature was hazy and mellow as if viewed through woven air, and not through vulgar atmosphere. Most of my countrymen find monotony in these Claude-Lorraine skies, with the pigment and glazing on. I remember how in Sind they used to bless the storm cloud and stand joyously to be drenched in the rain, which rarely falls in that leather-colored land. Zanzibar, however, must be seen on one of her own fine days, like Fernando Po and Rio de Janeiro. The beauty can look ugly enough when she pleases. As we drew nearer, and vision became more distinct, we found as many questions for the pilot as did Vasco da Gama of old, those prim plantations, which from the offing resembled Italian avenues of oranges, the tea gardens of China, the vines of romantic Provence, the coffee plantations of the Brazil, or the orange-yards of Paraguay, were the celebrated clove grounds, and the largest streaking the central uplands were crown property. We distinctly felt 30 heavy spicy perfume, as if passing before the shop of an Egyptian adder, and the sensorium was not the less pleasantly affected, after a hard diet of briny trade. Various legends of Harel, rubbed upon the bulwarks, have made many a trick traveler a shallow infidel in the matter of smelling the land. But we soon learned that off Zanzibar as off Mozambique, the fragrant vegetation makes old oceans smile pleased with the grateful smell, as of yore. The night breeze from the island is cool and heavy, with clove perfume, and European residents carefully exclude the landwind from their sleeping grooms. For a little while we glided along the shore, where the usual outlines of a city took from it. The reproach of being a luxuriant wilderness, the first was Bait El Raz, a large pile capped with a dingy penthouse of Cajun cocoa leaves, and backed by swelling grounder bared for cultivation. There sprinkled with dense dark trees masses of verdure sheltering hut and homestead, followed at the distance of a mile. Royal Cassin and Harem of Mtoni, the rivulet our ancient ally Syed said 31 Imam of Muscat, and Sultan of Zanzibar. And the Swahili had manifestly not attempted African copies of his palaces, in Arabian shinnas and Batha pavilions, with side wings and flanking towers, the buildings half castle half chateau, so much affected by the feudal lords of Oman. He preferred an Arabo-African modification here valuable for Sommerfrisch. The domain of Mtoni has a quaint manner of Gothic look pauperish, and mouldy like the schloss of some duodecimo Teutonic prince, or long-titled short-pursed placeless, and pensionless German serenity, in the days now happily gone by, when the long drear night of German donothingness has fled before the glorious daybreak of 18,661,870, we can distinguish upon its long rusty front a projecting balcony of dingy planking, with an extinguisher-shaped roof dwarfed by the luxuriant trees area, and by the magnificent vegetation which rolls up to its very walls. Mtoni takes its name from a runnel 32, which draining the uplands supplies the palace, and trickles through a conduit into the sea. We shall presently visit it. Entering the coral reef, which defends this great storehouse of eastern intertropical Africa, I remarked that the lucent amethyst of the waters was streaked and patched with verdigris, green, the light of the waves being caused by shoals whose golden sands blended with the blue of heaven. The passes of Zanzibar reminded me in coloration of the gateways of Jeddah, and as the coral reefs cut like razors, they must be threaded with equal care, so smooth was the surface within the walls that each ship based upon a thread of light seemed to hover over its own reflected image. And now we could distinguish the normal straight line of Arab town, extending about a mile and a half in length facing north, and standing out in bold relief from the varied tints and the grandeur of forest that lay behind a puritanical plainness characterized the scenic cathedrals without the graceful minarets of Jeddah mosques, without the cloisters of Cairo turrets, without the domes and monuments of Syria, and the straight stiff skyline was unrelieved, except by a few straggling palms, in 33 the center and commanding. The anchorage was a square-curtained artless fort, conspicuous withal, and fronted by a still more contemptible battery to its right, and left the Imam's palace, the various consulates, and the large parallelogrammic buildings of the great, a tabular line of flat roofs glaring and dazzling like freshly whitewashed sepulchres, detached themselves from the mass, and did their best to conceal the dingy matted hovels of the inner town. Zanzibar city, to become either picturesque or pleasing, must be viewed like Stamboul from afar. We floated past the guardship, an old 50-gun frigate of Dutch form and Bombay build, belonging to His Highness the Sayyid. It was modestly named Shah Alam Alam, or King of the World. The few dark faces on board bawled out information unintelligible to our pilot, and showed no colors, as is customary when a foreign cruiser enters the port. We set this down to the fact of there being black scareless Ethiopians, but flags being absent from all the masts, and here as in West Africa, and in the Brazil, every house flies its own bunting, we decided that there must be some cause for the omission, and we became anxious accordingly. But not for such small matter would the He Roman 100's ship afore Elphinstone have the trouble of casting loose, and of loading her guns gratis with the Sayid's plain blood-red ensign at the main, and with Union Jack at the fore, she cast anchor in Front Bay, and gallantly delivered her fire of 21 thereupon. A gay bunting flew up to every truck ashore, and afloat whilst the brass carronades of the Victoria, another item of the Masket Navy, roared a response of 22, and curious to say, did not blow off a single gunner's arms. We had arrived on the 40th or last day of Moslem morning, and the morning was for Sayid said our native friend and ally, who had for so many years been calling for volunteers and explorers, and from whom the East African expedition had been taught to expect every manner of aid, except the pecuniary. We lost no time in tumbling into a gig, and in visiting the British consulate, a large solid pile, colored like a twelfth cake, and shaped like a clarechist, which lay on its side, comfortably splashed by the Sea Lieutenant Atkins Hamerton of the Indian Army, H.B. Roman 1000's consul, and H.E. Roman 100's agent to whom I was directed to report arrival, was now our mainstay, but we found him in the poorest state of 35 health. He was aroused from lethargy by the presence of strangers, and after the usual hospitable orders, my letters were produced, and read those entrusted to me by Lord Elphinstone, and by His Eminence, the learned and benevolent Cardinal Weissman, for whom he had the profoundest respect, pleased him greatly. But he put aside the missive of the Royal Geographical Society, declaring that he had been terribly worried for copy by sundry writing and talking members of that distinguished body. I can even now distinctly see my poor friend sitting before me, a tall, broad-shouldered and powerful figure, with square features, dark fixed eyes, hair and beard prematurely snow-white, and a complexion once fair and ruddy, but long ago bleached ghastly pale by ennui and sickness. Such had been the effect of the burning heats of Maskat and the Gulf and the deadly damp of Zanzibar Island, and coast the worst symptom in his caisson, which I have rarely found other than fatal was his unwillingness to quit the place which was slowly killing him at night. He would chat merrily about a remove, about a return to Ireland. He loathed the subject in the morning to escape, seemed a physical impossibility, when he had only to order 36 a few boxes to be packed, and to board the first home-returning ship in this state. The invalid requires the assistance of a friend of a man who will order him away, and who will, if he refuses, carry him off by main force. Our small mountain of luggage was soon housed, and we addressed ourselves seriously to the difficulties of our position. That night's rest was not sweet to us. I became as the man of whom it was written, so coy a dame is sleep to him, that all the weary courtship of his thoughts can't win her to his bed. After the disaster in Somaliland, I was pledged at all risks, and under all circumstances to succeed, and now St. Julian, host and patron of travelers, had begun to show me the rough side of his temper. The consul was evidently unfit for the least exertion. He had in his godowns dozens of chests and cases which he had not the energy to open. Sayid said, had left affairs in a most unsatisfactory state. His eldest son, the now murdered Sayid Suani, heir to Maskat, and famous as an Anglophobe, had threatened to attack Zanzibar, a menace which, as will afterwards appear, he attempted to carry out. The cadet Sayid Majid, installed by his father 37 chief of the African possessions, was engrossed in preparations for defense. Moreover, this amiable young prince, having lately recovered from confluent smallpox, an African endemic, which had during the last few years decimated the islanders, was ashamed to display a pockmarked face. The public, ourselves included, the mainland of northern Zanzibar, about Lamu, was as usual on such occasions, in a state of anarchy. Every man seized the opportunity of slaying his enemy, or of refusing to pay his taxes. An exceptionally severe drought had reduced the southern coast of Zanzibar to a state of famine. Briefly, the gist of the whole was that I had better return to Bombay, but rather than return to Bombay, I would have gone to Hades on that 20th of December, 1856. Note: since these pages were penned, the Bombay Gazette of November 11, 1870, announced the death of H. Sayid Majid, Sultan of Zanzibar, and the succession of his brother Sayid Burgush. Chapter Roman 3, How the Nile Question Stood in the Year of Grace 1856. This is the finial of Th encircling earth. Sa fil. In this chapter 1, propose briefly to place before the reader the various shiftings of opinion touching the Nile sources, and especially to show what had been done for Zanzibar and her coast by the theoretical and practical men of Europe between A. Roman 500 and the time of our landing on the Swahili or East African shores. The details given to Marinus of Tyre by the Arabian merchants, and their verification by the obscure Diogenes, together with the notices of the African lakes on the lower part of the Upper Nile, brought home about A. Roman 500 by Nero's exploring centurions, were never wholly forgotten. 39 by Europe, which thus unlearned to derive with Herodotus the Nile from Western Africa, as the pages of Marco Polo show. Not to quote the voyage of Sinbad, the sailor Arabs and Persians still frequented these shores, and the Hindu banyans established from time immemorial upon the Zanzibar coast had diffused throughout India some information touching the wealthy land. The veteran geographer of Africa, Mr. James Macqueen, has commented upon the curious fact that the Padmavan of Lute Francis Wilfrid Vol Roman III of the Old Asiatic Researches course of the River Kali, as supposed to be derived from the Puranas, is represented by the beds of floating water lilies crossed by Captains Speke and Grant, and upon the resemblance between the Amara, or Lake of the Gods, with the Amara people, on the NE of the so-called Nyanza Lake. These, however, appear to be mere coincidences, or at best the results of tales learned upon the coast by the Hindu trader before leaving Bombay. I applied 40 to that eminent Sanskritist, the Rev. J. Wilson Roman 500, for any notices of East Africa which might occur in the sacred writings of the Hindus. He replied that there were none, and I had long before learned that Carl Wilfrid himself had acknowledged his pandit to have been an impudent impostor. At the end of the 15th century came the Portuguese explorers with Strabo, Pliny, and Ptolemy in their hands, and followed by a multitude of soldiers, merchants, and missionaries, who invested the intertropical maritime regions of Africa east and west. The first enthusiasm, however, soon passed away. The Portuguese were supplanted by the Dutch, by the English, and by the French, whilst Ptolemy and the Periplus were ousted by Pigafetta Dapper and other false improvers of their doctrines. The Ptolemaic lakes were marched about, and countermarched in every possible way. The mountain of the moon prolonged across Africa under the name Jebel Cumri really became lunatic mountains. The change from good to bad geography is well illustrated by two charts published in 1860 by H.E. the Conde de Lavradio. The first is the facsimile of a map in the British Museum by Diogo Homem in 1558. It makes 41 the Nile spring from two great reservoirs, but the second, bearing the name of Antonio Sances, 1623, already reduces these lakes to one central Caspian, which sends forth the Nile, the Congo, and the Zambez, and which, greatly shrunken, still deforms our maps under the name of Marv. Similarly, the Complete System of Geography, by Emmanuel Bow in 1747, places the Zamber Lake in S-lat 411, the center from which proceed all the rivers in this part of Africa, including the Nile. How popular the subject continued to be may be guessed from the fact that Daniel Defoe, 16,611,730, one cast his African reading into a favorite form with him, The Adventures of Captain Singleton. He lands his hero about March 1701, a little south of Cape Delgado, causes him to cross several seas and rivers, the latter often flowing northwards, and after a year's wandering brings him out at the Dutch settlements on the Gold Coast. Upon the general question of modern Nile literature, the curious reader will consult the well-studied writings of Roman 1000 Vivian de Saint Martin, the valuable paper on the knowledge the ancients possessed of the sources of the Nile, by my friend W.S.W. Vox Transactions, 42 of the Royal Society of Literature Vol. Roman, 8 new series treats of exploration up the river, beginning from the Ionian colony, established in the upper river by Psammaticus circa A. Roman 100, and extending to the present day. The learned article by Mr. John Hogg on some old maps of Africa, in which certain of the central and equatorial lakes are laid down in nearly their true positions. Transactions of the 43 Royal Society of Literature Vol. Roman 8 supplies a compendium of old cartography. I proceed now to the practical part of this chapter, namely the actual visits of inspection to Zanzibar and their results. Until the end of the last century, our knowledge was derived almost entirely from those Domini Orientalis, Africa. The Portuguese, the few exceptions were Sir James Lancaster, who opened to the English the Orient seas. He wintered at the island in 1591. Captain Alexander Hamilton, new account of the East Indies, 16,880,1723, Hakluyt's collection Roman 8, and Roman 1000 Saulnier de Mondevit, commanding the king's corvette La Prévoyance, the latter, who in 1786 visited the principal points of Zanzibar, published a chart, with observations sur la côte du Zanzibar Nouvelles Annales des Voyages vol Roman 6, and recommended a French establishment at Mongolo. In February 1799, Captain Bissell, RN commanding H. Roman 1000's ship Orestes, with the Leopard 44 carrying Admiral Blankett's flag touched at the island for refreshments, when beating up against the N.E. monsoon towards the Red Sea. He briefly but faithfully described its geography, and he laid down sailing directions which to this day are retained in Horseburg. Since then many coasting voyages have been made by naval officers, and others who collected from natives, with more or less fidelity details concerning the inner country. As early as 1811 Captain Smee and Lieutenant Hardy were sent by the Bombay government to gather information on the eastern seaboard of Africa, and they brought back sundry novel details. Transactions, Bombay Geographical Society, 1844 p. 23 Roman 100. Between the years 18,221,826, the whole coastline was surveyed by Captain afterwards Admiral W. F. Owen, and by his officers Captains Vittle Boatler, and others their charts and plans of the littoral despite sundry inaccuracies, such as placing Zanzibar Island 5 miles west of its proper position, excited general attention, and were justly termed by a modern author Miranda Tabularum series. During this Herculean labor, which occupied 3 years, some 300 of the officers and crew fell victims to the climate of the coast, to the hardships of boatwork, and to the ferocity of 45 the natives. In 1822, Sir Robert Townsend, Fairfax governor and commander-in-chief of the Mauritius, after a crusade against the slave trade, in the dominions of Raydama King of the Hovas, commissioned Captain afterwards Admiral Fairfax Moresby of H. Roman 1000's ship Menai to draft a treaty between England and Muscat for limiting the traffic. The mission was successful. The sale of Somalis, a free people, was made piracy, and the Sayed's vessels were subject to seizure by the royal, including the company's cruisers if detected carrying Negroes to the east of a line drawn from Cape Delgado passing south of Socotra, and on to due the west point of the Gulf of Cambay. In 1822, the Sayed's ascent having been formally accorded, Captain Moresby left the coast. In January 1834, Captain Hart of H. Roman 1000's ship Imogen visited Zanzibar and submitted to the imperial government brief notes, appending a list of the Sayed's squadron, then in the harbor with their age, tonnage, armature, and other particulars. Still geographers declared that Zanzibar was a more mysterious spot to England and India than parts of Central Africa 46, and the shores of the icy sea. During the same year, the energetic Mr. W. Bollert matured the plan of an expedition to be conducted by himself from Zanzibar across the continent. It was laid before the Geographical Society in 1837, but it was not carried out, funds being deficient. In 1835, the U.S. frigate Peacock visited the island during a treaty-making tour and was supplied with all her wants gratis, the port officials declaring that the Sultan of Muscat had forbidden them to take any remuneration. The surgeon Dr. Ruschenherger narrative of a voyage round the world in 18,351,837 left a realistic description of the city in those its best days. He acknowledges the hospitalities of Captain Hassan bin Ibrahim of the Arab Navy, superintendent of the Prince, said Khalid. The latter was the late Syed Khalid, then 16 years old. The book, being written by a Dutch American in 1835, is of course bitterly hostile to England. We are told that the keel of the Peacock, passing between Tumbatu Island and Zanzibar, scraped over coral reefs. Not in Owen's charts, which may be true, followed the American captains Fisher 47, Drinker Abbott, and Osgood, and Mr. Ross Brown, then a young traveler in a trading vessel. He also published a readable account of the rising settlement. When Admiral Sir Charles Malcolm, a name endeared to Eastern geographers, was giving energy and impulse to exploration in Western Asia, the late Lieut. W. Christopher Roman 1N, commanding the H.E. Roman 1 Roman 100's Brigafore Tigris, was sent to Zanzibar. He made a practical survey of the coast, and he touched at many places now famous Kilwa, Quiloa, Mombasa, Brava, Marca, Gobwin, or the Jub River, and Makdishu, or Hanier, by the Portuguese called Magadoxo. He explored the lower waters of a large stream, the Webb River, Ganana or Shebley Leopard, which he injudiciously named the Haines River, and he visited Gyardy and other settlements, till then unknown. He wrote May 8, 1843, a highly interesting and comprehensive account of the seaboard, which was published in the Journal of the Geographical Society, Vol Roman 14 of 1840, for his plans, charts, and other valuable memoranda were forwarded to the Bombay government, and the enterprising traveler died in July 1848 at the early age of 36 from the effects of a wound received before Multan. The honor of having made the first systematic attempt to explore and to open up the Zanzibar interior is due to the establishment popularly known as the Mamba's Mission. Its energetic members proved that it was possible to penetrate beyond the coast, and their discoveries excited a spirit of inquiry, which led to the exploration of the lake regions in 1842. The Rev. Dr. J. Lewis Krapf, being refused readmittance to Shoa, received a Macedonian call to East Africa. In other words, he undertook in 1842, with the approbation of the Church Missionary Society, a coasting voyage to East Africa south of the line. Having visited Zanzibar Island, he journeyed northwards March 1844, and met with a kind reception at Mombasa, where he accidentally landed. Finally, he established his headquarters amongst the Waniaka tribe at Rabbi Mpia near Mombasa, which then became the base of his operations. He was joined June 1846 by the Rev. J. Ribman of Gerlingen in Württemberg, and by Messrs. Erhardt and Wagnerth, latter a young German mechanic who died. Shortly after arrival in June 2, 1851, came Messrs. Conrad Dielman and Christian Pfeffrel, who soon died. They were followed by three mechanics, Hageman Kaiser and Metzler, who 49 returned home, and by Roman 1000 Daimler, who retired to Bombay. Roman 1000 Ribman, after visiting Kadairo, Oct 14, 1847, made, in May 11, 1843, the first of three important journeys into the Jaga Highlands, and discovered, or rather, rediscovered, the much-vexed Kilimanjaro, the existence of this mountain, bearing eternal snows in eastern intertropical Africa, is thus alluded to in the Summa de Geographia of Fernandez de Incise, 1530. West of this port, Mombasa, stands the Mount Olympus of Ethiopia, which is exceedingly high, and beyond it are the Mountains of the Moon, in which are the sources of the Nile. The discovery was confirmed by Dr. Krapf, who, after visiting also in 1848, Fuga, the capital of Uzambara, made two journeys in 1849 and 1851 into Ukambani. During the first, he confirmed the position of Kilimanjaro, and he cited another snowy peak, Kenia Kegnia or Kyrnia. The assertions of the missionaries were variously received. Roman 1000 Vox was thereby enabled to explain a statement in the Meteorologica of Aristotle, where the first or main stream of the Nile is supposed to flow out of the mountain called Silver. Dr. Biquet accepted the meridional snowy range, and here placed his Mountains of the Moon, a hypothesis first advanced in 1846-50. The skeptics were headed by Mr. W. Roman 500 Cooley, who in 1854 had published his Claudius Ptolemy, and the Nile. He had identified the mountain of Selene with the snowy highland of Semini or Samian in northern Abyssinia, and thus, by adopting a mere verbal resemblance, he had obtained a system of truly lunatic mountains. Some years before Journal Royal Geographical Society, Vol. Roman 15, appeared his paper entitled The Geography of Nyasi, or the Great Lake of Southern Africa, investigated a complicated misnomer. The article was written in a clear style and a critical tone, showing ample reading, but lacking a solid foundation of fact. It began as usual with Pigafetta and de Barros, and it ended with Gamido and Montero. The peroration-headed harmony of authorities was a self-gratulation, a song of triumph, concerning the greatness of hypothetical discoveries, which were soon proved to be purely fanciful. Not one man in a million has the instincts of a good comparative geographer, and the author was assuredly not that exceptional man. His monograph did good by awaking the scientific mind, but it greatly injured popular geography. It unhappily asserted P15 that in every part of eastern Africa, to which our inquiries have extended 51 snow, is quite unknown, and the author, having laid down his law, bowed before it, and expected fact, as well as the public, to do the same. He even attacked the text of Ptolemy, asserting that the passages treating of the Nile sources and the lunar mountains were an interpolation of a comparatively recent date in June and November 1863. The late Baron von der Decken, accompanied by Dr. Kirsten, an accomplished astronomical observer, ascended some 1,300 feet, saw a clearly defined limit of perpetual snow at about 17,000 feet, and by a rough triangulation gave the main peak of Kilimanjaro an elevation of 20,065 feet. Still Mr. Cooley, with singular want of candor, denied existence to the snow. It was the same with his single C, which under the meaningless and erroneous name Nyasi again supplanted Ptolemy's lakes, and this one of Acumen, offered the last insult to African geography. Thus was revived the day when the Arab and Portuguese geographers made the three Niles of Egypt Magadoxo and Nigrisha issue from one vast reservoir. And thus were the school maps of the world disfigured during half a generation. The lake also was painfully distorted simply that it might run parallel to the line of volcanic action, drawn through the Isle de 52, Bourbon the north of Madagascar and the Comoro Islands, and to one of the two lines predominating on the coasts of southern Africa. Wherever there are no alluvial flats, it abounded moreover in minor but significant errors such as confounding Zanganiyika, a town or tribe, with Tanganyika. The name of the lake of late years Mr. Cooley has once more shifted his position, and has declared that he did not intend to provide central intertropical Africa between Monomotapa and Angola, with a single lake. The whole of his paper on the geography of Nyasi means that if it mean anything, he is not, however, the only protechard to find and harder to bind amongst African geographers. To conclude this notice of the Mamba's mission, Dr. Krapf again visited Fuga, where he was followed by Mr. Erhardt. And finally the two missionaries ran down the coast, touched at Kilwa, and extended their course to Cape Delgado in August 1855. Dr. Krapf, after 18 years' residence in Africa, bade it farewell. He did not revisit it, except for a few months. In 1867, when he acted dragoman to the Abyssinian expedition in January 1856, appeared what has been called the Mamba's Mission Map, Skiz Nak J. Erhardt's original, the result of exploration, and of 53 notices collected from the natives. It was accompanied by a memoir of the chart of East and Central Africa, compiled by J. Erhardt and J. Ribman. This production was remarked upon by Mr. Cooley Jan 8, 1856, and in turn his remarks were remarked upon by Herr Petermann. The peculiar feature of the chart was a monster slug-like inland sea extending from the line to S. lat. 14, an impossible Caspian, some 840 miles long, 200 to 300 in breadth. I have already explained that this error arose by the fact that the three chief caravan routes from the Zanzibar coast abut upon three several lakes, which in the confusion of African vocabulary Nyasa, being corrupted to Nyasi and Nyanza, also signifying water, were naturally thrown into one. It was, however, to ascertain the existence of this slug-shaped article that the East African expedition of 185,659 was sent out. The most valuable results of Dr. Krapf's labors are his works on the Zanzibarian languages, and these deserve the gratitude of every traveler and student of African philology. The principal are Messrs. Krapf's and Eisenberg's Imperfect Outline of the Gala Language, London 1840. Messrs. Krapf and Eisenberg Vocabulary of the Gala Language, London 1840. Tentemen Imbecillum Translationis, Evangela Joannis, in Linguam, Gallorum, London 1841. Messrs. Krapf's, Eisenberg's, and Muleisen Arnold's Vocabulary of the Somali Tongue 1843. 3 chapters of Genesis, translated into the Swahili language, with an introduction by W. W. Greenhoe, printed in the Journal of the American Oriental Society, 1847, had appeared in the meantime. Gospel according to St. Luke, translated into Kinnika 12, Mo Bombay 1848. Gospel according to St. Mark, translated into Kikamba, 8 Vo Tubingen 1850. Outline of the Elements of the Kiswahili Language, 8 Vo Tubingen 1850. Vocabulary of 6 East African Languages, Small Folio, Tubingen 1850. Mr. Erhardt's Vocabulary of the Ngudak Ilagab or Maasai, Tongue 8 Vo Ludwigburg 1857. Besides these there are 1860 in MSS 1, the entire New Testament Kiswahili 2, a complete dictionary of Kiswahili 3, the Gospel according to St. Matthew Kikamba, 4 Matthew and Genesis, in Gala Roman 100 Roman 100 Roman 100. Dr. Krapf's last work, A Relation Historique 55, appeared in 1860, Travels, Researches, and Missionary Labors, Roman 100 Roman 100, with an appendix by Mr. P. G. Ravenstein, FRGS London Trubner, and Co. I venture to suggest that he might reprint with great advantage to African students his various journals scattered through the numbers of the Church Missionary Intelligencer. We want them, however, printed textually, with explanatory notes, embodying subsequent information. Meanwhile, the difficulties of East African exploration were complicated by a terrible disaster. Roman 1000 Mason, and Ensign de Vaso resolved to explore the inner lake regions via the Zanzibar coast, and in 1844 his projects were approved of by his government. After the rains of 1845, he landed at the little settlement Bagamoyo, and when barely 3 days from the seaboard, he was brutally murdered at the village of Djela Mhora by one Fazi Mazangara, chief of the Wakamba, a subtribe of the Wazaramo. The distinguished hydrographer Captain Gilling was sent in the brig of war La Decoetic to obtain satisfaction for this murder, and the following sentence concludes his remarks upon the subject. Chap 1 pp 1720 tout c. Quaji vu tout c. Quaji dois me rappeler de 56 maison cest, quil edate intelligent instrut courageux, et quillapiri. Miserablement à la fleur de l'âge t26, au début d'une enterprise au il aurait pu rencontrer la gloire. I have also described lake regions of Central Africa. 1 Chap 3, from information collected on the spot, the young traveler's untimely end. And it is still my opinion that the foul murder was caused more or less directly by the Christian merchants of Zanzibar. Dr. Krapp's account of the catastrophe travels, p. 421, abounds in errors. Captain Gilling was also sent on a kind of bagman's tour, a hawker, carrying echintilons of French cloth and other produce offered to the Arab market. Mayata having been ceded in 1841 by the Sakalawa chief Andrian Soli to the French government, which occupied it militarily in 1843, the first idea was to make of it a second, and a more civilized Zanzibar. The coasting voyages and a few short inland trips were thought worthy of being published in 3 bulky volumes. Documents sur l'histoire, la géographie, et la commerce de l'Afrique orientale recueillis, et redigs, par Roman 1000 Gilling Roman 100 publis, par ordre du gouvernement, Paris Bertrand. The additions to Captain Owen's survey are unimportant, but the French officer has diligently collected documents 57 pour servir, which will be useful when a history of the coast shall be written. The worst part of the book is the linguistic. A sailor, however, passing rapidly through or along a country, can hardly be expected to learn much of the language. Meanwhile, an important theory concerning the Nile sources was published by my friend Dr. Charles T. Biquet. He had surveyed and explored Nov 1840, May 1843, the Abyssinian Plateau, and the lowlands near the Red Sea, and he had determined the water parting of the streams which feed the Nile and the Indian Ocean. Journal Royal Geographical Society Vol. Roman 12, whilst Ritter Erdkunde and other geographers made the White River rise between N lat 7 and 8, and even 11, whilst Messrs. Anton D. Abity and Ayrton were searching for the koi fountains in an area, and Kaffa N lat 749, and E long 3629, and whilst Mr. James Macqueen located the sources of the chief branch of the Baralabiad, in about N lat 3 Preface Roman 24 Geographical Survey of Africa, London Fellows 1840, and at no great distance from the equator Ibid 235. Dr. Biquet announced at the Swansea meeting of the British Association that he would carry the caput nilly to S lat 23 and E long 34. Moreover, that he would place it at a comparatively 58 short distance from the sea coast within the dominions of the Imam of Muscat, rightly judging the eastern coast to be the easiest road into central intertropical Africa. Dr. Biquet, then secretary to the Geographical Society of London, collected a subscription for exploring the Nile sources via Zanzibar and sent out Dr. Friedrich Bialoblotsky to attempt the discovery. This professor of Hebrew and literary man presented in February 1849 his credentials to H. Roman 1000 the Sayyid, and to Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton, the latter backed by Dr. Krapf, sent back the explorer to Egypt without allowing him even to set foot upon the East African shore, and he was justified in so doing. The recent murder of Roman 1000 Mason had thrown the coast into confusion. The assassin was at large, and the motives which prompted the deed were still actively at work within the island of Zanzibar. Dr. Bialoblotsky could speak no Eastern tongue, at least none that was intelligible in S. Africa. He was completely untrained to travel. He collected meteoric dust during a common storm at Aden Magno cum Risu of the Adenites. He did not know the difference between a sextant and a quadrant, and he asked Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton what a young coconut was. Dr. Biquet, in his character of theoretical discoverer of the Nile sources, has published the following studies on the Nile and its tributaries, a statement of his then novel views, Oct. 28, 1846, and printed in the Journal Royal Geographical Society vols, Roman 17 Roman 18, of 18,478, the sources of the Nile being a general survey of the basin of that river, and of its headstreams, with the history of Nilotic discovery London Madden 1860. The appendix contains a summary of Dr. Bialoblotsky's projected journey on the mountains forming the eastern side of the basin of the Nile, and the origin of the designation Mountains of the Moon applied to them. This paper being refused by the Royal Geographical Society was read August 30, 1861, before the British Association at Manchester. Who discovered the sources of the Nile? A letter to Sir Roderick Roman 1 Murchison, Madden Leadenhall Street, 1863. On the Lake Kura of Arabian geographers and cartographers, this paper argues that the equatorial Lake Kura Kawar drawn by an Arab, and published in Lelwell's Geographie du Moyen Age, represents the lakes and marshes of N. Lat. 9. Dr. Biquet, it appears, doubly deserves the title theoretical discoverer of the Nile sources. He has lately transferred the caput from S. Lat. 23 to S. Lat. 1030-11, and from E. Long 34 to E. Long 1819, making the stream pass through 43 of latitude, and measuring diagonally 1/8 of the circumference of the globe. Solution of the Nile problem Athenum Feb. 5, 1870. The Nile is thus identified with the Kassai, or Kassavi, the Kassais of P.J. Baptista, the Pomero, the Kassadi of Duval, the Kassasi of Roman 1000 Cooley, the Kassabe of Roman 1000 J.R. Graca, the Kassabi of Mr. Macqueen, and the Kassa, or Loke of Dr. Livingstone. These new sources are in the Primval forests of Olo Vihenda and Jiko, or Kibiko, the Quibok of the Hungarian officer Ladislaus Magyar, in the Masamba Mountains, about 300 miles from the coast of Benguela. Mr. Keith Johnston Junn believes that the Lufira Luapula River is the lower course of the Kassavi or Kassabi, which is usually made to rise in S. Lat. 12 near the Atlantic seaboard, and after flowing N, E, and N as far as about S. Lat. 8, to turn eastward instead of continuing to the NW, and W. He makes it, however, the true head of the Congo, not of the Nile. Amongst minor explorations, I may mention that of Mr. Henry Roman 100 Arcangelo, who in 1847 ascended the Juba or Govan River. It is, however, doubtful how far his explorations extended. He was followed in 1849 by Captain Short. In November 1851, a party of 3 Moors or Zanzibar Arabs landed at Bagamoyo, the Bagamoyo roadstead village, where Roman 1000 Mason disembarked, traveled with 40 carriers to the Lake Tanganyika, crossed it in a boat which they built, visited the Muata Kazumb, and reached, after 6 months, the Portuguese Benguela. The late Mr. Consul Brand communicated through the Foreign Office this remarkable journey, in which Africa had been crossed with few difficulties from sea to sea, and it excited the attention of the Royal Geographical Society Journal, Vol. Roman 24, of 1854. In 1852, Sir Roderick Roman 1 Murchison propounded his theory of the basin-shaped structure of the African interior. This was an important advance upon the great plateau of L'Espède Memoire, etc. dans les Annales du Musée de l'Histoire Nat Roman 6, and it abolished the gardens and terraces of Ritter Erdkund le Plateau, au la Haute Afrique. About the same time, Carl Sykes recommended that an 62 expedition be sent from Mombasa to explore the Arcanum Magnum, opining that the discovery of Kilimanjaro and Kenya had limited the area of the headwaters between S. Lat. 24 and E. Long G. 32-36, almost exactly the southernmost position of the Nyanza Lake. In March 1855, Lt. Colonel Hamerton forwarded concise but correct notices on various points connected with the H. Roman 1000 Imam of Muscat, which was published in the Bombay Selections, No. 24, in Dec 10, 1855. Followed Mr. James Macqueen's paper on the present state of the geography of some parts of Africa, read at the Royal Geographical Society, April 8 and June 10, 1850, with notes on the geography of Central Africa taken from the researches of Livingstone, Montero, Graca, and others. Journal Royal Geographical Society, Vol. Roman 26. They show great critical ability. The map accompanying the memoir separated the Tanganyika from the Nyassa Lake. Moreover, it disposed the greater axes of these several waters as they should be nearly upon a meridian. Maps still suffered from that incubus, the Nyassi, or single sea stretching between S. Lat. 712, and distorted by its historian geograph from the NS position occupied by the half-dozen lakes 63 which compose it to a NW and SE Rum. As afterwards appeared, Mr. Macqueen had confused the Tanganyika and Nyanza waters by placing the center of the former in long G29. This, however, was not suspected when my excellent and venerable friend gave me the rough proofs of his paper, which traveled with me into Central Africa. Mr. Macqueen has also done good by editing Journal Royal Geographical Society, Vol. Roman 30, The Journeys of Silva Porto with the Arabs from Benguela to Ibo and Mozambique, and by other labors too numerous to be specified. A pause in East African exploration followed the departure of Dr. Krapf, Roman 1000 Erhardt, whose project of entering via Kilwa was not supported, had joined his brother missionaries in India. Roman 1000 Reebman alone remained at Rabbi Mpia 64, and whilst under H.H. Abbas Pasha a large and complete Egypto-European expedition was after the old fashion organized to ascend the stream ad investigandum, caput nili Seneca, nat quist Roman 6. The new and practicable route from the Zanzibar coast seemed to have been clean forgotten. During this lull, we landed, as the reader has been told in the last chapter, upon the African isle Manauthias. Note: I may be excused in here, alluding to an assertion, often repeated by the geographer of Ngassi in his memoir on the lake regions of East Africa, reviewed London Stanford 1864, he makes me the easy dupe of the most transparent personal hostility, which wore the respectable mask of the Royal Geographical Society. And he assures me that I left England indoctrinated as to what lake or lakes I should find in Central Africa, and so forth. This fretfulness of mortified vanity would not have been noticed by me had it not been so unfair to the Royal Geographical Society. In the preface of my memoir pp. 48 Journal Royal Geographical Society, Vol. Roman 29, I was careful to print all the instructions of the Expeditionary Committee, and I only regretted that they were not more detailed. It is absurd to assert 65 of a traveler that he visited the lake regions with a confirmed inclination to divide the lake. What interest can he have in bringing home any but the fullest and most exact details, the petty differences between himself and the Royal Geographical Society, which Mr. Cooley assumes all the world to know were utterly unknown to me when I left England in 1856, and greatly despising such things, I have never since inquired into the subject. Returning home in 1859, I learned with surprise that the comparative geographer still stood upon his single sea, and considered anyone who dared to make 2 or 3 of it his personal enemy. That such should be the mental state of a gentleman who has not, they say, taken leave of his wits, was a phenomenon which justified my wonder, nor could I believe it, till the pages of the Athenaeum proceeded to give me proof positive. It is melancholy to see a laborious literary man whose name might stand so high thus display the caput mortuum of his intellect. P.S. Another mortuary notice: my good old friend Mr. Macqueen has also passed away at a ripe age, leaving behind him the memory of a laborious and useful life, especially devoted to the cause of Africa and the Africans. Chapter Roman for a stroll through Zanzibar city. E dahi si foi a ilha de Zanzibar que hiaquem de Mbaka 20 leguas, e tau, pegado a terra firma quas neas que passerm, per entre elas how de ser vistas de Barros, 1 Roman 7. And first of the port. Zanzibar Harbor is a fine specimen of the true atoll barrier, or fringing reef, built upon a subsiding foundation, probably of sandstone. The original lagoon, charged with sediment and washings from the uplands, must have burst during some greater flood, and split into narrow waterways, the one continuous coralline rim. The same influences may account for the gaps in the straight-lined reef, whose breach gave a name to Brazilian Pernambuco. The port varies in depth from 9 to 13 fathoms with overfalls, and the rise of the tide is 13 feet here. The Hormuz Epizolos Statio Fluctuosa, or open roadstead of the Periplus 67 Chap 8, has been converted into a basin by the industry of the lithophyte. These ants of the ocean have built up an arc of seagirt isles that, like to rich and various gems, inlay the unadorned bosom of the deep. There is a front harbor and a back bay. The latter enables ships landing cargo to avoid the heavy swell of the Eni monsoon. The two are separated by Ras Changani 17, Sandy Point. The name, corrupted to Shangani, has attached itself in our charts to the whole city. These coral-based islet clumps are readily made in these seas, the rough ridges of a wash where currents meet, are soon heaped with seaweed with driftwood, and with scatters of parasitical testes, which decaying form a thin but fruitful soil seeds brought by wind's waves, and birds then germinate, and matter 68 animal, as well as vegetable, is ever added, till a humus is formed for thick shrubbery and trees. Unless deposition and vegetation continue to bind the rock, it is liable to be undermined by the sea when it forms banks dangerous to navigation. Dr. Ruschenberger, repeated by a modern traveler, informs us that there are 4 minor reefs looking like great arcs, whose bows and sterns hang bushing over the waters. As all the plans show, there are 5. The northernmost link of the broken chain is Champagny, not Chapany, the Isle des Francaise of French charts. It became a godsacker for Europeans whose infidel corpses here as at Mascate, and in ancient Madeira before the days of Captain Cook, had during less latitudinarian times the choice of the dunghill of the cove, or of a hole in the street. Formerly, it was frequented by turtlefishers and egg-seekers. Black Muhogo, however, has been scared away by visions of fever-stricken yellow-faced ghosts, rising ghastly from the scatter of Christian graves. The bit of sandy bush, distinguished from its neighbors by absence of tall trees, is frequented 1857 by naval and commercial nimrods, with shooting irons 69, and smelling dogs, curs with clipped ears and shorn tails bought from bumboat men and bon chasseurs. They shoot the Sayid's little antelopes, which troop up expecting food, and sometimes these sportsmen make targets of certain buff-colored objects, imperfectly seen through the bushes. The moldering sepulchres in their neglected clearings make the prospect of a last home here peculiarly unsavory, almost as bad as in Brazilian Santos. Yet there are traditions of French picnics visiting it to eat munkea proceeding, which might have been interrupted, and westward the line of natural breakwaters is prolonged by Kibindiko-La-Pontin, or the Hulk, a mere mass of jungle. It has never been utilized. The eye, however, rests with pleasure upon the sheet of sparkling foam, tumbling white over its coralline outliers, backed by dark purple-blue distance, and fronted by tranquil, leek-green shoal water connected with its neighbor by a reef practicable at low tides. It is separated from Canggu or Middle Island by French Channel, deep enough for metaphor. The shoals about it supply a small rock oyster. The crustacea, however, is uncultivated, and amongst Moslems, it is escargot to the typical John Bull. The most important is Bowie or Turtle Island, a low dry bank slightly undulated with a beautifully verdant undergrowth, fringed and tasseled with the tallest cocos. The Colonian casa of the East Coast, eaten in April and May, by no means equals that of Fernando Po or of Ascension. Moreover, here no man is master of the art and mystery of developing calapash, and callipee turtle, cooked by a cookboy, suggests the flesh of small green saurians susmer, which the haughty Persians of Ferdowsi thus objected to their Semitic neighbors. Can the Arab's greed thus have grown so great from his camel's milk and his lizard's meat, that he casts on Cayanian, crowns his eye? Fie on thee, thou swift-rolling world, O fie! The tortoise-shell, so often mentioned in the Periplus as an export from Manauthea's chap Roman 15, and Rapta chap Roman 17, has until lately been neglected like Bombay Calabar and our Isle of Dogs in the olden time. The few acres of Turtle Island were used to keep antelopes, goats, and other beasts of delight, while vicious baboons were deported to it from the city below. It is the celebrated Harpshell Bank, now mercilessly spoiled. Southernmost is Chumbai Island, alias La Paz, which, mistaken for the 71 turtle, has caused many a wreck. These mishaps are not always accidental. One day Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton saw through his glass the master of a Frenchman deliberately stow himself and his luggage in the gig, put off, and leave his ship to run her nose upon the nearest reef. These islands form the well-known passes, channels intricate with lithodomreefs and mollusks. They number 4, namely the Northern or English Pass between Champagny and Zanzibar, the NW, or French Pass between Kibindiko and Canggu, the Great or Middle, between Canggu and Bowie, and the western south of Bowie. The principal entrance was buoyed by the late Sayid, but these precautions soon disappeared within the line of breakwaters. Is the anchorage, which may be pronounced excellent. Ships ride close to shore in 7 to 8 fathoms, and the area between the islets and the island may be set down at 38 square miles. It presents an animated scene. Mosquito fleets of Ngarawa or Munixiles cut the wavelets like flying proas under the nice conduct of the sable fishermen who take advantage of the calm, whether the northerners from about Brava have retained the broad-brimmed straw hat, big as an average parasol like that of Malabar 72, Morocco and West Africa, It was adopted by their Portuguese conquerors. The machua or little boats of the Lusíads, which de Barros calls sambucos, are still the same except that a disproportioned sale of Mercani American domestics, based upon a pair of outriggers, now supplies the primitive propeller. Dumas falhas de palma bem tecidas. The outrigger is rarely neglected here, and there a giant shark shoots up from the depths and stares at the fisherman with a cruel fixed and colorless eye that makes his blood run cold. Only the poorest of poor devils will venture into a dugout which is driven before the wind or paddled with a broad-curved spoon-like blade. These modambai or hollowed logs form a curious national contrast with the launches and lighters that land European merchandise. Ponderous and solid squares, their build shows nothing graceful or picturesque. The N.E. monsoon is now December doing its duty well, and bringing various native craft 73 from Madagascar, Mozambique, the minor islands of the Indian Ocean, Bombay, and Gujarat, the Somali coast, the Red Sea, Muscat, and the Persian Gulf, numbering 60 to 70. They anchor close in shore Semites and Hamites, wondrously apathetic where the least sea would bump them to bits. About half a mile outside the country shipping ride, in 5 to 6 fathoms, half a dozen square-egged merchantmen Americans, French and hamburgers England, is not represented. What with bad water and worse liquor, the Briton finds it hard to live at Zanzibar. All are awaiting cargoes of copal and ivory, of hides, and of the cowries which we used to call blackamoor's teeth. The quaintest and freshest local build is to us the M-teep, which the Arabs call muntafia. This lineal descendant of the Ploria rapta navicle consut periplus chap 16, that floated upon these seas 20 centuries ago, is a favorite from Lamu to Kilwa. The shell has a beam 1/3 of its length and swims the tide buoyantly as a seabird. This breadth, combined with elasticity, enables it to stand any 74 amount of grounding and bumping, nor is it ever beached for the SW monsoon. It is pegged together, not nailed, and mostly, as the old traveler says, sewn. Like clothes with twine, the tapering mast raking forwards carries any amount of square matting, by no means airtight, and the stern is long and projecting, as if amphispnic. The swanthroat of the arch prow is the cheniscus of the classical gallustum necklace, with strips of hide and bunches of talismans. It bears a red head, and the latter, as in the Ark of Osiris, and in the Chinese junk, has the round eyes painted white. Possibly, in the beginning holes for hawsers, the M-teep carries from 12 to 20 tons, and can go to windward of everything propelled by wind. The Baden from Sir Sohar and Muscat has a standing plank covering, and being able to make 11 knots an hour is preferred by passengers, Arab loafers, and sorners, one being allowed per ton. In short trips disgrayed from afar through the haze, her preposterous sail has caused the Zanzibarites to fly their flags in anticipation of home news. Nearer the long, narrow, coin-shaped craft, with towering sternpost and powerful rudder like the caudal fin of 75, some monstrous fish presents an exceptional physiognomy. The uncouth Arab dhow dates probably from the days of the Phoenicians, and is found all over the Indian Ocean. She ranges from 50 to 500 tons, and her sharp projecting bow makes her deck nearly a quarter longer than the keel, giving her, when underway, a peculiar stumbling, shambling, tottering gait. The open poop is a mass of immense outworks, and there is the normal giant steering tackle, often secured only by lashings. A single mast is stepped a little ahead of amidships. It rakes forward, as is the rule of primitive craft, and it supports a huge square sail of coarse material. The kiddow small dhow is similar, but with open sterncabins. It is generally sewn together with coir or rope of cocoa fiber, and caulked with the same. The bottom is paid over with a composition of lime and sharksole, which, hardening under water, preserves the hull from seaworms. Thus sheathed ships, which have made 2 feet of leakage, become tight, as if newly coppered. Similarly, the Irish fishermen coat their craft with marl and oil. Talc and tallow are employed in different parts of Europe, and the Chinese use a putty of oil and burnt gypsum, according to others, a composition 76 of lime and resin of the tongsha tree, applied over the oakum of bamboo. Astley, 428. The grab, properly gurab meaning a raven, is an overgrown patamer, a model of the latter craft. Primitive and Hindu, was submitted to the British public during the Great Exhibition. Rigged bark-like, it is wondrous arc-like, and uncouth baglas, shemules and ganjas ganche from Kutch, are old tubs, with low projecting prows and elevated sterns, elaborately carved and painted low down in the fore. Their lean bows split like giant wedges the opposing waves, which hiss and seethe as they fly past in broad arrowheads. Dangerous in heavy seas, these coffins are preserved by popular prejudice for the antique, and by the difficulty of choosing other models, add sundry baitlas with poop cabinets closed and roomy, some with masts struck, others ready to weigh anchor. I am not writing, gentle reader, a report on Moslem naval architecture, and you have an idea of the outlandish fleet, interesting withal, which bethrongs the port of Zanzibar. The much-puffed squadron of the late Sayyid, stationed during his life at Mtoni, and now being divided amongst the rival heirs' flanks, 77, with its single and double tiers of guns, these peaceful traders, of whom Bythabe some are desperate pirates. The number is imposing, but the decks have no awnings. Against the weather the masts are struck and stripped to save rigging. The yards lie fore and aft upon the booms. The crews consist of half a dozen thievish servile sons of water, mana magi rats, and cockroaches, compose the live stock. The ammunition is nowhere, and though the quarter and main decks are sometimes swept, everything below is foul with garbage and vermin. The exteriors are dingy, the interiors are so thoroughly rotted by fresh water that the ships are always ready to go down at their anchors. The whole thing is a mistake amongst Arabs, who are fitted only for a bungalow, or at best a grab. The late Sayyid once attempted English sailors, who behaved well as long as they did what they pleased, especially in the minor matters of baccy and grog. But when the dark-faced skipper began loud speaking and tall threats, they incontinently thrashed him upon his own quarterdeck, and were perforce dismissed the service. Every captain in the RN Masket, besides impudently falsifying the muster rolls, will steal the fighting lanterns, the hammocks, and other 78 articles useful at home, whilst the caretakers sell in the bazaar junk rope and line copper bolts, brasswork, and carpenter's chests bearing the government mark. Ship is wanted an Arab nakhoda, here called nahoza, a muallim or sailing master, and a couple of Sakani's pilots are sent on board with a crew composed of a few Arab non-commissioned officers and able seamen, balak, mascates, and slaves. The commander, who receives some $50 per lunar month, kills time with the cognac bottle. The sailing master, $7, dozes like a lapdog in his own armchair on the quarterdeck, and the seamen do nothing. Jack, helping Bill, one of these vessels sent to England a few years ago, lost by want of provisions and bad water 86 out of its crew men. And can we wonder at it? Single small screw steamer carrying a heavy gun and manned and commanded by Europeans would have been more efficient in warfare and far more useful in peace than the whole squadron of hulks. It is, however, vain to assure the Arab brain that mere number is not might, and indeed so it is when people believe in it. The high and glassless windows of H. Roman 1000's consulate enable us to prospect the city. Zanzibar, 79 in round, numbers 6 south of the line, occupies the western edge, and about the midway length of the coral reef that forms the island. The latter is separated by a manche or channel from the continent, a raised strip of blue land, broken by tall and remarkable cones, all rejoicing in names still mysterious enough to flutter the traveler's nerves. The inclination of the island from NNW to SSE shelters the harbor from the Indian Ocean, whilst the bulge of the mainland breaks the force of dangerous Hippolyte. The SW monsoon, the minimum breadth of the manche, is 16 geographical miles from the fort to the opposite coast. There are 24, and from the bottom of Menai Bay 35, the periplus gives to the Manauthian Channel about 300 stadia in round, numbers 30 geographical miles, 600 common stadia, correspond within a fraction of the real measurement, with a degree of latitude 11360 of the Earth's circumference. Marinus of Tyre and Ptolemy, however, unduly reduced the latter to 500 stadia. Zanzibar city is built upon a triangular spit, breaking the line of its wide, irregular, and shallow bay. The peninsula is connected with the island by an isthmus some 300 yards wide, and it is backed by swamp and lagoon, bush and forest 80, arc-shaped with the chord formed by the sea frontage and the segment of the circle facing landwards. Its greatest length is from NE to SW, and it is disposed beachways like the seaports of Oman. The front is a mere dicky, a clean show concealing uncleanness, instead, however, of a neat marine parade, and a T-shaped pier. The foreground is a line of sand. Fearfully impure corpses float at times. Upon the heavy water the shore is a cesspool, and the younger blacks of both sexes disport themselves in an absence of costume, which would startle even Margate round-barreled bulls, the saints of the banyans, and therefore called by us Brahmani push and butt, by way of excitement, the gangs of servals who carry huge sacks of cowries and pile high their hides in logwood. Others wash and scrape ivory, which suggested to a young traveler the idea that the precious bone here so plentiful is swept up by the sea at night. The front often flares, As if on fire, the cause is lime-burning on the shore in small round built-up heaps. Another evil arising from want of quay and breakwater is that the sea at times finds its way into the lower parts of the town. The nuisance increases, as this part of the island appears to be undergoing depression, not an uncommon process. 81 in fictal madrepore formations off Changani Point, where in 1823 stood a hut clump, and a mosque 4 fathoms of water now roll the British consulate, formerly many yards distant from the surf, must be protected by piles. And rubble. Some of the larger houses have sunk 4 and have sloped 9 feet from terrace to ground owing to the instability of their soppy foundations. The Triasland of our earliest charts has been undermined and carried away bodily by the waves, whilst to the north, the sea has encroached upon Mtoni, where the Sayed's flagstaff has 4 times required removal. On the other hand, about 15 years ago, the middle shoal of the harbor was awash. Now it is high and dry. In 1835, Dr. Ruschenberger estimated the census of Zanzibar at 12,000 souls, of whom 2/3 were slaves. In 1844, Dr. Krapf proposed 100,000 as the population of the island, the greater number living in the capital. Captain Gillane, in 1846, gave 20,000 to 25,000 slaves, included I assumed the number in 1857 as 25,000, which during the Eni monsoon, when a large floating population flocks in, may rise to 40,000, and even to 45,000. The consular report of 1849 asserts it to be about 60,000. The city is divided into 18 quarters mahalat, each having its own name, and when travelers inform us that it is called Hamas Mofala, or Bor, they simply take apart for the whole. The West End boasts the best houses, chiefly those which wealthy natives let to stranger merchants. The central or fort quarter is the seat of government and of commerce, whilst few foreigners inhabit the eastern extremities. The hottest and the most unhealthy the streets are as they should be under such a sky-deep and winding alleys, hardly 20 feet broad, and travelers compare them with the threads of a tangled skein in the West End. A pavement of chunam or tamped lime is provided with a gutter, which secures dryness and cleanliness. It 83 is the first that I have seen in an African city. As we go eastward, all such signs of civilization vanish. The sun and wind are the only engineers, and the frequent green and black puddles, like those of the filthy ghetto or Jews' quarter at Damascus, argue a preponderance of black population here as on the odious sands. The festering impurities render strolling a task that requires some resolution, and the streets are unfit for a decent white woman to walk through. I may say the same of almost every city where the Negro element abounds. As in the coast settlements of the Red Sea and of Madagascar, the house material is wholly coral rag, a substance at once easily worked and durable. Stone and lime in one. The irregularity of the place is excessive, and it is by no means easy to describe its peculiar physiognomy. The public buildings are poor and mean. The mosques which adorn Arab towns, with light and airy turrets, breaking the monotony of square white tenements, magnified clerichists, are here in the simplest Wahhabi form. About 30 of these useful, but by no means ornamental meeting houses are scattered about the city for the use of the established church. They are oblong rooms with stuccoed walls and 84 matted floors. The flat roofs are supported by dwarf rows of square piers and polygonal columns, whilst Saracenic arches, broad-pointed and lanciated, and windows, low-placed for convenience of expectoration, with inner emarginations, in the normal shape of scallops or crescents, divide the interior. 2 Shafi'i mosques, one called after Mohammed Abd el-Qadir, the other from Mohammed el-Awan Afghan, have minarets, dwindled turrets like the steeples of Brazilian villages. Another boasts of a diminutive cone, most like an Egyptian pigeon tower, and a fourth has a dwarf excrescence, suggesting the lantern of a lighthouse. The Shias, who are numerous, meet for prayer in the Kipanda quarter, and the Khajas have a ruined mosque outside the city. The best houses are on the Arab plan, familiar to travelers in Eberland and her colonies. The type has extended to France, and even to Galway, where we still find it in the oldest buildings. A dark narrow entrance leads from the street, and the center of the tenements is a hip-thrill quadrangle, the Iberian patio, or quintal. We miss, however, the shady trees, the sweet flowers, and bright verdure with which the Southern European and the Hispano-American beautify their 85 dwellings. Here the dar is a dirty yard, paved or unpaved, usually encumbered with piles of wood or hides stored for sale, and tenanted by poultry dogs, donkeys, and lounging slaves. A steep and narrow, dark, and dangerous staircase of rough stone like a companion ladder connects it with the first floor, the noble quarter. There are galleries for the several stories and doors opening upon the court, admit light into the room's Zanzibarian architecture, as among Orientals generally, is at a low ebb. The masonry shows not a single straight line. The arches are never similar in form or size. The floors may have a foot of depression between the middle and the corners of the room, whilst no two apartments are on the same level, and they seldom open into each other. Joiners' work and ironwork must both be brought from India. The azodia's flat roofs, or rather terraces, are supported by mangrove trunks, locally called Zanzibar rafters, and the walls of massive thickness are copiously chunam. Roman 500. Here the inmates delight to spread their mats, and at suitable seasons to smell the air. Banda, or bandani pentroofed huts of plaited palm leaf. Makudi 86 or kajan garnish the roofs of the native town. Europeans do not patronize these lookouts, fires being frequent, and the slaves dangerous. Some foreigners have secured the comfort of a cool night by building upper cabins of planking, and have paid for the enjoyment in rheumatism, ague, and fever. Quranic sentences on slips of paper fastened to the entrances, and an inscription cut in the wooden lintel secure the house from witchcraft like the crocodile in Egypt. Whilst a yard of ship's cable drives away thieves, the higher the tenement, the bigger the gateway, the heavier the padlock, and the huger the iron studs which nail the door of heavy timber, the greater is the owner's dignity. All seems ready for a state of siege. Even the little square holes pierced high up in the walls and doing duty as ventilators are closely barred, as heat prevents the use of glass in sleeping rooms. Shutters of plain or painted plank supply its place, and Persians deform the best habitations. The northern European, who sleeps for the first time in one of these blockhouses, fairly realizes the first sensations of a jail. Of course, the object is defense, therefore the form is still common to Egypt and Zanzibar, Syria, and Asia Minor. Arabs here as elsewhere prefer long narrow rooms, 40 feet 15 to 20, generally much higher than their breadth, open to the sea breeze, which is the health giver, and they close the eastern side walls against the fever wind. The cool, damp, spicy landdraft. The sala or reception hall is mostly on the ground floor. It contrasts strongly with our English apartments, where the comfortless profusion and confusion of furniture, and where the undue crowding of ornamental ornaments spoil the proportions and put out the eye. The protracted lines of walls and rows of arched and shallow niches, which take the place of tables and consoles, are unbroken save by a few weapons. Pictures and engravings are almost unknown. Chandeliers and mirrors are confined to the wealthy, and the result, which in England would be bald and barn-like, here suggests the coolness and pleasing simplicity of an Italian villa. Italy, a brightened carpet, a gorgeous but tasteful Persian rug for the dais, matting on the lower floor, which is of the usual chunam, a divan in old-fashioned houses, and in the best of the modern style, half a dozen stiff chairs of East Indian blackwood or chinawork compose the upholstery of an Arab palazzo. 88 In the rooms of the few who can or will afford such trifles, ornaments of porcelain or glassware and French or Yankee knickknacks fill the niches. Of course, the inner apartments are more showily dressed, but these we may not explore. About halfway down the front of the city, we debouch upon the gureza or fort. The material is the usual coral rag cemented with lime of the same formation, rudely burnt, and the style as well as the name Igreja Ecclesia recall to mind the Portuguese of the heroic 16th century. It is one of those naive crenellated structures flanked by polygonal towers, each pierced for one small gun, and connected by the comparatively low curtains in which our ancestors put their trust. A narrow open space runs round it, and it is faced by a straight-line detached battery commanding the landing, and about 12 yards long. The embrasures of this outwork are so close that the first broadside would blow open the thin wall, and the score of guns is so placed that every bullet striking the fort must send a billet or two into the men that serve them. A place d'armes about 50 feet wide divides the two, and represents the naval and military arsenal. 12 dozen iron carronades, 89 lying piled to the right of the first entrance, and as much neglected and worm-eat as though they belonged to our happy colony. Cape Coast Castle. Amongst the guns of different caliber, we find a few fine old brass pieces, one of which bears the dint of a heavy blow. They are probably the plunder of Hormuz, or of Mascat, where the small matter of a piece of ham, wrapped up in paper, caused in the middle of the 17th century a general massacre of the Portuguese. The gateway is the usual intricate barbican. Here in olden times, after the prayers of El Asr 3p Roman 1000, the governor, and 3 judges patriarchs with long gray beards, unclean white robes and sabers in hand-held courts of justice, and distributed rough-and-ready law to peaceful Banyans, noisy Negroes and groups of fierce Arabs. The square bastion projecting from the curtain now contains upper rooms for the Balak Jemadar commandant. The ground floor is a large vestibule upon whose shady masonry benches the soldiery and their armed slaves lounge and chat, laugh and squabble play. And Chew Beetle on the left of the outer gate is a 90-cajon shed, where native artists are setting up carriages for the guns whose lodging is now the hot ground. The experiment of firing a piece was lately tried. It reared up and fell backwards, smashing its frail woodwork and killing 2 artillery chattels. Travelers have observed that a launch could easily dismantle this stronghold. It was once, the legend runs, attacked and taken by a single Jack, for the honor of whose birthplace Europe and America vainly contend, determined to liberate 2 brothers from the ignoble Bilbos. He placed himself at the head of a party, consisting of a Newfoundland dog. He fell upon the guard saber, opoing, and left master of the field. He waved his bandana in vinous triumph from the battlements. Sad to relate, this Caucasian hero succumbed to Hamitic fraud. The discomfited slaves rallied, holding a long rope. They ran round and round the enemy, till, wound about like a windlass or a silk cocoon, he was compelled to surrender at discretion. The interior of the fort is jammed with soldiers' huts, and divided into courts by rickety walls. Here, too, is the only jail in Zanzibar: the stocks, Macantara, the fetters, the iron 91 collars, and the heavy waist chains do not prevent black man from conversationizing, singing comic songs, and gambling with pebbles. The same was the case with our gruel houses: Kanji Kana Vulgo, Kanji Kanahan. British India, the sepoys laughed at them, and at our beards. The Bombay Presidency Jail is known to Arabs as El Bistan, El Boston, the garden, because the courts show a few shrubs, and with Ishmaelites a bistan has ever an arriere pensée of paradise. But the most mutinous white salt that ever floored skipper would squirm at the idea of a second night in the black hole of Zanzibar. Such is the oriental bottle of a Persona place, whose very name should develop the goose skin, and which the Chinese significantly call hell. In my day, foreigners visited the prison to see its curio, a poor devil Cateran, who had beaten the death drum, whilst his headman was torturing Roman 1000 Mason. An Arab expedition sent into the interior returned with this wretch, declaring him to be the murderer in chief, and for 2 years he lay chained in front of the French consulate. Since 1847, he was heavily ironed to a gun under a matchshed, where he could neither stand up nor lie down. The fellow looked fat, 92 and well, but he died before our return from the interior in 1859. Below the eastern bastion of the Gureza is the most characteristic spot in Zanzibar city, the salt market, so called from the heaps of dingy saline sand offered for sale by the Mascati Arabs, and the Mekranis being near the custom house, it is always thronged, and like the bazaars of Cairo and Damascus, it gives an exaggerated idea of the population. There are besides this 3 other the Suk Muhogo, or manioc market, to the south of the city, supplies the local staff of life. It is the sweet variety of jatropha called in the Brazil ipim or macaxeira, and known to us as white cassava. It will not make woodmeal called farinha. The flour, the poisonous manioc jatropha manihot, must be soaked in water or rasp squeezed, and toasted to expel its deleterious juice, which the Brazilian Indians and the people of the Antilles convert by boiling into sugar, vinegar, and cassareep for pepperpot. I heard of this black cassava in inner East Africa. The Suk Muhogo sells, besides the Negros daily bread, cloth, and cotton grain and paddy vegetables, and other provisions. The shops are the usual holes in the wall, raised a 93 foot above the street, and the owners sit or squat writing upon a knee by way of desk, with the slow absorbing reedpen, and the clotted clammy fluid called ink behind, and hard by is the fish market, which is tolerably supplied between 4 and 6 p. Roman 1000. In the morning you buy the remnants of the last day. Further eastward in the Melindini quarter is the Suk Melindi, where the butchers expose their vendibles. As in most hot countries, the best articles are here sold early, at least before 7 a. Roman 1000. A scarcity of meat is by no means rare at Zanzibar, and sometimes it has lasted 4 or 5 months. In the Furzani quarter eastward of, and close to the Salt Bazaar, stands the Custom House. This is an Arab bourse where millions of dollars annually change hands under the foulest of sheds. A long low matroof, supported by 2 dozen rough tree stems. From the sea it is conspicuous as the center of circulation. the heart from end to which twin streams of blacks are ever ebbing and flowing whilst the beach and the waters opposite it are crowded with shoreboats big and small inland. It is backed by sacks and bales baskets, and packages hillocks of hides, old shipstanks piles of valuable woods heaps of ivories, and a heterogeneous mass of waifs, and 94 strays. There is also a rude lockup for warehousing the more valuable goods. A small adjacent square shows an unfinished and dilapidated row of arches, the fragments of a new custom house. It was begun 26 or 27 years ago, 1857. But Jairam, the benevolent and superstitious Hindu, who farmed the customs, it is said for 150,000 per annum, had waxed fat under the matting, and was not sure that he would thrive as much within stone and lime. This is a general idea throughout the Nearer East. The people are full of saws and instances concerning the downfall of great men who have exposed themselves to the shafts of misfortune by enlarging their gates or by building for themselves two-storied abodes. But the hat, it seems, has lately got the better of the turban, and there will be a handsome new building half paid by the prince and half by his farmer of customs. An open space now leads us to the finest building in the city, the palace of the late Sayyid, which we visit in a future chapter. I may remark that it is the workhouse style, though hardly so ignoble as that of Hellenic Majesty. But at Zanzibar the windows are far higher up, and the J-like aspect is far more pronounced beyond. It commences the East End 95, and here lives my kind friend Roman 1000 Cochet, Consul de France. He came expecting to find civilization whist in the evening ladies' society, and the pianoforte he had been hoaxed in Paris about Colonel Hammerton's daughters. He is thoroughly disgusted. Even the consular residence is the meanest of its kind. No wonder that Roman 1000 Le Capitaine Gilling was Froist Dan's son amourpropre national when he entered it. Far better and more open to the breeze is the house of the hospitable Roman 1000 Berard, agent to Messrs. Rabaud Freres of Marseille. The one disadvantage of the site is the quantity of copra or coconut meat split and sundried. It evolves especially at nighttime a noxious gas, and the strongest stomachs cannot long resist the oily nauseabreeding odor which tarnishes silver and which produces fatal dysentery. The Zanzibar trade, with the exception of cloves, is not generally aromatic. Copal being washed in an overkept solution of soda smells, not, as was remarked, to the Dragon of Wantley, like balsam, and ton upon ton of cowries strewed in the sun, or piled up in huge heaps, till the mollusk decays away, can hardly be deemed sabin, or even commonly wholesome. To our right, in rear of the fronting dickey, and at both flanks of the city, is the native town of filthy labyrinth, a capricious arabesque of disorderly lanes and alleys, and impasses, here broad, there narrow, now heaped with offal, then choked with ruins. It would be the work of weeks to learn the threading of this planless maze, and what white man would have the heart to learn it? Curiosity may lead us to it in earliest morning before the black world returns to life during the day sun, or rain, mud, or dust, with the certain effluvia of carrion and negro, make it impossible to flaner through the foul mass of densely crowded dwelling places, where the slaves and the poor pig, together the pauper classes, are contented with mere sheds, and only the mildness of the climate keeps them from starving. The meanest hovels are of palmeting, blackened by wind or sun, thatched with cadgeon or grass, and with or without walls of wattlendab. They are hardly less wretched than the West Ireland shanty. Internally, the huts are cut up into a butt and a ben, and are furnished with pots, gourds, cocoa, rasps, low stools hewn out of a single block, a mortar similarly cut, trays, pots, and troughs for food, foul mats, and kitandas, or cartels of palm fiber. 97 rope twisted round a frame of the rudest carpenter's work. The better abodes are enlarged boxes of stone, mostly surrounded by deep projecting eaves, forming a kind of veranda on poles, and shading benches of masonry or tamped earth, where articles are exposed for sale. The windows are loopholes, and the doors are miracles of rudeness. Lastly, there are the wretched shops which supply the few wants of the population. We are now at the mouth of the lagoon, which at high tides almost encircles the city. I am told that of late years, the natives have built all round this backwater. In 1857, the eastern or landward side was hush and plantation. As the waters retired, they left behind them a rich legacy of fevers and terrible diseases, especially in the inner town. A dead flat excluded from the sea breeze, and exposed to the pestiferous breath of the Maremma. Ships anchoring off this inlet soon stock French, islet the whalers and American and Hamburg vessels that prefer Changani Point, and the west end of the city often escape without a single case of sickness. Similarly at Havana Cruz, exposed to breezes from the mangrove swamps, have lost half their numbers by 98 yellow fever. And the history of our West Indian settlements proves, if proof be required, how fatal is night exposure. Zanzibar city and island is plentifully supplied with bad drinking water below the old sea beach, and near the shore, it is necessary only to scrape a hole in the soft ground. Throughout the interior the wells, though deep, are dry during the hot season, and the people flock to the surface-draining rivulets. West Africans generally will not drink rainwater for fear of dysentery, and so with us when showers fell in large drops men avoided it, or were careful to consume it soon lest it should putrefy. The purest element is found at Kakatoni, a settlement on the NW coast of the island, and in the Bububu, a settlement some 5 miles north of the city, where Syed Suleiman bin Hamid, once governor of Zanzibar, had a small establishment, and where Hassan bin Ibrahim built a large house called Chuweni, or Leopard's Place. So at Sao Paulo de Londa, the drinking water must be brought from the Bengo River. The best near the city is from a spring which rises behind Royal Cassin Mtoni. Here the late Syed built a stone tank and an aqueduct 2,000 yards long, which, passing through his establishment, 99 came out upon the beach casks, could then be filled by the hose. But soon the masonry channel got out of repair, and sailors will not willingly drink water flowing through a dwelling house. The produce of the town greatly varies. Some wells are hard with sulfate and carbonate of lime, whilst others are salt as the sea itself, and often as in Sind and Kutch of two near together, one supplies potable, and the other undrinkable water. A few to the south of the city are tolerably sweet. The pits are numerous, and a square shaft, usually from 12 to 15 feet deep, may be found at every 40 or 50 yards. There are no casings. The edges are flush with the filthy ground about them, and the sites must frequently be changed, as the porosity of the coral rock and the regular seaward slope direct the drainage into them. Similarly, nearer home, the bright sparkling element is not unfrequently charged with all the seeds of disease. When rain has not fallen for some time, the water becomes thick as that of a horsepond, and when allowed to stand it readily taints. I could hardly bear to look at the women, as they filled with cocoa shells the jars to be carried off upon their heads. Formerly Europeans were not allowed, for 100 religious reasons, to ship water from the wells near the town. Also, cask filling was carried on at low tide, to prevent the supply of the Mtoni being brackish, and the exhalations of the black mud were, of course, extra dangerous. It is no wonder that dysentery and fever resulted from the use of such a necessary. The French frigate Le Berceau, after watering here, was visited by the local pest, and lost 90 men on her way home. Even in January, the most wholesome month, Lute Christopher had 16 deaths amongst his scanty crew in this case. However, the lancet, so fatal near the line, and the deadly Zarambo or Todabrandy, were partly to blame. As early as 1824, Captain Owen condemned the supply of Zanzibar as liable to cause dysentery. It has this effect during and after heavy rains, unless allowed to deposit its animal and vegetable matter. During the second visit of H. Roman 1000s Andromache in August 1824, Commander Nurse and several of his officers spent one night in a country house, after which the former and the greater number of the latter died. The water, as well as the air, doubtless tended to cause the catastrophe in the dry season. The element sometimes produces, according to natives and strangers, obstinate costiveness. 101. Between Zanzibar and the Cape, 5 brigs lost collectively 125 men from fever, dysentery, and inflammation of the neck of the vesica, whilst others were compelled to start their casks and to touch at different aguadas en route. Hence skippers learned to fear and shun Zanzibar. During her 14 months exploration of the island and the coast, the Duquetic lost 16 men, and to keep up a crew of 122 to 128, no less than 226 hands were transferred to her from the naval division of Bourbon and Madagascar. Each visit to Unguja was followed by an epidemic attack. Formerly as many as 7 whalers lay in harbor at one time. Now 1857, they prefer to water and refresh at Nasibe Mayata, and especially at the Seychelles, a free port with a comparatively cool and healthy climate, where supplies are cheap and plentiful. Besides the lagoon and the water nuisances, there is yet another. The drainage of the Zanzibar waterfront is good owing to the slope of the site seaward, but at low tides and after dark, when the sulfuretted hydrogen is not raised from the sands by solar heat, a veil of noxious gas overhangs the shore whose whole length becomes exceedingly offensive. This is caused by the Shirney latrine opening upon 102, the water edge intramural sepulchre, is also here common, though not after the fashion of West African Yoruba, and the city contains sundry unenclosed plots of ground, in which dwarf limeplastered walls 4 to 5 feet long fancifully terminated above and showing, instead of epitaph, a china saucer, or bits of porcelain set in the stone denote tombs. Drainage and cleanliness are panaceas for the evils of malaria, where tropical suns shine. Drainage of swamps and lagoons can improve Sierra Leone, and can take away the stink from South African barracks. Zanzibar city, I contend, owes much of its fatality to want of drainage, and it might readily be drained into comparative healthiness, but the East African Arab holds the possibility of pestilence and the probability of fever to be less real evils than those of cutting a ditch, of digging a drain, or of opening a line for ventilation. The dollar hunters from Europe are a mere floating population, ever looking to the deluge in prospect, and of course unwilling to do every man's business that is to drain. Such was Zanzibar city when I first walked through it, though dating beyond the days of Arab history, and made by its insular and central 103 situation, the depot of the richest trade in Eastern Africa. Its present buildings are almost all modern. At the beginning of this our 19th century, it consisted of a fort and a ragged line of huts, where the Suk Muhogo now stands. Dr. Ruschenberger 1835 satisfied himself that the town of Zanzibar and its inhabitants possess as few attractions for a Christian stranger as any place and people in the wide world. As late as 1842, this chief emporium of a most wealthy coast boasted but 5 storehouses of the humblest description, and the East End was a palm plantation. Since my departure the city, as the trade returns show, has, despite unfavorable political circumstances, progressed. A Catholic mission, sent by France, has established an hospital and 2 schools for boys and girls, and the English Central African Mission has followed suit. These establishments must differ strangely from the normal thing: white-bearded pedagogue hugging his bones or rocking himself before a large, chintz-covered copy of the Quran, placed upon a stand 2 feet high so as to be above man's girdle, and when done with swathed in cloth and stowed away a change too, there must be in the pupils formerly half a dozen ragged boys, some reciting 104, with nasal monotonous voices sentences, to be afterwards understood by instinct, others, scraping the primitive writing board with a pointed stick. We will now return to the center of attraction, the Salt Bazaar, and prospect the people. The staple material is a double line of black youth, and negresses sitting on the ground with legs outstretched like compasses at each apex of the angle, is a little heap of fruit, salt, sugar, sundried manioc, greasy fritters, redolent fish, or square fids of shark flesh, the favorite kitchen with Swahili and slaves it brings from Mascat, and the Benadir, a gout so high that it takes away the breath. These vendors vary the tedium of inaction by mat-making, plating, leaves, palavers, and powwows, which argue an admirable confirmation of the articulating organs, and a mighty lax morality. Sellers, indeed, seem here to double the number of buyers, and yet somehow buying and selling goes on. Motley is the name of the crowd. One officer, in the service of His Highness, stalks down the 105 market, followed by a heel and tail, proudly, as if he were lord of the 3 Arabia's Negroes, who dislike the whip clear out like hawk-frightened pigeons, a yellow man with short thin beard, and high meager and impassive features. He is well-dressed, and gorgeously armed. Observe that his breekless trousers are un-Arab and unpopular, as were the servile brack amongst the Romans. The legs, which though spare are generally muscular and well-turned, appear beneath the upper coat, which falls to the knee. He adheres to the national sandals, thick soles of undyed leather, with colored and spangled straps over the instep, whilst a narrow thong passes between the big toe and its neighbor. The footgear gives him that peculiar strut which is deemed dignified, and if he has a long walk before him, very improbable contingency, must remove his chaussure. I never yet saw a European who could wear the sandal without foot-chafing. Right meek by the side of the Arab's fierceness appears the Banyan, the local Jew. These men are Bhatias from Kutch in western India, unarmed burghers, with placid, satisfied countenances, and plump, sleek, rounded forms, suggesting the idea of happy, well-todo cows. Such 106 is the effect of a diet which embraces only bread, rice, and milk, sweetmeats, vegetables, and clarified butter. Their skins are smoother, and their complexions are lighter than the Arabs. Their features are as high, though by no means so thin. They wear the long mustachio, not the beard, and a Chinese pigtail is allowed to spring from the pole of the carefully shaven head. These topknots are folded when the owners are full-dressed under high turbans of spotted purple or crimson stuff edged with gold. The latter are complicated affairs somewhat suggesting the oldest fashion of a bishop's mitre, bound round in fine transverse plaits not twisted like the Arabs, and peaked in the center above the forehead with a manner of horn. Their snowy cotton coats fit close to the neck, like collarless shirts, shawlgirt under the arms. They are short-waisted as the dresses of our grandmothers, the sleeves are tight, and profusely wrinkled, being nearly double the needful length. And the immaculate loincloth displays the lower part of the thigh leaving the leg. Their slippers of red leather are sharp-toed with points turning upwards and backwards, somewhat as in the knightly days of Europe. Another conspicuous type is the Balak mercenary 107 from Mekran or Mascat. A comely brown man with regular features, he is distinguished from the Arab by the silkiness and the superior length of his flowing beard, which is carefully anointed after being made glossy with henna. And indigo, he adheres to his primitive matchlock, a barrel lengthened out, to suit the weak powder in use damascened with gold and silver, and fastened to the frail stock by more metal rings than the old French brown bess ever had. The match is about double the thickness of our whipcord, and is wound in many a coil round the stock or stock, a curved iron about 4 inches long, and forked in the upper part to hold the igniter plays in a groove cut lengthways through the wood, and the trigger a prolongation of the matchholder guides the fire into the open priming pan. When the match is not immediately wanted, it is made fast to a batten under the breeching. A parenthesis, were I again to travel in wet tropical lands, I should take with me 2 flint guns, which could if necessary be converted into matchlocks. Of course they would shoot slow, but they would not want caps, and they would prove serviceable when the percussion gun and the breechloader would not. This mercenary carries also 108 powder gourds, one containing coarse material, for loading, the other a finer article English, if possible for priming. He is never without flint, steel and tinder, and disposed about his person are spare cartridges in reed cases. His saber is of the Persian form, his dagger is straighter and handier than that of the Arab, and altogether his tools, like his demeanor, are those of a disciplined, or rather of a disciplinable man. The wildest and most picturesque figures are the half-breeds from the western shores of the Persian Gulf, light brown meager Ishmaels and Orsons who look like bundles of fiber, bound up in hyladried human skin. Their unkempt elf-locks fall in mighty masses over unclean saffron-stained shirts, which suggest the nightgown of other days. And these are apparently the only articles of wear. Their straight heavy swords hang ever ready by a strap passing over the left shoulder. Their right hands rest lovingly upon the dagger hafts, and their small round targes of boiled hippopotamus hidione of the industries of Zanzibar apparently await immediate use. Leaning on their long matchlocks, they stand cross-legged with the left foot planted to the right of the right or vice versa, and they prowl about like beasts of prey, as they 109 are eyeing the peaceful busy crowd with a greedy cutthroat stare, or with the suspicious sidelong glance of a cat-o'-mountain. These barbarian Gulf Arabs differ singularly from the muscular porters of Hazramaut, in whose Semitic blood there is a palpable African mixture. They hobble along in pairs like the Hamels of Constantinople, carrying huge bales of goods and packs of hides, suspended from a pole, ever chaunting the same monotonous grunt song and kicking out of the way the humped cows that are munching fruit and vegetables under the shadow of their worshippers. The Banyans add half a dozen pale-skinned Kajas, trick-faced men, with evil eyes, treacherous smiles, fit for the descendants of the assassins, straight silky beards forked after the fashion of ancient Rustem, and armed with Chinese umbrellas, complete the group by throwing in a European. How ghastly appears his blanched face, and how frightful his tight garb, stalking down the streets in the worst of tempers, and using his stick upon the mangy pariah dogs and the naked shoulders of the niggers that obstruct him. At times the Arabs, when their toes or heels are trampled upon, will turn and fiercely finger their daggers, but a fear 110, which is by no means personal, prevents their going further. Such is the aristocracy of the land, as in all servile societies, every white man, Roman 1e non-Negro, is his white neighbor's equal, whilst the highest black man, Roman 1e servile, ranks below the lowest paleface. Far more novel to us is the slave population, male and female. What first strikes every stranger is the scrupulous politeness and the ceremonious earnestness of greetings. When friends meet, the idea of standing in the broiling sun to dialogue, as follows, is not a little remarkable. A Yambo, pronounced Diambo or Holly, Ghana the state. B Yambo Sana, my state is very good. A Siambo, or amongst the Arabized Waswahili Marhaber, right welcome. B hast thou eaten and slept? I have made my reverential bow. Be yambo. A siambo sana. Be like unto gold. Alike unto gold. Be like unto coral. Alike unto coral. Be like unto pearl. Alike unto pearl. Be the happiness Kuhari farewell. In happiness let us meet if Allah please. Be hems. A hem drawn out as long as possible. The fact is they are going about Ku Amkia to salute their friends, and to waste time by running from house to house. Even freemen generally begin their mornings thus, and idle through the working hours. The males tie for only garb a yard of cotton round the waist, and let it fall to the knees. Bead necklaces, and similar trash, complete the costume. Like all Negroes, they will wear if possible the shockhead of wool which is not pierceable by power of any sun, and they gradually unclothe down to the feet, which requiring most defense, are the least defended. Fashion must account for the anomaly to the initiated eye. The tattoo distinguishes the vast confusion of races, the variety of national and tribal, marks the stars raised lumps, and scars the butyslashes and carved patterns further diversified by the effects of pellagrosaurus and smallpox, is a Chinese puzzle to the newcomer. Domestic slaves bearing their burdens on the head, not on 112, the shoulder, are known by a comparatively civilized aspect. They copy their masters, and strangers remark that the countenance is cheerful and not destitute of intelligence. The bozels or freshly-trapped chattels are far more original and interesting. See those Nyasamen with their teeth filed to represent the cat, or the crocodile chaffing some old Shylock, an Arab dealer in human flesh and blood, or those wild Uzigure men, with patterned skins and lower incisors, knocked out like the Shaluks to the west of the Nile, scowling evilly and muttering curses at the Nakuta skipper, from Sir the professional kidnapper of their kind. The fairer half of Black World is not less noteworthy. There is the tall and soda-skinned woman from Uhiao, distinguished by the shape of her upper lip. A thorn-pierced hole is enlarged with stalks of green reed, till it can admit a disc of white-painted wood, nearly as big as $1. The same is the system of the Doors, the tribe dwelling north of the equator and west of the Nile. Their liplates equal the thick end of a cheroot, and the pelel of the southern regions is a similar disc of bamboo, ivory, or tin, which causes the upper lip to project some 2 inches beyond the nose tip, giving it an answerine 113 proportion in the elder women. The ornament is especially hideous. As a rule, the South American Indians pierce for their labrets the lower lip, evidently. The more unclean fashion. No wonder that kissing, should I say osculation, is unknown, yet even amongst the Somali, if you attempt to salute a woman supposing that you have the right, will draw back in horror from the act of incipient cannibalism. Often the lip disc is absent, and then through the unsightly gap, a pearly tooth is seen to gleam, set off by the outer darkness of Spoonbill's skin. This woman, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, is almost as stalwart as her he is, whose tattoo chail is a single line forked at both ends. In others, the cuticle and cutis are branded, worked, and raised in an intricate embroidery over all the muscular trunk. An abnormal equality of strength and stature between the sexes prevails amongst many 114 African tribes, especially the agricultural, where women are the workers. The same may be observed in parts of North Britain and of Northern Europe. The difference in this matter between the Teutonic and the Latin races never struck me so strongly as when seeing German families land at Rio de Janeiro. The half-caste Zanzibar girl enviously eyes the Arab woman, a heap of unwashed cottons on invisible feet, with the masket mask, exposing only her unrecognizable eyeballs. The former wears a single loose piece of red silk or checkered cotton. Her frizzly hair is twisted into pigtails, her eyelids are stained black, her eyebrows are lengthened with paint, her earrings are riddled with a dozen holes to admit rings, wooden buttons, or metal studs, whilst the slit lobes, distended by elastic twists of colored palm leaf, whose continual expansion prodigiously enlarges the aperture, are fitted with a painted disc, 1.5 inches in diameter. The same device was practiced, according to the missionary Gumilla, by the Aberneh tribe of the Orinoco. If pretty and therefore wealthy, she wears heavy silver earrings run through the shell of the ear. Her thumbs have similar decorations, and massive bangles of white metal adorn like 115 manacles, and fetters her wrists and ankles. One wing of her nose is bored to admit a Studevan. The patches of Europe were not more barbarous. The Zanzibarian slave girl shaves her head smooth, till it shows brown and shiny like a whelpalist coconut, and she drags along her hopefulsh, has seldom more than one a small black imp, wholly innocent of clothing. The thing already carries on its head a water jar bigger than its own potbelly, and it screams Nakuja, I come to other small fry disporting itself more amusingly. Chapter Roman 5, Geographical and Physiological. To my surprise, the information concerning Zanzibar and the NE coast of Africa scarcely contains meager phrases destitute of precision. Call Sykes, Journal, RGS Vol Roman 23. He forgets that entering from the coast is like jumping from the street into the window. RFB. Section 1. Africa East and West Zanzibar explained Manauthia's position and formation. The East African current navigation aspect of the island. It is an old remark that Africa, the continent which became an island by the union of the twin seas in the year of grace 1869, despite her exuberant wealth and her wonderful powers of reproduction, is badly media trunk, without limbs, a monotonous mass of painful symmetry wanting opposition. In contrast, like the uniform dark complexion of her sons, and of her fauna solid body, like her own coconut 117 hard, to penetrate from without, and soft within an individual of the earth, self-isolated by its savagery from the rest of the world. This is especially true of intertropical Africa. The western coast was until the last 4 centuries cut off from intercourse with mankind by the storm-lashed waters of the northern approach, and to the present day, the unbroken seaboard so scanty in good harbors, and the dangerous bars and bores, which defend the deadly river mouths, render it the least progressive part of the Old World. The more fortunate northeastern and subtropical shores were enabled by their vast crevasse, the Red and Riverless Sea, to communicate with Western Asia, whilst the rich productions gold and ivory, tortoiseshell and ambergris, the hot sensuous climate which, even now, induces the northern sailor to ship in the fatal West African squadron, and the amene scenery of the equatorial regions invited during prehistoric ages merchants, and even immigrants from rugged Persia and sterile Arabia. Between the two upper coasts, eastern and western, there is, as might be expected, great similarity of grim aspect. The northern seaboards offer for the space of 1,000 miles 118, the same horrid aspect, deceitful roadsteads, and dangerous anchorages, forbidding lines of chalky cliff, and barren brown sandstone bluff flat strands, and white downs hazed over by the spray of desert sand, and lowlands backed by maritime subranges, masses of bald hill and naked mountains, streaked with dry wadis and watercourses that bear scatters of dates and thorns, and which support miserable villages of tents, or huts, the fierce and wandering tribes Berber, Arab and Arabo-Afrikanen, especially crooked and perverse generationaire, equally dangerous to the land traveler and to the shipwrecked mariner. As sterile and unlovely for the same causeth absence of tropical rainsair, the southern regions of the great 19th century island good harbors are even rarer than in the north, and the seas about the Cape of Hope, sweeping up unbroken from the South Pole, are yet more perilous. The highlands fringing the southern and eastern coasts arrest the humid winds and are capable of supporting an extensive population, but the interior and the western coast, being lowlands, are wild and barren. The South African or Kaffir family, which has overrun this soil, is still for the most part in the nomade 119 state, and its evident destiny is to disappear before the European colonist. The central and equatorial land, 34 deep including and bordering upon the zone of almost constant rain, is distinguished by the oppressive exuberance of its vegetation, and by the consequent insalubrity of its climate, the drainage of the interior pouring, with discolored efflux to the ocean in large and often navigable channels subject to violent freshes, taints the waterlines with deadly malaria. The false coasts of coralline, or of alluvial deposits, a modern formation, and still forming, fringed with green-capped islets, and broken by sandy bays, and by projecting capes, are exposed to swells and rollers, to surf and surge, to numbing torrents and chilling tornadoes, whilst muddy backwaters and stagnant islets disclose lagoon valves or vistas through tangled morass jungle and hardly penetrable mangrove swamp. This Maremma, the home of fever, is also the seat of trade, but the tribes which occupy it soon die out. The true coast has already risen high enough above the waters to maintain its level, and the vegetation, calabashes, palms, and tamarind suffers, a contrast to the swampy growth below inland of the raised seaboard, are high, and 120 jungly mountains and coastrain, or gout in many parts yet unvisited by Europeans. Beyond these sierras begins the basin-shaped plateau of central equatorial Africa. The inhabitants are mostly inland tribes, ever gravitating towards the coast. They occupy stockaded and barricaded clumps of penthouses, or circular tents, smothered by thicket, and veiled especially after the heavy annual rains with the smokes. A dense white vapor moisture made visible by the earth being cooler than the saturated air. I have elsewhere remarked the lake regions of central intertropical Africa Abiokota, and the Cameroon's mountains Roman 100 the striking geological contrast between the two equatorial coasts eastern and western, the former south of the Gardefeuille granites, offers to one proceeding inland from the ocean, a succession of corallines of sandstone, and of calcaires which appear to be an offset from the section of that great zone forming the Somali country the western coasts. After quitting the basalts and lavas, 121 of the Cameroons are composed chiefly of the granites and syenites with their degradations of schist gneiss and sandstone. Similarly, in the great Austro-American continent one shore, that of the Brazil is granitic, whilst the other Chile mainly consists of the various porphyries. The Negroes and Negroids of both these inhospitable coasts and undeveloped, and not to be developed race in this point, agreeing with the fauna and flora around Themere the chief obstacles to exploration, and remarkably resemble each other the productions of the East and West, are similar the voracious shark swims the seas turtles bask upon the strands, and islets and the crocodile and hippopotamus haunt, the rivers the forests abound in apes and monkeys, and the open plains support the giraffe the antelope, and the zebra hog and wild kine bos kaffir, and brachyceros herds of elephants and scatters of rhinoceros the villagers breed goats and poultry in the healthier regions they have black cattle and sheep whilst one tribe has acclimatized the ass. The exceeding fertility of the rain-drenched plains gives an amazing luxuriance to cassava, and rice maize, and halcus cotton sugar cane, and wild indigo banana, 122 lime and orange groundnuts, and coffee the hills and torrent beds yield gold, and copper antimony, and abundance of iron on both sides of the continent. There are rich deposits of the semi-mineral copal coal, was found by the Portuguese at Tete, and in the Zambeze Valley, as related in Dr. Livingstone's First Expedition Missionary Travels, Roman 100 Roman 314. His second prolonged the coalfield to beyond the valley of the Ruvuma River Roman 21, and it will probably be found to extend still further. Dr. Krapf declares Travels Roman 100 p. 465 that he discovered coal the use of which is still unknown to the Abyssinians on the banks of the Clang, a river said to rise in the Dembia province near Lake Tsana Kalo Palace. Finally, to judge from the analogy of the South American continent, the valuable mineral will yet be struck near the western coast south of the equator. From time immemorial on both sides of Africa, the continental islands like Eretus and Sidentyre and Alexandria have been favorite places with stranger settlers. They have proved equally useful as forts impregnable to the wild aborigines, and as depots for exports and imports. 123 second to none in importance is Zanzibar, and the future promises it a still higher destiny. And first of the name which does not occur in Strabo Pliny or the Periplus, the logbook attributed to Arrian of Nicomedia calls the whole shore continent of Azania, probably an adaptation like Azan, and even Ajan of the Arabic Bahr el Khazin, or the land of tanks the coast between Ras Hafan and Ras el Khail. So Pliny Roman 6 and 34 speaks of the Azanian Sea as communicating with the Arabian Gulf. Ptolemy, however, Roman 1 sec Roman 4 has the following important passage immediately following this Martopon, is another bay, where Azania begins at its beginning, are the promontory Zingis Zingina Promontorium, and the tree-topped Mount Phalanges. The name may have extended from the promontory to the coast, and from the coast to the island. Dr. Krapf speaks of a tribe of the Zenge near the Rufiji River, but I could not hear of it. It is easy to show that the Pelusian geographer's Opon is the bay south of Ras, or Jerd Hafan, like Pomponius, 124 Mela Ptolemy, evidently made his great point to depart the Aromata Promontorium et Emporium in Barbarico sinu Cape Gardefeuille, and he placed it en lat 600, instead of en lat 1150. This error threw the whole coast 6 in round numbers, more exactly 552 far south, and made the world doubt the accurate position of the Nile lakes, thus to his latitude of Opon n4 add 550, and we have n lat 950, the true parallel of Hafan being n lat 1026. Amongst late authors, we find the word Zanzibar creeping into use. The Agiolais inscription 4th century gives Zingibine and its copier the Greek monk Cosmas Indicoplousts, who proved the globe flat 6th century, calls the unnavigable ocean beyond Berberia the Sea of Zenge, and the lands which it bathes. Zingium it is found in Abu Zaid, Hassan generally known as Hunayn bin Ishaq died a Roman 500 in al-Masudi, who describes it at some length, died a Roman 500 in al-Biruni 11th century. And in the learned Nubian geographer, the Sheriff el-Idrisi a Roman 500, Marco Polo a Roman 500, who evidently wrote his 37th chapter. From hearsay makes Zanzibar a land of blacks, and confounding insula with peninsula in Arabic, both being Jezir supplies it with a 125 circumference of 2,000 miles, and vast numbers of elephants, the India Minor, India Major, and India Tertia of the medieval Latin travelers, are the Sind, Hind, and Zinj of the Arabs. Ibn Battuta, a Roman 513-31, the first Arab traveler who wrote a realistic description of his voyage, has accurately placed Kilwa, which he calls Kulwa, in the land of the Zunuj. Finally, we meet with it in al-Nuri, and in Abulfeda, the prince of Arab geographers who both died in the same year a Roman 500. The word Zanj corrupted to Zinj, whence the plural Zunuj is evidently the Persian Zang or Zangi, a black altered by the Arabs who ignore the hard Aryan gaf, the G in our Gulf in the same tongue bar, means land or region sea, or seacoastland. The compounded term would signify Nigrisha or Blackland in modern Persian Zangi. Still, means a Negro, and D. Herbalat says of the Zengais that they are properly those called Zingari, and by some Egyptians and Bohemians. 126 scholars have not yet shown why the Arabs, so rich in nomenclature, borrowed the purely Persian word from his complement the Ajam. They have forgotten that the Persians who of late years have been credited with the unconquerable aversion to the sea which belongs to the Galas, and the Kafirs were once a maritime people, the indifference, or rather the aversion of Persians to navigation Roman 1000 Gillian Roman 135, must not be charged to the ancient furs. Between a Roman 500,579, when Saif bin Dhu, Yezin, one of the latest Himyarite rulers, wanted aid against the Christian Abyssinians, who had held southern Arabia for 72 years, he applied to Khusrau Roman, one better known as Anashirwan, the 23rd king of the Sasanian dynasty, which began with Ardashir Babgan a Roman 500, and which ended with Yezdegerd Roman 3 a Roman 500, thus lasting 415 years. The just monarch sent his fleet to the Roman port Aden, and slew Masruk in his day. The Persians engrossed by means of Hira Abala, and Sohar the rich tracts of Yemen and Hindustan, while Basra was founded by the Caliph Omar, in order to divert the stream of wealth from the Red Sea, a diversion which will probably soon be repeated in a Roman 500, the Persians together 127, with the Arabs mastered, pillaged, and burned Canton. Much later 17th century, Shah Abbas claimed Zanzibar Island and coast as an appanage of the suzerainty of Oman. East Africa still preserves traditions of two distinct colonizations from Persia. The first is that of the Amazighdis or Emozides Amzaid, who conquered and colonized the seaboard of East Africa from Berbera of the Somal to Comoro and Madagascar. Both included a second, and later emigration about a Roman 500, occupied the South Zanzibarian coast, and ruins built by the Shirazian dynasty, which still lingers, are shown on various parts of the seaboard. Of these Persian occupations, more will be found in the following pages, Part 1 Chap I, and Part 2 Chap 2. Persia has left nothing of her widely extended African conquests, but a name in modern days. She has become more and more a non-maritime power. She has wholly retired from the coast, and time, who in these lands works with a will, presently obliterated almost every trace of the stranger. A few ruins at Aden and Berbera, and the white and black sheep of Ormania Galiland, and of Somaliland are almost the only vestiges of Persian presence. 128 north of the equator on the Zangian mainland, wells sunk in the rock, monuments of a form, now obsolete mosques, with elaborate minarets and pillars of well-cut coralline fortified positions, loopholed enclosures, and ruined cities, whose names have almost been forgotten, are the results of the civilization which they brought with them southwards. The limits assigned by the Arab geographers to the land of the Zinj are elastic, while some as Yakut make it extend from the mouths of the Jub River, S-lat 01430, to Cape Corrients, S-lat 2475, and thus includes Sofala. Others with El-Idrisi separate from it, the latter district, and unjustly make its southern limit the Rufiji River, S-lat 738. Thus excluding Kilwa, it should evidently extend to Mozambique Island, S-lat 1522, where the Wasawahili meet the Kafir races. The length would thus be in round numbers 15,900 geographical miles, whilst the breadth, which is everywhere insignificant, can hardly be estimated. The Arabs who love to mingle etymology with legend and fable derive the word Zanzibar from the exclamation of its pleased explorers Zain Zal Bar fair. Is this land similar stories concerning Brazilian Olinda and 129 Argentine Buenos Aires are well known El Sawahil the shores evidently. The plural of Sahil is still applied to the 600 miles of maritime region whose geographical limits are the Jub River and Cape Delgado Lat 1041-2, and whose ethnographic boundaries are the Somali and the Kafir tribes. Others derive it from El Suhail, the beautiful canopus, which, surrounded by a halo of Arab myth, ever attracts the eye of the southing mariner. The Wasawahili or slave tribes are fancifully explained by 130 Swahili. He played tricks rascals all. The coast races who, like their neighbors the Somali, have their own African names for places called Zanzibar Island by the generic term Kisiwainsula. It is thus opposed to Mponi the coast, and to Mrima the mainland. The latter 131, however, is properly speaking limited to the maritime uplands between Tanga and the Pangani. 132 River. Zanzibar city is Unguja, pronounced Unguja not Angoya. The word appears in an ancient settlement on the eastern coast of the island, and the place is still called Unguja Mku Old Unguja. Some still call it Lunguja, apparently an older form. We find Lendgaya in the commercial traveler Yakut early 13th century, but Banguya Abd el-Rashid bin Sali el-Bakui A Roman 500 is clearly a corruption. Finally, Zanzibar has been identified by paleogeographers with the Ptolemaic or Roman 4, and with the of the Periplus Geog Grci miners of R. Muller Paris, 1855, in some copies of which Menauthesias also occurs. Its rivals, however, for this honor are Pemba Mafia, the Monfia of our maps, and Bukini, the northern and northwestern parts of Malagash or Madagascar. Ptolemy, it may be observed, places the two important sites Menautheas and Prasum or Prasum in a separate chapter 4, whereas his principal list of stations is in Book Roman 4 chapter 7. He lays down the site of Menautheas in Lat 13,312, and nearly opposite the lunar mountain and the lakes whence the Nile arises. Lat 12:30. The mouth of the Rapta River and Rapta, the metropolis of Barbaria, are in Lat 7. The Rapta promontory is in Lat 8:25, and the Prasum promontory in Lat 15. By applying the correction, as before, we have for Menautheas, Lat 6, the capital of Zanzibar being in Lat 6:96 for the lake 6:30, which would nearly bisect Tanganyika for Rapta River, and city Lat 1, or more exactly Lat 110. The mouth of the Jub River being in Lat 0:14:30, the Rapta promontory in Lat 2:30, corresponding with the coast about Pata, and finally for Prasum Lat 9:10, Cape Delgado being in Lat 10:41:12. The account given of Menautheas in the Periplus written between A Roman 500 Vincent and A Roman 500 Letron is that of an eyewitness after 2 nocturnal days, each of 100 miles. Towards the west here the text is evidently corrupt. Comes Menautheas altogether insulated, distant from the land about 300 stadia 30 geographical, 134 miles low, and treecled in it are many kinds of birds, and mountain tortoises, land turtle. It has no other wild beasts but crocodiles, iguanas, and these do not injure man. There are in it sown boats and monoxyles, canoes, which they use for salt pens. Here the text is defective, and for catching turtle in this island, they trap them after a peculiar fashion, with baskets, the modern Wego, instead of nets, letting them down at the mouth of stony inlets. Chap Roman 1. The next chapter informs us from which island, after 2 runs each 50 miles, lies the last emporium of the continent of Azania called Ta Rapta, thus named from the beforementioned Suntoder vessels. In it are much ivory and tortoiseshell. The men who in this country are of the largest size live scattered in 135 the mountains, and each tribe in its own place is subject to tyrants, tyrannolks or petty chiefs. Here then we have Rapta 33 leagues 100 miles 140 beyond Menautheas. Captain Gillian Prem Party P 115 would make the former correspond with the debouchure of the Ufiji River Rufiji or Lufiji in Lat 750. But the Periplus, unlike Ptolemy, alludes only to a port, not to a river mouth, nor does the coastline here show any promontory. Others have proposed Point Puna Lat 7242, the southwestern portal of the Zanzibar Manch near the modern trading port of Mbumaji, which in former ages may have been more important. D. Anvil Vincent and de Froberville boldly prefer Kilwa in round numbers S-lat 9, which is distant 157 geographical miles from the southernmost point of Zanzibar. And I think they are right. It is safer in such matters to suspect an error of figures and of distances than of topography, especially where the geographical features are so well marked and cannot be found in other places. Computations of ancient courses and logbooks can have little value, except when they serve to confirm commonly topographical positions. Kilwa has 136 ever been a central station on the Zanzibar coast, and the slaves brought from the interior are still remarkable for size. Moreover, as Dr. Bikewell observes, sources of the Nile p69 in attempting to fix in the map of Africa the true position of Ptolemy's lakes and sources of the Nile, we must discard all notions of their having been determined absolutely by means of astronomical observations, special maps of particular localities or otherwise, and regard them simply as derived from oral information, and as laid down relatively to some well-known point or points on the coast. Zanzibar, the principal link in the chain of islets, which extends from Makdishu Magadoxo in the Bahr el Benadir or Havenland to Cape Corrientes, is a long narrow reef with the major axis disposed from NNW to SSE, and subtending a deep bight or bend in the coast, justly enough called the Barbaric Gulf. The length is 4825 geographical miles from Ras Nungui, the northern S-lat 542.8 Raper, to Ras Kizimkaz, the southern extremity, S-lat 627.7 Raper. The breadth is 18 miles from the fort in Elong 39.14.5, Raper's correction to the continental coast, in Elong G 13,739.32.5. French Travelers' max length of 83 kilometers and a max breadth of 33. The capital S-lat 696 corresponds in parallel with the Pernambucan province to the west, and with Java and central New Guinea to the east. The corrected longitude laid down by Captain Smee in 1811 as E-lat 39.15 gives a difference of Greenwich time 2h36m and 56s from Southampton round the Cape. The run is usually laid down at 8,500 miles via Suez 6,200. The Lesseps Canal has shortened the distance from Marseille by 2,000 leagues, and thus has placed Zanzibar within 1,600 leagues of the Great Port. In fact, about the distance of the Gaboon ex-colony. The formation of the island is madrepore resting upon a core or base of stratified sandstone, grit disposed in beds varying from 15 to 3 feet thick. The surface gently inclines towards the sea, and the lines of fracture run parallel with the shores. 3 distinct formations occur to one crossing the breadth. The first is a 138 band of grit-based coralline which runs meridionally and is most remarkable on the eastern side. This portion, featureless and thinly inhabited, is protected from the dangerous swell and the fury of the Indian Ocean by a broad reef and scattered rocks of polypedums. The band thins out to the north and south in the center, where it is widest. The breadth may be 3 to 4 miles, and the greatest height 400 feet. The coral rag is mostly white, and of many shapes like fans, plants, and trees. The most usual form is the mushroom with a broad domed head rising from a narrow stem. The texture is exceedingly reticulated, and elastic solid masses, however, occur where neighboring rocks meet and bind, hence the labyrinth of caverns raised by secular upgrowth and preserving the original formation. The ground echoes as in volcanic countries, hollow and vault-like to the tread. The tunnels are frequently without issue for drainage, and when the rain drips in the usual calcareous phenomena, stalactites and stalagmites appear. Many of these caves are found on the coast as well as on the island. The carbonate of lime is very pure and contains brown or yellow-white crystals. A stony valley sunk below the level of both flanks is said to bisect the island from north 139 to south. Into this basin fall sundry small streams, the Mohira and others, which are lost through the crevices and caverns, and in the cracks and fissures of the grit there are other drains forming after heavy downfalls, swamps and marshes, whence partly the great insalubrity of the interior. The western part of Zanzibar, with its wealth of evergreen vegetation, appears by far the most fertile. It is a meridional band of red clay and sandy hills running parallel with the corallines of the eastern coast. Here are the most elevated grounds. I found the Royal Plantation Seb, or Isambane, 400 feet BP above sea level, or a little higher than the Bermudas. The least productive parts are those covered with clay. Heavy rains deposit arenaceous matter upon the surface, and the black humus disappears on this side of the island. Also, many streamlets discharge into the sea bearing at their mouths mangrove beds, whose miasmas cause agues, dysenteries, diarrheas, and deadly fevers. The rule established by Dampier, and quoted by Humboldt, directs us to expect great depth, near a coast formed by high perpendicular mountains here as in the rest of the Zanzibarian archipelago. The maritime line, unlike the West 140 Atlantic islands Tenerife and Madeira, is composed of gently rolling hills, yet 7 fathoms are often found within a stone throw of the land, whilst the encircling ledges are steepto marked in the charts 1100 and 1140. Evidently, then the corallines are perched upon the summits of a submarine range, which rises sharp and abrupt from abysmal hollows and depressions. As usual too, in such formations, the leeward shoreline of the island, where occur the lagoon entrances, is more varied and accidented than the eastern at Pemba. This feature will be even more remarkable. The windward coast, in common with many parts of the continental seaboard, suffers especially from June to August from the raz de marée, Manuel de la Navigation, et la côte occidentale de l'Afrique, a tide race supposed to result from the meeting of currents. It is a line of rollers neither far from nor very near the shore. The hurling and sagging surf is described to resemble the surge of a submarine earthquake, and the strongest craft, once entangled in the send, cannot escape. It would be useful to note, as at West African Lagos, the greater or less atmospheric pressure accompanying the phenomenon, and to seek a connection between it, 141, and the paroxysms of the neighboring cyclone region. At all times sailors remark the shortness of the waves, and the scanty intervals between their succession. This peculiarity cannot be explained in the usual way by shoals and shallow water causing a groundswell. With respect to the great East African ocean current, which has given rise to so many fables gravely recorded by the Arab geographers, the best authorities at Zanzibar are convinced, and their logbooks prove that both its set and drift, like the Brazilian coast stream, are in the present state of our knowledge. Subject to the extremes of variation, the charts in Horsburgh lay it down as a regular SW current, and so it is in the southern, whilst in the northern part, it is hardly perceptible between Capes Gardefui and Delgado. It flows now up then down the coast, here it trends inland there. It sets out to sea. Dr. Ruschenberger relates that on Sept 1,421,830, his ship, when south of Zanzibar, was carried 50 miles in 15 hours, and was obliged to double the northern cape. The same happened to Captain Gillane in August 1846, when he lost 5 days. This resulted from the superior force of the SW monsoon, which often drives vessels to the north 30 to 40 miles during the day and night. Lute Christopher Journal, Jan. 5, 1843, reported it to be variable and violent, especially close inshore, and observed that it frequently trends against the wind. It is usually made to run to the SW between December and April, at the rate of 13 miles per hour from Ras Hafun to Ras Aswad, and 2 to 3 miles per hour between Capes Aswad and Delgado. Shipmasters at Zanzibar have assured me that, when this coastal current covers 3 knots an hour, there is a strong backwater or counterflow which, like the Gulf Stream, trends to the north, and against which, with light winds, native vessels cannot make way. This countercurrent has extensive limits. Usually, it is considered strongest between Mafia and Pemba, the ships and abs concerning which so much has been said and written of late years was wrecked in 1855, off St. Juan de Nova of the Comoro group, S. lat. 14,317.35, and pieces of it were swept up to Brava N. lat. 168, upwards of 1,000 miles. The crew is supposed still to be in captivity amongst the Abgal tribe. And in 1865, an Arab merchant brought to Zanzibar a hide, marked with letters, which resembled NFB. A writer in the Pall Mall opined the letters to be Wazam or tribal brands, justly observing that all the Bedouin have these distinguishing marks, but forgetting that he was speaking of the analphabetic Somal, to whom such knowledge does not extend. As we might expect, the Mozambique stream south of Cape Delgado always flows southerly, with more or less westing. The rate is said to vary from 20 to 80 miles a day. Our hydrographical charts are correct enough to guide safely into and out of port any shipmaster who will sound, and can take an angle, as however the navigation is easy, so accidents are common. Any landlubber could steer a ship from Bombay to Karachi, Karachi. And yet how many have been lost often too? It is in seamanship, as in horsemanship, when the best receive the most, and the heaviest falls. In May 1857, the Jonas belonging to Messrs. Vittel was sunk by mistaking Chumbai Island for for its neighbor Bowie 3 or 4 days afterwards. The 144 storm King of Salem Messrs. Bertram ran aground, whilst hugging Chumbai in order to distance a rival the number of reefs and shoals render it always unadvisable to enter the port at night, and in the heaviest weather safe ridding ground is found between Zanzibar Island and the continent. Zanzibar from the sea. Vessels from the south making Zanzibar in the any monsoon, the tradewind of December to March leave Europa Island to the west, and the Comoro Group, and S. Juan de Nova on the east keeping well in mid-channel, they head straight for Mafia. They hug Point Puna, avoiding Latham's Bank, and they work up by Quail, and the Chumbai Island ships from the north have only to run down the mid-channel between Pemba and the continent, and then to pass west of Tumbatu. Those sailing southward from Zanzibar, at this season, pass alongshore down the Mozambique Channel. Vessels from the south making Zanzibar, in May to September the height of the SW monsoon anti-any trade sail, up the same passage, they must beware of falling to leeward, and those that neglect 145 lead and lookout are ever liable to be carried northwards to Pemba by the countercurrent before mentioned, which may however now be a wind current at this season. Shipmasters, missing the mark, have sometimes made 3 to 4 of easting, and have preferred beating down to Mafia and running up again rather than face the ridicule of appearing via the northern passage. Those leaving the island in the SW monsoon stand north up channel well out in Elon 942 to 43 beats south of Cape Delgado, pass between the Comoro Group and the mainland, and thus catch the Mozambique Gulf Stream. The brises solaires blow strongest off Madagascar in June, and July they fall light in August and September. The aspect of Zanzibar from the sea is that of Coralline Islands generalia, graceful wavy outline of softly rounded ground, and a surface of ochre-colored soil, thickly clothed with foliage alternating between the liveliest leek green and the sombrest laurel, the only variety that vegetation knows in this land of eternal verdure. Everywhere the scenery is similar, each mile of it is a copy of its neighbor, and the want of variety, of irregularity, of excitement, so to speak soon, makes itself felt. Zanzibar ignores 146, the exhilaration of pure desert air, and the exaltation produced by the stern aspect of mountain regions, or by a boundless expanse of Pampa and Sahara, without a single element of sublimity. Soft and smiling, its sensuous and sequestered scenery has no power to spur the thought, to breed an idea within the brain. The oppressive luxuriance of its growth, combined with the excess of damp heat, and possibly the abnormal proportion of ozone, are the most unfavorable conditions for the masculine. The same is the case in Mazandar and Malabar, Egypt, Ph. California, and other freckhollands of the sun. And the aspect of that everlasting, beginningless, endless verdure tends, as on the seaboard of the Brazil, to produce sensations of melancholy and depression. We learn at last to loathe the gay greens, thou smiling nature's universal robe. Landing upon the island, you find a thin strip of bright yellow sand, separating the sea from a curtain of vegetation, which forms a continuous wall, in some parts madrepore rock, looped and caverned by the tide, and covered with weeds and testace, whose congeners are fossilized in the stone, rises abruptly a few feet above the wave. At other places, a dense growth, 147, of tangled mangrove jungle exposes during the ebb a sheet of black and sticky mire, into which man sinks knee-deep. The regularity of the outline is broken by low projecting spits, and by lagoons and backwaters, which bite deep into the land. Their pestilential fatal exhalations veil the low grounds with a perpetual haze, and the excess of carbon is favorable to vegetable, as it is deleterious to animal life. Passing over the modern sea beach with its coarse grasses, creepers, and wild flowers, mostly the Ipamon backed by towering trees, cocos, mangoes, and figs, we often observe in the interior distinct traces of an old elevation marked by lines of water-worn pebbles, and by coarse gravels overlying greasy blue clay. This is the home of the copal. Beyond it, the land rises imperceptibly and breaks into curved swells and small ravines, rain-cut and bush-grown, sometimes 40 feet deep. The soil is now a retentive red or yellow argil, based upon a detritus of coralline hardened, where pressed into the semblance of limestone, or upon a friable sandstone grit of quartz and silex, the humus of the richest vegetable substance, and excited by the excess of humidity and heat produces, in abundance, maize millet and various panicums, 148 tomatoes, and naturalized vegetables, muhogo the cassava and palma Christi coffee, cotton and sugar cane, clove, nutmeg, and cinnamon trees, foreign fruits, like the Brazilian kaju the passion flower, and the pineapple the Chinese lychee bananas, and guavas the raffia, and the cocoa twin queens of the palms limes and lemons oranges, and shaddocks the tall tamarind the graceful areca, the grotesque calabash, and jacktree colossal sycamores and mangoes, whose domes of densest verdure, often 60 feet high, and bending fruit-laden to the earth, make our chestnuts, when in fullest dress look half-naked and in rags. The uplands, especially in the western part of the island, are laid out in mashemha or plantations, whose regular lines of untrimmed clova trees are divided by broad sunny avenues here, and there are depressions in the soil, where heavy rains slowly sinking have nursed a tangled growth of reeds, and rushes, sedge, and watergrass about the mohera, and the bububuth principle of the periplusmere surface drains, choked with fat juncase, and with sugar cane growing wild. There is a black soil of prodigious fertility, whose produce may so to speak be seen to grow. This sounds 149 like exaggeration. But I well remember at Hyderabad in Sindh, that during the inundation of the Indus, we could perceive in the morning that the maize had lengthened during the night, and the same is the case with certain toadstools and fungi in the Brazil. Upon this waste of rank vegetation, the sun darts an oppressive and malignant beam in the driest season, the mangrove heaviness of the western coast, and the cadaverous F-tor announce miasma after the rains. The landscape is redolent of disease and death. The cottages of small proprietors and slaves strew the farms. They are huts of wattle and rufous loamy dab, to which large unbaked bricks of red clay are sometimes preferred. The usual Cajun pentroof forms deep dark eaves, propped by untrimmed pombols. These dwellings are unwholesome, because none boast of a second story. They are not even built upon piles, and thus their sole defense against the surrounding malaria is the shrubbery planted by nature's handsickness. Seems generally both in the island and on the continent to follow turning up fresh soil, and the highlands are often more subject to miasma than the lowlands. The lines of communication consist of mere 150 footpaths, instead of the broad roads required for the ventilation of the country when the produce of the land is valuable. The lanes are lined with cactus milkbush euphorbia and succulent plants, whose foliage shines with metallic luster. Set in little ridges, the hedgerows of pineapple with its large pink and crimson fruit, passing when ripe into a reddish-yellow, form a picturesque and pleasant fence. At a distance from the town, the paths become rough and solitary. Nearer, they are well beaten by Negroes of both sexes, and all ages, carrying fuel or baskets of fruit upon their heads, or bringing water from the wells, or loitering under shady trees, to cheapen the coconut manioc and broiled fish offered by squatting negresses for their refection. Section 2. Meteorological notes. The double seasons. Roman 100. The characteristic of meteorology at Zanzibar, as generally the case in the narrow equatorial 151 zone, is the extreme irregularity of its phenomena. Here, weather seems to be all in confusion. Hardly two consequent years resemble each other in 18,534. For instance, the seasons, if they may so be called, were apparently inverted. Heavy showers fell during the dries, and a drought occupied the place of the wet monsoon. Sometimes the rains will begin with this year, 1857. They ended with a heavy burst. Now April is a fine month, then the downfall will last through June. I may also remark one great difference of climate between the eastern and western coasts of intertropical Africa. Whilst Zanzibar is supersaturated with moisture, Angola on the same parallel is a comparatively dry, sandy, and sunburnt region. Kilwa upon the eastern coast, and in S-lat 857, is damp and steamy. S. Paulo de Londa upon the opposite shore, S-lat 848, suffers from want of water. We find the same contrast in the South American continent. The middle Brazil is emphatically a land of rains, whilst Peru and Chile require artificial irrigation, supplied by melted snow. Evidently, the winds charged with moisture the NE and SE trades, and their modifications discharge themselves upon the windward sides of continents 152, especially when these are fringed with cold sierras, which condense the vapor and render the interior a lee land. In 1847, the Geographical Society of Bombay sent a barometer to Zanzibar and requested that a meteorological register might be kept. Their wishes were not immediately carried into effect, but after a time, the Eurasian apothecary in charge of the consulate filled up in a rude way during 9 months a weather book with observations of the barometer of 2 thermometers attached and unattached, of wet and dry bulbs of evaporation, and of rainfall in the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society. Roman 23. of 1853, Colonel Sykes published a record kept during 11 months in 1850 of the indications of several intertropical instruments at Zanzibar, unhappily, without those of pressure. The result of 9 months' observations is that 153 the thermometer shows a remarkably limited range of temperature, and an extreme variation of only 1819. A storm, however, will make the mercury fall rapidly. Through 67, the climate is far more temperate than the inexperienced expect to find so near the equator. It is within the limits of the true trades. The land and sea breezes, laden with cool moisture, blow regularly, and the excessive humidity spreads a heat-absorbing steam cloud between sun and earth. The medium temperature of January is 83.30, of February, the hottest month, 85.86, according to Colonel Sykes, 83.40, and of March, 82.50. This high and little varying mean then gradually declines till July, the coolest month, 77.10. The mean average of the year is 79.1590 in September, and October. The climate has been compared with that of southern Europe. On the other hand, the atmosphere supports an amount of moisture unknown to the dampest parts of India. The barometer so near the equator is almost uniformly sluggish, and quiescent. Its range, diurnal and annual, is here at a min. It seldom, except under varying pressure of storms or tornadoes, rises or falls above or below 30 inches at sea level, and a few tenths represent the max 154 variation. It must be observed, however, on both coasts of Africa, within 67 of the line. This instrument requires a special study for nautical purposes. Here it is an imperfect indicator, because affected from great distances, it rises without fine weather, and it falls without foul at Zanzibar. The case of a whaling captain is quoted for wasting in vain precautions. Nearly 2 months, moreover, sufficient observations have not yet been accumulated in the southern hemisphere, where there is so little expansion in the mercurial column. The convexity and concavity of the column head must be carefully examined with a magnifying glass, and by a reflecting instrument. The smallest change could be correctly measured. The trembling of the aneroid needle, sometimes ranging through a whole inch during the gusts of the highly electrical tornado, also calls for observation. The symphosometer is held to be even more sensitive than the mercurial barometer, especially before storms, and ignorance of its peculiarity has often frightened a reef in at unseasonable times. The same was found to be the case in high latitudes by Lute Robertson, RN, when sailing under Captain Ross, 1818, between N-lat 5139 and 7650. Observations with the altitude and azimuth determined the variation of the needle in 1857 to be between 910 W. If this be correct, it is gradually easting in 1823. Captain Owen found it to be 11.7 W. So, upon the opposite coast, the variation laid down in our charts of 1846 as 20 W has gradually declined to between 1830 and 19 W. Of exceptional meteoric phenomena, I can speak only from hearsay, no written records existing upon the island. A single earthquake is remembered in the early rains of 1846, at about 4 p. Roman 1000. A shock, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, ran along the city, seafront splitting the Sayyid's palace, the adjacent mosque, and the side walls of the British consulate, in a direction perpendicular to the town. It was probably the result of igneous disturbance below the coralline, and it tends to prove that the island was originally an atoll. Some, however, have explained it by a landslip. 3 meteors are known since 1843. In December of that year, a ball of fire was visible from windows facing the north. It disappeared without a report. The most remarkable was Eboli's, which about 1566 p. Roman 1000 on October 25, 1855, took a NW by W path, burned during 10 or 11 minutes, and frightened the superstitious burghers into fits. Waterspouts commonly appear during the month of April, and in the direction of the mainland, the people disperse them by firing guns. Frost and snow are of course unheard of at Zanzibar, and hail, not uncommon in the interior, never falls upon the island or the coast during the wet season. Generally, especially when the heats are greatest, the hills of terra firma are veiled with clouds, and sheet lightning plays over the horizon. The islanders assure the stranger that storms of thunder and lightning are rare, and that few accidents happen from the electric fluid. Roman 1000 Alfred May, for instance, declares that thunder is heard only 3 or 4 times a year. The same is said in West African Yoruba, in parts of the Brazil, and even in northern Syria. Damascus, for instance, It would be curious to inquire what produces this uniform immunity under climatic conditions, so different at Zanzibar. However, the phenomenon is irregular, as the seasons I was told of several deaths by the thunderbolt. And in the year 1857, the SW monsoon was ushered in almost daily by a tempest. Lieutenant Colonel 157 Hamerton, when sailing about the island, lost by lightning his ballock sarhang. Boatswain, he himself felt a blow upon the shoulder like that of a falling block. No blood appeared upon the side, but it was livid to the hip, and for some days the patient was decidedly shaky. Some explained his escape by his wearing flannel, others by his standing near the davits of a longboat, which were twisted like wax by the electric fluid. The mainlands of Zanzibar and of Mozambique are subject, as might be expected, to tornadoes, which much resemble those of the West African coast, accompanying the formation and the dispersion of the nimbus. They are often violent enough to wreck small craft caught in a fine specimen. I was able to observe all the normal phenomena: the building up of the warning arch, the white eye, or gleam under the soffit, the wind blowing offshore, the apparent periodicity of throbs, and the frantic rage of the short-lived squall. The cyclones and hurricanes of the East Indian Islands rarely extend to Zanzibar. During 14 years, there was but one tourbillon, strong enough to uproot a cocoa tree. It passed over the city about midnight, overthrowing the mabandani or roof sheds, and it was 158, followed by a burst of rain. Colonel Sykes Loco Sit remarks philosophically explaining the why. Another peculiar feature in the climatology of Zanzibar is that there is seldom any dew. Experience the reverse is the case, as might be known by the strength of the nightly radiation. Captain Gillian Roman 172 declares that the roses which accompany the rains are sufficient for watering the ground, and observes P94, I presume concerning those who remain in the open air, resteur a terre entre huit heures du soir, et le lever du soleil ceste, s'exposer à une mort très probable. Sin uncertain, the sunset, never followed by twilight, is accompanied by a sudden coolness, which, as in equatorial and even subtropical regions, generally causes a rapid precipitation of vapor. The dews are cold and clammy, and the morning shows large beads in horizontal streaks of moisture on perpendicular surfaces. I often remarked the deposition of dew when light winds were blowing. Of course, it did not stand in drops, but it wetted the clothing. This, I believe, is an exception to the general rule. At sunset, the old stager will not sit or walk in the open air, although, as in Syria, he will expose himself to it at 9 or 10 p. Roman 1000, when the night has acquired its normal temperature, 159. As in the West Coast squadrons, so here, there is an order that all men on deck after sunset must wear their blanket coats and trousers, and many an unfortunate sailor has lost his life by sleeping in the streets, thus allowing the dew to condense upon his body, while under the influence of liquor. Experienced travelers have taught themselves, even in the hottest seasons of the hottest equinoctial regions, to air the hut with a bit of fire before sundown and sunrise, and it is doubtless an excellent precaution against chills. Zanzibar Island, lying in S-lat 6, has the sun in zenith twice a year, the epochs being early March and October, more exactly March 4 and October 9. Hence, it has two distinct summers, the first in February, the second in September. It has double rains, the great massacre in April to June, and the little massacre in October to November. It has two winters, the shorter in December, and in July, the longer, which is much more marked than the former. There are only 3 months of any trade, Asiab to 9 of SC and SW Kasi 160. The regularity of these seasons is broken by a variety of local causes, and there is ever, I repeat, the normal instability of equinoctial climates. Theory appears often at fault upon these matters. A fair instance is Mr. Cooley's assertion that about Kilimanjaro, the rainy season is also the hot season. Theoretically, of course, the period of the sun's northing and of the great rains should be north of the equator, the hot season. But where tropical downfalls are heavy, the excessive humidity intercepting the solar rays, and the valleys and swamps refrigerated by the torrents make the rainy season. The cold weather from June to September. The natives of Fernando Po en Lat 4 die, like those of eastern intertropical Africa, of catarrh, quinsy, and rheumatism. Even in India, the Goanese call the rains o inverno, and Abba Gregorius makes the wet weather the winter of Abyssinia. About Kilimanjaro, the hot and dry season opens with the end and closes with the beginning of the hot monsoon. The natives of Zanzibar distribute the year 161 into 5 seasons, a far simpler division here applicable as in Western India. is made by those local trades, the monsoons between whose two unequal lengths are long intervals of calms and of variable winds. These are the Mausim or Eni monsoon, and the Hippolyte or SW. The Kaskazi or Kaskazi, vulgarly Kaskazi, to which the Arabs limit the term El Mausim monsoon, is the season during which the Asiab or Eni trade blows. The wind begins about mid-November from mid-December to mid-February. Its strength is greatest, and it usually ends about mid-March in 1857. However, the Kaskazi opened with light showers and continued in full force till March 24. Usually the last vessels from Kutch and Bombay enter port about March 10. This is the first of the two hot seasons, and midsummer may be placed in February. And March a fine cool sea breeze from the Eni usually prevails between 8 Roman 1000 and late in the afternoon. When it is absent, the weather is sultry and oppressive. The northerner feels suffocated, the least exertion brings on profuse perspiration, and the cuticular irritation produces boils and prickly heat. The nights are close and stifling enough to banish rest and sleep. As has been shown, the thermometer 162 does not stand high, but the frequent flashes of sheet lightning playing over the northern and western sky show a surcharge of electricity. The public health would suffer severely. But for the frequent cooling showers, which especially at the end of the Kaskazi, are succeeded by several days of pleasant, whether this is the agriculturist's spring sesamum halcus rice, and other cereals are sown upon lands previously burned for manure, it is the traveler's opportunity for visiting the interior of the island, and the worst parts of the coast butbad is the best. The Msika or Masika MKU, greater rain or rains about the end of March. The change of monsoon is ushered in by heavy squalls from the SE, and by tornadoes blowing off land. Presently the Hippolyte breaks, and extends from early May into October. In May, native craft make India after a run of 20 to 25 days after the end of August. They rarely attempt the voyage. This Kasi, or Hippolyte, is usually called SW monsoon, but it has mostly an eastern deflection, possibly modified by the westerly land breezes. The Arabs divide it, as will be seen, into three portions. First, the Kaus proper in Kiswahili 163 Kasi, from mid-April to early August, the period of the greatest strength. Second, Kapupwi, or first winter, July and early August, and third, the Daemon, which ends the Kasi. Presently appear the rains which have followed the northing sun. The same observation was made by the Austrian mission on the White River in N-lat 430 on the coast. We can distinctly trace their progress in 1857. The downfall began in Feb 15 at Uzambara S-lat 5, where the clouds are massed and condensed by a high plateau, leading to lofty snow-capped mountains. In 1854, I found that the rainy season opened at Berbera of the Somel, N-lat 1025 on April 15, and in early June they reach Bombay, N-lat 1853. Concerning the movement of the wet season in inner intertropical Africa, I have already written in the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, Roman 29. The heaviest rains at Zanzibar Island begin the wet season about mid-April, and last 30 to 40 days. They do not end, however, till early June. Some observers remark that the fall is greatest at low water, and during the ebb tides of the syzygies. It is, however, rare to have a week of uninterrupted rain, as in eastern India, and sometimes in the Brazil the discharge is 164, exceedingly uncertain. Some years number 85 inches, others 108, during the first 8 months of 1857, and the last 4 months of 1858. We find a total of 12,021 inches. In 1859, it reached 167, doubling the average of Bombay 76.55, and nearly trebling that of Calcutta 56.83. We may compare these figures with those of Europe and the United States. England has 3197 inches, France 2500, Central Germany 2000, Hungary 1693, Boston 3819, about the same at Beirut in Syria, Philadelphia 4500, and St. Louis Mo 3197. Of these 167 inches, 1859, 10,425. Fell during the Msika MKU. The number of wet days ranges from 100 to 130 per annum, according to the People. Rain has diminished of late years. Perhaps it is the result of felling cocoas and of disforesting the land for cloves. In 1857, the great Msika was preceded by a few days of oppressive heat, which ended March 24 in a highly electrical storm, like those which usher in the rains of western India. And suddenly, the cool SW began to blow for some time. We had daily showers, now from the NE, then from the SW, with high winds and loud thunderings. The rains, however, did not show in earnest before April 10. The islanders like the Msika to open with 165 showers strong enough to bind the land, but not so violent as to carry off the manure deposited by the year's decayed vegetation after this. The water should fall in heavy ropey torrents, with occasional breaks of sunshine and fine weather when this lasts 30 days and is succeeded by frequent showers. Good crops are expected. The downfall is heavier in the interior of the island than about the city, which, situated upon a point, escapes many a drenching. It must, however, be borne in mind that the phenomena of the rains, like those of the sea and air, are essentially irregular. In some seasons, there will be only half a dozen rainy afternoons, in others, as many rainy mornings. There are years of great drought, and there are seasons when the sun does not appear for 6 weeks in succession. Usually heavy rain is not expected after 11 Roman 1000, and showers are rare after 2 Roman 1000, as I subsequently remarked in the East African interior. The fluminenses of the Brazil still preserve the tradition. There is a curious regularity and periodicity in the hours of downfall, often extending over many days. This phenomenon may have done much towards creating the rain doctor. During the Msika, the horizon is obscured 166 dangerously. Indeed, for ships the wind veers round to every point of the compass. The sky is murky, and overcast. Huge purple nimbi, like moving mountains, float majestically against the wind, showing strong countercurrents in the upper aerial regions. From afar the island appears smothered in blue mist, and often the cloud rock splits into 2 portions, one of which makes for the coast. Even during the rare days of sunshine, the distances, owing to the continuous humidity, are rarely clear, and the exhalations make refraction extensive. A high tension of vapor is the rule for the first 3 hours after sunrise. The land is often obscured by smokes, a white misty fog, often deepening to a drizzling rain. This lasts until 10 Roman 1000, about which time the sea breeze begins to blow. The Msika is much feared by the native population, and the interior of the island becomes a hotbed of disease. The animal creation seems to breathe as much water as air. The want of atmospheric weight, and consequently of pressure upon the surface of the body, renders the circulation sluggish, robs man of energy, and makes him feel how much better is sleep than waking. Europeans, speaking from effect, complain that the heavy air produces an unnatural 167 drowsiness. It is curious to see how many of our popular books make humidity increase the weight of the atmospheric column during this season. The dews of sunset are deemed especially fatal to foreigners. At times the body feels cold and clammy, when the thermometer suggests that it should be perspiring. Supersaturation is drawing off the vital heat. The lungs are imperfectly oxygenized, and in general belief positive is exchanged for negative electricity. The hair and skin are dank and sodden. Indeed, a dry cutis is an unattainable luxury. Iron oxidizes with astonishing rapidity. Shoes exposed to the air soon fall to pieces. Mirrors are clouded with steam. Paper runs, and furniture sweats. The houses leak. Books and papers are pasted together. Ink is covered with green fur. Linens and cottons grow moldy, and broadcloths stiffen and become boardy. This excessive damp is occasionally varied by the extreme of dryness. The hot wind represents the Kamasin of Egypt, the Sharkey or Schluck of Syria, the Harmattan of West Africa, and the Nort of the southern Brazil, Paraguay, and the Argentine Confederation. At such times the air apparently abounds in oxygen, and an ozone cotton cloth feels hard and crisp. Even 168. The water is cooled by the prodigious evaporation. Books and papers curl up and crack, and strangers are apt to suffer from nausea and fainting fits. The Kipupwe first winter or cold season, July and early August. The bright azure of the sky, the surpassing clearness of the water, and the lively green colors of the land are not what we associate with the idea of the disease of the year. The Kasi, or SW monsoon, still blows, but in this second or post-pluvial phase its strength is diminished. As on the western coast, the mornings are misty, the effect of condensation and of excessive evaporation, the sun pumping up vapor from the rapidly desiccating ground. But about 4 hours after sunrise, a strong sea breeze sets in, giving a little life and elasticity to the exhausted frame. When the doctor fails, the heat is oppressive, and the sunsets are often accompanied by an unpleasant closeness. The beginning of the Kipupwe is held to be universally sickly. The Hindus, who declare that all cold coming from the south is bad, suffer from attacks of rheumatism and pneumonia. The charms of the season induce Europeans to despise the insidious attacks of malaria, they 169 commit imprudences, and pay for them in severe fevers. The rare but heavy showers that now fall are termed mako. They separate the greater from the lesser msika. Damon in Kiswahili Daimani ends the Kasi or SW monsoon, and extends through August and part of October. Though the sun is nearly perpendicular, the air is cooled by strong southwesterly breezes. At this time, yams, manioc, and sweet potatoes grow, making it a second spring, whilst the harvest of rice and halkis assimilates it to the temperate autumn. The Vuli Fuli or Msika, Mdogo second rains, or Little Msika, this season lasts but 3 weeks, beginning shortly after the sun has crossed the zenith of Zanzibar in the southern declination, and embracing part of October and November. It is not considered a healthy time by the islanders. The autumnal rains are sometimes wanting upon the continent, and the land then suffers as severely from drought as northern Syria does when the former rain fails after the Vuli recommences the Kaskazi, and the 170 NE trade again blows. The sun is distant, the thermometer does not range high, yet the temperature of houses sheltered from the breeze becomes overpowering, and without the doctor the city would hardly be habitable. At times the trade freshens to a gale that blows through the day. The Hindus suffer severely from this Bayora blast, and declare that it brings on fits of emridi. Refroidissement here held dangerous. During the whole of the Asiab monsoon, the people prefer hot sun, and a clear which is always a slightly hazy blue sky. They dislike the clouds, and heavy showers called Mvua Yaku Pandia, or harvest rains, which are brought up at times by the NN west wind. On the other hand, when the Kasi or S west monsoon blows, they hold an overcast sky the best for health, and they dread greatly the rain sun. The peasants take advantage of the dryness, and prepare by burning the land for maize, sesamum, and rice. The Wasawahili, like the Somal, and many other races, have attempted to conform the lunar with the solar year, a practice which may 171 date from the days when the Persians were rulers of the Zanzibar coast. They also give their own names to the lunar months of the Moslem, and curiously enough they begin the year not with Muharram, but with the 9th month Shawwal, which they call Mfunguo Mosi, or first month. The next Zulqa'dah is Mfunguo Mbili, second month, and so on till Raja Shaban or Lisho and Ramazan, which retain their Arab names amongst the Somal 5 months, namely from the 2nd to the 5th, are known by the old Semitic terms. The month, as amongst all savage and semi-civilized tribes, begins with sighting the moon, and the Wasawahili reckon, like the Jews, the modern Moslems, and the Chinese 12 of 29 and 30 days alternately, the complete number of months, with God being, says the Quran, 12 months. Good followers of the Prophet ignore the Vidar second, or Umbilical Adar, which the Hebrews inserted after every 3rd year, and retain their silly cycle of 354 days. The Wasawahili add 10 to 12 days to the Moslem year, and thus preserve the orderly recurrence of the seasons. The sage in 172 charge of the local almanac is said to live at Tumbatu. He finds his New Year's Day by looking at the sun, by tracing figures upon ground, and by comparing the results with Arabic calendars. Their weeks begin as usual with Moslems on Friday Ajuma, for Juma the Saturday being Juma Mosi, or one day after Friday, and so forth. Thursday, however, is Kamasi. This subdivision of time, though suggested by the quarters of the Earth's satellite, is known only to societies which have advanced toward civilization. Thus in Dahomey, we find a week of 4 days, and even China ignores the 7-day week. The universal festivals, says the late Professor H. H. Wilson, Essays on the Religion of the Hindus, Roman II, are manifestly astronomical, and are intended to commemorate the revolutions of the planets, the alternations of the seasons, and the recurrence of cyclical intervals of longer or shorter duration. The Nowruz, or New Year's Day here as in Syria, locally pronounced Nayraz, was established in ancient Ariana, according to Persian tradition, by Jamshid, King of Kings, in order to fix the vernal equinox. It is the holy of the Hindus, 173, and after the East has kept this most venerable festival for 3,000 years. We still unconsciously celebrate the death and resurrection of the eternal sun god. The Belton is not yet forgotten in Leinster, nor is the Maypole wholly obsolete in England. As early as the days of the Quraysh, there was an attempt to reconcile the lunar with the solar year, and the Nowruz, though palpably of pagan origin, has been adopted by all the maritime peoples professing el-Islam. Even the heathen-hating Arab borrowed it for his convenience from the dualists and Trinitarians of Fars and Hindustan. Hence the Raz called Kadmi and Jalali in the second solar, Ra the Noras was transferred by the new calendar from the vernal equinox to Sept 14 A Roman 500, and was called Noras I Mizzen amongst the Waswahili. It is known as Sikukuya Mwaka, the great day of the year. For the purpose of a stable date necessary both to agriculture and to navigation, and also for the determination of the monsoons, the people who ignore the embalismal month, and who have no months for the solar year add, I have said, 10 to 12 days to each lunar year, the true difference being 16 days 9, HRS 0 min, and 174,117 secs. Thus the contrivance is itself rude. Moreover, the Waswahili often miscalculate it. Between A Roman 500 and A Roman 500, it would fall on 28-29 August in 1844. They made it commence at 6 P Roman 1000 August 28. Immediately after full moon in 18,502, they began it on August 27, and in 1856 on August 26, 46. Sundry quays, superstitious uses, are made of the 10 embalismal days. Following the Noras should rainslickly called Miangafall on the first day. Showers are prognosticated for the 10th. If on the 2nd, the 20th will be wet, and so forth, till the 10th, which if rainy suggests that the Kasi or SW monsoon will set in early. The seasons of navigation are thus reckoned. The Vuli rains are supposed to begin 30 days counting from the 20th after Noras, 175 on the 80th. Some say the 90th day are expected thunder lightning and heavy rains at the meeting of the monsoons mid-November. And so forth. Possibly this may be a reflection of the Hindu idea, which represents the Garbhas to be the fetuses of the clouds, and born 195 days after conception. With us the people mark the periods by saints' days. The Bernais say, Après le jour de la Sainte Luce, les jours s'allongent la saut d'une puce. The Escuara proverb declares, Sanct Simon edu Juda, negua eldudes. At St. Simon and St. Jude, water may be viewed. The basis of the following calculation is thoroughly Kisawahili. Cel plut le jour de Saint Metter June 8. Il plut 40 jours plus tard. Nor is our popular doggerel less so. Saint Swithin's day, if thou dost reign. For 40 days it will remain. Saint Swithin's day, if thou be fair. For 40 days 'twill rain nae mair. The Waswahili also calculate their agricultural seasons from the stars called Kalimia, a name probably derived from Kulima, to plow 176. I believe them to be Pleiades, but my sudden departure from the coast prevented my making especial inquiries. When this constellation is in the west at night, the peasants say Kalimia. If it sets during the rains, rises in fair weather, and vice versa. Also Kalimia appearing in the east is a signal for the agriculturist to prepare his land. Section 3. Climate. Continued notes on the nosology of Zanzibar effects on strangers. The climate of Zanzibar Island is better than that of the adjacent continent. Here many white residents have escaped severe fever, but upon the coast, the disastrous fate of Captain Owens surveys the loss of life on board our cruisers, and the many deaths of the Mamba's mission. Even though finding the seaboard dangerous, they built houses on the hills, which lead to the mountain region of Uzambara, prove that malaria is as active in eastern as in western Africa. Colonel Hamerton once visited the 177 Pangani River. During the month of August, of his 19 men 3 died, and all but one suffered severely. Perhaps we should not find a similar mortality in the present day, when the lancet has been laid aside for the preventive treatment by quinine and tonics. It has however been asserted that the prophylactic use of the alkaloid, which was such a success in Western Africa, did not prove equally valuable on the eastern coast. Yet Zanzibar, with its double seasons, and its uniformly heated and humid atmosphere, accords ill even where healthiest with the irritable temperament of northern races. Here, contrary to the rule of Madagascar, the lowlands, over which the fresh sea breeze plays, are the only parts where the white stranger can land and live. The interior is non-habitabilis. Stu Lute. Colonel Hamerton, called upon in March 1844 by Sir George Arthur, Governor of Bombay, to report upon the island, wrote in September of the same year, the climate of the insular coast is not unhealthy for Europeans, but it is impossible for white men to live in the interior of the island, the vegetation being rank, and appearing always to be going on, and generally fever contracted in the interior is fatal to Europeans. Colonel Sykes, Loco Sit, questions this assertion as being 178 contrary to all other testimony. Every traveler, however, knows it to be correct, as in the lovely climates of the Congo River and the South Sea. Islands' corporal lassitude leads to indolence, languor, and decline of mental energy, which can be recovered only by the bracing influence of the northern winter. Many new arrivals complain of depressing insomnia with alternations of lethargic sleep. I never enjoyed at Zanzibar the light, refreshing rest of the desert, yet the island is a favorable place for the young African traveler to undergo the inevitable seasoning fever which upon the coast, or in the interior, might prove fatal. The highlands or the borders of the Great Central Basin are tolerably healthy, but an invalid would find no comforts there, hardly a waterproof roof. He should not, however, risk after recovery a second attack, but at once push on to his goal, otherwise he will expend in preparation the strength and bottom required to carry out his explorations with a fresh, sound constitution. He may work hard for 3 years, and even if driven home by ill health, he may return in comparative safety within a reasonable time. No European, unless thoroughly free from organic disease, should venture to remain longer 179 than 3 or 4 years at Zanzibar. The same has been observed of Baghdad, and of the Euphrates Valley. Generally lurking maladies will be brought to a crisis, and severe functional derangements are liable to return. The stranger is compelled to take troublesome precautions. He may bathe in cold water, sweet or salt, but he must eschew the refreshment of the morning walk during the rains when noxious mists overhang the land. The unpleasant afternoon is the only safe time for exercise. Flannel must always be worn despite the irritability of the ever-perspiring skin, even in the hottest, whether the white cotton jackets and overalls of British India are discarded for tweeds, and for an American stuff of mixed cotton and wool. Extra warm clothing is considered necessary as long as the mugginess of Msika weather. Last sudden exposure to the sun is considered dangerous, and the carotid, jugular, and temporal arteries must be carefully protected from cold as well as from heat. Hard work, either of mind or body, is said to produce fever as surely as sitting in drafts or as wearing insufficient clothing. The charming half-hour following sunset is held dangerous, especially in hot weather, yet most tantalizing is the cool, delicious 180 interval between the burning day and the breathless night. Natives of the country rarely venture out after dark. A man found in the streets may safely be determined to be either a slave or a thief, probably both. Directions for diet are minute and vexatious. The stranger is popularly condemned to lodging-house hours: breakfast at 9 a Roman 1000, dinner at 3 p Roman 1000, tea at 8 p Roman 1000, bed at 10 p Roman 1000. He is told also to live temperately, but not abstemiously, and never to leave the stomach too long empty. I should prescribe for him, contrary to the usual plan, an abnormal amount of stimulants: port and porter, not claret, nor Rhine wine. It is evident that where appetite is wanting, and where nourishing food is not to be obtained, the patient must imbibe as much nutriment as he safely can. In these lands a drunkard outlives a water drinker. Despite Theodoret vinum, by bur non est malum, sed intemperanter by bur perniciosum est. And here Bacchus, even Bacchus uncivil, is still Bacchus the healer. As usual, old stagers will advise a stranger recovering from fever to strengthen himself with sundry bottles of port, and yet they do not adopt it as a preventive experto creed. Ricardo, the said port may be Lisbon wine fortified with cheap 181 spirits, licorice, and logwood. In fact, what is regimentally called strong military ditto. Yet I have seen wonders worked by the much debased mixture. Again, Europeans are told to use purgatives, especially after sudden and strong exercise, when the bile is stirred up. As an amateur chronothermalist, thanks to my kind old master, the late Dr. Dixon, I should suggest tonics and bitters, which often bring relief when the nauseous salts and senna aggravate the evil. Also, in all debilitating countries, when the blood is thin, laxatives must be mild, otherwise they cause instead of curing fever. In fact, double tonics and half purgatives should be the rule. Above all things, convalescence should be aided by change of air, if only from the house of sickness to that of a neighbor, or to a ship in port. The most long-lived of white races are the citizens of the United States. They are superior to others in mental or cerebral energy. They are men of spare, compact fiber, and of regular habits. They also rarely reside more than 2 or 3 years at a time on the island. On the other hand, the small French colony has lost in 15 years 26 men. They lived imprudently, they drank sour Bordeaux, and when attacked with fever they killed themselves by the abuse of 182 quinine. Swallowing large doses upon an empty stomach, they irritated the digestive organs and they brought on cerebral congestion by heroic practice when constipated. According to the Arabs and Hindus of Zanzibar, ague and fever are to be avoided only by perspiring during sleep under a blanket in a closed room. A purgatory for a healthy hot-blooded man in this damp, tepid region. I found the curial mostis batisthetices precaution, adopted by the Spanish colonists at my salubrious residence Fernando Po, West Africa. Only 2 officers escaped chills, and they both courageously carried out the preventive system. On the other hand, it was remarked that they looked more aged, and they appeared to have suffered more from the climate than those who shook once a month with rigors. There is certainly no better prescription for catching ague than a coolth of skin during sleep. Having purchased experience at a heavy price, it is my invariable practice, when awaking with a chilly epiderm, to drink a glass of water cold without, and to bury myself for an hour under a pile of blankets. Every slave hut has a cartel or cot, and the savages of the coast, like those of the Upper Nile, carry about wooden stools. For 183, fear of dysentery, I have mentioned how our sailors dig their graves. So much for the male sex. European women here, as in the Gulf of Guinea, rarely resist the melancholy isolation, the want of society, and the nostalgia heimweh or homesickness, so common, yet so little regarded in tropical countries under normal circumstances. Equatorial Africa is certain death to the Englanderin. I am surprised at the combined folly and brutality of civilized husbands, who, anxious to be widowers, poison, cut the throats, or smash the skulls of their better halves. The thing can be as neatly and quietly, safely, and respectably effected by a few months of African air at Zanzibar or Fernando Po, as by the climate of the Maremma, to which the enlightened Italian noble condemned his spouse. The nosology of Zanzibar is remarkable for the prevalence of urinary and genital diseases. These have been roughly estimated at 75%. Syphilis spreads wide, and where promiscuous intercourse is permitted to the slaves, it presents formidable symptoms. The black lion, as it is popularly called in Arabic, el tayr, or el farange, in Kiswahili bube kiswendi, or the gowel, destroy the part affected. In 184 weeks, secondaries are to be feared. Noses disappear, the hair falls off, and rheumatism and spreading ulcers result. Gonorrhea is so common that it is hardly considered a disease. Few strangers live long here without suffering from irritation of the bladder. The result, it is said, of hard limewater, and the common effect of a cold, or of stricture, is severe vesical catarrh. Sarcosyl and hydrocele, especially of the left testis, according to the Arabs, attack all classes, and are attributed to the relaxing climate, to unrestrained sexual indulgence, and sometimes to external injury. These diseases do not always induce impotence or impede procreation. The tunica vaginalis is believed to fill 3 times, as in elephantiasis the member is but a mass of flesh, a small meatus, only remaining. The deposition of serum is enormous. I have heard of 6 quarts being drawn off. The natives punctuate with a heated copper needle, and sometimes thus induce tetanus. Europeans add injections of red wine and iodine. The latter is also applied with benefit in the early stage to sarcosyl, and both complaints have yielded. It is said to the galvanic current. Strangers are advised at all times to wear suspensory bandages. Elephantiasis of the legs and arms, and especially of the scrotum, afflicts, it is calculated, 20% of the inhabitants. Arabs and Hindus, Indian, Moslems, and Africans, however dissimilar in their habits and diet, all suffer alike. It is remarked that the malady has never attacked a pure white European or American. Perhaps the short residence of the small number accounts for the apparent immunity. Similarly, in the Brazil, I have never seen a European stranger subject to the leprosy or to the goiter so prevalent in the great provinces of São Paulo and Minas. Gerais, the Banyans declare that a journey home removes the incipient disease, or at least retards its progress. It recurs, however, on return to Zanzibar. The scrotum will often reach the knees. I heard of one case, measuring in circumference 41 inches more than the patient's body, whilst its length 33 inches touched the ground. There is no cure, and the cause is unknown. The people attribute it to the water, and possibly it may spring from the same source which produces goiter and bronchosyl. Syphilitic and scorbutic taints appear in ulcers and abscesses. The helcoma resembles that of Aden. It generally attacks the legs, and 186 feet, the parts most distant from the center of circulation, the toes fall of, and the limb becomes distorted. Phagdenic sores are most common amongst the poor, and the slaves who live on manioc fruit and salt shark often putrid, large, and painful. Phlegomatous abscesses attacking the muscular tissue occasion great constitutional disturbance. They heal, however, readily after suppuration. Scabies, yaws, Frampsia psoriasis, and crocraw, inveterate as that of Malabar, or the Congo River, commonly result from personal uncleanliness, unwholesome food, and insufficient shelter and clothing. That frightful malady lupus presents pitiable objects. The indigenous diseases which require mention are fevers, bowel complaints, and pulmonary affections. Fevers at Zanzibar have been compared with Aaron's rod. At times they seem to swallow up every other disease, and generally they cause the greatest amount of mortality, as at Muhamre. And on the swampy margins of the Shat el Arab-Persian Gulf, the constitution worn out, and the equilibrium of the functions deranged by moist heat and sleeplessness, especially during and after the heavy rains of the West monsoon 187, thus relieve themselves. Persians and northern Asiatics are even more liable to attacks than Europeans, and as in Egypt rude health is rare, some Indian Moslems have fled the country believing themselves bewitched Arabs born on the island, and the Banyans, who seldom suffer much from the fever, greatly dread its secondary symptoms. The hum, or intermittent type, is remarkable for the virulence and persistency of the sequel, which the Arabs call nasla metastasis, or defluxion of humor-stropping into the hoofs, as the grooms say cerebral and visceral. Complications with derangements of the liver and spleen produce obstinate diarrheas, dysenteries, and a long dire cohort of diseases. Men of strong nervous diathesis escape with slight consequences, in the shape of white hair boils, bad toothaches, neuralgias, and sore tongues. The weak lose memory or virility, or the use of a limb, the finger joints especially being liable to stiffen. Many become deaf or dim-sighted. Not a few are subject to paralysis in its various forms, whilst others, tormented by hepatitis, constipation, and disorders of the bowels and of the digestive organs, never completely recover. Health in this country all attribute to the moon at the 188 springs, what we explain by coincidence, and by the periodicity of disease for months and possibly for years. The symptoms recur so regularly that even Europeans will use evacuants and quinine 2 or 3 days before the new and full moons. In such cases, I repeat, change of climate is the best aid to natura curatrix. The malignant typhus is rare at Zanzibar. It raged, however, amongst the crew of a French ship wrecked on the northern end of the island, when the men were long exposed to privations and overfatigue. Intermittents, ague and fever, are common as colds in England. They are mild and easily treated, but they leave behind during convalescence a dejection and a debility wholly incommensurate with the apparent insignificance of the attack, and often a 189 periodical neuralgia, which must be treated with tonics, quinine, and chiretta. The bilious remittent is par excellence the fever of the country, and every stranger must expect a seasoning attack. It was inordinately fatal in the days when the lancet, being used to combat inflammation, the action of the heart, was never restored. Our grandfathers, however, bled everyone for everything, and for nothing. There were old ladies who showed great skill in blooding cats. In 1857 men had escaped this scientific form of sudden death, but the preventive treatment so ably used on the west coast of Africa had not been tried. The cure at Zanzibar was an aperient of calomel and jalap. Castor oil was avoided as apt to cause nausea. Quinine was administered, but often in quantities not sufficient to induce the necessary chinchinization, and the inexperienced awaited too long the period of remission, administering the drug only during the intervals. Diaphoretics of nitrate of potash, camphor mixture, and the liquor acid amine were used to reduce the temperature of the skin. The most distressing symptom, ejection of bile, was opposed by saline drinks, effervescing draughts, diluted prussic acid, a mustard plaister, or a blister 190. The hair was shaved or closely cut, and evaporating lotions were applied to the head. The extreme restlessness of the patient often called for a timid narcotic in these days. However, the invaluable hydrate of chloral, sumbul, and chlorodyne were unknown, and soporifics were used as it were under protest, being believed to cause constipation. Extreme exhaustion was not vigorously attacked with medical and other stimulants, and thus many sank under the want of ammonia and wine. I have since remarked the same errors of treatment in the West African coast. The patient was often restricted to the acidity-breeding rice water arrowroot and similar slops. When he pined for brandy and beeftea, the safe plan of consulting his instincts was carefully ignored. In strong constitutions, the initiatory attack of remittance is followed after a time by the normal intermittent, and the traveler may then consider himself tolerably safe in some Indian cases, ague and fever, have recurred regularly for a whole year after the bilious remittent. The bilious remittent of Zanzibar is preceded by general languor and listlessness, with lassitude of limbs, and heaviness of head with chills and dull pains in the body and extremities, and 191, with a frigid sensation creeping up the spine. Then comes a mild cold fit, succeeded by flushed face, full veins and extensive thirst, dry burning heat of skin, a splitting headache and nausea, and by unusual restlessness, or by remarkable torpor and drowsiness. The patient is unable to stand. The pulse is generally full and frequent, sometimes thready, small and quick. The bowels are constipated, and the tongue is furred, and discolored. Appetite is wholly wanting. During my first attack I ate nothing for 7 days, and despite the perpetual craving thirst, no liquid will remain upon the stomach throughout the day. Extreme weakness causes anxiety and depression. The nights are worse for restlessness, is aggravated by want of sleep. Delirium is common in the nervous bilious temperament. These symptoms are sometimes present several days before the attack, which is in fact their exacerbation. A slight, but distinctly marked remission often occurs after the 4th or 5th hour. In my own case, they recurred regularly between 2 and 3 A Roman 1000 and P Roman 1000, followed by a corresponding reaction when an unfavorable phase sets in. All the evils are aggravated: great anxiety, restlessness, and delirium. Wear out the patient, the mind wanders, the body loses all 192 power, the ejecta become offensive, the pulse is almost imperceptible, the skin changes its dry heat for a clammy cold, the respiration grows loaded, the evacuations pass involuntarily, and after perhaps a short apparent improvement, stupor, insensibility, and sinking usher in death. On the other hand, if the fever intends yielding to treatment, it presents after the 7th day marked signs of abatement. The tongue is clearer, pain leaves the head and eyes, the face is no longer flushed, nausea ceases after profuse emesis of bile, and a faint appetite returns. After the mildest attacks of the Zanzibar remittent, the liver acts with excessive energy. Sudden exercise causes a gush or overflow of bile, which is sufficient to bring on a second attack. The debility, which is inordinate, may last for months. It is often increased by boils, which follow one another in rapid succession, and which sometimes may be counted by scores. Besides the wet cloth, the usual remedy to cause granulation, and to prevent the sore leaving a head, is to stuff it with camphor and Peruvian bark. When boils appear behind the head, the brain is sometimes affected by them, and patients have even sunk under their sufferings. The recovery, indeed, as in the case of the intermittent type 193, is always slow, and dubious relapses are feared. And for 6 weeks there is little change for the better. The stomach is liable to severe indigestion, the body is emaciated, and the appetite is excessive or sickly, and uncertain. The patient suffers from toothaches and swelled face, catarrh, hepatitis, emesis, and vertigo with alternations of costiveness, and the reverse, as I have already said. Change of air and scene is at this stage more beneficial than all the tonics and preventives in the pharmacopoeia. Often a patient lying apparently on his deathbed recovers on hearing that a ship has arrived, and after a few days on board, he feels diarrhea and dysentery are mostly sporadic. The former, however, has at times attacked simultaneously almost every European on the island. It is generally the result of drinking bad water or sour wine, of eating incessant or unripe fruit, and of imprudent exposure. Dysentery is especially fatal during the damp and rainy weather. It was often imprudently treated with mere astringents, and without due regard to the periods of remission, and to the low form which inevitably accompanies it, as in remittance the patient was weakened, and his stomach was deranged with slops. When essence of 194 meat was required, the antidiarrhea or anticholera pill of opium, chalk, and catechu has been fatal wherever English medicine has extended. Witness the Crimean campaign, where the bolus killed many more than did the bullet. A complication rarely sufficiently considered is the hepatic derangement, from which almost all strangers must suffer after a long residence in the tropics. At Zanzibar, some Europeans were compelled to give up breakfasting to the manifest loss of bulk stamina and muscular strength. Emitting after the early meal, especially when eaten with a good appetite, was the cause, yet it was a mere momentary nausea, and when the mouth had been washed, no inconvenience was felt. Catarrh and bronchitis are common in February, and in the colder months of July and August. Of endemic pulmonary diseases, pneumonia, asthma, and consumption, latter aggravated by the humid atmosphere, frequent amongst the higher classes, especially the Arab women debilitated by overseclusion. The incidental maladies are tropical rheumatisms, colics H. morhoids, and rare attacks of ophthalmia simple acute and purulent H. morhoids are very common both on the island and the 195 coast. The people suffer as much as the Turks in Egypt without wearing the enormous bagtrousers which have been so severely blamed. Of the epidemics, the smallpox, a gift of inner Africa to the world, is fatal as at Goa or Madagascar, apparently propagated without contact or fomites. It disfigures half the population, and it is especially dangerous to full-blooded Africans. About 3 years ago, 1857, a Masket vessel imported a more virulent type. Shortly before my arrival, numbers had died of the confluent and common forms, and isolated cases were reported. Till we left the island, all classes were equally prejudiced against vaccination. The lymph sent from Aden and the Mauritius was so deteriorated by the journey that it probably never produced a single vesicle. 1857. Until 1859, cholera was unknown even by name. Col Hamilton, however, declared that in 1830 500s were swept off by an epidemic, whose principal symptoms were giddiness, vomiting, and purging, the peculiar anxious look, collapse, and death. It did not reappear for some years. But in a future chapter, one shall notice the frightful ravages which it made on the East African coast at the time of my return from the interior. Hard water charged with lime and various salts, combined with want of vegetables, renders constipation a common ailment at Zanzibar. Amongst the rich, it mostly arises from indolence, and from the fact that all are greatly addicted to aphrodisiacs. The favorite is a pill composed of 3 grains of ambergris and 1 grain of opium. The latter ingredient, in the case of an Afimi opium eater, must be proportioned to his wants. Doctors in my day were unknown at Zanzibar. Formerly 2 Indians practiced. Since their departure, the people killed and cured themselves amongst Arabs, and indeed Moslems. Generally, every educated man has a smattering of the healing art. The late Sayyid was a hakim of great celebrity. A physician is valuable on the island. Throughout the African interior, he is valueless in a pecuniary sense, as every patient expects to be kept and fed. The midwives are usually from Kutch Arabs, however rarely consent to professional assistance. The prince kept in his establishment 2 sages femmes from Masket. Section 4. Notes on the fauna of Zanzibar. The list of Zanzibarian fauna and flora is not extensive. In the plantations, the Kamba or Gallego abounds, and there is a small and pretty long-tailed monkey, Cercopithecus grisivirides, with black face, green back, and gray belly. It is playful and easily tamed. This, as well as a large species of bat, is pronounced delicious by curious gourmands. The French tigre and the English panther Felis serval is a leopard about 18 inches high and of disproportionate length, with strong large arm. The upper part of the skull vanishes as in the cheetah, and the throat is so thick that no collar will keep its place. This Felis is destructive in the interior of the island, and in parts of the continent, the people fear it more than they do the lion. It is trapped in the normal cage and is speared without mercy. 2 kinds of civets, Vivera civetta and Roman 5, Genetta, one small, the other bigger, 198, than a Persian Angora cat, are kept confined, and are scraped once a week for their produce. As in all Arab towns, the common cat abounds. It has a long tail and ears, a wild look, and a savage temper. This Asiatic importation is never thoroughly domesticated in Africa, and seems always aspiring to become a cat. Mountain on the west coast. It is difficult to keep cats in the house after kittening. The feline preserves its fur in Zanzibar Island at Mombasa. There is, or was, a breed more grotesque than the Manx, and completely bald like the Chinese dog. The so-called Indian badger Arctonix calaris cove digs into the graves and devours the dead. The rodents are gray squirrels, small rabbits, large rats, some of peculiar but not of unknown species, and mice probably imported by the shipping. The wild boars are pigs left by the Portuguese strangers, mistaking the tusks, often describe them as horned cropotamus. The Salchiana antelope is common. It smells strongly of musk, and its flesh resembles the rat's. A fine large fishhawk with gold-fringed eye and yellow legs, bluish-black plume, and gray neck feathers haunts the island and the coast. The other raptors are the brown kites, F199 chilla, the scavengers of Asia and Africa. As at Aden, so here, there are no common crows or sparrows. The place of the former is taken by the African species Corvus scapulatus with white waistcoat, popularly called the parson crow, and the latter appears in the shape of the Java variety, which introduced about 30 years ago, 1857, by Captain Ward. A Salem ship captain has multiplied prodigiously green birds like aimdavats, muscicap of sorts, especially the kinkrow of India here called drongo abound. And visitors like the French savant on the Dead Sea speak of a hummingbird, purely New World genus, probably mistaking for it a large hawkmoth. The parakeet resembles the small green species of India. It is tamed and taught to talk. Zanzibar cannot boast of the Madagascar parrot, a plain brown thick-bodied bird, celebrated for distinct articulation. Martins do not build at Zanzibar, they halt at the island in their migrations, and one kind it has been remarked never remains longer than 4 to 5 days after the rains. The lagoons are covered with wilduck mallard, and widgeon the snipe-jack common, and solitary 200A bird, which everywhere preserves its fine game flavor, is found on the island. And in the central continent sandpipers Charadrius hyaticula run on the beach, and the waters support various kinds of cranes, gulls, and terns. When fewer ships visited the port, the sandspit projecting from Frenchman's Island was covered with Baeturtle chelone esculenta, or midas, which the Negroes were too indolent or ignorant to catch. The iguanas or harmless crocodiles of the Periplus have not yet been killed out of Zanzibar, and there are several species. Until lately the true crocodile was found in a small sweet stream about 8 miles south of the town, and the monsters swarm in every river of the mainland. Snakes are neither numerous nor deadly, possibly the climate as in Ireland, and Bermuda is too damp for them. I heard of a python, resembling that of Madagascar, and 201 India. It is 13 feet long and thick, as a man's thigh. Its favorite habitat is in sugar cane patches near water, and it is occasionally fatal to a dog. There are water snakes in the harbor like those once supposed to be peculiar to western India. The people speak of a green whipsnake, vagst of terms whose vertebrae appear through the skin, and there are the usual legends of a venomous tree serpent which can shoot itself like an arrow. The pagan mganga, or medicine, ties above the snakewound a circle of wire with 2 small bits of wood strung upon it. This, he says, prevents the venom ascending, and doubtless the ligature is for half an hour or so effective. The people have fis or serpent stones, which suggest the Irish Murraystones. Englishmen of undoubted character have recounted cures effected by this remedy, which was so mysterious before capillary attraction robbed it of its marvel. There is a variety of small tilique and of large black earth lizards. One species with melancholy chirrup and unpleasant aspect supplies the people with Herodotean tales. It is, they say, a hermaphrodite, and its flanks are torn by its young during parturition. The chameleon also suffers from the popular belief 202 that it kills men with its breath. Scorpions are small and not so common, as in the interior. The animal is mashed and applied as a poultice to its own wound, which may derive some benefit from the moisture. Centipedes haunt houses that are not cleaned and whitewashed, and millipedes abound in every plantation. The fish supply is variable as the climate. Sometimes it is excellent, at other times none, but the poorest will eat it, and there are many species considered always poisonous. It is most abundant in the west monsoon, when small fry may be caught in the still waters of the harbor. Sharks are large and numerous, especially near Chumbai La Pass Island, where all the best fish is netted. These tigers of the sea do not injure the bathers on the beach, though the shark is easily hooked in the very harbor. Many cargoes of its salted meat are annually imported from Oman. The liver oil is used to anoint the body, and when Europe requires a 203 succedaneum for Huel de Moro, I shall recommend to her this charcoal as an article of superior nauseousness. The whale fishery reminds us of what it was on the Brazilian coast a century ago. The mammals are sometimes found in soundings, and a wounded sperm whale lately entered Zanzibar harbor in May, June, and July. Ships of 200 to 600 tons visit the waters south of Mafia Island, if the capricious Leviathan be not found there, and then it is waste time to cruise about in July. And at the beginning of the East monsoon, schools migrate up the coast in search of food as far as the Red Sea. From 30 to 60 pounds of ambergris have been brought in 1 year to the island, and a little of it is exported to Europe. This high-priced article, 1 lb-14, is taken from the rectum of the spermaceti whale. It seems to have caused constipation and disease, and the oil drawn from these fish is yellow and bad. The Arabs burn it in pastiles and use it not only internally but externally like musk. Old travelers report that the Somal taught camels to hunt for it by the scent in the same way as pigs learn to find truffles, and the tale has been told to modern travelers. The main virtue of ambergris is probably its heavy price. The celebrated Sir fish, a corruption from Shur Mahai or tiger fish, so called on account of its armature known to the Arabs as kunid, and in parts of India termed surma, appears for about a fortnight at Zanzibar during its period of migration northwards in May and June. There are also pomfret scat soles, which are small and not prized, and red and gray mullet, excellent in July-August. And September the remora and the flying fish enter the harbor. The hippocampus is known. There are mangrove oysters growing on Teresa, favorite subject with all old, and with many new African traveler sand, a small well-flavored rock oyster, a favorite relish, with Europeans caught about Chumbai Island. I saw no lobsters so common in the Cameroon's river of Western Africa. The sands abound in metis, or jellyfish, and in a large crayfish which the Arabs consider wholesome for invalids. It makes a rather insipid salad, but it is excellent when dressed after the fashion of the Slave Coast. The receipt is worth giving, and may be found useful in England. The meat taken out after boiling is pounded and mixed with peppers and seasoning. It is then restored to the shell. The 205 whole is baked in the oven and served up piping hot. It forms an admirable wet. Another kind of shellfish is indeed a soft crab. When cooked it seems to melt away, no meat remaining within a third. Also soft, is red even before being boiled on every unfrequented strip of sand or weed. Small crabs gather in thousands. Most of them have only one large claw, and their colors are a brilliant pink, pearly white, violet, and tender red. The seas are little explored. 1857, and there are legends of ichthyological marvels, which remind us of European romantic zoology. I was told by Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton of a fish, possibly one of the mernid, measuring 9 feet long by 3 in diameter. The shape was somewhat like a leech, both extremities being similar. The ribs resembled, but were rather flatter than the bullock, and the flesh had the appearance of beef. A specimen, he said, had lately been brought from Kipembui, a small harbor opposite Zanzibar. The prey, however, is always cut up as soon as caught. This reminds us of the full-sized devilfish of the West Indian seas. The Arabs describe a monstrous polypus with huge eyes and arms 10 feet long. They declare that it has entangled bathers and pulled 206 them down close to shore. It is in fact the pieuvre so famed of late. And since I left Zanzibar, a French illustrated newspaper showed one of these horrors grappling with a man-of-war's gig. Thus Oppian described a fish that smothered mariners with its monstrous wings and drew them under water wrapped in a lethal embrace. Nieuwhof, Brazil, 1640 mentions lamprey at Pernambuco that snatched all that fell in this way, both men and dogs that swam sometimes after the boat into the water. Finally Karst Niebuhr, Arabia, chap Roman, 1p 140 1762, declares that the cuttlefish is dangerous to swimmers and divers, of whom it lays hold with its long claws. These do not wound, but produce swelling internal pains, and often an incipient paralysis. Sponge is found in abundance, but when dry it decays. Fine conchological collections were chiefly made in former years. The merchants spoiled the market by supplying whole cargoes for watch deals, and for polishing porcelain. Slaves still fasten their canoes to the several banks in the roadstead, and find in the transparent waters the murex and other prized specimens. The harpshell and double harp are found upon the softer sands, enveloped in the folds of their owners. Thus parasites cannot ruin their beautiful and 207 brilliant hues. The keddy or common cowrie is picked up, when the tide is out, in vast quantities, by the coast people from Ras Hafun to Mozambique. Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton was fortunate enough in those early days to obtain 2 specimens of the Cypra brodropae or orangecarry, with a stripe down the dorsum. Exaggerated ideas of its value had been spread, and it was reported that 500 had been offered for a single shell. The cowrie trade of Zanzibar was begun by Roman 1000 E.P. Hers of Hamburg. He made a daring speculation, and supplanted in Western Africa the rare and expensive Hindustan shell by the coarse, cheap Cypra of this coast. During the last century, the Portuguese used to export cowries for Angola from the Rio das Caravelhas in Brazilian Porto Seguro. The success of Roman 1000 Hers investment opened a mine of wealth. Roman 1000 Oswald Sr., afterwards Prussian consul general at Hamburg, commenced as hafener of a small vessel, which shipped cowries at Zanzibar, and traded with them for palm oil. Adipi Vista Wita, Porto Novo, and lastly Lagos on the Slave Coast. As the sack was bought for 0 to 1, and sold for 8 to 9, the trip cleared 24,040,800 paid, half in coin, half in oil, and the single vessel soon 208, increased to 3. The owner was an excellent shipmaster, who carefully supplied his employees with maps, charts, and sailing directions. He died in 1859, leaving a self-enduring fleet of 18 sail in 1863. His sons had raised the number to 24, and they kept up large establishments at Lagos and Zanzibar. The retail carry trade was solely in the hands of Moslems. The Banyans would not sanction the murder of their possible grandmothers on the continent as on the island. The shells are sunned, till the fish dies, and decays spreading a noxious effluvia through the villages. The collection is then stored in holes, till exported to Zanzibar. There, the European wholesale merchant garbles, washes, and stows away the shells in bags for shipment. They are sold by the gizle, a weight varying, according to the size of the shell, from 3 to 3 sacks would be the average. The price of the gizle presently rose to 7 to 8, and in 1859, it was about 9. 7 vessels were then annually engaged in carrying cargoes from Zanzibar to Lagos, and its vicinity. This rude money finds its way to Timbuktu and throughout Central Africa, extending from the east to places as yet unvisited by Europeans of late years. However, the increased metallic 209 currency has caused the carry trade to fall off, and the steady rate of decrease shows that shell money is doomed. Here, as in Western India, the rains bring forth a multitude of pests. The rooms, when lighted at night, are visited by cockroaches and flying ants, scarabi, and various manted moths and death's heads of marvelous hideousness. Giant snails, achatin millipedes, and beetles crawl over the country, and the firefly glances through the shade. Mosquitoes are said not to be troublesome, but in an inner room I found curtains necessary. The housefly is a torment to irritable skins. Fleas, and the rest of the piquante population, are most numerous during the northeast monsoon. The bug, which was held to be an importation, is now thoroughly naturalized upon the island. In the interior, it is as common as in the cities of Egypt and of Syria, where a broken rafter will discharge a living shower. I could not, however, hear anything of the passy bug, which, according to Dr. Krapf, causes burnings, chills, and fever. He made it to rival the celebrated Miani muganage bug, the Acarus persicus, whose exceedingly poisonous bite was supposed to be fatal in the lake regions of Central Africa. One I have conjectured 210, that the word is a corruption for papazi, a carrapato or tick, so Dr. Krapf writes in the German way Zanzibar for Zanzibar. The ants in Zanzibar, as in the Brazil, require a special study, and almost every kind of tree appears to have its peculiar tenantry. Upon the clove, there is a huge black pismire, whose nip burns like fire, as it has a peculiarly evil savor, tainting even the unaromatic bush. It is mashed and stuffed up the nostrils as a cure for snake bites. The copal is colonized by a semi-transparent ginger-colored formica, whose every bite draws blood, and the mangolaf is doubled up by a smaller variety into the semblance of a bird's nest. The horrible odor, in parts of the bush, which young African travelers attribute to malaria, and which often leads them to suspect the presence of carrion, generally proceeds from ants. I remarked this especially when visiting Abeokuta and other places in West Africa. Throughout the interior, drivers, as they are sensibly termed on the Guinea coast, visit the huts in armies, and soon clear them of all. Offal, a small black ant, attacks meat, and the best way to procure a clean skeleton is to expose the body near its haunt. Beware, however, of cats and dogs, as, in Africa, generally, the termite is a plague. This small animal, 211, greatly obstructs civilization by the ravages which it commits upon books and manuscripts. Few, if any, domestic animals are aborigines of the island, and of those imported none thrive save bozal negroes and asses. Cattle brought to Zanzibar die after the first fortnight, unless protected from sun, rain, and dew, and fed with dry fodder. The fatality resulting from the use of green meat leads here, as in the Kankan and at Cape Coast Castle, to the impression that the grass is poisonous. At some places in the mainland Pangani, for instance, cattle will not live. Thighs is certainly the effect of tsetse. At Cape Coast, castle horses always die at Accra. They survive, if not taken away from the seaboard. In 1863, during a short march through the country, I found an abundance of the tsetse or spearfly. The specimens sent by me to England were lost with other collections in the ill-fated Cleopatra. As has lately been shown, the saltsel of Bruce is mentioned in Deut Roman 28, in Issa Roman 18, and in Job Roman 40. The word is translated fish, spear, harpoon, locust, but it is not proved that saltsel and tsetse are the same fly, and the similarity of the two words may be the merest coincidence. The Banyans of Zanzibar, who, having no local deity like their more 212 favored brethren of Aden and Mascat, keep cattle for religious purposes, never sell their beasts, and energetically oppose their being slaughtered. Bullocks cost from 8 to 16, and are generally to be bought. Sheep are principally the black-faced Somali with short round knotted tails, which lose fat from rich grazing in their own desert country. They thrive upon an occasional blade of grass growing between the stones. The excessive purity of the air doubtless favors assimilation and digestion. And as the diet of the desert Arabs proves life under such circumstances can be supported by a minimum of food, I believe that in early times the Persians introduced this animal into Somali and Galaland. The Wakwafi, who are rich in black cattle, contemptuously call their Gala neighbors Esekirishi, or short-tailed sheep from the article forming their only wealth. The Somali muttons are the cheapest, averaging from 1 to 3. There is also a Mrima race with rufous ginger-colored hairy coats and lank tails like dogs. Others again have a long massive caudal appendage like Syrian or Cape wethers. These cost 2 to 5 and are considered a superior article. The most expensive are from the island of Angazija 213 or Great Comoro, and they are often worth from 8 to 9. As a rule, Zanzibar mutton, like that of the Brazil, is much inferior to beef and presents a great contrast with the celebrated Gramphs of India. Capenized goats in these regions are larger, fatter, and cent dearer than sheep. I have heard of 15 to 16 being paid for the Comoro animal. The meat is preferred to mutton. My objection to it is the want of distinct flavor, yet goats are always offered as presents in the interior. Some of the bucks brought from the continent have a peculiarly ungoatly appearance with black points and dark crosses upon their tan-colored backs and shoulders, and with long flowing jetty manes like the breast hair of a Bukti or Bactrian camel. They must be kept out of the sun and fed on vetches as well as grass, otherwise they will die during the rains from an incurable nasal running. A stunted pariah dog is found upon the island, and the continent here as in Western Africa. It is held when fattened to be a dish fit for a Negro king. Some missionaries have tasted puppy stew, perhaps puppy pea, and have pronounced the flesh to be sweet, glutinous 214, and palatable. The horse is now a recognized article of consumption in Europe. The cat has long served its turn as civet de lapin, without the honors of publicity, and the day may come when dog meat will appear regularly in the market. I have often marveled at the prejudices and squeamishness of those races who will eat the uncleanest things, such as pigs, ducks, and fowls, to which they are accustomed, and yet who feel disgust at the idea of touching the purest feeders. Simply because the food is new, it is indeed time to enlarge the antiquated dietary attributed to the Hebrew lawgiver, and practically to recognize the fact that in the temperates at least almost all flesh is wholesome meat for man. European dogs at Zanzibar require as much attention as white babies, but these die. Whilst those live, they must be guarded from heat and cold sun and rain dew, and wine. Their meals must be light and regular, soup taking the place of meat. They must be bathed in warm water. Their coats should be carefully dried. They are sent to bed early, and their smallest ailments require the promptest treatment with sulfur oil and other specifics. Otherwise, they will never live to enjoy the honorable 215 status of pers et mers de familles. The great object is to breed from them as soon as possible, and the Creoles thrive far better than even the acclimatized strangers. Arabs have been known to pay 50 for a good foreign watchdog, hoping thus to escape the nightly depredations of the half-starved slaves. They are kind masters, great contrasts to the brutally cruel Negro, whose approximation to the lower animals causes him to tyrannize over them. On the west coast of Africa, the black chiefs often offer considerable sums for English dogs, but none save the lowest pommel rough would condemn the friend of man to this life of vile African slavery. It is really pathetic to meet one of these unfortunate exiles in the interior, where a white face is rarely seen. The frantic display of joy and the evident horror at being left behind have more than once made me a dog stealer. At Zanzibar, as upon the continent, fowls may be bought in every village, the rate being 6 to 12, for the dollar, which a few years ago procured 36. They are lean for want of proper food, ill-flavored from pecking fish, and miserably small. The result of breeding, and eggs are like those of pigeons, yet they might be 216, greatly improved. The central regions of Africa show splendid birds with huge bodies and the shortest possible legs. This variety is found the Brazil, and at Zanzibar, the mixture of blood has produced a kind of bantam with a large foot, the blackbin variety of poultry, and that with the upright feathers. Frizzly fowl of the United States are also bred here. Capons are manufactured by the blacks of Mayotte and Nazabe, Great Island, How is it that the modern English will eat hens when their great-grandfathers knew how to combine the flavor of the male with the tenderness of the female bird? Peacocks are brought as in the days of the Ophir trade from Kutch, Madagascar, sends hard, tasteless geese, and common ducks, and Mozambique supplies turkeys, which are here eaten by Arabs, a local superstition, prevents pigeon breeding in the house. The birds are found wild on the opposite coast, but Moslems will not use them as food. The Muscovy duck, an aborigine of the Platine Valley, has of late years been naturalized. It is a favorite with Africans who delight in food, which gives their teeth and masticatory apparatus the hardest and the longest labor. The only gallinaceous bird, 217, which Africa has contributed to civilization. The guinea hen, here called the Abyssinian cock, is trapped by slaves upon the mainland and is brought to the island for sale, as might be expected so near their mother country. There are 7 or 8 varieties of this valuable fowl, and until late years, some of the rarest and the most curious have been unwittingly used for the table in every part of the Arab world. The guinea fowl has a different name in Syria, for instance. It is called dik el Rumi, not dik el Habash or Roman, Greek cock, a term generally given to the turkey. It is curious on a coast of estuaries and great river myths that the flamingo was not seen by us. Section 5. Notes on the flora of Zanzibar. The prosperity of Zanzibar, the island, has hitherto depended upon the cocoa and the clove tree. The former grows in a broad band around the shore on the continent. It follows the streams as far as 60 miles inland in Zanzibar. The Arab saying that cocoa and date cannot coexist is literally correct. Near Mombasa town, however, there is a fruit-bearing phnix, and on the promontory fronting the fort, there is a plantation of small stunted trees. Everywhere on the Pangani River, we found the brab, a wild phnix, as the word derived from the Portuguese brabo, corrupted from bravo, or rather in the feminine palma brava, suggests, and it would appear that the cultivated variety might be induced to thrive. The country was almost denuded of the cocoa to make room for cloves when the late Sayyid threatened confiscation to those who did not. 219 plant, in proportion of 1 to 3. There are now 1857 extensive nurseries in the Mashamba plantations, and as this palm bears after 6 or 7 years, it soon recovered its normal status. Many trees are prostrated by gusts and tornadoes. The Hindus replant them by digging a hole and hauling up the bole with ropes made fast to the neighboring stems. This simple contrivance is here unknown. The Swahili have many different names for the nut, viz. Kidaka, too green when it falls to the ground for any use but fuel, dafu, or kidal. When the milk is drinkable, the husk is burned, and the shell is made into a ladle. Magraf, the koroma, when the meat is fit to eat, and natsi, the full-grown nut ready for oil-making. This most useful of plants supplies, besides meat, wine, and spirits, syrup and vinegar, cords, mats, strainers, tinder, firewood, houses and palings, boats, and sails. Briefly, all the wants of barbarous life, every part of it, may be pressed into man's service, from the sheath of the first or lowest leaf, used as a sieve, to the stalk of the young fruit, which 220 divested of the outer coat, is somewhat like our chestnut during the hot and east monsoon. Refrigerating diuretic milk is a favorite with strangers, and much feared by natives. A respectable man is derided if seen eating a bit of ripe coconut, of food for slaves and savages from the far west, but he greedily consumes the blankmango-like pulp of the dafu, which is supposed, probably from its appearance, to secrete virility. Rasped, the ripe kernel enters into many dishes. Cream squeezed from it is mixed with boiled rice, and the meat, kneaded with wheat flour and clarified butter, is made as at Goa into scone-like cakes. No palm wine is so delicious as that of the cocoa tree, and the vinegar is proportionally good. The zarambo, or distillation from toddy, is adulterated with lime, sugar, and other ingredients which render it unpalatable, as it is pernicious. Formerly, there were many coconut oil mills in the town. Now 1857, they are transferred to the plantations, where sesamum simsim is also crushed. The engenho is ruder than in the Brazil. A camel blindfolded to prevent it eating the oil cake, or striking work, paces slowly round the horsewalk, moving a heavy beam. This rolls a pestle of 6 inches in diameter in a conical 221 wooden mortar, flat-rimmed above, and 4 feet deep by 3 wide. Formerly, as many as 70,000 pounds were exported in a single vessel. Now the people save trouble by selling the dried nut, and when oil is wanted for home use, they press and bruise it in water, which is then boiled. Consequently, though the tree again begins to cover the island coast, the oil is 3 times dearer than at Bombay. It is calculated that 12 million nuts were exported last year 1856 for the soap and candle trades, and a single French house has an establishment capable of curing 50,000 per diem demand, has prodigiously raised the price of this article in 1842, the 1,000 cost from 2 to 2 in 1857, it was 12, though the coir of Zanzibar is remarkably fine, and was much admired at Calcutta little use, is made of it some years ago. Certain Indian Moslems tried to obtain a contract from the local government, and did not succeed, prepayment being the first thing insisted upon. The constitutional indolence of the people, their dislike to settled and regular work, and their Semitic unwillingness to venture money, have despite cheap labor and low ground rents prevented the island from taking to its most appropriate 222 industrial sugar-growing refiners, are agreed that the cane in Zanzibar and Pemba is equal to that in any part of Asia. About 3 years ago, 1857, the late Syed established factory at his estate of Mohara under a Frenchman Roman 1000 Classon, an assistant, and 32 supervisors compelled to live in the interior. They sickened and died off, and thus Mauritius lost another dangerous rival. A superior article was also made by the Persians, but they all caught fever, and either perished or disappeared. The sugar, now grown, is consumed on the island, and there is only one steamer belonging to the Syed. Cotton is said to thrive upon the island, but the irregular rains must often damage the crop. At present a small quantity for domestic use is brought from the coast, where there are plots of the shrub growing almost wild in the drier parts of the Benadir. However, the material for handmade cloth must be brought from India, mostly from Surat. The virgin soils of Zanzibar in fact labor under only one disadvantage, feigning ties of the people, but that one is all in all. Hence complaints concerning the expense in the West India plantations. 1 head was allowed per 223 acre of cane per 2 acres of cotton, and per 3 acres of coffee. Here 4 head would hardly do the work. Slave labor is bad and free labor is worse. Coffee was once tried in the island, but the clove soon killed it. Now not a parcel is raised for sale. The berry, which was large and flavorless, was not found to keep well. The overrich soil produces an undue luxuriance of leafage, and the shrub lacks its necessary wintering. In the Brazil, the richest lands are given to coffee, the next best to sugar, and the worst to cotton and cereals. The Zanzibar coast from Mombasa to Mozambique produces small quantities of coffee. Here great care is given to it. The berry has a peculiarly dry and bitter flavor, pleasant when familiar, and producing, when first taken, wakefulness and nervous excitement. At present the island imports her supplies from Malabar and Yemen. The consumption is not great. The Arabs, who hold it a necessary of life at home here, find it bilious and end by changing it for betelnut. The coast growth sells in small lots at various prices, and may become an article of export in the African interior. The shrub is indigenous between northern Unyamwezi S. lat 10 and southern Abyssinia N 224 lat 10, and as it is found on the western coast growing wild about the rivers Nunez and Pongo N lat 10, it probably extends in a broken band across the continent. There appear to be many varieties of the shrub in Caragua. The wild bean is little bigger than a pin's head. Harar exports a peculiarly large species, which sells as mocha, and the Mozambique coffee does not at all resemble in flavor that of West Africa. Dr. Livingstone, Missionary Travels, Chap Roman 10, tells us that coffee brought from southern Arabia to Angola by the Jesuits was spread probably by agency of birds to 300 leagues from the coast. It has long been monkeys' food, but it is now worked by the ex-slavers. Indigo, here as well as in most parts of intertropical Africa, grows wild. The great expense of establishments, with the time and trouble, the skill and attention required for the manufacture, will leave it in the hands of nature for many years to come. Tobacco might be raised. The plant extends throughout eastern and central Africa. Wherever the equinoctial rains fall, Uzambara exports to Zanzibar stiff, thin, round cakes, which have been pounded in wooden mortars and neatly packed in plantain leaves. It is dark and well-flavored. 225 sailors pronounce it to be very chewable. Here it sells at 2 pice, or 34d per cake at Uzambara. It commands about 1/5 of that price paid in cloth and food. The oil palm Elis guineensis, whose produce has done so much for the Guinea coast, and the fatal bite of Biafra is found, I am told, on the island of Pemba, and at other places near Zanzibar about the Lake Tanganyika. It grows in abundance. The fruit, however, is a raceme like the dates, not a spike as in the Boni River. The Mkikichi is therefore a different and probably an unknown species like that of West Africa. It supplies wine as well as oil the lake regions of Central Africa. Vol Roman 2p59. The pommel might easily be introduced into Zanzibar and would doubtless thrive, but the people have enough to do without it. The Mbona or Palma Christi springs up spontaneously as in most tropical regions throughout Zanzibar Island, and on the coast, the Hindus say of a man with more vanity than merit the castor shrub grows. Where other plants can't, the seed is toasted, in iron pots pounded, and boiled to float the oil after 226 aloes. It is the popular cathartic, and it is rubbed upon the skin to soften the muscles with an effect which I leave to the nasal imagination. Cinnamon and nutmeg trees were planted by the late Sayyid, and flourished well on some soils. The latter takes 9 years, it is said, before bearing fruit, and gives trouble fatal objections in Arabs' eyes. The spice is now imported from India. When at Casa of Unyamwezi I saw specimens brought, it is said, from the highlands of Carigua, but the plentiful supply from the farther east would prevent this trade being here developed. The cacao shrub chocolate, which thrives so well at Prince's Island, and Fernando Po in the Biafran Bight, has never, I believe, been tried in Zanzibar. The mpira or caoutchouc tree flourishes in the island, and on the adjacent continent, the people of eastern Madagascar tap it in the cold season, and have sent large cargoes to America. Mr. Macmillan, U.S. Consul Zanzibar, offered 1,000 for good specimens, but the Swahili would not take the trouble to make a few incisions. I heard of 2 varieties of ficus, and a liana. There are probably many more about the Gaboon River. The valuable gum is the produce of a vine or climber with an edible fruit. And 227, the people have learned to extract a coarse article, and to adulterate it, till it is hardly tradable here. They use the thinner branches well oiled for suppleness as backers. Policemen's truncheon, the cateninetales, the chob, and the pomatorio of Africa. I may here remark that our gourd-shaped articles resist the climate of Zanzibar, whilst the squares and the vulcanized preparations become sticky and useless. The London-made blankets of smooth and glazed caoutchouc are so valuable that no traveler should be without them. Those that are not polished, however, cannot be called waterproof, becoming wet inside. They are unpleasantly cold for exposure to the sun. White impermeables must be preferred to black, and a first-rate article is required. Our cheap boots and cloaks soon opened, and when exposed to great heat, they were converted into a viscid mass. The tamarind, as in India, is a splendid tree, but the fruit, though used for acidulated drinks, is not prepared for exportation. A smooth-rooted sarsaparilla of lighter color than the growth of the Brazil and Jamaica is found wild upon the island, and the coast. The orchilla, which gives its name to the insul purpurari, has been 228 tried, and resembling that of the Somali country, it gives good color. This lichen chooses the forks of trees in every lagoon. In the consular report by Lieutenant Colonel Playfair on the trade of Zanzibar, for the year 1863, I find orchilla is obtained from the more arid parts of the coast. To the north, none grows on the island. The people of Zanzibar are fond of fruits, especially the mango, the orange, the banana, and the pineapple. All of these, however, except the plantain, the breadfruit of Africar seedlings and engrafting, is not practiced. Wall fruit is of course unknown. The mango, originally imported from India, and as yet unplanted in the central regions, is of many varieties which lack, however, distinguishing names. 2 kinds are common: a large green fruit, like the alphonso of western India, and a longer pome with bright red yellow skin resembling the Goanese. Cola. These with care might rival the famous produce of Bombay. Even in their half-old state, the flavor of turpentine is hardly perceptible. The fruit is said to be heating, and to cause boils. The Arabs spoil its taste by using steel knives with the unripe fruit. They make, however, 229 excellent jams and pickles eaten in broths of fowl or meat. The pounded kernels are administered in dysenteries, but the relish or sauce of which the Gaboon people are so fond is unknown here, and even in India, the fruit is most plentiful during the east monsoon. There are many varieties of the orange, all however inferior to the produce of the Azores and the Brazil of Malta, and the Mozambique. The native fruit, supposed to be indigenous, is green, not so sweet as the kinds grown by the Portuguese, and the coat must be loosened by 2 days' exposure to the sun, or it can hardly be removed. It seldom ripens before the beginning of July, and it is best in August. The Persian variety from about Bandar Abbas comes to market in early May. It has grown common since 1842, and it has excelled its original stock. The peel is loose and green, and the meat, when cleared of pips, tastes somewhat like currants. The small brick-red mandarin is good, and resembles the African and Brazilian tangerine. The trees want care, they run to wood. The fruit is often covered with a hard, rough, thick, and almost inseparable rind, and 230. The inside is full of bitter seeds, pithy placenta, and fluffy skins. The wild oranges upon the island and the continent resemble those which we call Seville. As a rule, the golden apple abounds from May to October. It is considered cooling, antibilious, and antiseptic, especially when eaten before other food in the early morning. Thus, it was a saying in the Brazil that the physician does not enter that house where orange peel is strewed about. In West Africa, the Rev. Mr. Brown of Texas judged the fruit harshly and predicted the death of a brother missionary who was too fond of it. Many boxes and bags of oranges are carried as presents from Zanzibar to the northern ports. Banadir, Aden, and even Bombay Gulf Arabs, who have not such luxuries at home, will here devour a basketful at a sitting. The sweet limes of Zanzibar are considered inferior to none by those who enjoy the sickly mawkish flavor. The acid limes are cheap, plentiful, and aromatic. They are second only to those grown about Muscat, the Ni plus ultra. Of perfume and flavor 231, the pamplemousse or shaddock, the pomelo of Bombay, Citrus decumana, has been planted upon the island. But the people declare that it will not ripen. The same is said of the citron, and the Zanzibarians ignore the Persian art of preserving it. Bananas at Zanzibar are of two varieties, red and yellow. They are not remarkable for delicacy of taste in the highlands of the interior, as Uzambara and Caragua. The musa may be called the staff of life. The plantain in India, termed horseplantain, is a coarse kind, sometimes a foot long and full of hard black seeds. Europeans fry it in butter, and the people hold it to be a fine, strong fruit. The musa bears during all the year in Zanzibar, but it is not common in May and June. The pineapple of the New World grows almost wild in every hedgerow, and bush cultivation and planting near running water would greatly improve it. At present the crown is stuck in the earth, and is left to its fate. Wherever the place may be, strangers are advised to remove the thick outer rind, including all the eyes, which, adhering to the coats of the stomach, have caused inflammation, dysentery, and death. The ananas ripens in the cold 232 season, when it is found throughout the 12 months. The people predict that next year it will fail. It is in fact a biennial, like the olive in Palestine. The especial fruits of the poor are the fanas or jack of India, and an even more fetid variety, the dorian, which certain writers call the aphrodisiac dorian. Some Europeans have learned to relish the evil savor, and all declare the jack to be very wholesome. Hindus refuse to touch it, because it is heating food. They say the same, however, of all fruits. With saccharine juices, the nuts are roasted and eaten with salt as in India, and the villagers fatten their poultry with the rind and the rotten. The breadfruit and the curious growth Rivnala, known as the traveler's tree, were introduced from the Seychelles Islands. The young plants, however, were soon uprooted and strewed about the fields. Grapes, both white and red, look well, but as in the tropical Brazil, the bunches never ripen thoroughly. In fact, the same cluster will contain berries of every age, from the smallest green to the oldest purple. This is a great disadvantage when making wine, and requires to be corrected by syrup. The 233 grape can hardly be expected to thrive where the hot season, as in parts of the New World, is also the rainy season. Like the produce of the Gold Coast, the stones are large and bitter, and the skin is tart, thick, and leathery. Bacchus, though he conquered India and founded Nissa, seems to disdain the equinoctial regions. According to the French, another variety should be introduced, and perhaps the ground grape of the Cape might succeed better. There are many varieties of the vine in the central continent, but the people have hardly learned to eat the fruit. At Zanzibar, certain Arabs tried it with sugar and rosewater, and suffered in consequence from violent colics. We read in Al-Baqi, a Roman 500, that some vines bear 3 crops per annum. The watermelon, most wholesome of fruits in warm climates, is found in Zanzibar, and in the lake regions of the interior, the best are said to grow about Lamu and Brava. It is a poor, flavorless article, white yellow, not white, and pink, inside dry, and wanting the refreshing juice. It is fit only for boiling, and its edible seed is the best part. The growth of the papaw is truly tropical. A single year suffices to hang the tree with golden fruit, which is eaten raw. 234, and boiled Hindus, as usual, object to its heat. The Arabs make from the pips, which taste like celery, a sherbet which is said to have peculiar effects. The khwemwe tree bears a nut with a hard reticulated skin. This is roasted like the chestnut, and it affords a small quantity of oil, the sitafel annona squamosa, and its congener, the jamfel or soursop, a reticulata, grow wild over the island, and the coast, as in the Brazil, little attention is paid to them. This custard apple is here considered to be a wholesome fruit. The guava is popularly called zeytun, which means olive, a quasi-sacred fruit, possibly on the principle that in England many growths become palms about Easter time. It runs wild around Mombasa and spreads over much ground by a peculiar provision of nature. The guavas are said not to ripen well yet on the west coast. They are excellent. The jamli, a well-known Indian tree, Eugenia jambu, whose somewhat austere subacid fruit resembles the damson or bullace, is everywhere common. In 235 A. Roman 500, the traveler Ibn Battuta found al-Jamun at Mombasa. The interior of the island produces the fursad, a small stunted variety of the Persian red mulberry. The tut or white species grows in every jungle from the shore of the mainland to Fuga in Uzambara, and suggests the possibility of rearing silkworms. The pomegranate here, as on the coast, gives a fruit which is hardly eatable during the season. Omani ships bring a supply of the very best description from the Jebel el Aksar, the green mountain near Maskat, and apples from the Persian Gulf. The badam, locally called bidam, the Persian almond, is here barren. The broad polished leaves are used as platters by the vegetarian Hindus. The Chinese rambutan or lychee is neglected, and the fruit is poor. The jujube is unusually well-flavored according to Muslim custom. The Arab dead are washed with an infusion of the leaves. That South American growth, the mbibo or cashew kaju tree, abounds here. And on the continental seaboard, the nuts are roasted. The pulp is eaten, though its astringent quince-like flavor is by no means pleasant, and the juice is distilled as at Goa after pressure. The yield, exposed 2 or 3 days for fermentation. 236, produces the celebrated coim cajuig of the Brazilian Tupi-Guarani race, a wine here unknown. The still yields at first a watery spirit, which by cohibation becomes as fiery and dangerous as new rum. The lower orders like it. The effects, they say, last out the week. The principal wild trees are the following: the fan palm, a native of the island and the continent, supplies the chief African industry mat making. The toddy palm is found everywhere. The fruit is eaten, but no one cares to draw off the beverage. The dom or Theban palm, the baca, is a rare variety, and the wood is used chiefly for ladder rungs. Gigantic raffias, called by the Arabs nakhl, el shaitan, the devil's palm, throw over the streams. Fronds 30 and 40 feet long, these cut, stripped, and bound into rafts, are floated down and exported from the mainland to the island. The material is soft and good for hut making. The graceful areca palm flourishes everywhere, especially upon the banks of the Pangani River. At the mouth of this stream, a sawmill might be set up for a few dollars, and I have no doubt that it would yield large profits and extend its business as far as the Red Sea. The bombax or silk kitten tree, Eriodendrum 237 amphructuosum, the Arab dibaj, and the Kiswahili sufi, common in East as in West Africa, affords a fiber usually considered too short and brittle for weaving. But I have seen surat cotton, very nearly as bad. The contents of the pericarp have been used for pillow stuffings. The only result dicant was a remarkable plague of pediculi. The cura or frankincense tree of India abounds. The red beans of the Abrus precatorius are used by the poor and by the wild people as ornaments. Even the mixed Luso-African race of Anabum will wear huge strings of this fruit. Our original carrot, the soft-wooded baobab mbuyu or calabash tree, Adinsonia digitata, grows rapidly to a large size upon the island, as upon the eastern and western coasts. It is a tree of many uses. The trunk, often girthing 40 feet, forms the water tank. The trough, the fisherman's monoxyle, the fibrous bark, is converted into cloth, whose tough network is valued by the natives. The fruit pulp is eaten, and the dried shells serve as buyu or gourds. I have repeatedly alluded to this tree in the lake regions of Central Africa, and I shall offer other notices of it in the following pages. Of late, the mbuyu or baobab has brought itself into notice as affording a material more valuable for 238 paper than straw esparto or wood pulp, and its superiority to other African basts has been acknowledged in England. The Mpingo dalbergia melanoxylum gives a purple timber not a little like rosewood. The African oak, a species of teak, is reported to exist, but this tree does not extend far north of Mozambique. The fun is a stately growth whose noble shaft, often 80 feet high, springs without knot or branch till its head expands into a mighty parachute. It is more ornamental than useful. The wood is soft, full of sap, like our summer timber, and subject to white ants in these hot, wet, and windy tropical regions. Some trees, especially those without gum or resinous sap, grow too fast and are liable to rot, whilst others take many years to mature and are almost unmanageably hard and heavy. Hence, we have had timber-cutting establishments set up by our government at a large expense in the Brazil and in West Africa, but the produce never paid the voyage to England. The woods known to commerce are the liwa, a white-veined, faintly perfumed bastard sandal from Madagascar. It is used for the sacred fire by the poorer Parsis. Granadil wood is exported from the mainland to Europe, where it is worked for the bearings of mills, and for the mouthpieces and flanges of instruments the Arabs call it abnews, and the Swahili mpingo, both signifying ebony, which it resembles in appearance, though not in qualities, less brittle than ebony and harder than lignum vitae. It spoils the saw, and being very heavy it refuses to absorb grease or water. It makes good ramrods, and the Uzambara people have cut it into pipe bowls long before our briarroot was dreamed of. The sweet-smelling calembac, vulg columbo, once common upon the island, is now brought from Madagascar. There are two kinds, one poor and yellow like our box, the other hard, heavy, and dark red. Its fine grain takes the high polish of mahogany, and it would make good desks and workboxes. Comoro men and Indian carpenters turn out rude furniture of this wood, which is willfully wasted in felling and shaping it. The plantation slaves, who ignore the saw, chip away at least half the smoke, is 240, said to keep off mosquitoes. The mango, the jack, the copal tree, and many others give fine hard woods for cabinet work. Planks and scantling, crossbeams and door panels are made of two fine trees, the mtimbati and the mvule. The Negro carpenters always sacrifice. I have set a tree to make a plank, and the latter is so heavy that for all light erections such as upper rooms boards must be imported from Europe. The mtimbati is the more Venus. Rungs of ladders, well kept and painted, will last 15 years. The enduring mvule, a close-grained yellow wood, is rare upon the island, but common in the coast jungles, as is the case with the calembac. There is no tariff for these trees. What today is sold at a bazaar auction for 1 May in a week fetch a good practical account of the medicinal plants and timbers of Madagascar and Mozambique. Zanzibar and the Seychelles will be found in appendices. A B. Vol. Roman 2 of Mr. Leon MacLeod's Travels in Eastern Africa, with a narrative of a residence in Mozambique. Captain Gillane may also be consulted. Vol. Roman 1 p. 2325. The Bordi or Zanzibar rafters are felled by 241 slaves on the mainland and are brought over by Arabs and other vessels. The material is the useful mangrove, of which we here find the normal two species. The Arabs call both gurum and prefer the macanda or red kind at Zanzibar. The posts, which become wormeat and are reduced to powder by white ants, must be changed every 5 years in arid Muscat. They will last out the century, and they find their way to Aden, to Jeddah, and even to Mecca. The usual price in the island is 2 to 3 per korja or score. The Mti wa maidu wild wood or white mangrove is found growing not in brackish water, and upon the mud like the red variety, but chiefly upon the higher sandy levels. The wood is small, it shrinks when dried, it splits easily and snaps. It is worm-eaten at once, and its porous nature causes it easily to absorb water. In Zanzibar, it is used for fuel in lime burning, and it makes a hot and lasting fire. The people also turn it into caulking mallets, which do not crack or spread out. The usual price, 1857, is half a German crown per korja. Vegetables are little prized at Zanzibar. The list is rather of what might be than of what exists. A local difficulty is the half-starved 242 slave, who plunders every garden. Nothing less than a guard of Balak would preserve edible property from his necessities, and from his truly African wantonness of destruction. Almost all European vegetables will grow in the island. They require, however, shade, and they should be planted as at Bourbon and the Mauritius between rows of cool bananas. The best soil is the dark vegetable mold. Near the streams here lettuces, beetroot, carrots, potatoes, and yams, wood flower-ish cabbages, and cauliflowers have never, I believe, been tried. The jezar, an excellent sweet potato from Comoro and Madagascar, has been neglected almost to extinction. 30 barrels of many sorted beans were sent from the Cape, and grew well. They are good and abundant in the African interior, but the island has allowed them to die out. The eggplant is remarkably fine, and the wild species thrives everywhere on the seaboard between Somaliland and Zanzibar. The continent sends sundry kinds of pumpkins and gourds. Cucumbers of many varieties grow almost without sowing. The people declare that they become bitter if touched by the hand, Whilst being peeled, the Arabs make from the seed an oil of most delicate flavor, far superior for salads than the 243 best Lukey's olive in London. I have vainly asked for cucumber oil. The vegetable is probably too expensive, and the seeds are too small to be thus used at home. About Lagos, on the Slave Coast, however, there is a cucumber nearly a foot long with large pips, which might be sent northwards, and I commend the experiment to the civilized lover of oil. All kinds of chilies, from the small wild bird pepper to the large variety of which the Spaniards are so fond, thrive in Zanzibar, which appears to be their home. There are extensive plantations of betel pepper on the eastern coast of the island. Wheat, barley, and oats here run to straw. Rice is the favorite cereal. The humid lowlands are cleared of weeds by burning, and the seed is sown when the first showers fall. To judge from the bazaar price, the homegrown article is of a superior quality, but nowhere in East Africa did I find the grain so nutritious as that of the western coast. The hardest working of all African tribes, the Krumen, live almost entirely upon red rice and pommel. The clove mania has caused the cereal to be neglected. Formerly an export, it is now imported, and in 1860, it cost the island 38,000 jowari. Halka sorghum, here called by the Arabs tom food, and by the Swahili 244 mtamon. Evident corruptionists, sown in January and February, and ripens 6 months afterwards. The wheat of the poorer Arabs, and the oats of horses. It grows 18 feet high, but the islanders have little leisure, except in the poorest parts, to cultivate banyans. Arabs and Waswahili buy it in the Brava country, the granary of southern Arabia, on the seaboard from Tanga to Mangao, and in some districts of the near interior, they retail it in Zanzibar at large profits. Sesamum, the Hindustani, till or jingle, the Arabic simsum, the commonest of the oleaginous grains of late, demanded by the French market, where the oil becomes huile d'olives, is also brought from the mainland, especially from the northern ports Lamu and its neighbors the Banadir or Havenland. In 1859, the island of Zanzibar exported 8,388,360 pounds, 20,000. Besides this, the coast ports shipped several cargoes direct. Formerly East Africa used to supply the Red Sea with this article. Maize muhindi is a favorite article of consumption, and a little is grown on the island. Badri mal panicum spicatum, rocks. The small millet, a thin grain inferior to that of Kutch and Western India, is little cultivated. 245, the gram of Hindustan in Arabic, hummus in Persian nukhud, and in Kiswahili dengu. Cicer arietinum is of several varieties, white and red. The lubia pulse is also of many sizes and colors. The black flourishes everywhere. The red is common, and the white, which the Portuguese of Goa import from the Mozambique regions, is rare. The best and largest comes from Pemba Island. It is also grown on the continent. The leguminous thur, the Arabic turian, and the Kiswahili barati cajanus indicus, is almost wild. The banyans mix it with rice and make with it the well-known dal and kikri, the small green pea known in India as mung, the Persian mash, and the Kiswahili kairok, or toka facialis mungo rocks, is boiled and eaten with clarified butter. Gai, like thur, the people also use the little black grain resembling poppy seed known in India as uret in Kutch papri, and here fui, facialis radiatus, the muhogo in the plural mihogo, or white cassava. Manihot ipim resembles in appearance the sweet manioc of the Brazil. Ipim, or macaxera, the knotted stem, about 6 feet 246 long, is crowned with broad digitated leaves. The conical root, however, has a distinct longitudinal fiber the size of small whipcord, which is not found in the black or poisonous manioc. Jatropha manihot, or manihot utilissima. The people have not attempted to masticate it into a means of intoxication. The casuma of the Brazilian tupi, the muhogo, grows everywhere in Zanzibar Island. It is planted in cuttings during the rains, and it ripens 6 or 8 months afterwards. In the consular reports for 1860, we are told that the manioc or cassava, which forms the chief food of the slaves and poorer classes, yields 4 crops a year. This is not probable. The longer all jatropha is kept in the ground within certain limits, the larger and better is the root. Manioc is carried as an acceptable present by travelers going into the interior. At Zanzibar, the traveler should train his stomach to this food and take care not to call it manioc. When raw, it resembles a poor chestnut, but in this state, none save a servile stomach can eat it without injury. Europeans compare 247 it with parsnips and wet potatoes. The Hindus declare it to be heavy as lead and so cold that it always generates rheumatism. The Swahili have some 50 different ways of preparing it boiled, and served up with a sauce of groundnut cream, it is palatable in every bazaar sundried lengths. Split by the women and looking like pipe clay and flour, are to be bought a paste kneaded with cold water, is cooked to scones over the fire. Others wrap the raw root in a plantain leaf, and bake it like Grecian in the hot ashes. The poorer classes pound, boil, stir, and swallow the thick gruel till their stomachs stand out in bold relief, full of gluten. This food is by no means nutritious, and after a short time, it produces that inordinate craving for meat, even the meat of white ants, which has a name in most African languages. The bang cannabis sativa, which grows plentifully, though not wild in the interior of the continent, is mostly brought to Zanzibar from India in Mozambique. The Portuguese call it banj, or cânhamo de Portugal hemp. And in the Brazil, it is also known as banj. Evidently, the Hindustani bang, the Negroes smoke it for intoxication, but ignore the 248 other luxurious preparations familiar to Hindustan, Egypt, and Turkey. Wanga, or arrowroot globular, like a variety found in the Kankan, is much less nutritious than the long kind. Here the best is brought from Mombasa, and after the rains, the southern coast could supply large quantities. The people levigate the root, wash, and sundry it. The white powder is then kneaded with tembu palm wine into small balls, which are boiled in the same liquid. It is cold and astringent. The Arabs use it as a remedy for dysentery, and the Hindus declare that it produces nothing but costiveness. Ginger thrives in the similar formation of Pemba, and yet it will not, I am assured, grow at Zanzibar, where it is imported from western India. The tea being in this climate a good stomachic, the kalumba or Colombo root is largely exported to adulterate beers and bitters. Curious to say, the groundnut, which extends from Unyamwezi to the Gambia, is rare at Zanzibar. The corallines of the coast are of course destitute of metals. A story is told of an ingenious Frenchman who, wishing to become director of mines in the service of H.H., the Sayed, melted down a few dollars and ran a 249 vein of silver, most unfortunately, into a mass of madrepore. The curious gang was shown to Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton, and thus the cute experiment failed. The African interior, beyond the mountains, is rich in copper and iron. I have described the copper of the Tanganyika Lake region. It is said to be collected in small nuggets from torrent beds, and the bars have evidently been cast in sand. The iron of the Umasai country makes the finest steel. Gold has undoubtedly been brought from the mountains of Chaga, and the eastern plateau promises to rival in auriferous wealth the Gold Coast, the great fields north of and near the Zambezi, and west of Natal, beyond the Transvaal Republic, discovered in 18,667 by the German explorer Roman 1000 Mach. A country consisting of metamorphic rocks and auriferous quartz will probably be found extending high up in East Africa throughout. The rocks lying inland of the maritime and submaritime corallines, it is also likely that the vast cloves explored by the Portuguese and visited by Dr. Livingstone in the vicinity of Teet on the Zambezi, and afterwards prolonged by him to the Rufuma River, a formation quite unknown to our popular works, will be extended to the Zanzibar 250 coast. The valleys of rivers falling into the Indian Ocean should be carefully examined. The similarity of climate and geographical position, which the province of São Paulo, and indeed the maritime regions of the Brazil, generally present with Eastern Africa, first drew my attention to its vast and various carboniferous deposits, and they are found to correspond with those of the dark continent. Messrs. Ribman and Pollock visited a spot near the water of Doruma in the Rabai Range near Mombasa, where antimony is dug. They found no excavations, but the people told them to return after the rains when the ground would be soft. The holes, they say, were rarely deeper than a foot and a half. Captain Gilling Roman III was told that near the village Mtikiakara, il existe presque a fleur de terre des amas d'une substance metallifer, qui semblerait être un antimonier d'argent autant quil, et et permis den juger, par les echentilens dans a nos voyageurs. The valuable corals are not found at Zanzibar, but the people sell a thin and white-stemmed 251 madrepore with broccoli-shaped heads of the liveliest red Tubipora musica. Gypsum abounds at Pemba and other places. Ships bring from Muscat a fine hydraulic mortar called serege, the result of burning shells in small kilns. Tandur for tanner. The material is then stored in bags, pounded and made into paste. When required, it sets to stony consistency like the pozzolana used by the Romans for underwater buildings. I presume that they mix with this calcaire a certain proportion of sand. The natives do not use shellime when chewing betelnut and leaf, they spoil their teeth with the common stuff. The disadvantage of coralline as building material is that it retains for a long time its quarry-water. The Arabs dry it involuntarily and humor their indolence by expending a dozen years in constructing a house home, as at Damascus being rarely finished during the owner's life. The remedy is to expel the salts of lime and the animal gelatine by baking the stone, as is practiced in the South Sea Islands. Kilns would make good lime at Zanzibar on the island and coast. The people now burn the gypsum and polypedums in heaps piled upon a circle of billets, and the smoke which fills half the town is considered wholesome. Instead of 252 being kept unslaked in sacks, it is wetted with seawater which prevents it drying, and it is then heaped up in the moist open air. Moreover, it is mixed with sesand, which is washed in fresh water, but its salt sweats out for many a long year. Thus the best houses are liable to cuticular eruptions during the wet season. The mortar cracks and is patched with a leprosy of blue, yellow, and green mold. The flat roofs are protected from the rain with thick coatings of this material, pounded to the desired consistency by rows of slavewomen and boys armed with long flat tamps and rude mallets. During the last 15 years, the price of lime at Zanzibar has increased fivefold, 11 being now 1857 paid for a small heap, and as usual when Europeans are the purchasers, it rises 50%. Section 6. The industry of Zanzibar. The industry of Zanzibar is closely akin to the same may be said of the coast. Both 253 are essentially exporting and cannot become manufacturing centers, at least as long as the present race endures. The principal supply is of matting and bags for merchandise. The laborers are mostly women, who thus spend the time not occupied in domestic toil. The best mats are those sent by Madagascar, the native simim in Kiswahili termed mkeka, an article upon which none but diwans may sit, is neatly made of rush and palm fronds from the riverside, and from the low grounds of the coast. It is dyed in red patterns with madder, and the root of the muda tree boiled in water gives it a dark purple variegation. The housewives also make a rude fan, imitating that of masket materials. For common mats and grain bags are found in strips of palmated and fan-shaped leaves, cut in the jungles of the mainland, sundried, carefully scraped with knives, and plaited by men, women, and children. The masket traders buy these lengths and sew them together with coups or thread made from the cockleaf. The large jambi mat, varying from 8 to 10 cubits long, costs about $0.25. This is employed in bagging in Arabic kafat and in Kiswahili makanda to defend from rain. The 254 cottons, beads, and other articles which are carried by traders into the far interior. Cloth is fringed by Waswahili and slaves. Many tribes, those of Chaga for instance, will not take a tobe without its taraza, and generally when a piece of stuff is given to a wild man, he sits down and first unravels the edge. The selvage also constitutes a highly prized ornament. Billhooks, munda, coarse sword blades, upanga, and knives, kesu, hatchet, skoka, and hose, jembeth, latter too diminutive and more like playthings than working tools, are made of imported iron and form a staple of trade with the mainland. The European spade and the American broad axe still await introduction. Those who would explore Africa should supply themselves with a large stock of such hardware, and be careful not to waste them to savages and semi-barbarians. They are everywhere more precious than gold. Zanzibar, from the terrace of H.B. Roman 1000's consulate. Split bamboo forms the brooms, and the hard material tears the plaster from the walls. A coarse pottery, which the saltness of the clay renders peculiarly brittle, is fabricated by the Waswahili at Changani Point, and supplants 255. The original Lagenarias, some Kumars or Hindustani potters, came to Zanzibar a few years ago. They suffered so severely from fever that, fancying themselves bewitched, all ran away. Chapter Roman 6. Visit to the Prince Said Majid government of Zanzibar. Zanzibar is an island of Africa on the coast of Zanzibar, governed by a king, who is a tributary to the Portuguese Rhesus Cycloptea. We now proceed to wait upon the Said of Zanzibar, and the Swahili, who would be somewhat surprised to hear that he is tributary to the Portuguese. The palace lies east of, and close to the fort. It is fronted by a wharf, and defended by a stuccoed platform, mounting 8 or 9 brass guns and barbette. Intended more for show than use, the building is a kind of double-storied whitewashed barrack, about 140 feet long, roofed with dingy greenwood tiles, and pierced with a few windows. Jealously raised high from the ground, shutters painted tender green temper. 257. the sunglare and a few stunted windrung trees beautify the base seaward. There is a veranda in which levees are held, and behind it are stables and sundry outhouses, an oratory, and a graveyard, where runaway slaves chained together by the neck lie in the shade. In this oratory, as in other mosques, are performed the prayers of the two great festivals, which during the late prince's life were recited at the Mtoni Cassin. Here, too, is the large gable-ended house, commenced in his elder age by the enterprising Syed said, and built, it is said, after the model of the Dutch factory at Bandar Abbas. It was intended for levees and for a hall of pleasure. Unhappily, a large chandelier dropped from the ceiling. 70 masons were crushed by a falling wall, and other inauspicious omens made men predict that the prince would never enter the Akhir el Zaman, end of time. It has since been shut up like one of our ghost-haunted houses, which it not a little resembles. In the center of the square opposite the palace stands the Syed's flagstaff, where the bakr is administered, where executions take place, and where, according to an American traveler, distinguished criminals are fastened to a 258 pole and are tied from the ankles to the throat, till the soul of the dying man is literally squeezed out of its earthly tenement. The author, who visited Zanzibar in the mercantile, was grievously hoaxed by some kind friend under Syed said torture was unknown. Death was inflicted according to Quranic law, and only one mutilation is recorded. I may remark en passant that in this part of the world, the two master romancers, ignorance and interest, have been busily at work, and that many a slander rests upon the slenderest foundation of fact. Adventurers have circulated the most ridiculous tales. We hear, or rather we have heard, of 300,000 Arab cavalry and hordes of steel-clad Negroes, possibly a tradition of the Zanzibarians, who in the days of the caliphs plundered Basra. We read of brilliant troops of horse artillery, whose only existence was in the brain of some unprincipled speculator. And yet this report sent a battery from Woolwich, as a present for the late Syed. To the same category belong the Amazons, bestriding warble locks, doubtless a revival of El Masudi, who in our 10th century reported that the king of Zeng commanded Dahiman like an army of 259 soldieresses mounted, as are the Kafirs upon oxenth Portuguese boa-cavalos. Some travelers have asserted that the Cape tribes learned cattle riding from Europeans, but Camoens, making his hero land at the Aguada des Bras, after sailing from the Angra de Santa Lina, expressly states, "Embrowned the women by the burning clime. On slopest oxen riding, came along." Canto Roman 5. Durbars or levees are held 3 times a day after dawn prayers in the afternoon, and at night the ceremonial is simple. The lieges, passing the 2 sepoys on guard at the gate, enter with the usual Moslem salutation, and after kissing hands take their appointed places. There is no lord of the basin, lord of the towel, or lord of the police, deemed indispensable by every petty Persian governor. The ruler is addressed, "Ya Sidi, my lord," and is spoken of by his subjects as Sayyidna, our prince. Coffee is served, but only at night, and all forms of intoxicants are jealously banished. The long, bare reception hall, ceilinged with heavy polished beams, and paved with alternate slabs of white and black marble, brought from Marseille, boasts only a few dingy chandeliers and 3 rows of common wooden-bottomed chairs. It is, however, unencumbered. 260, with the usual mean knickknacks, French clocks and bureau, cheap Prince gaudy china, and pots of neglected artificial flowers, supposed to adorn the windowsills. Nor after the fashion of Zanzibarian grandees are the sides lined with seamen's chests stuffed full of arms, watches, trinkets, cashmere shawls, medicines, and other such chow. The prince received us at the saddle or top of the room with the usual courtesy. He was then a young man whose pleasing features and very light complexion generally resembled those of his father. This is said to have been the case with the whole family. We found the divan of Egypt and Turkey unaccountably absent, banished by the comfortless blackwood kersey of Bombay. After a few minutes' conversation, 2 chairs were placed before us, bearing a tray of sweetmeats, biscuits, and glasses of sherbet. Of these we ate and drank a mouthful in acceptance of hospitality, and we were duly pressed to eat lemonade and confitures, take the place of strong waters amongst Europeans, and of the coconut milk, the mangoes, and the oranges of humbler establishments. Pipes, however, though offered by the late Syed to distinguished European guests, are never introduced, in deference 261 to Wahhabi prejudice. Nor did we suffer from the rosewater ablutions, of which Roman 1000 Gillian complains. Feminine eyes did not peep at us from the inner apartments, but we were fronted by well-dressed slaves, who, as we pass through the crowded outer hall, will steal if they can the gilt tassels from our sword knots, and who have picked the pockets of guests, even when dining with their Prince HH. The Sayyid Majid took considerable interest in our projected journey, and suggested that a fieldpiece might be useful to fright the Washansi wild men. We left the palace much pleased with the kindness and cordiality of its owner, into whose ear moreover evil tongues had whispered the very worst reports. The government of Zanzibar is a royal magistracy, the only form of rule to which the primitive and undisciplinable Eastern Arab will submit. Whenever a new measure is brought forward by the Sayyid, it is invariably opposed by the chiefs of clans who assemble and address him more like an equal than a superior one. Of the princes of Muscat corrected this turbulent feudality after the fashion of Mohammed Ali Pasha, and his Mamluk beys. Even now a few summary examples might be made to good purpose. In 262, the days of the late Sayyid's highest fortunes, the most tattered of Suris would address him O said, and proceed to sit unbidden. In his presence similarly Ibn Battuta, when describing the Sultan of Oman Abu Mohammed bin Nebhan, tells us he has the habit of sitting when he would give audience in a place outside his palace. He has neither chamberlain nor wazir, and every man stranger or subject is free to approach him. Sometimes a noble, when ordered into arrest at Zanzibar, has collected his friends, armed his slaves, and fortified his house. One Salim bin Abdallah, who had a gang of 2,000 musketeer Negroes, used to wage a petty war with the Sayyid's servile hosts. It is perhaps the result of climate that these disturbances have never developed into revolutions. The ministers spoken of by strangers are the nakhodas of the fleet. By virtue of a few French or English sentences, they are summoned when business is to be transacted with Europeans, who are not linguists. The late Sayyid's only secretary and chief interpreter was Ahmed bin Ammon of Basra Bussorah, a half-caste Arab, popularly called by the lieges Wajhain, or Two Faces, according to some. He was a Sabai or Saban, commonly known as a Christian. 263 of St. John, and men declare that he began life as a cabin boy, and rose by his unusual astuteness. When any question of unusual gravity occurs, the Sayyid summons the ulama, the sheikhs, and especially the two qazis, Sheikh Muhi el-Din, a Lamu doctor of the Sunni school, and Sheikh Mohammed an Abazi, causes tried by ecclesiastics generally depend upon the extent of bribery, but there is always an appeal to the prince, or in his absence to the governor. The qazis punish by imprisonment, more or less severe. The stocks are set up in every plantation. The fetters are heavy, and there is, if wanted, a ponderous iron ring with long spikes, significantly termed in Persian the talk-I-taught collar of obedience instant. Justice is the order of the day, and the crooked stick-backer plays a goodly and necessary part. How necessary we see in the present state of Syria, whence the Tanzimat constitution has banished the only penalty that ruffians fear. From 10 to 50 blows are usually inflicted in the Gulf, when the bastinado is to be administered. With the Nihit el-Azab, extreme rigor, half a dozen men work upon the culprit's back, belly, and sides, and 100 strokes suffice to kill him. Severe examples are sometimes necessary. 264, though chastisement is on the whole wild and unfrequent, Zanzibar town is subject to fires originating with the slaves, often in drunkenness, more often for plunder. And this induced the late Sayyid to forbid the building of Kajjan tabernacles, Makudi or Bandani, upon the housetops. His orders were obeyed for 4 months, an unusually long time, and at last Europeans, in consequence of the danger which threatened them, were compelled personally to interfere with the severest preventive treatment. The prince alone has the power of pronouncing a capital sentence, and as usual in Moslem countries, where murder is a private, not a public offense, the criminal is dispatched by the relatives of the slain. Death may be inflicted by the master of the house upon a violator of domicile, gallant, or thief. The sword is drawn, and the intruder is at once cut down. Fines and confiscations, which have taken the place of the Quranic mutilation, are somewhat common, especially when impudent frauds are practiced upon the prince's property. Confinement in the fort, I have said, is severe, but not so much feared as at Muscat, whose rock dungeon is in a Sildama. I saw something of the kind at Fernando Po. Criminals have a wholesome 265 horror of being the ruler's guest, yet they sometimes escape by the silver key, and once upon the mainland, they may laugh at justice. I heard of a Banyan who, despite being double-errand, managed to make tracks. The military force of Zanzibar is not imposing. In 1846, throughout the African possessions of the Sayyid, the permanent force was only 400 men, namely about 80 at Zanzibar, 250 at Mombasa, 30 at Lamu 25, at Pata 6 to 10, at Kilwa, and sundry pairs at Makdishu and other places. After that time, they were doubled, and even trebled. The regulars consist of a guard of honor, a guardia noble, of a dozen servals, habited in cast-off sepoy uniforms, collected from different corps of the Bombay Army. One musket carries a bayonet, the other a stick. The cost of new equipments was once asked by the late Syed. After glancing at the total, he exclaimed that the guard itself would not fetch half that sum. The irregular force is more considerable, and represents the Hajuks of old eastern Turkey, the Arnauts, or Albanians of Egypt, the Bashi Buzuks of El Hijaz, and the Sayer and Zabtiye of modern Syria. The so-called Balak are vagrants and freebooters collected from northern 266 Arabia, and from the southern seaboard of Persia, Mekran and Kilat. When the prince required extra levies, he rigged out a vessel and recruited at Guadal or at Makalla. He preferred the Aryan, as being more amenable to discipline than the Semite. Moreover, the Arab clansman, like the Highlander of old, though feudally bound to follow his suzerain, requires the order of his immediate chief, and the latter, when most wanted, is uncommonly likely to rat, or to revolt. The mercenaries of Zanzibar nominally receive 2 to 3 per mensem, with rations. Practically, the money finds its way more or less into the pocket of the Jemadar, or Roman 100. The fort is here garrisoned by some 80 of these men, and their Negro slaves. The former are equal to double the number of Arabs in the field, and behind walls, they are a match for a nation of savages. Police, by day and night, patrols are much wanted at Zanzibar, where every man must be his own Robert. The slaves are unruly subjects. Even those of the fort will commit an occasional murder, and the suburbs are still far from safe. During the dark 267 hours, the garrison is securely locked up, and in case of most urgent need, no aid is procurable before morning. Wasson Town. I may now offer a catalogue raison of the late Syed's fleet, which was intended to keep up the maritime prestige of his predecessors. The Urabi Imams, the Shah Alam, a double-banked frigate of 1,100 tons, carrying 50 guns. 45, says Roman 1000 Gillian. Roman 1 was built at Mazagan in 1820, and now acts guardship. Mordaunt M. Tony, the Caroline, 40 guns, the best of the squadron, and built at Bombay, was degraded to be a merchantman, in which category she visited Marseille 1849. She has, however, again opened her ports. After returning from Mascat, the strong and handsome Sultana was wrecked near Wasson. When returning from India, the Salihi was lost in the Persian Gulf, the Sulayman Shah, and the Humayun Shah in the Gulf of Bengal. The Piedmontese, 36 guns, built at Cochin in 1836, might be repaired at an expense of 10,000. The Victoria frigate, 40 teak, built in the Mazagan dockyard, is still seaworthy. The Rahmani corvette, 24 guns, is a fast-sailing craft with great breadth of beam. Hailing from Cochin, she was lately fitted out for a recruiting vessel to Hazarmout 268. The Artemise corvette, formerly of 18 guns, now a jackass frigate with 10 guns and barbette, was built at Bombay of fine Damon teak, and was lately repaired there at an expense of 22,000 cos Rs, called Colonel Hamerton's yacht, because always placed at his disposal by the late Syed. She will carry him on his last voyage, accompanying us to Bagamoyo upon the mainland. She is commanded by the sailing master of the fleet, Mohammed bin Khamis, who has studied navigation and modern languages in London. Off him more anon. The lighter craft are the Salihi bark, 300 tons, built in America about 1840, condemned and repaired in Bombay, and the Taj brig, 125 tons, launched at Cochin in 1829, and originally intended for a yacht. Besides, there is a Mosquito squadron, composed of some 20 baitlas each, armed with 2 to 6 guns, which serve equally for cabotage and for campaigning. The useless tawdry Prince Regent, presented by H.B. Majesty's government to the late Syed, was by him passed over in 1840 to the Governor-General of India. It was sold at Calcutta, and for many years it was as a transport the terror of the Eastern soldier. The Syed could not pray amongst the idols of gilding 269, and carving he saw pollution in every picture, and his Arabs supposed the royal birth to be the Tabat, Hazrat Isa our Lord's coffin, instead of this article. He wished to receive the present of a steamer, but political and other objections prevented. Eastern rulers also will not pay high and regular salaries, and without European engineers, every trip would have cost. A boiler repairs were impossible at Zanzibar, and as actually happened to Muhammad Ali's expensive machinery, in Egypt the finest work would have been destroyed by mere neglect. A beautiful model of a steam engine was once sent out from England. It was allowed to rust unopened in the Sayed's go-downs. Still, the main want of the island was rapid communication. Sometimes 9 months elapsed before an answer came from Bombay letters, and parcels including my manuscript were often lost, and occasionally after a long cruise they returned to their starting point, much damaged by time and hard usage. The Bombay post office clerks, thinking I presume that Zanzibar is in Arabia, shipped their bags to Bushire and Muscat, 270-some thousand miles west, instead of west of Bombay, and via Halifax half. Round the world was often the speediest way of communication with London. No wonder that letters were delayed from 7 to 9 months, causing great loss to the trade and inconvenience to the authorities. Her Majesty's proclamation was published in India on November 1, 1858. The Prince of Zanzibar was obliged with a copy only in March 1859. A line of steamers from the Cape, and other places, was much talked of. It would certainly obviate many difficulties, but the Zanzibar merchants who had a snug monopoly were dead against free trade and similar appliances of modern civilization. The French company then running vessels from Mauritius to Aden proposed to touch at Zanzibar, if permitted to engage on their own terms, ouvriers libres. The liberal offer was declined with thanks. The royal treasury is managed with an extreme simplicity. When the prince wants goods or cash, he writes an order upon his collector of customs. The draft is kept as an authority, and the paper is produced at the general balancing of accounts, which takes place every 3rd or 4th year. I found it impossible to obtain certain information concerning the gross amount 271 of customs, and inquiry seemed only to lead further from the truth. The ruler, the officers under him, and the traders all have several interests in keeping the secret. The custom house is in an inchoate condition. It makes no returns, and exports being free, it requires neither manifest nor port clearings from ships about to sail. The customs are farmed out by the Sayed, and 10 years ago their value was 142,000, or 38% less than is now paid. The last contractor was a Kutch Banyan named Jairam Suji. The ijar or lease was generally for 5 years, and the annual amount was variously stated at 70,000 to 150,000. In 1859, it had risen to 196,000 to 22,069,000. He had left the island before Syed Said's death, and, though summoned by the Prince Majid, there was little chance of his committing the folly of obedience. His successor was one Ladha Damha, also a Bhatia Hindu, and a man of the highest respectability. These renters declared that they did not collect the amount which they paid. For the privilege, on the other hand, they could privately direct their caste fellows 272, do what they pleased with all unprotected by treaty, and having a monopoly as tradesmen between the wholesale white merchants and the petty dealers of the coast, they soon became wealthy. Land cess and port dues were unknown at Zanzibar. The principal source of revenue was the custom house, where American and European goods bullion, accepted, paid the 5% ad valorem provided by commercial treaties. Cargo from India paid 525. The fractions serving to salary custom house officials. The import was levied on all articles transshipped in any ports of the Zanzibar dominions, unless the cargo was landed only till the vessel could be repaired. Of course, the tariff was complicated in the extreme, custom amongst Orientals being the rule of thumb. Further west, the farmers appointed all subordinate officials, and as these received insufficient salaries, smuggling, especially in the matters of ivory and slaves, came to their assistance. The Swahili Makhadim or servals contributed an annual poll tax of 1 per head, and this may have amounted to 10,000 to 14,000 crowns per annum. The maximum total of the late Syed's revenue was generally stated as follows. Muscat customs German crowns, 180,000. Matra 60,000. Muscat and Matra octroi from the interior, 20,000. Average receipts from other parts of Africa and Arabia, 20,000. Zanzibar customs and poll tax, 160,000. Total in German crowns, 440,000. In 1811, Captain Smee computes the revenue of Zanzibar at 60,000 per annum, adding, however, that he considers it to be much more. In 1846, Roman 1,000 gilling gives the revenue arising from customs on coffee and cloves, Indian rice and melted butter, and divers taxes on shops, indigo dyes, threadmakers, silk spinners, and so forth, as follows. Total of Oman, 136,600. African dominions, 349,000. Grand total 480,502,500,000 francs. The author, who appears to have been ably assisted in his inquiries by Roman 1000 Laurer, also states that in the days of Syed Said's father the farming of the customs at Zanzibar represented 25,000, from which it gradually rose to 50,000, 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, 105,000, 120,000, 147,000, 157,000, and 175,000. In 1846, we may safely fix the revenue in 1857 at a maximum of 90,000 per annum, the expenses of Navy, Army, and Civil Service, and the personal expenditure 274 of the prince were easily defrayed out of this sum. Whilst the surplus must have been considerable, the income might easily have been increased, and the outlay have been diminished by improving the administration. But the Syed had some time before his death reached that epoch of life when age and weariness determine men to consider the status quo as the supreme wisdom. Under the new regime, affairs did not improve. An Indian firm farmed the customs throughout the Zanzibar dominions for the annual sum of 190,000. And the following is the official statement of the revenues derived by His Highness the Sultan in 18,634. Customs dues 190,000. Pemba dues 6,000. Poll tax of Macadam 10,000. Private clove plantations 15,000. Total 221,000. Deduct subsidy paid to Mascat 40,000. Balance 181,000. The income thus sadly fallen off was hardly enough for the necessaries of the ruler, and left 275 no margin available for improvements or public works. At last, the government, which by treaty is unjustly debarred from imposing export or harbor dues or even from increasing the import duties, devised a modified system of land tax, charging 5% per annum on cloves, and 2 pice 34d on mature cocoa trees, whose estimated average value is one. This, if levied, would produce about 40,000 per annum. Since that time prosperity has returned to the island. The return of imports by the custom house rose from 245,981 in 18,612 to 433,693 in 1,867,871. One half of the trade was in the hands of English subjects, and the committee remarks that Zanzibar is the chief market of the world for ivory, and copal that the trade in hides, oils, seeds, and dyes is on the increase, whilst cotton, sugar, and indigo, to which may be added cocoa, loom in the distance. Chapter Roman 7, a chronicle of Zanzibar's career of the late Imam Syed said, Mais camela liver nest, point un over de fantaisie, comme il trait de questions sérieuses, et quil s'adresse à des intérêts durables me résine, pour lui à l'inattention du moment, et j'attendrai patiment, pourquoi l'avenir lui ramène son hura lui reface pour ainsi dire une nouvelle opportunité. Roman 1000 Gilling. There is little of interest in the annals of Oman, and of her colonies fond of genealogy. The modern Arabs are perhaps the most incurious of Orientals in the matter of history. They ignore the past, they disregard the present, and they have a superstitious aversion to speak of the future. Lawless and fanatical, treacherous, bloodthirsty, and eternally restless, the Omani races, whose hand is still against every man, have converted their chronicles into a kind 277 of Newgate calendar, whilst the multitude of personages that appear upon the scene, and the perpetual rising and falling of imams, princes, and grandees, offer to the reader a mere string of proper names. Ample details concerning Mascat will be found in the pages of Capt. Hamilton, Karst Niebuhr, Wellsted, and Salil ibn Razik, to mention no other. Zanzibar has ever been, since historic times, connected with Oman, whose fortunes she has reflected. The account of the distant dependency given by travelers is therefore, as might be expected, scanty and obscure. At an early period, the merchants and traders of Yemen frequented the island, and exchanged, as we read in the Periplus and Ptolemy, their homes of barren rock and sand for the luxuriant wastes of eastern Africa. If tradition be credible, their primitive settlements were Pada Bet Lamu and the Emrima fronting these islets, and here to the present day, the dialect of their descendants has remained the purest. Themselves pagans, they lived amongst the heathenry, borrowed their language, as the 278 Arabs and the Balak still do, intermarried with them, and begot the half-caste Swahili or coast population in proof that these were the lords of the land. The late Sultan Ahmed, chief of the Shirazi or free tribe of the mulattoes, received annual presents from the Arab Sayyid of Zanzibar. When the former died Muigni, Mku his wazir or brother her, all fellow countrymen are brother succeeded in default of other heirs to the position of monarch, retired from business. He is a common-looking negroid, who lives upon the proceeds of a plantation and periodical presents. He is not permitted to appear as an equal at the Sayyid's darbar, and it is highly improbable that he will ever come to his own again. The Swahili or Azania continued to acknowledge Arab and Persian supremacy till the appearance of the Portuguese upon the coast. Roman 500 Vasco da Gama passed Zanzibar Island, without sighting it, when first bound Indiawards, and authors differ upon the subject of his return. Voyage. The historian Dhow de Barros, Roman 111, relates that the expedition made its landfall from India below Magadoxo Makdishu or Makad, El shot the sitting place of the sheep beat off a boat attack from Pato 279. Pata visited Meland, Mozambique, and the Aguada de S. Braz, and doubled the Cape of Storms. On March 20, 1499, Goes declares that da Gama, after touching at Makdishu and Meland, arrived at Zanzibar on February 28, and was supplied by its ruler with provisions, presents, and specimens of country produced. The island is described as large and fertile with groves of fine trees, producing good fruit. Two others, Pemba and Mofia are Monfia, and the Arab Mafia, lying in its vicinity. These settlements were governed by Moorish princes of the same caste as the king of Meland, doubtless hereditary Moslem sheikhs, and Sayyids. The population is represented as being in no great force but carrying on a good trade with Mombasa for Guzarat calicos, and with Sofala for gold. The king of Meland made a name in Europe. Rabelais commemorates Hans Carvel, the king of Melinda's jeweler, and in Book Roman 1 Chap Roman 5, we read thus: Did Bacchus 280 conquer in thus philosophy, Melinda, meaning that the Portuguese taught their African friends more drinking than wisdom. Dhow de Barros, Roman 2:2, informs us that the chief of Zanzibar was de Linhagem dos Reis de Mambaka Nassos. Imigos. The inhabitants were white Moors, Arabs from Arabia, and black Moors, or Waswahili. The former are portrayed as a slight people scantily armed, but clothed in fine cottons bought at Mombasa from merchants of Cambaya. Their women were adorned with jewels, with Sofalan gold, and with silver obtained in exchange for provisions from the people of St. Lawrence's Island, Madagascar. And here we may remark that the Arab settlements in East Africa, visited by the Portuguese at the end of the 15th century, showed generally a civilization and a refinement fully equal to, if not higher than, the social state of the European voyagers. The latter, expecting to find savages like the naked Kafirs of the south, must not have been a little surprised to receive visits from the chiefs of Mozambique and Meland, men clad in gold, embroidered silks, velvets, and crimson damask, lined with green satin, armed with rich daggers and swords sheathed in silver scabbards, seated on armchairs, and 281 attended by a suite of some 20 richly dressed Arabs. Modest presents offered by the Europeans to these wealthy princelets, whose women adorned themselves with pearls and other precious stones, must have given a mean idea of Portuguese civilization. And even in the present day, the dominions of the barbarous Arab are superior in every way to the miserable colonies on the West African coast, which represent Christian and civilized Europe. 4 years afterwards, 1503, Rai Lourenco Ravasco, a Cavallero de Casa de El Rey, sailing with Roman 500 Antonio de Saldanha, cruised off Zanzibar, as his countrymen called Zanzibar, and in 2 months captured 20 rich ships laden with ambergris, ivory, tortoiseshell wax, honey, rice coir, and silk and cotton stuffs. This captain appears, like most of his fellows, to have been a manner of pirate. He did not restore them till ransom was paid. El Rey, still friendly to the Portuguese, sent a spirited remonstrance. When the insolence of the reply forced him to take hostile measures, the Arabs manned their canoes with some 4,000 men, but 2 launches, well armed with cannon, killed at the first discharge 34 men, and put the rest to flight. Thus the Malik or Regulus was compelled by Ravasco to pay 282 an annual tribute of 100 gold mescals, in token of submission to the greedy and unprincipled Dom Manuel. The conquered pays the conquest, exclaims with Christian emphasis. Venerable Osorio, Portugal, now began to gather gold from Sofala to Makdishu wagerage. The chief of Meland contributed every year 1,500 wedges ingots of the precious metal, and the insolence of the victors must have made the good old man deeply regret the welcome and the Godspeed which he had bestowed upon the exploratory expedition. The Portuguese having wrested Kilwa and Mombasa from its Arab chiefs, Roman 500 Duarte de Lemos, appointed a Roman 500, by the king-governor of the provinces of Ethiopia and Arabia, attacked successively Mafia Zanzibar and Pemba for failing in the paramount duty of paying tribute. Mafia submitted. The people of Pemba escaped to Mombasa, leaving nothing in their houses, and Zanzibar resisted, but the town was taken and plundered. The sheikh retired northwards, and his subjects fled to the bush de Poix de Bem es Rapados. Nukarn Khan aponta de Lanka e espada dos nossos after, being well pierced in the flesh by the lance-points and the sword-blades of our menses. 283, the chronicler. From this time probably, we may date the pointed arches that still remain upon the island, and the foundation of the fort, which is popularly attributed to the Farange. Mombasa and Pemba were presently occupied by the Portuguese, and the ruins of their extensive barracoons, citadels, and churches still argue ancient splendor. In other places upon the seaboard, I found deep and carefully sunk wells, stone enclosures, and coralline temples, whilst vestiges of European buildings may be traced. It is said, contrary to popular opinion, many days' journey inland. We read little about Lusitanianized Zanzibar, where the insalubrity of the climate must have defended the interior, and even parts of the coast from the spoiler. In a Roman 500, the Moors massacred certain shipwrecked sailors belonging to the expedition of Roman 500 George de Albuquerque. 3 years afterwards, the sheikh, or as he styled himself, the Sultan of Zanzibar, who after submitting to Ravasco, had acknowledged himself a vassal of Roman 500 Manuel, fitted out with the aid of the factors Joe de Mata and Pedro 284 de Castro, a small expedition against the Quirimba Islandry, who had allied themselves with the hostile tribes about Mombasa. The attack was successful, the chief town was pillaged and burnt, and terror of the invader brought all the neighboring islets to terms. In 15,289, the Viceroy of India Nuno de Cunha, being about to attack Mombasa, was supplied with provisions by the chief, and the Portuguese presently reduced the coast to a single rule, whose centers were successively Kilwa, Sofala, and Mozambique. East Africa then became one of the four great governments, depending upon the Viceroyalty of India, the three others being Malacca, Hormuz, and Ceylon. In this state Zanzibar remained till the close of the next century, when however Pedro Barado de Rezende, secretary to the Viceroy Count of Linhares, wrote his Breve Tratado on the Portuguese colonies of India and East Africa, 1635. The island had ceased to be vassal and tributary, but the Sultan remained friendly to Europeans, many of the latter occupied with their families' rich plantations. Catholic worship was protected, and there was a church in which officiated a brother of the Order of St. Austin. There was the usual massacre of the Portuguese, 285, and expulsion of the survivors in imitation of Mombasa, about 1660, and the islanders, doubting their power to procure independence, applied for assistance to the Arabs. The reign of the Urabi of Oman, a clan of the great Ghafiri tribe, began as follows: the Imam Sultan bin Saif bin Malik El Urabi, the second of the family, having recovered Maskat April 23, 1659, and Matra created a navy, which added Kangkisham, Hormuz, Bahrain, and Mombasa 1660 to the Arabian possessions left by his ancestors. After investing Bombay, this doughty chief died in a Roman 500, or in 1669. His son Saif bin Sultan, after defeating an elder brother Balarab, became the third Imam of the House of Urabi, and summoned to submission the petty chiefs on the eastern mainland of Africa between a Roman 500 and 1690. 8. The powerful squadron of the warlike Moor drove the Portuguese from Zanzibar, Kilwa, Pemba, and Mombasa, where he established as Governor Nasir bin Abdullah el Mazrui, the first of the great family of that name. He failed only at Mozambique. Arabs still relate the legend how, having closely invested the fort, they were undermining the wall, when a banyan gave traitorous warning to the 286 besieged. Pans of water, ranged upon the ground, showed, by the trembling fluid, the direction of the tunnel. A countermine was sprung with fatal effect, and the assailants, retreating in confusion to their shipping, raised the siege. The squadron, however, pursued its course as far south as the Comoros and Bikini, Madagascar, or rather the northern portion of the island, whence, hearing of the ruler's death, it returned home. When the island became Arab property, the Swahili fled to the bush. They presently consented to render personal service, or to purchase exemption, by annually paying 2 per head. Saif bin Sultan was succeeded in A Roman 500 by his eldest son Sultan bin Saif, who defeated with his fleet of 24 to 28 ships, carrying 80 guns the soldiers of Abbas Roman III, and of Nader Shah after his decease. The chieftainship of Oman was seized by a distant relative, Mohammed bin Nasir, Lord of Jabrin, who according to some first assumed, according to others resumed the title of imam, making himself priest, as well as prince like him of Sana'a in Yemen. It has ever been a Khariji, and especially a Bayazi tenet, that any pious man, not only those belonging to the Quraysh, or the Prophet's 287 tribe, might rise to the rank of pontiff in A Roman 500. They were powerful enough to elect Julanda ben Masud, but the succeeding dynasty rejected the term. The usurped rule was recovered after his decease A Roman 500 by Saif el-Azdi, a younger son of Sultan bin Saif. This indolent debauchee being shut up in Maskat by a cousin Sultan bin Murshid corrupt his father's name to Khurshid for assistance to that Nader Shah, whom his more patriotic father had successfully resisted in 1746. The Persians, aided by intestine Arab divisions, soon conquered Oman. Sultan bin Murshid slew himself in despair, and Saif el-Azdi, duped by his allies, died of grief in his dungeon at Rustak. The latter city was in those days the ordinary residence of the imams, in fact a kind of cathedral town, as well as capital. The power now fell from the hands of the Urubis Ghafiris into the grasp of their rivals, the Bu Seti Hinawis. These ancient lords of Oman claimed direct descent from Cotton Jotan, great-grandfather of Himyar, founder of the southern Arabs and brother to Saba, who built in Yemen the city that bore his name. The stock is held to be noble as any in the peninsula. Oman remained under foreign dominion, paying 288 tribute to and owning the rule of Nader Shah, till the chief of Sohar Said bin Ahmed el-Buseti struck the blow for freedom 5 years. Afterwards A Roman 500 his son Ahmed bin Said, artfully recovering Maskat from Mirza Taqi Khan, the governor of Fars, who had revolted against Nader Shah, expelled the Persians from Oman. When laying the foundation of the present dynasty, he assumed the title of Sayyid, temporal ruler, persuaded the Mufti to elect him Imam Prince-Priest, and was confirmed in his dignities by the Sheriff of Mecca. Colonel Pelly p. 184, Journal Royal Geographical Society, 1865, gives a somewhat different account. It appears that the family of the Imams of Muscat were originally Sayyids of a village named Rothe in the Sedar, immediately below the Toij Hills. The founder of the family was Seed. His son's name was Ahmed. They came to Oman and took service under the dominant tribe called Yerbe. Subsequently, they obtained possession of the strong hill fort called Ilazam in the neighborhood of Rostak. Eventually, they became the rulers of Oman and changed their sect from that of Sunni to Bayathi. Ahmed allied himself with the ex-royal Urubis by marrying a daughter of 289 Saif el-Azdi. After crushing sundry rebellions, he plundered dhow A Roman 500 and massacred the population, a disaster from which the great port and fort never recovered. He then sent an army of 12,000 men against the Ghafiri of Ras el-Khaimah, who had assisted the Persians to attack the Qawasim, and against the Nuaimi, a powerful clan dwelling south of Sharjah on the pirate coast. His success was complete. Kerfak in Qasab, Ramsa Ras el-Khaimah, Jezeret el-Hamra, Sharjah, and Fasht all in turn submitted to him in A Roman 500. He personally visited Mombasa, and by his lion-like demeanor he secured its submission. Dying shortly afterwards, Ahmed bin Said left the government to his son, Said bin Ahmed, who was declared imam, but was confined till the date of his death in 1802 to Rustak and its territory by his younger brother, the ambitious and warlike Sultan bin Ahmed. This prince occupied the islands of Kishim Hormuz and Bahrain. He attempted to protect his commerce from the pirates of Julfar and Ras el-Khaimah, especially the Qawasim in our hooks, called Jawazmi. These Algerines of the East had now 290 become Wahhabis, and were hacked by all the influence of Saud, lord of Daraya. After vainly attempting to obtain aid from the Pasha of Baghdad, Sultan bin Ahmed was attacked whilst sailing to Bandar Abbas by 5 ships of the Qawasim, and was shot in the melee on Nav 18-1804. This decease brought to power the late Sayyid, said the second son born to Sayyid Sultan bin Ahmed in A Roman 500, his maternal uncle Sayyid Bedr bin Saif, and the Wahhabi chief Saud, enabled him to defeat Sultan Qays bin Ahmed of Sohar, another uncle who aimed at usurpation, but the danger was shifted, not destroyed. At length in A Roman 500 Sayyid Said's aunt, the Bihai Maza, daughter of the Imam Ahmed, and popularly known as the Bint el Imam, determined that Sayyid Bedr must be slain at a Darbar. Sayyid said a youth of 16 was unwilling, but the strong-minded woman in every noble Arab family is at least one prevailed, and on July 31 the dangerous protector 291, whilst descending the stairs, was struck in the back by his nephew's dagger. Sayyid Bedr sprang from the window and mounted a stirrupless horse, which stood below, when he was wounded with a spear. The Imam's daughter, with a bloodthirstiness truly feminine, cheering on the assassins, till after riding half a mile on the highway from Burkat to Sohar, he fell from his animal and was speedily dispatched. The young prince was, they say, so strongly affected by the scene that through life he could hardly be persuaded to order a death. Thus Said became, with the consent of his elder brother Sayyid Salim, an independent ruler, and the fourth of his dynasty. The Bu Sedi, his proper title, was Sayyid, which in Oman, and amongst the Eastern Arabs, means a chief or temporal ruler, whereas Sharif is a descendant of the Prophet. Many Anglo-Indian writers ignore this distinction. Imam is an ecclesiastical title, signifying properly the man who takes the lead in public prayer, and it demands both study and confirmation in sectarian theology. It is the hereditary head of L292. Islam. The Imam of Maskat therefore never followed the practice of his predecessors. His acclamation took place on Sept 14, 1806. He was immediately involved in troubles with Mombasa, Mogadishu, and the unruly Arab settlements of the East African coast. His possessions in Oman also were invaded and overrun by the Wahhabis under Saud, who died in 1814. And, afterwards under his son Abdullah, these energetic Puritans converted by much fighting and more intrigue several tribes to Unitarianism. The land was at once fettered with a 5% zakat annual tribute, of which Maskat paid 12,000 German crowns, and Sohar 8,000. Yet his valor and conduct gradually raised Sayyid Said to wealth and importance, and the warlike operations of Mohammed Ali Pasha against the Wahhabis gave him power to throw off the yoke. His personal gallantry in the disastrous affair with the Banu Bu Ali 180-2021 won him the praise of India and the gift of a sword of honor from the Governor-General. His tolerance, so unusual in Arabia, the patriarchal character of his rule, and his 293 love of progress, as shown by his concessions to European and Hindu traders, and by a squadron of 3 frigates, 4 corvettes, 2 sloops, 7 brigs, and 20 armed merchant vessels, entitled him to a place amongst civilized powers. With England, he became an especial favorite after he had entered into the Palmerstonian views upon the subject of slave exportation. He began by sacrificing, it is said, 100,000 crowns annually, and he declined the various equivalents 2,000 for 3 years, and other paltry sums offered in a Roman 500 as a compensation by Captain Moresby. RN his friendship with us indeed cost him dear. More than once he threatened that if other concessions were demanded by the unconscionable abolitionist, he would escape the incessant worry by abdicating and retiring to Mecca. Sayyid Said first left Maskat for Zanzibar in 1828, and finally in 1832, justly offended by our refusing to assist him according to treaty against Sayyid Hamad bin Azran bin Qays, the rebel chief of Sohar. Our policy on this occasion is generally supposed to have been prompted by Captain, afterwards Colonel Sam Hennell, British resident at Bushire, this official acting doubtless under orders, and living 294, in constant dread of breaking the peace of the Gulf, preserved it by yielding every point to every man, and the ignoble attitude, which amongst a warlike race provoked only contempt, laid the foundation of the last Persian War. It was on a par with the orders, which, under pain of dismissal, bound the officers commanding the Honorable East India Company's cruisers in the Persian Gulf not to open fire upon a squadron of pirates unless they began the cannonade, and which caused the capture by boarding of more than 1 man-of-war. Zanzibar had since its conquest by Oman been governed by an officer appointed from Arabia. Sayyid Said found the town a line of Kajun huts, with the fort commanding the harbor, which served only for an occasional pirate or slaver, till a Roman 500, some 15 or 16 Spaniards and Portuguese ranged these seas, committing every kind of atrocity. They were dangerous outside the port, and when at anchor they were guilty of every crime. As many as 3 and 4 have been killed in a single night, and a priest was kept for the purpose of shriving the stabbed and burying the slain. These, however, were the days of large profits. The share of one Arab merchant in a single adventure was 295, worth 218,000. He now 1857 begs his bread. Sayed said at once began to encourage foreign residents, with a remarkable liberality. He at once broke up the monopoly of trade, which the Swahili had preserved for 8 centuries, including the 200 years, when it was perpetuated by the avidity and the fanaticism of the Portuguese. The United States, who being first in the market for ivory, copal, and hides, had dispersed their cottons and hardwares throughout eastern Africa, concluded with him, in Sept 1835, an advantageous treaty, and established about the end of 1837 a trading consulate at his court. 4 years afterwards, December 1841, Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton was directed to make Zanzibar his headquarters, as H.B. Majesty's consul, and H.E. Roman, one company's agent in the dominions of H.H., the Imam Captain Ramin Desfosses, the mentor of the Prince de Joinville, and commanding the naval division of Bourbon and Madagascar, escorted by a squadron, signed a treaty on November 1844. He was accompanied by a consul without a chancellor, and the former at once receiving his exequatur, began residence. The Sayed was unfortunate in sundry attempts to subjugate the Zanzibar coast. His 296 conduct of war argued scant skill as a general, but he never forfeited his well-earned favor for personal gallantry. With the true Arab mania for territorial conquest, he eventually succeeded in flying his flag at all the ports that belonged to the Urabi Imams, and which had descended by the irregular right of succession to his ancestor, Ahmed bin, said the Hinawi, the Mazura Mazuri clan alias the Arabo Mombasa princes, a turbulent and hot-tempered feudality, who after the massacre of the Portuguese had been allowed by Saif bin Sultan to retain the city on condition of sending occasional presents, and of doing certain baronial services, refused a Roman 500 allegiance to the Ayil Bu, said Captain Vidal RN, finding this important place threatened by Zanzibar, accepted an application from the citizens who had hoisted the British flag, advised that they should be received as protégés, and persuaded the claimant to withdraw. The Sayed remonstrated against these measures with the Bombay government, and the ministers of the Crown, to whom the question was referred, eventually removed our establishment. Sayed said early in 1828, sailed with a squadron carrying 1,200 men to attack the town, but after taking and garrisoning the fort he was 297, compelled to make Zanzibar, and eventually Muscat. The retreat was in consequence of the troubles excited by Saad bin Ali bin Saif, the nephew of Sayed Bedr, supported by the sister of Sayed Hilal, chief of Suwaik, who had been treacherously imprisoned. He was enabled by the aid of Issa bin Tarif and his dependents to invest with a squadron carrying a force of 4,000 to 5,000 men. About the end of December 1829, Mombasa Fort, from which his garrison had been repulsed, the Mazruis, numbering a total of some 1,500, gallantly held their ground. The Sayed soldiers, suffering severely from fever, refused to fight. Briefly, 2 campaigns had little effect upon the besieged, and the Sayed was obliged to accept the semblance of submission in order to return triumphant to Zanzibar. After visiting Muscat and putting down Hamad bin Azran, who had taken Rustak and was threatening the capital, he broke the treaty with Mombasa and blockaded it throughout the East monsoon from November 1831 to April 1832. During the next year, he attacked the place for the 3rd time, but after a week's campaign, he returned once more with Oriental triumph to Zanzibar in February 1833. Then treachery was called in to do the perfect work. Rashid bin Salim bin 298, Ahmed the Mazri Wali or governor, and 26 of his kinsmen, enticed by the most solemn oaths which were accompanied by a sealed coronet. Is wonderful how Lyre trusts. Lyre embarked on one of the Sayed's ships, which carried his sons Sayed Khalid and Sulayman bin Ahmed. The vessel instantly weighed anchor, stood for Zanzibar, and consigned its cargo to lifelong banishment and prison at Mina, and Bandar Abbas the Mazura at once sank into utter obscurity. Sayed said was persuaded Jan 6, 1843, to attack that notorious plunderer Bana Mtaka, chief of Sui, a small territory near Lamu, who had persuaded one Mfumo Bakari, and afterwards his brother Mohammed bin Sheikh, to declare himself lord of Pata, and independent of the Arab prince, the ruler of Zanzibar. Here failed to repeat his success at Mombasa. The wily African, shutting his ear to the charmers, voiced the second son Sayed Khalid, then disembarked his 1,200 to 1,300 troops Mascatis, and Wasawahili, cowardly, as Mascatis, who with the Suri are the proverbial dastards of the race, he served out with Semitic economy, 5 cartridges per head, and he marched them inland Without a day's rest after a bugalovage from Arabia short 299 of ammunition, and worn out by fatigue, they soon yielded to the violent onslaught of the enemy, the Wagunya, or as some write, the word Bajani warriors described to be a fierce race of savages. Descended from the Swahili, the Somal and the Arab colonists charged in firm line brandishing spearheads like those of the Wamasai, a cubit long and shouting. As they waved their standards, wooden hoops hung round with the dried and stuffed spoils of men. The Arabs fled with such precipitation that some 300 were drowned in indiscriminate massacre, and mutilation took place. The England and the Prince of Wales opened an effectual fire upon their own boats, and friends the guns which had been landed were all captured, and the Syed Khalid saved himself only by the speed of his horse. The operation was repeated. With equal unsuccess, next year Syed set himself embarking on board the Victoria. The General Hamad bin Ahmad fell into an ambuscade, and again the artillery was lost after a blockade of the coast, which lasted till the end of 1866. The Qazi of Zanzibar, Muhi el-Din of Lamu, landing upon his 300 native island, talked over the insurgents. Bana Mtaka afterwards sent back the Arab cannon, saying that he could not afford to keep weapons which ate such vast meals of powder, and acknowledged for a consideration the supremacy of Zanzibar, retaining his power and promising, but never intending to pay an annual tribute of 5,000 hence. The Balak mercenaries speak of their late employer as a king who bought and sold, and who was more distinguished for the arts of peace than for the nice conduct of war. Even his own subjects complained on this occasion of his folly in commencing, and of his want of energy in carrying on the campaign. The Syed's matrimonial engagements were numerous. In 1827, he married the daughter of the Farman governor of Fars, and a granddaughter of Fath Ali Shah, under an agreement in the marriage contract that the bride might spend every summer with her own family at Bandar Abbas or Shiraz, disgusted with Arab homeliness, and, with 6 years of monotonously hot life at Maskat, she obtained leave, and once in a place of safety, she wrote back a strong epistle. It began Ya Dayas Ya Malan, alluding to the report that Syed Khalid had violated the harem of his father, as 301. The latter was also said to have done in his younger days. The Arab prince lowered himself in the eyes of his subjects. By representing himself to be a Shia, she called him a dog Sunni, and upon this ground, she demanded instant divorce. The Syed dispatched 2 confidential elders, with orders to represent that his spouse could not legally claim such indulgence, a singular bastinado upon the soles of their feet soon made the venerable learned discover that divine right was upon the lady's side. Her next exploit was to bowstring in jealousy a Katurchi muleteer, with whom she had intrigued and driven from Shiraz. By the fame of this exploit, she died at Kazamain in childbed, her lover being this time a hammamchi or bath servant. In A. Roman 504 years after the death of Radama Roman I, the Syed formed matrimonial designs upon the person of Ranivola Manjaka, Queen of the Hovas, and a personage somewhat more redoubtable than our good Queen Bess amongst his envoys on this occasion was one Kamasi Watani, who under the Arabized name Kamis bin Osman, presently played some notable tricks upon the credulous comparative geographer Mr. W. Roman 500 Cooley. The envoys 302 were kept upon the frontier till the Tangaman arrived. Bringing the tangina, this nut scraped in water is administered as an ordeal like the bitter water of the ancient Israelites, and the poison nut of modern Calabar. The patient is ordered to walk about. After some 20 minutes he feels atrocious bowel pains. Prolapsus takes place, and he dies if wealthy enough to pay the priest. Another kind of nut is at once administered, and it may cure by emesis as soon as this potion, which always destroys traitors with frightful torments, in fact with the worst symptoms of Asiatic cholera, was proposed to the ambassadors in order to prove the purity of their intentions and their affection for the royal family. All fled precipitately, as may be imagined from the Great Britain of Africa. Syed said, was also unlucky in the choice of another Persian bride, the daughter of Irich Mirza, a supposititious son of Mohammed Shah, and hardly a second-class noble. She came to Zanzibar in A. Roman 500, accompanied by a train of attendants, including her Farash's carpet spreaders, her Jiladar groom, and her private Jelad executioner. She astonished the Arabs by her free use of the dagger, whilst her intense relish of seeing her people ride men down in the bazaar, and of 303 superintending bastinadoes administered with Persian apparatus made the Banyans crouch in their shops with veiled faces, and the Arabs thank Allah that their women were not like those of the Ajam. In a short time, the lady made herself so disagreeable that her husband sent her back divorced to her own country. The Sayyid kept a company of 60 or 70 concubines, and he always avoided those that bore him children. Though a man of strong frame and vigorous constitution, he exhausted his powers by excesses in the harem. He suffered from sarcoidal sinistrol during later life, and an alarming emaciation argued consumption. The heat of Muscat, which he last visited when hostilities between England and Persia were reported, brought him to his grave in October 1856. He died at sea off the Seychelles Islands, on board his own frigate, the Victoria, aged 67. The second Omar, as his subjects were fond of calling him before his face, seems to have had a presentiment of death before embarking. He prepared, contrary to Arab custom, a sanduk el-mayyit or coffin, and when dying, he gave orders that his remains should be thrown overboard. The corpse, however, was carried to Zanzibar and interred in the city. Sayyid said was probably as shrewd, liberal, and enlightened a prince as Arabia ever produced, yet Europe overrated his powers. Like Orientals generally, he was ever surrounded by an odious entourage, whom he consulted, trusted, and apparently preferred to his friends and well-wishers. He firmly believed in the African fetish, and in the Arab sahir's power of metamorphosis. He would never flog a Mganga 305 medicineman, nor cut down a devil's tree. He sent for a sheikh, whose carracks were famous, and with a silver nail, he attached the 306 paper to the doorway of Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton's sickroom, thereby excluding evil spirits, and the ghost of Mr. Napier, who had died at the consulate. He refused to sit for his portrait. Evan Colonel Smythe's History of Knight-errantry and Chivalrous Characters failed to tempt him, for the European peasant's reason it would take away part of his life. When chivalry was explained to him, he pithily remarked that only the Sifla low fellows interfere between man and wife, master and man. His pet axioma, fair test of mental bias, was mullahs, women and horses never can be called good till death. In this resembling pulsa cascan la rose y restan poila spine non judicate nulla nanzi alfine. The Societe Reale des Antiquaires du Nord sent him their diploma. He declared that he would not belong to a body of graverobbers and corpse snatchers. The census of Zanzibar having been proposed to him, unlike King David, he took refuge with Allah from the sin of numbering his people. When tide gauges were supplied by the Geographical Society of Bombay, he observed that the Creator had bidden the ocean to ebb and to flow. What else did man want to know about it? Such was his incapacity for understanding 307 European affairs, that until death's day, he believed Louis Philippe to have carried into exile, as he himself would have done, all the fleet and the public treasure of the realm, and he never could comprehend a republic who administers the stick. Of this enterprising man, the Mohammed Ali Pasha of the further East, I may say extinctus amabiter idem, shrewd and sensible, highly religious, though untainted by fanaticism, affable and courteous. He was as dignified in sentiments as distinguished in presence and demeanor. He is accused of grasping covetousness and treachery, but what Arab ruler is not covetous and treacherous? He was a prince after the heart of his subjects, prouder of his lineage than fond of ostentation or display, an amateur conqueror on a small scale, mild in punishment, and principally remarkable as the chief merchant, cultivator, and shipbuilder in his dominions. An epitaph may be borrowed for him from a man of very different character, first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his fellow countrymen. Peace be to his manes. Sayyid Said's territory at the time of his death extended in Oman from the Ras el Jebel Cape, Musseldom to Sohar in Mekran. The 308 seaboard between Ras Jask and Guadal belonged to him. In the Persian Gulf, he had Kishim, Larak, and Hormuz, and he farmed from the Shah Bandar Abbas and its dependency. Mina. His African possessions were far the most extensive and important. He ruled, to speak roughly, the whole eastern coast from Enlat 5, and even from Cape Gardefui, where the maritime Somal were to a certain extent his dependence, to Cape Delgado s lat 11, where the Arab met the Portuguese rule. An extent of 16,960 geographical miles. The small republics of Makdishu, Magadox, in Enlat 2, 14 of Brava, Enlat 1648 of Pata, or Bet s lat 2912, and of Lamu s lat 2, 1542, owned his protectorate, and in April 1865, Marca received from him a garrison. The whole Zanzibarian archipelago was his, and he claimed, barring Zayla, Aden, and Berbera, the first mentioned with the last three, without a shadow of right, His Arab subjects declared that they and not the Portuguese ceded Bombay to the British. The foundation of the story is a mosque built in ancient times by the Omanis somewhat near the present Bori Bandar. Syed said left a single widow, the Lady 309, Asa bint Musa of the Bu-Karaban, a granddaughter of the Imam Ahmed, and consequently a cousin. She is now 1857 in years, but her ancient lineage and her noble manners retain for her the public respect. She had but one child, which died young. All the male issue of the prince are by slave girls, a degradation in the eyes of freeborn Omani Arabs. As usual amongst the wealthy and noble of the polygamous East, the daughters are the more numerous, and many are old maids, the pride of birth, not allowing them like the Sharifes of the Hijaz to wed with any, but equals the eldest of the 14 sons, Syed Hilal, who in 1845 had visited England. It is said, after an escapade died at Aden en route to Mecca in 1851, he was followed after an interval of a few months by his next brother Syed Khalid, called the Banyan, the eldest surviving 310 heir. Syed Suwaini, the son of a Georgian or Circassian slave born about 1822, became by his father's will successor to, and lord of the northern provinces, to Syed Majid, the fourth son, now 1857, aged 22. A prince of mild disposition and amiable manners, contrasting strongly with the vigorous ruffianism of his elder brother, was left the government of Zanzibar, and of the East African coast. There is, as usual amongst Arabs, a turbulent tribe of cousins. Of these the most influential is Syed Mohammed, a son of Syed Salim bin Sultan, younger brother to the late prince, who some years ago died of consumption. Hitherto, he has used his powers loyally ruling, but not openly ruling. Syed said's valuable property, including his plantations, was sold as his will directed, and the money was divided according to a fixed scale. Even the youngest princes claiming shares, no better inducement to permanent dissension could have been devised, but Eastern monarchs apparently desire that their dynasties should die with them. Fath Ali Shah of Persia, when asked upon his deathbed to name a successor, drew a sword, and showed what made and unmade monarchs scarcely had the breath left his body. Then the chamber was dyed with the blood 311 of his sons, each hastening to stab some hated rival brother. These lines were penned in 1857. Since 1859, the hapless and turbulent family has been in a state of fratricidal strife, and the province of Oman has reverted to its normal state of intrigue, treachery, and assassination. Syed Suwaini, a negligent and wasteful, though not an unpopular man to whom the English were especially obnoxious, threatened, in 1859, an attack upon Syed Majid, and was prevented by British cruisers in due time. He was murdered by his son Syed Salim, who usurped the government. This Syed Salim was dethroned by his uncle Syed Turki, who surprised Muscat and made himself master of the situation. The European would imagine that the stakes were hardly worth such reckless play. Arabs, however, judge otherwise. Chapter Roman 8 Ethnology of Zanzibar, the foreign residents. Quiconque ni voitgur. Nagur dire Osimone voyage de paint. Vous sera d'un plaisir extreme. G dure jedis la tel chose mavant. Vous y croires et travausmin la fontaine. The 300,000 souls, now 18,579, composing the residents on and the population of the Zanzibar island, are a heterogeneous body. The former consist of Americans and Europeans, 313, about 14,000 Banyans, including those of the coast, a few Parsis and Portuguese from Goa, and sundry castes of Hindustani Muslims, Khajas, Maimans, and Boras, numbering some 1,200. There are also trifling numbers of free blacks from the Comoro Islands, Madagascar, Unyamwezi, and the Somali country. To this accidental division I will devote the present chapter. The consular corps is represented by 3 members who, as usual in these remote oriental spots, assume and are allowed to assume the position of planipos. The first American official was Mr. Richard Palmer, who was succeeded by sundry acting men. The second was Mr. Waters, who left in 1844. Then came Mr. Roman 100 Ward, Mr. Webb, and Mr. McMullen. Captain Mansfield, now 1859 holding office, is agent to Messrs. John Bertram and Co. of Salem. This gentleman, who took a great interest in the East African expedition, has had a more extensive experience of the East than his predecessors. He has also the advantage of being respectable and respected. On the part of the French government, the first consul was Roman 1000 Broquint. He died of fever and dysentery at Zanzibar, and was succeeded by 314 M. de Beligny, a French Creole from Santo Domingo, afterwards transferred to Manila, and to Charleston, South Carolina, Roman 1000 Vignard, young man of amiable manners, and distinguished in Algeria as an Arabic scholar, fell victim to a sunstroke when voyaging from Aden, where I met him en route for his post. The present consul is Roman 1000 Ladislas, Kochet the Chancellor, and Dragoman is Roman 1000 Jablonski, Pole and poet. Lieutenant Colonel Atkins Hamerton is, and has been, I have said, H.B. Majesty's consul, and H.E. Roman 1 Company's agent at the court of H.H. Sayed, said, since December 1841, when we first established relations with Zanzibar, attached to his establishment, is a past apothecary, and Eurasian the only attempt at a medico on the island. Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton had been on terms of intimacy with Sayed said during a quarter of a century, and their friendship, as happens, began with a little aversion. The Britisher proposed to travel in the interior from Maskat in those days, a favorite exploration, with the more adventurous and the Arabs suspicious, as all Arabs thinking it safest to put the intruder out of the way, imprudently wrote a letter to that effect. This missive fell into the 315 hands of the person whom it most concerned. He boldly carried it to the prince, and reproached him in no measured terms with his perfidy. Sayed said, found himself overmatched, submitted to Kismet, and admiring the traveler's spirit and openness, determined to win his attachment. The two became firm friends. The consul was the influential adviser of the ruler, and the latter entrusted him with secrets jealously hidden from his own. The reason why the trade of Zanzibar was surprisingly developed under the primitive rule of an Arab prince is not only the immense wealth of Eastern Africa, it results mainly from the wise measures of a man who for the greater part of his life devoted himself to the task. It was an unworthy feeling which made Roman 1000 Gillian write of my late friend, Roman 2 Bref, sa reputation est de placer fort bien, et a beau benefices l'argent que lui donnant Larini, et le gouvernement de la compagnie. His generosity to his family left little after his decease. Not the least of Sayed Said's anxieties upon his deathbed was to reach Zanzibar alive, and even when half unconscious he continually called for Colonel Hamerton. It is suspected that he wished to communicate the place of his concealed treasures, which despite 316, the most careful search, were never found when hiding their hoards. It is not unusual for Arabs to put to death the slaves who assist in the labor, and thus, to prevent Negro indiscretion. The family, I may here say, firmly believes that Colonel Hamerton knows where the hoards lay, and yet refuses to divulge the secret. It will not be easy properly to fill this appointment without taking into consideration the climate. It is evident that few Englishmen are prepared to settle for long years at remote Zanzibar, and Arabs do not care to trust new men, yet it would be the acme of short-sightedness to neglect this part of East Africa. Our Anglo-Indian subjects, numbering about 400,085 in the dominions of Zanzibar, some of them wealthy men, are entitled to protection from the Arab, and more especially from the Christian merchants. Almost the whole foreign trade, or at least 4/5 of it, passes through their hands. They are the principal shopkeepers and artisans, and they extend as far south as Mozambique, Madagascar, and the Comoro Islands. During the last few years, the number of Indian settlers has greatly increased, and they have 317 obtained possession from the Arabs by purchase or mortgage of many landed estates in the Sayed's dominions. The country can look forward only to a moderate development whilst it continue in the present hands, but the capabilities of the coast are great. Labor only is wanted, and a European power establishing itself upon the mainland. This object has frequently been proposed, and is steadily kept in view. Could, in a few years, command a territory and a commerce which would rival Western India. The other white residents are commercial, and it is with no little astonishment that the Englishman finds no direct trade with Great Britain, and meets none of his fellow countrymen at Zanzibar. Their absence results not from want of venture or dearth of business, but from supineness on the part of the authorities. No merchant can profitably settle where he cannot freely correspond, receive advices that ships have been dispatched, and obtain orders for cargoes and consignments. Moreover, large sums have been wasted by respectable houses in settling here trustworthy agents and sober men. The few favorable exceptions found the climate either 318 unendurable or fatal hitherto. However, Englishmen have done little, and I write it unwillingly. Englishwomen have done less for the honor of the national name at Zanzibar than in most parts of the East. Two girls came out to the island, married to the usual black princes, who mostly turn out to be barbers or domestic servants. This proceeding greatly scandalized the white residents, and the Desdemonas gave more trouble to the officials than the whole colony. The principal American houses are those of Messrs. Bertram Co., represented by Captain Mansfield Mr. Ropes, and Mr. Webb. Messrs. Rufus Green Co., also of Salem, have 3 agents, Messrs. Wynne Spalding and Wilkins. Lastly, there is Mr. Samuel Massery of Salem, a general merchant, distinguished for probity and commercial sagacity. He left Zanzibar during our exploration of the interior, and he presently came to an untimely end. The French houses began with a misconception, a certain chancellor having reported officially to his government that 232 ships annually visited and loaded at Zanzibar. The intelligence caused considerable excitement. It was believed that every vessel left these shores crammed with 319 copal ivory and gold dust, and the French merchants resolved by concurrence to drive the Americans out of the field. Messrs. Vidal Freers of Marseille dispatched, accordingly, to Zanzibar Messrs. Boson Wellesley and Perronnet, and appointed Roman 1000 Mass their second agent at Lamu. They were opposed by Messrs. Rabaud Freers, also of Marseille, a house from whom we received especial kindness. Their Zanzibar manager was Roman 1000 Hannibal Berard, and Roman 1000 Terracin was sent to the bone of contention Lamu. These firms choose their employees amongst their captains, who act supercargoes as well as commanders. They are estimable men, sober and skillful, but painfully lax in dealing with less neggers. Their consul publicly declared that it was his duty to curb the merchants, as well as to protect the commerce of France. The specialty of the French houses is oil. They export the coconut in various forms, sesamum, and other oleaginous grains, which Provence converts with such energy and success into huile d'olives. The sesamum is a comparatively new article of commerce, yet the Periplus chap Roman 14 numbers Elon sesamin and oil of sesamum amongst the imports from India. Now it is supplied chiefly by Lamu. Vast 320 quantities could be grown there, but the natives, though large advances have been offered to them, will not extend their cultivation for fear of lowering the price, which has lately doubled. French ships now visit the west coast of India, as far north as Kurashi, in search of sesamum, and last year 1856 27 vessels took cargo from Bombay. At length, the Marseille houses found out that Zanzibar is overstocked with buyers, that demand in these regions does not readily at least create supply, that it is far easier to dispose of than to collect a cargo, that the African man will not work as long as he can remain idle, and that sure profits are commanded only by the Banyan system. Briefly, the 2 French houses are eating up each other. The Messrs. Vidal are named for a loss of 400,000, which it will be impossible to recoup. It is also reported that 2 sanguine Roman 1000 Le Chancelier was threatened with a procès-verbal of his 232 ships. 70 were whalers. Many names had been twice registered, and only 232 took in cargo. The houses from Hamburg, that Carthage of the northern seas, conclude the list of Europeans. The brothers Horn and Roman 1000 quas agents for Messrs. Hers and Co. are the most successful 321 copal cleaners. They find it more economical to keep a European cooper than to depend upon the Bazar. Messrs. William and Albert Oswald, British protégés, represent their father. They are assisted by Roman 1000 Wit, an intelligent young man who, having graduated in Californian goldfields, proposes to prospect the coast. Roman 1000 Call acts for Messrs. Hansing and Co., and lastly Roman 1000 Reich, lately returned to the island, is the representative of Messrs. Muller and Co. Europeans are as a rule courteously treated by the upper classes, and civilly by the Arabs at Zanzibar. This, however, is not always the case on the coast. They are allowed to fly flags. Every merchant has his staff upon his roof, and there is a display of bunting motley as in the Brazil. Even a Kutch boat will carry the Sayyid's plain red colors with the Union Jack in the corner, and the Turkish crescent and star in the center. Composed of patchwork material, the Europeans do not unite, and their disputes, especially between compatriots, are exasperated by commercial rivalries, which have led to serious violations of faith. All is wearisome monotony. There is no society, no pleasure, no excitement. Sporting is forbidden by the treacherous climate, and 322, as in West Africa, and the Brazil strangers soon lose the habit of riding and walking. Moreover, the merchants, instead of establishing the business hours of Bombay, make themselves at home to their work throughout the day. This is the custom of the Bonny River, where supercargoes are treated like shopkeepers by the Negroes. European women, I repeat, seldom survive the isolation and the solitary confinement to which not only the place, but also the foul customs of the people condemn them. The necessaries of life at Zanzibar are plentiful, if not good. Bread of imported wheat is usually cooked in the house, and the yeast of sour toddy renders it nauseous and unwholesome. There have been 2 bakers upon the island. One served at the consulate, the other a Persian was in the employment of the prince. Meat is poor. A good preserved article would here make cent per cent. Poultry is abundant. Tasteless and unnutritious fish is also common, but it is hardly eatable. Except at certain seasons, cow's milk is generally to be had, but the butter is white and resembles grease. Fruit must be bought at the different bazaars early in the morning. All such articles, as tea, wine and spirits, cigars, tobacco and sweetmeats, are imported. 323 from America, or from Europeth town, supplies nothing, so civilized retail dealing is wanted, and the nearest approach to a shop is the store of a Khaja, who will buy and sell everything from a bead to a bale of cloth. All articles but money are expensive at Zanzibar, where the dollar represents our shilling. This is the result of the large sums accumulated by trade and of the necessity of importing provisions. We see the same process at work throughout the tropical Brazil. Moreover, in all semi-barbarous lands, a stranger living like a native may live upon half nothing. If he would, however, preserve the comforts of home, and especially if he would see society, he must consent to an immoderate expenditure. Finally, where the extremes of wealth and poverty meet, and where semi-civilization has not discovered that prudence is a virtue, and improvidence a blunder, the more man spends, the more he is honored. The humblest dwelling at Zanzibar lets unfurnished for 80 to 100 per annum. Furniture of all kinds, porcelain, china, plate, and linen, no matter how old, fetch more than prime cost, and one will be paid for a patched and rickety chair worth in London a shilling. Clothing must be brought from Europe. Broadcloth is soon spoiled by sun and damp, and shoes must not be exposed to the air. It is well to have the latter 1 or 2 sizes larger than at home. The luxuries of life are of course enormously dear when they are to be purchased during the Sayyid's absence. The women of his harem have, through the eunuchs sold for a song, the valuable presents sent from Europe, and after the return of the royal vessels from Bourbon, and the Mauritius watches and chronometers, sextants and spyglasses, have been exceedingly cheap in both cases. The stranger purchaser would have done well to remember that he was buying stolen goods. Another cause of expense at Zanzibar is the present state of the currency. The ruble of Russia is the franc of France, and here the standard of value is the Maria Theresa, or German crown, averaging 4s 2d, bearing the die of 1780, and still coined at the Mint of Vienna for 325. The Arab and the African trade, it is preferred by the people, simply because they know it. The popular names are Real Roman 1e, Real Royal, or Gersh Groschen, broad pieces, Spanish dollars, bouteille, father of window, whence our Patek, elsewhere 8% more valuable, are here only equal to Maria Theresa's. In 1846, a French mission failed to fix the agio of the 5-franc piece at 10% below the Spanish dollar, which still remained 12 to 14% more valuable. The company's rupee, better metal than both the above, being still a comparative stranger, loses nearly a quarter of its value. Other silver pieces are the robo Spanish quarter dollar of 25 cents and the pistoline 20 cents. These, however, are subject to heavy agio. Small change is always rare, another sure sign of thriftlessness, and it is strange how scarce is bullion in a land so wealthy. I can only account for the fact by the Oriental practice of burying treasure. Where men reside solely for gain, and sorely against the grain, little can be expected from society. Every merchant hopes and expects to leave Zanzibar forever as soon as he can realize a certain sum. Every agent would persuade his employer 326 to recall him of late years. Also, foreigners complain of a falling off in ivory, copal, cloves, and other articles, which the natives, it might be supposed, could most easily supply. Thus, profits are curtailed, and a penny saved is a penny gained. Most residents are contented with an Abyssinian or Somali girl, or perhaps an Swahili with a Portuguese cook, who consents to serve till he also can get away, and with a few hired slaves or free blacks, the dirtiest, the least honest, and the most disorderly of domestics. The British consulate is the only establishment which employs Indian Moslems, perhaps the best of Eastern attendants. This luxury costs, However, at least 25 per mens each man, receiving from 10 to 12, about double the wages paid in India. And all are ever anxious to return home, the mal de pays making them discontented. And unhappy the bumboatmen and the beachcombers are Comoro rascals, who sometimes gain considerable sums. There are also some half a dozen Negroes speaking a little bad French, and worse English, who offer themselves to every stranger and who fleece him, till turned away for making the quail squeak. Workmen are hired by the day. Carpenters demand 3 times the Indian wage, and the day's 327 work is at most 5 hours. Of these men barely did in 43 what 2 ship carpenters managed in 5 days. The blacksmith and tinman receive from 0 to 1 per diem. The goldsmith is paid according to the value of what he takes in hand, so much per dollar weight. The merchants par excellence of Zanzibar are the enterprising Badias, or Kutch Banyans. The periplous chap Roman 14 mentions an extensive import trade for Ariake and Barugays, the latter generally identified with Barak Vasco da Gama, found Indians, especially Calicut men, at Mozambique, Kilwa, Mombasa, and Meland, and by their information, he reached their native city from the beginning of the present century. The monopoly fell into the hands of the Badia caste. At first they were obliged to make Zanzibar via Muscat in a certain ship, which sailed once a year. They were exposed to many hardships and perils. Several of them were murdered. And when a Hindu died, the Arabs, like the Turks of Massawa, claimed the droit d'Aubin. They rose in mercantile repute by commercial integrity, frugality, and perseverance, whilst the inability of the Moslem Seraph to manage accounts 328 or banking put great power into their hands at Muscat and the neighborhood. They number nearly 500 and here about 40,090. They extend southwards to Angoche, Angoxa, and Mozambique, where they make fortunes by the sale of Casimir Noir, and where they are now as well treated as they were formerly tyrannized over by the Portuguese. Thus, though never leaving the seaboard, they command the inland trade, sending, where they themselves do not care to travel, Arabs and Swahili to conduct their caravans of savages and slaves. For this reason, they have ever been hostile to European exploration, and report affirms that they have shown no scruples in compassing their ends. They are equally powerful to forward the discoverer. They can cash drafts upon Zanzibar, Mandavi, and Bombay, provide outfit, supply guards, and procure the pagazi or porters, who are mostly there, employs Ladha Damha, farms the customs at Zanzibar at Pemba Island. His nephew Pisu has the same charge. Mombasa is in the hands of Lakmitas, and some 40 of his co-religionists. Pangani is directed by Trikandas, and contains 20 Badias, including 329 those of Mbiweni. Even the pauper Sadani has its Banyan Ramji. An active and intelligent trader presides at Bagamoyo, and the customs of Kilwa are collected by Kashindas. I need hardly say that almost all of them are connected by blood, as well as by trade. The Badia at Zanzibar is a visitor, not a colonist. He begins life before his teens, and after an expatriation of 9 to 12 years, he goes home to become a householder. The great change of life effected, he curtails the time of residence to half, and furloughs become more frequent as transport waxes easier. Not a Hindu woman is found upon the island. All the Banyans leave their wives at home, and the consequences are certain peccadillos for which they must pay liberally. Arab women prefer them because they have light complexions. They are generous in giving jewels, and they do not indulge in 4 wives. Most of them, however, especially those settled on the coast, keep handsome slave girls, and as might be expected, where illegitimates cannot be acknowledged, they labor under the imputation of habitual infanticide. On the other hand, their widows may not remarry, and they inherit the husband's property, if not embezzled by relatives and castefellows. The Badias are forbidden by their dharma casteduty to sell animals, yet with the usual contradiction of their creed, all are inveterate slave dealers. They may not traffic in cowries that cause the death of a mollusk. Local usage, however, permits them to buy hippopotamus tusks, rhinocerashorn, and ivory. Their staple of commerce, we cannot wonder if through their longing to shorten a weary expatriation they have sinned in the matter of hides. This, together with servile cohabitation, caused a scandal some years ago when the Maharaj, their high priest, sent from Malwa a Kila, or disciple, to investigate their conduct. Covered with ashes and carrying an English umbrella, the holy man arrived in a severe mood. He rejected all civilities, and he acknowledged every address with a peculiar bellowing grunt made. When arti is offered to the Duda or deity, the result was a fine of 20,000 imposed upon the rich and wretched Jairam. The sum was raised amidst the fiercest and most tumultuous of general subscriptions, And since that day, the spoils of the cow have been farmed to a Kaja employ all oppose with might, and main the slaughter of cattle, especially in public, and they attempt to quit the town during the Moslem sacrificial days. The long limp black hair, the smooth yellow skin, and the regular features of the Badia are conspicuous near the woolly mops, the grinning complexions, and the flat faces of the Swahili, his large-peaked kutch turban white cotton coat, or shoulder cloth, and showy Indian dhoti around the loins, contrasts favorably with the Arab's unclean garb the janio or thread of the twiceborn passes over his shoulder, and in memory of home, he encircles his neck with a string of dry tulsi stalks, Ocimum canum, a species of herb basil, which he now grows at Zanzibar. His manners, as well as his outer man, are rendered pleasant and courteous by comparison with the rest of the population, and he is a kind master to his servals, who would love him if they possibly could love anything but themselves. These Hindus lead a simple life, active only in pursuit of gain. On the coast, where profits are immense, trikandas of Pangani, for instance, claims 26,000 of Dethi have substantial stone houses, large plantations, and goodly gangs of male and female slaves. Those resident at Zanzibar are less anxious to display their wealth. All, however, are now entitled by treaty to manage their own affairs, without the 332 interference of the local government. These Banyans will buy up the entire cargoes of American and Hamburg ships. The ivory from the interior is consigned to them, and they purchase the copal from the native diggers. They rise at dawn to perform the semi-religious rite snan bathing, apply to business during the cool of the day, and dine at noon, avoiding jowari, the Arab's staff of life. They eat boiled rice, vegetables, and ghee or wheaten bread, and mung or other pulse flavored with asafetida, turmeric, and warm spices. They chew tobacco, though forbidden by caste rule to smoke it, and every meal concludes with betelnut and pepperleaf, whose heating qualities alone enable them, they say, to exist at Zanzibar. They work all day, rarely enjoying the siesta. Unless rich enough to afford such luxury, they bathe in the evening, sup at 9 p. Roman 1000 chew, beetle once more, and retire to rest. As the island contains no local duta, the Badias are careful to keep a Vishnu in the house, and to travel about if possible with a cow. In places like Pangani, where the horned god cannot live, they supply its place by a Hanuman, a small monkey, like the presbyter in Tellus of India, trapped in the jungle. 333 pagodas, not being permitted, they meet for public devotions at a house in the southern quarter of the city, where most of them live, and lately they have been allowed to build a kind of fane at Mnazi Moya. As usual with Banyans, the Badias have no daily prayers on such festivals as the Pitrapakshaith Manes fortnight, from the 13th to the 18th of the month. Bhadrapadthi call in and fee a Brahmin to assist them. Their proper priests are the Pakarna, who, more scrupulous than others, refuse to cross the sea. The Sarset Brahmins, so common in Sindh and Kutch, are the only high-caste drones who, to collect money, will visit Zanzibar and Muscat with a characteristic tenderness. These Banyans cook grain at the landing places for the wild slaves, half-starved by the middle passage, and inclination, as well as policy, everywhere induces them to give alms. Largely apostasy is exceedingly rare. None Islamize except those who have been perverted by Moslems in their youth, or who form connections with strange women. The Kamaro men here, the only energetic proselytizers, have however sometimes succeeded. A short time ago, 2 Badias became Mohammedans, and their fellow castemen declared that the great destruction 334 was drawing nigh, yet Vishnu slept, and still sleeps the sleep of the just. When a Badia's affairs become hopelessly involved, he generally levants. Sometimes, however, he will go through the Diwali or bankruptcy, a far more troublesome process than the Gazette. The unfortunate places in his storefront a lighted lamp, whence the name of the ceremony, and with head enveloped in a sheet, he silently occupies the furthest corner. Presently a crowd of jeering Moslems collects to see the furious creditors, ranting, scolding, and beating the bankrupt, who weeps, wails, calls upon his God, and swears to be good for all future time. These degrading scenes, however, are now becoming rare. They remind us of the Tuscans and the Boeotians of old, who brought their bankrupts into the marketplace in a bier with an empty purse carried before them, all the boys following, where they sat all day circumstante plebe, to be infamous and ridiculous. All Hindus are careful when returning home from foreign travel to purge away its pollution by performing a tirth or yatra to some holy spring, and by large payments to Brahmins. Moslems declare that when the death rattle is heard, one of those present eases off the moribund. 335. by squeezing his throat. Banyan corpses are burnt at a place about 2 miles behind the town, and the procession is accompanied by a guard to keep off naughty boys. When a Badia dies without relatives on the island, a committee of his fellow castemen meets, by the order of H.B. Majesty's consul, takes cognizance of his capital active and passive, and after settling his liabilities, remits by bill the surplus to his relatives in India. The following is a list of the other Hindu castes, to be found at Zanzibar. Brahmin, of whom there are now 6 individuals, 2 Gujarati and 4 Rajgar, both subcastes of the Sarsat. One of them, Pradhan Joshi, is a Shastra learned in the Veda. Khatri, 4 in number. Of these, 1 is a trader, and the rest are carpenters capable of doing a very little very rough work. Wani, pure Banyan, 1. There are also 3 or 4 of the Lohana subcaste from Sindh and Kutch. Lohar or blacksmith of this Sudra subcaste, there are 5. 1 axe suitor carpenter, and a second is a sonar or goldsmithin. Kutch. The occupations are not separated by dharma. A few Parsis from Bombay visited Zanzibar. 336. 2 were carpenters, and the third was a watchmaker dishonest, as his craft usually is, to the general consternation of Europeans. 2 Parsi agents lately landed on the island sent by some Bombay house, whose name they concealed. These will probably be followed by others, and if that most energetic of commercial races once makes good a footing at Zanzibar, it will presently change the condition of trade. They are viewed without prejudice by the Arabs, and the Swahili, the late Syed, was so anxious to attract Parsis, who might free him from the arrogance and the annoyance of white merchants, that he would willingly have allowed them to build a tower of silence, and to perform uninterrupted all the rites of their religion. The Indian Moslems on the island and the coast were numbered in 1844 at 600 to 700, besides a few Boras and Maimans. Zanzibar contains about 100 Khajas, who are held to be a generation of vipers, even of Satan's own brood. Here, as in Bombay, they are called Ismailiyas, heterodox Shias, who take a name from their 7th Imam Ismail, son of Jafar el-Sadiq, while Orthodox Shias believe the 7th revealed Imam to have been Musa l-337 Kazim, another son of Jafar el-Sadiq, and the founder of the Sofi Safawi dynasty. In the 10th century of the Hejra A. Roman 500, they have derived from the Batinis and Karmatis certain mystic and subversive tenets, and they are connected in history with Hassan Sabah, or Saya the traveling Darwish Arvechalis de Montanis, or Old Man Sheikh Roman 1e chief of the mountains, and with modern Freemasonry, which begins to appear when the Crusaders had settled in that home of heresies, Syria and Palestine. Hence the tradition that the first Grand Lodge was transferred to Lake Tiberias after the destruction of Jerusalem. They practice the usual profound taqiyya concealment of tenets, call themselves Sunnis or Shias, as the case may require, and assume Hindu as well as Moslem names. The Imam to whom they now pay annual tribute is one Agha Khan Mehalati, a Persian rebel formerly governor of Kirman, and afterwards notorious upon the Bombay turf. This incarnation of the deity is not entrusted with any of the secrets of his sect. The Khajas have at Matra near Maskat an enclosed house, which the Arabs call Bait al-Ludi. They declare that both sexes meet in it, and that when on a certain occasion it was broken open, a 338 large calf of gilt silver was found to be the object of worship. Other incredible tales are also told about the sect. They remind us of the legends of the Libanis, which make the Druzes apparently another offshoot of the Batini worship. El-Ale the calf, when the figure is placed in their kilwas or lodges, in memory of the detested Nishtikin Darazi, and in contradistinction to El-Akal Hamze their greater prophet. No agapomnical establishments exist at Zanzibar. The chief of the heretic sect is one Hema, who has however but little authority, and who commands even less respect. The Khajas at times repair to a tumble-down mosque on the seashore south of the city, in the quarter called Mnazi Moya. By no means deficient in intelligence though unscrupulous, and one-eyed in pursuit of gain, the Khajas are the principal shopkeepers in Zanzibar. They are popularly accused of using false weights and measures. They oppose the introduction of a metallic currency, and they have ever advocated with the prince a return to the bad old state of barbarism. Many have applied 339 themselves to slave dealing, and lately one was deported for selling poison to Negroes. They are receivers of stolen goods, and by the readiness with which they buy whatever is brought for sale, they encourage the pilfering propensities of the slaves. They travel far and wide. Several of them have visited the lake regions, and we afterwards met at Kazi of Anyanyamb. One of their best men, Musa Mzuri at Zanzibar, all not in trade, are rude artisans who can patch a lantern and tin a pot. One of them who had learned to mend a watch repaired the broken wheel of my pocket pedometer. Of the free blacks who visit, and who sometimes reside in Zanzibar, I have mentioned the Malagash. These Madagascar islanders occupy the easternmost suburb of the town. In early ages the Arab and Swahili settlers on the western coast of the great island traded with the Mozambique, the Swahili, and even Arabia, and since 1829, the persecutions of the Queen Ranavola Manjaka and the heavy yoke of the Hova conquerors caused many to leave their homes. The rare Somal need hardly be noticed. 340 during the season, a few run down from Makdishu and Brava to trade and barter hides and cattle. There are almost 2,000 men from Angazije, Great Comoro, Mayata Hinzuan or Anwan Johanna, and Muhili. The word Comoro is evidently corrupted Arabic meaning Moon Island. The natives of the archipelago here preserve their own language, which seems to be a superstruction of Javanese and Bali Arabic and Sanskrit, erected upon a primitive insular dialect meager, and un-Aryan. Others have detected in it a resemblance to that of the Philippine Islands, and hold the people to be of Malay origin. The blood was Persianized and Arabized in the 12th century, and the Sultan and chiefs have ever since retained the Semitic physiognomy, but the extensive Negro innervation has so tainted the blood that no difference can be perceived in the characteristic effluvium between them and the Wasawahili. It is curious to hear them with all boast of their Quraysh descent, and pride themselves upon the glories of the ancient race that produced the Rasul Allah in A. Roman 500. They hospitably entertained the 341 crew of an East Indiaman wrecked, whilst en route to Bombay the Sultan of Johanna received in return a magnificent present from the H.E. Roman 1 Company, and the Comoro Islanders gained for themselves a permanent good name. A considerable emigration was caused in the early part of the present century by intestine divisions and by piratical attacks from Madagascar, whilst the slave emancipation by the French in 1847 set a large class free to travel. Of late, they have displayed a savage and mutinous spirit, and 2 men were put to death for attempting with peculiar audacity the life of the young chief Abdullah. Amongst Eastern impostors, the Comoro, especially the Johanna men, are facile principes. The singular scoundrels have completely mastered the knack of cajoling Europeans. No Syrian dragoman can do it better. Once or twice a year, they tell off begging parties, who visit Mauritius and aid in Bombay and Calcutta, and who invariably represent themselves as being on church business. Roman 1 pilgrimage linguists, after the fashion of Egyptian donkeyboys. They also have the habit, like the petty sheikhs and emirs in the Libanese, of calling themselves princes. More than one sign of Comoro loyalty, after obtaining 342 passage on board our cruisers, insisting upon the guard being turned out, and claiming from our gullible countrymen all the honors of kinghood, has proved to be a cook or a bumboatman unscrupulous. As bigoted, they have induced half-starved Europeans to apostatize by promises of making them chiefs and of marrying them to princesses after circumcision. The wretches were left to starve. The Comoro men settled at Zanzibar are mostly servants in European houses, where they recommend themselves by exceeding impudence and by being handy at any fraud. Others are rude artisans, and the rest are Mercury's beachcombers and bumboatmen, who supply sailors with Venus and Bacchus, both execrably bad. When expecting invasion, Syed Majid equipped about 130 of these fellows as a garde du corps. They had flint muskets, 2 spears apiece, and lozenge-shaped hats, whereas the common troops wore woolen nightcaps. Finally, they are cowardly as they are dishonest. It was not without astonishment that I heard of Dr. Livingstone engaging a party of them for exploration in the African interior, and the trick which they played him is now a matter of history. The Diwans, or chiefs of the mainland, ports 343 and towns, occasionally visit the island on public and private business twice a year in our midsummer and midwinter. A crowd of the Wanyamwezi and other races of the inner intertropical regions flock via the coast into Zanzibar, where they engage themselves as porters and undertake carrying packs for the native traders to the lake regions and other meeting places of commerce. They are so wild that they cannot be induced to enter a house, and the terror of one who was brought to the consular residence was described as grotesquely comical. Even the more civilized look upon a stone abode as a cavern or a dungeon. These half-naked miserables may be seen devouring like birds of prey carrion and putrid fish in the outskirts of the city. They have also a devil's tree whose trunk bristles with nails, and whose branches are robed in foul rags. Some years ago, one of the chiefs of the interior, I was told, was brought to Zanzibar a prisoner of war. He is described as a man of kingly presence, 6 feet 2 inches tall, handsome in face, and well-formed in head. His skin was covered with scar and tattoo in patterns, amongst which the crescent shape predominated. When 344 struck by his Arab owner, he spat upon him, and declared that if burnt alive he would not cry out being carried before the late Sayyid. He boldly told him that God exalts men, and brings them low, that both were kings, and that the same misfortune which had made one a captive might also happen to the other. As he walked through the streets, all the slaves, wild and domestic, prostrated themselves to be touched by the point of his staff. They served him with food upon their knees. They remained in that position while he ate, and all wailed when he was placed in the fort. The same story is told of an old Congo king, who is still remembered at Rio de Janeiro. The prisoner of Zanzibar invariably placed his foot upon presents, and when the Sayyid restored him to liberty, he departed empty-handed. Roman 1000 Broquin, the French consul, and other Europeans made inquiries about this black Jugurtha. All they could discover was that his country lay somewhere about the great central lakes. A few Waisgura, Waisjijo, and Wadigo heathen from the mainland visit Zanzibar to buy and sell, or to fly from foes and famine. The 345 greater portions settle permanently upon the island. The savage, for the most part, unwillingly exchanges the comforts and pleasures of semi-civilization for the wildness and freedom of nature, so dear to the man of refinement. These Africans live by fishing and work in the plantations. They easily obtain from the large landed proprietors bits of ground, paying, as a yearly quitrent, $50 and upwards, according to crop, manioc, bananas, and sweet potatoes. Chapter Roman 9 Horseflesh at Zanzibar, the outskirts of the city, and the clove plantations. Peregrination charms our senses with such unspeakable and sweet variety, that some count him unhappy that never travelled, and pity his case, that from his cradle to his old age beholds the same, still, the same anatomy of melancholy. Part Roman 2 Sect Roman 2 Mem 3. Most Europeans at Zanzibar keep horses, which they seldom ride. The Sayyid, however, had, after hospitable Arab custom, placed a large stud at the disposal of Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton, and his guests. I had heard much of the Oman blood, so before excursioning to the outskirts of Zanzibar city, we proceeded to the prince's stables. The late ruler had rarely less than 200 mares, whose value ranged between 1,500 and 2,347. At present, however, the number is greatly reduced. They require as much nursing as European dogs. In the morning, they must be picketed in the courtyard. To smell the air during the day, they must take shelter from the sun under a long cajon-roofed shed. They must at all times be defended from rain and dew, and they must be fed with dry fodder. As in Paraguay, the belief is that the indigenous green meat becomes fatal to imported beasts. We found the treatment very rough. The animals were ungroomed, and mostly they had puffed legs, the result of being kept standing night and day upon a slope of hard boarding. Amongst them, I was shown a curious nedgy, which reminded me of Lady Hester Stanhope's pampered beasts. The coat was silver-white, the shoulders were pinkish, and the saddleback amounted almost to a deformity. The favorite charger of the late Sayyid is a little bay with black points standing about 14 hands 2 inches. Its straight fetlocks are well fitted for stony ground. It wears the mane almost upon the withers, and the shoulder is well thrown back, barely leaving room for the saddle. The hindquarter, that weak point in the Arab, is firmly and strongly made, and the tail is thin, switch-like. 348, carried nearly straight as usual with the best blood, and remarkably high. The bowidle of a nedgy is an animal all shoulder and quarter, connected by a bit of barrel, and to this pitch of excellence we are gradually breeding up our English horses. The charger in question is of the ancient Oman race, once celebrated for endurance. The late Sayyid, however, injured his stud by crossing foal and dam, brother and sister, till the animals fined down and dwindled to mere dwarfs. I remarked that here as elsewhere the Arabs have learned from Europeans to trace the genealogy of their horses through the sire, a practice unknown to the sons of the desert. All the best horses in Zanzibar come from Oman. An inferior strain is exported by Brava Barawa and the Somali country. The latter sends good little beasts, somewhat like those of the Pernambucan province, but worn out by long marches and scant feeding. They usually die during the first rains upon the mainland. They will live for years here, however the new importations at first. Fat and then they get foul, the sweat becomes fetid, they lose breath, and become unfit for work, till fatal disease manifests itself by foam from the mouth, as in 349 Malabar and Mauritius, where the field officers have often been dismounted. It is next to impossible to keep horses in health and condition. They are also costly, 150 to 200 German crowns, being asked for Kaddish or Garans. The government stables at Zanzibar also contain a few mules brought from the Persian Gulf. They become liable to inveterate drowsiness. They start when approached, refuse food and drink, and soon succumb to the climate. The ass, on the contrary, here, as in the East African interior, thrives even upon hard food, and consequently it is prized by the Arabs. There are many breeds during the season. Fine animals are brought from Oman, iron-gray mares with white legs being preferred, Bahrain, and the Persian Gulf send a large light-colored beast, resembling that of Baghdad. It is not, however, considered lasting. Asses imported from Brava and the Somali country are held fit only for carrying burdens, and the Unyamwezi breed, known by its lopped ears, though strong and serviceable, is always but half tamed and is often vicious. The most useful and lasting are the mutawalid or muwalid, the progeny of Masket beasts, creoles born upon the island. These we were advised to buy before leaving for 350. The interior I subsequently purchased 30, and the last died within 6 months of landing. We then mounted Unyamwezi animals, and had nothing to complain of. Asses are ridden, as they always should he, upon the crupper. The hulus are rather pads than saddles, covered with thick cloths and black sheepskins. No one uses stirrups, and the bridle is the rudest of contrivances. The price of donkeys ranges from 15 to 100. I bought a tolerable riding animal for 60, and I heard of one costing 350. Finally, the Sayyid keeps for the use of his plantation mills a few miserable mangy camels from Brava and Makdishu. They may be worth 10 to 12 a head. Mounted on the prince's best, we passed through the town, where the long sharp poles projecting from the low house-eaves are not pleasant to those riding spirited nags. This is the labor hour, and all are not inactive. The weaver on his raised clay bench, and shaded by his dwarf veranda, is engaged upon a turban, whilst his neighbor converts copal reddened by cinnabar into earrings and other ornaments. The tinsmith and the Kamaro blacksmith, with the usual African bellows, are also at work hammering at pots and pans, fashioning the normal 351 weapons, arrow and spear heads, and repairing old guns. The leatherworker is molding a targe of rhinocerosite, apparently all umbo, and the vendors of oil and grain, spices and drugs, glass and potions, are on the alert. By the way, we walked into the partially walled compound, or court, representing the slave market, a bona fide affair, not like the caravanserai, which used to be fitted up and furnished by the Cairene dragoman for the inspection of curious tourists in 1835. A wooden cage some 20 feet square often contained some 150 men, women, and children, who every day were knocked down to the highest bidder in the public place. In those times, the yearly importation was 6,000 to 7,000. The bazaar was subsequently held in the Changani quarter, near the western point. The late Sayyid, however, having forbidden by way of sop to the British Cerberus the sale of men in the streets of Zanzibar, as of Mascat, it was shifted to a plantation called Kurangani. As this was found inconveniently distant, it migrated to its present site. Lines of Negroes stood like beasts. The broker, calling out Bazar Kush, least hideous of the black faces, some of which appeared hardly human, were surmounted by scarlet nightcaps. All were 352, horridly thin, with ribs protruding like the circles of a cask, and not a few squatted sick on the ground. The most interesting were the small boys, who grinned as if somewhat pleased by the degrading and hardly decent inspection to which both sexes and all ages were subjected. The woman show appeared poor and miserable. There was only one decent-looking girl with carefully blacked eyebrows. She seemed modest, and had probably been exposed for sale, in consequence of some inexcusable offense against decorum. As a rule, no one buys adult domestic slaves, male or female, for the sufficient reason that the masters never part with them till they are found incorrigible. These, however, are mostly bozels or wild servals newly driven from the interior, and they are not numerous. The transactions of the year being now concluded, the dealers smiled at us and were in good humor. It would be easy to adorn this subject with many a flower of description: the atrocities of the capture, the brutalities of the purchase, the terrors of the middle passage, and the horrors to which the wretches are exposed when entering half-civilized lands. It was usual to throw the slaves overboard, when the fatal symptom coprophagism 353 appeared amongst them a single dhow belonging to the late Prince Khalid lost, when running a course 500 slaves by sickness, and by the falling of the Pontflautant or flying deckmany. A desperate naval action could not show such a butcher's bill. A certain Charles L., a kiln-dried Mauritius man, crucified 7 Negroes in terrorem 2 were fastened outside the ship, the others were nailed by the feet to the deck, and by the hands to capstan bars, lashed across the masts with a lighted tarbarrel in an empty boat. He nearly caused the loss of an English cruiser, and when she was well on the reef, he let off rockets, and saluted her. Another man, a Spaniard, finding his ventures likely to die of dysentery, sewed them up before he sent them to the bazaar. This slaver made an act of contrition before he died, and severely blamed his bowie knife. Sensational paragraphs, however, are not wanted by those to whom the subject is familiar, and they are likely to mislead the many who are not. I shall return to the subject of slavery in another chapter. Thence we entered the Malagash quarter, where the land belongs chiefly to Syed Suleiman bin Hamd, a former governor of Zanzibar. He is said to be so wealthy that he 354 ignores the extent of his means. Here is the Lal Bazar, the very center of prostitution and agate-moan of some 20 Cyprians. All are Wasawahilithe Indian women, who appear almost European in complexion and features, having now left their faces like skinned apes, and lean legs, encased in red silk tights, make their appearance. Revolting as their society is dangerous, some of them cool the orbits of the eyes by a kind of loop of perfumed turmeric, whose golden tint causes the outer darkness to gloom extra sooty. Others apply curry-colored dabs to the woolly hair. Sundry of these patches are frontlets or medicines applied to the temples in former days. We used, for instance, rosewater and vinegar with a little woman's milk, and nutmegs grated upon a rose cake, and the Jews are said to have smeared themselves with Christian blood. The Malagash quarter is at the far east of the city, leading to 2 tumble-down bridges, which span a lagoon more deadly than that of British Accra. These ruins might easily be converted into dikes, and in process of time, the mouth would be sanded or silted up. They are, however, fated to make way for iron improvements. In my day, the lagoon was connected by 355 fresh water with the sea, and became now a muddy pool at the ebb tides of the Syzygies, then a sheet of festering mud, which nearly encircled the settlement, and which converted the site of Zanzibar city into a quasi-island. Every evening, a pestilent sepulchral miasma arose from it, covering the skin with a clammy sweat, and exhaling a fetor which caused candles to burn dim, and which changed the sound of the human voice. Lazy skippers anchoring here for facility of watering, thus exposing their men to the breath of the fetid lagoon, have lost in a few days half the crew, and although the water appeared to be of the purest, it became so offensive that often the casks had to be started. We then passed over a sandy flat, thinly powdered with black vegetable humus. To the left was a creek upon whose sandy beach vessels are hauled up, and where ships of 300 to 400 tons can be safely careened in a few years. There will here be a dock. A mile of neat footpath placed us at the late Syed's summer palace Mtoni, which is distant about 3 direct miles from the consulate. After escaping the unpleasant attentions bestowed upon us by the tame ostriches, who are apt to use beak and wing, we dismounted for inspection. The building 356 is of coral rag pierced with square windows, and the wings are united by a verandadiris supported by wooden pillars, and facing Mecca for convenience of prayer. A few feet above the center is the peaked roof of the kiosk, which makes the place remarkable to crews entering the harbor. In front floats, from sunrise to sunset, the red flag of the Syed. The rear is brought up by a small cemetery, sundry offices, and lowly cajun-thatched hovels tenanted by slaves. The work of man is mean enough, but it is surrounded by the noblest handiwork of nature, cocos and mangoes, whilst the borders of the little stream could be beautifully laid out. Gum copal, formerly called in the trade gum anime, now gum elemi, is washed down by the rains, and is picked up by the slaves about the debouchure of this Fiumara on the Mtoni road. Also, we passed sundry places, where pits never exceeding 5 feet deep had been sunk in the sandy plain, thinly clothed with sedgy grass upon the higher grounds. Also, to judge by the eye, about 100 feet above sea level, we found many deserted diggings. The soil is a dark vegetable mold varying in thickness from a foot to 18 inches, and based upon the raised sea beach of blue clay, this becomes fat, and 357, adhesive, clogging the hoe, as it descends the half-decayed blood-red fiber, with which it is mixed throughout was recognized by the Negroes. As cockroot's bits of scarlet-colored earth also variegated the faint blue marl, and at a depth of 212 feet, water began to exude from the greasy walls of the pit. These places supply only the raw or unripe copal locally called chakazi, and by us. Corrupted to jackass, the true vegetable fossil must be brought from the coast. The tree was probably once common on the island, but it has been cut down for masts, and similar uses. Copal does not appear under that name in the list of exports from Zanzibar given by Captain Smee in 1811. Possibly, that officer alludes to it when speaking of dammer in early days. Gumenime was held a precious medicine for rheums and heaviness of the head. It was imported via the Levant from the place where incense is found, and that land or soil is called animidum, and therefore the thing is called anime, says Dr. Monard's treating of the objects that are brought from the West Indies. He adds that American anime was whiter brighter, and said to be a spice of cherub or sacchino, which is 358 called amber congealed. In 1769, Portugal forbade the importation of true copal, in order to protect the jatasica, or gum of the Jatoba hymena, of which 14 arrobas had been sent from Turiashu in the Brazil. Leaving Mtoni after half a mile of beach, we turned towards the interior and ascended the gently rising ground, beautifully undulated, which leads to the royal estates called Raza and Tafe, formerly Kizimbani or Seb, for 2 or 3 miles, a narrow path which compelled us to ride an Indian file wound through cocoa groves and patches of highly cultivated ground with here and there a hut buried under fruit-laden mangoes. Track then 254 feet above sea level, widened into a broad avenue of dark conical clove trees, varying in height from 6 to 16 feet, according to age, feathered almost to the ground, and extending like the well-buried coffee shrub. Its branches at right angles to the trunk all however bore the impress of neglect, where Dr. Ruschenberger found a picture of industry, and of admirable neatness and beauty, that employed from 500 to 700 slaves. We saw little to admire in the palace, a single-storied lodge of coral rag, and ample porches, looking upon sundry courts and yards. Negro quarters 359, and draying grounds. There is here a well said to be 100 fathoms deep, which gives water only in the rainy seasons. Most of the upland plantations must draw the element from the little streams. The Arab caretakers, after refreshing us with coconut milk, led us out to inspect the grounds. These Semites, satiated with verdure, despise the idea of assisting nature, and yet at Mascot they will gaze delighted upon a dusty, ragged plot of sandveld rock, dotted with consumptive trees, and dignified by the name of a garden. Some years ago Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton taught the late Syed to plant rose trees, which gave a crop as abundant as those of ancient Syria during their owner's absence. The slaves uprooted the young growth in very wantonness. The nutmeg fared as badly. The consul also succeeded in producing wallflowers, lavender, and the apple scented, as well as the common geranium imported from Europe, with abundant trouble. They met the fate of all. The roses, the ravenala or traveler's tree, was brought from the Seychelles by the Syed, with the same unsuccess. Several kinds of jasmines were transported from Kutch to Zanzibar. The Arabs objected to them, that the scent depresses the male sex, and unduly excites the feminine. Many flowers, for instance 360, the narcissus and certain acacias, labor under the same ill fame. Here, after admiring the delicious view of the tree-crowned uplands, the low grounds buried in the richest forest, the cocoa-fringed shore of purest white, and the sea blue as a slab of lapis lazuli, we had an opportunity of inspecting the celebrated clove plantations of Zanzibar. According to Castanheda, when Vasco da Gama first touched at Mombasa, and Melon there Reguli sent him amongst other presents cloves, and declared that their countries grew the spice. Other travelers mention the clove being found at various parts of East Africa, and Andrea Corsali in Ramusio describes the produce as not like those of India, but shaped more like our acorns. The Dutch, however, since their conquest of the Moluccas, or Spice Islands in 1607, monopolized the clove like the nutmeg, and by destroying the former and enslaving the cultivators, they confined it lest the price should fall to the single island of Amboina. The naturalist traveler Roman 1000 Poivre, when governor of the Isle of France, brought from the least frequented of the Moluccas, in June 27, 1770, some 450 nutmeg stalks, and 10,000 nutmegs in blossom or about to blossom, together with 70 clove trees, and a box of plants, many of them 361 well above the earth. In 1772, A further supply was procured, the greater part was kept in the Isle of France, the rest were dispersed amongst the Seychelles, Bourbon, and Cayenne. All the specimens given to private individuals died. Skillful botanists, however, succeeded in preserving 58 nutmegs and 38 clove trees, of the latter 2 bore blossoms in 1775, and the fruit was gathered in the following year. The produce, however, was small, light, and dry, and all deemed that the Dutch had been unnecessarily alarmed. The project, however, proved completely successful. In 1818, the clovetree Caryophyllus aromaticus was introduced from Mauritius and Bourbon into Zanzibar. Requiring little care, it speedily became a favorite. And in 1835, the aristocratic foreigner almost supplanted the vulgar valuable coconut and the homely rice necessary for local consumption. The Banyans, Americans, and Europeans shared amongst them the principal profits of other commerce, and the cloves enriched the squirearchy, the landed proprietors. Yet it was early predicted that this prosperity would end in ruin. And presently the man who first introduced the spice became a 362 beggar. After a few years' extensive plantations, some containing 15,000 to 20,000 feet, were laid out in the richest parts of the island. The trees, however, set at intervals of 14 to 40, and now 20 feet, occupied large tracts of ground, and they were so rarely trimmed that degeneracy soon ensued. Similarly, the Brazilian planter, though well aware of his loss, cannot prune his coffee shrub. His hands are all Negroes, and if allowed to use cutting instruments, they would hack even the stem. Now the Zanzibar article cannot compete with the produce of Bourbon, and the Dutch having thrown into the market the valuable and long-withheld produce of the Moluccas, it threatens to become a drug. The people would do well to follow the example of Mauritius, whence the clove has long departed in favor of sugar, for the latter. Zanzibar is admirably adapted. When factories shall everywhere be established, the island will have then found her proper profession, and will soon attain the height of her prosperity. The clove caronful, planted in picturesque bands streaking the red argillaceous hills, is allowed to run to wood, and to die withered at the top in the shape of a bushy, thick-foliaged tree, 35 feet tall, and somewhat resembling a 363 laurel grown. From seed it bears in the 5th year, and the fruit, the unexpanded flower bud, is usually ripe in October in rainy years. The harvest, beginning with early September, is continued uninterruptedly. When the season, however, is dry, the picking ceases in November and December, to be resumed in January. Hence, the tales of 2 yields per annum. The crop, which lasts even till March, and which appears to be very uncertain, is hand-picked by Swahili and slave-skethered, in fact like coffee, except that requiring ladders and more labor, it is a very slow process under favorable circumstances. The tree should produce a maximum of 6 pounds here. However, the ground is neither cleared nor manured, and the consequence is that 30 trees rarely yield more than 35 pounds per annum. The fruit is sundried upon matting for 3 days. The workmen forget to turn it, and allow it to be broken and injured. Moreover, they will not smoke it, and thus prevent overshrinking and wrinkling. Some years ago, Mr. Wilson, an English engineer who died at Zanzibar, produced by attending to the tree, and by properly desiccating his cloves upon iron hurdles, a superior article with red shanks, and large full heads. Roman 1000, sauce Creole from Bourbon or Mauritius. 364, also succeeded in extracting an excellent oil, the clove oil of commerce being generally made by distilling cinnamon leaves. This novelty became a universal favorite with the Zanzibar public, who held it to be highly medicinal, and used it especially for inflammations locally. The spice is employed as a condiment, and infused as a medicine and a tonic. Women of the poorer classes make necklaces and earrings of the corns. They also pound them to a paste, and mold them into different shapes. The asakif, or stalks pulled off when the fruit is dry, are exported to Europe under the name of clove stems, and are used as a mordant for dyeing silks. An English house once provided tin canisters to preserve its purchases, whereas they are mostly sent home in bulk. Certain other merchants, born with the pencil behind their ears, open the hatches, and to make the cargo way out heave in seawater, which they say does not much affect the flavor of pepper, and cloves. The stems fetch from 1/8 to half of a German crown per farcilla, or frail, of 35 pounds. The price of cloves, originally 5 to 6 per farcilla, has now fallen to 2, and even to 1 in 1856. The island exported 5 millions of pounds. The next year, however, was 365 unfavorable. The trees had been injured by drought, the oversupply had sunk the price 70%, and many Arab proprietors talked of returning to rice and coconuts. Yet in 1859, The crop rose to some 200,000 faricilla, 7 million pounds, valued at about 85,000, whereas 10 years before the total produce of Zanzibar, including Pemba, was 120,000 to 150,000 faricilla, and in 183,940, it barely numbered 9,000. We returned via the bush to the south of the city, passing through a luxuriant growth of the hardest woods. After a stiff ride over the worst of paths, a mere picada, as the Brazilians say, we skirted the fetid lagoon, which subtends the eastern city from north to south, and reached Mnazi Moya, one coconut tree. This bit of open ground is the Bois de Boulogne of Zanzibar, the single place for exercise, and we did not wonder that so many prefer to stay at home. During the Id Saghir or Kuchuk Baram, here called Sikuku za Idi, one coconut tree, is a lively place, whilst the boys sing and dance about the streets, and the garrison blacks armed with sabers engage near the fort in a zumo or pyrrhic, wildly waving their tremulous blades, and the wahia or bozels from about kil. 366 execute their saltations near the bridge, and the other slaves carouse and junket in their own quarter of the town, each clan from the mainland, keeping itself distinct. The grandees fingering their rosaries, and supported by long staves, proceed to Mnazi Moya, where gallops called races form the attraction. About half a dozen garrons rushing wildly about represent the performers, and the performance is nothing new to the Anglo-Indian. The groups are motley if not picturesque. Here and there, surrounded by rings of sable admirers, are women boisterously singing and clapping hands, dancing and acting lions with all their might. Tremendous are the Vijlagel, the kill Zagharit or trilling of the spectatresses. Men also stamp and wriggle in a rude improper style to the succedaneum for a drum, a hollow wooden cylinder 1 foot in diameter with the open end applied to the breast, and the dried and stretched snakeskin patted upon with finger and palm. Most of these people, regardless of fever or cholera, are primed with fermented cocoa juice. The heavily-clad sheikhs bestriding their asses are preceded by outrunners, who mercilessly push aside and backer the crowd, and the latter turn viciously as bull terriers. There is not much striking, but jostling. 367 and thrusting away are the rules at Lamu and the Wilder places. Swords and daggers are often bared on these occasions, and the sheikhs have no little trouble to preserve the peace. Contrasting with the full-dressed crowd are the naked children, who seem all afflicted with umbilical hernia. This is the result of careless cutting, but the unsightly protuberance will wear away in afterlife, and a potbelly is here as elsewhere in Africa looked upon as a good sign. The Negro faces and bodies are marked with the tattoo in almost every possible fashion. Some wear straight black lines, others curved. These have perpendicular, those horizontal marks, and not a few wear painted squares with central spots like the wafers upon the garment of the old country clown. At length, the princes make their appearance, and are received with a fanfaring of guns and pistols. Whilst shouts and drums disturb the air, the races are formally run, and the crowd disperses through the unclean streets of the city. There is still some exploration to be done on the west, or landward front of Zanzibar Island. Colonel Hamerton, however, strongly advises us not to risk fever, and to reserve every atom of strength and energy for the continent. Chapter Roman 10, Comparative Anthropology Ethnology of Zanzibar. The Arabs. Les Arabes ne sont maintenant dans l'Afrique orientale que des parasites, comme les tout pupil exclusivement commerçant. Roman 1000 Gillian Vol, Roman 2 Part Roman 2, Chap Roman 2 p. 151. The Arabs upon the island may amount to a total of 500,097 all Omans, and they are divided, as in their fatherland, into two great Kabila, or tribes, the Hinawi and the Gafiri. When Malik bin Fakim of the Banu Hanifa tribe marched from his own country, Nejd, to recover Oman from the Persians under Dara son of Bahman son of Isfandiar, an event popularly dated about the end of our 1st century, he was joined by some 100 Yemeni warriors, who were 369, called Banu Yemen, sons of the right hand, because they dwelt to the south, or on the right hand of the Kaaba. Their migration is attributed to the bursting of the dike of Aram, near Marib, the Mariaba of Ptolemy, which is the Babel tour of Arabian history in the days of ignorance. The learned Dr. Wettstein p. 104, Reisebericht über Horen Roman 100, Berlin 1860, believes this event to have taken place about the beginning of our era. Most authors, however, place it at the end of the 1st, or the beginning of our 2nd century. It was probably the overpopulating of the land, which sent forth the two great Saban tribes of Azad and Himyar to Bahrain and Eastern Arabia. They united and were known as the Tanakh or Confederates, the former also called from a chief Nasri settled upon the Euphrates, and founded the East Tanakh Kingdom, whose capital was afterwards Hira the Himyar or Kudai, originated in and the Belka, the West Tanakh Kingdom also termed from a chief Sali. These men converted to Christianity, were probably the builders of the giant cities of Bashan mere provincial towns of the Greco-Roman Empire. Taleb Thalaba, one of the sons of Malik bin Fakim, is mentioned as the first ruler of East Tanakh. The extinct family of the Druze 370 Tanakhs claimed descent from the Western Kingdom. The Yaruba considered themselves to be of the Arab el-Araba, Jokhtanites through their ancestor Yarub el-Azad bin Falig Peleg, the brother of Khatan, or Joktan bin Abir Eber bin Sali bin Arphakshed bin Shamshem, and to the present day, their descendants boast of this ancient lineage. Malik bin Fakim routed 40,000 horsemen supported by elephants, slew Merzban the Marsban or warden of the marches, the satrap lieutenant of the King of Kings, whose headquarters were at Sohar, and conquered the country from Sharjah to the Raz, El-Had Razelgat the eastern landsend of the Arabian shore. Reinforced by fresh drafts of the Benu Yemen, he showed his gratitude by incorporating them with his own tribe. The word Hinawi, meaning a patrician, or one having a founder, arose from Malik bin Fakim, proposing himself as the Hanu or originator of the emigrants. Certain Arabs derive it from Hina, a fanciful ancestor, and even call themselves Benu Hina, according to some authorities. Oman took its name from a place in the neighborhood of the Dyke of Merb. Others derive it from a valley, which, like the Wadi el-Arab, gave its 371 name to the whole country. The Arab geographers make it the ancient term for Sohar, and the classical geographer holds that the Amenem Emporium of Ptolemy was applied to Maskat. When Malik bin Fakim had been slain by his son Selima, and another son Zayd ruled Oman in his stead, 1,000 of the Benu Nezar came to him from the town of Ubar, and were settled upon a tract of low open ground, whence they took the name of Gafiri. These immigrants were Arab el-Mustaraba, which in Ammanic usage denotes the incestuous or Ismailitic clans derived from Adnan's son of Ishmael, and the gift of land had made them clients of Zayd. And of his tribe the Hinawi intermarriage, however, soon amalgamated the races, when el-Islam brought the sword to mankind, and when the rival prophet Muslima, generally known as the liar, paved the way for the Karmathians, and for a copious crop of heresies, the Gafiri, cleaving to the faith of Mecca, were preferred by the Caliph Abubakr to their former patrons for the chieftainship of Oman in his turn. The Caliph Ali restored precedence to the Hinawi, who had espoused his cause, hence an inveterate feud, a flame of wrath, which rivers of blood have not quenched throughout Oman. 372. The rival tribes still occupy separate quarters, they will not connect themselves by marriage, and they seldom meet. Without a faction fight even at Zanzibar, where the climate has softened them, they rarely preserve that decency of hate, which is due by Arabs of noble strain to hereditary and natural enemies. Here the principal clan of the Hinawi tribe is the Harisi plural Hers under Abdullah bin Salim, and Hussein bin Mahmud. Once flourishing in Oman, it now barely numbers 15,000 sabers, and in the island, it may amount to 300, mostly merchants and wealthy planters. The other divisions are the Bu or Ayil, said the ruling race, which forms one large familithad of the Sayyid. There are also about a dozen of the Benu Lank, whose preponderance in Oman was broken down by the Urabi Imams. The minor sections of the Hinawi are the Benu Yasuf Sur, the Benu Menasir near Sharjah, the Benu Ali, the Benu Baktashi, the Benu Uhebai, the Benu el-Hijri, the Benu Kalban, the Benu el-Abri, and the Benu Bu Hassan, generally pronounced Bosan. A few of the Benu Dafri, or Dafil, at times visit the island. They are professional carriers, and therefore they have no blood feuds with other tribes. Besides 373, these are Amari, Adwani, Kuruni, Kuzuri, Salaheme, and Nayir. Most of them frequent Zanzibar during the trading season. The pure Gafiri stock is still, they say, to be found in Nejd. Throughout Oman, they are a wild, unruly race hostile to strangers, and inclined to Wahhabism. They possess at several places little castles armed with guns, which are mere robbers' dens near Mina. The chief Muzalim refused allegiance to Sayyid Said, and south of the Jebel el-Aksar, or Green Mountain, they made themselves the terror of the countryside. About Burema, the worst of the Gafiri, are the Kawasim pirates, the Anglo-Arabic Jawazmis of Ras el-Khaimah, and our old enemies, the Benu Bu Ali of Ras el-Had. To them also belong the Shaksi, or Benu Ruweha, popularly called Rustak, from the settlement founded by the Persian Anishirawan on the eastern slope of Jebel el-Aqsar, the mountainous district of Oman. It is about 70 miles west of Muscat, which now the capital began life, as its harbor. The present representative of the Rustak chief Sayyid Qays bin Azan receives an annual indemnification of 3,000 from Sayyid said, who had dispossessed him of Sohar, and its dependencies. Sir also belongs to the Ghaffiri, of whom 374 in these places little good is spoken. They are said to be at once cruel and cowardly, to fear no shame, and to respect no oath. We shall soon be compelled to chastise these petty sea thieves and kidnappers. At Zanzibar, the Ghaffiri is represented chiefly by the Masakura or Maskari clan, which under its chief Saif bin Khalfan may number 2,000. Sabres, the Mazrui of Mombasa, so well known in Swahili history, were also Ghaffiri. They are now scattered about Gassi, and other small bandars retaining nothing of their political consequence. The Urabi clan, which gave to Oman its old patriotic imams, is of scant account. The other sections, who are for the most part visitors during the commercial season, comprise the Jenaba, the Baimani, the Banu Khattab, the Banu Bu Ali, and the Banu Riyam of Nezwa in the Jebel el-Aqsar. The Arab holds, and according to old Moslem travelers, has long held in these regions, the position of an Osmanli in Arabia. He is a superior person, as the Omani chiefs, however, like the sheriffs of El-Hijaz, did not disdain servile concubines. Many of their issue are negroids. Of these hybrids, some are exceedingly fair, showing African pollution only by tufty and wiry hair. 375, whilst others, falling upon their mothers, as the native phrase is, have been refused inheritance at Muscat and have narrowly escaped the slave market. The grandsons of purest Arabs who have settled in Africa, though there has been no mixture of blood, already show important physical modifications, worked by the mixture of air. As the Portuguese phrase is, the skin is fair, but yellow-tinted by overdevelopment of gall. Whilst the nose is high, the lips are loose everted or otherwise ill-formed, and the beard, rarely of the amplest, shrinks under the hothouse air to 4 straggling tufts upon the rami of the jaws, and the condyles of the chin. Whilst the extremities preserve the fineness of Arab blood, the body is weak and effeminate, and the degenerate aspect is accompanied by the no less degraded mind, morals, and manners of the coast people. The nervous, or nervous-bilious temperament of the sons of the desert here runs into 2 extremes. Many Arabs are bilious lymphatic like Banyans, a few lapsing into the extreme of leanness, are fair specimens of the living skeleton. This has been remarked even of Omanis, born and bred upon the island. Those who incline to the nervous diathesis have weakly drooping occipits and narrow skullbases, arguing a 376 deficiency of physical force, and they exaggerate the flat-sided, unconstructive Arab skullher. An Indian may almost always be recognized by the comparative roundness of his calvaria, and as the Zanzibar Arab is mostly of Berger race in his own land, the forehead rarely displays that high development of the perceptive organs which characterizes the Bedouin. The Arab noble is still like those of Mecca in Mohammed's day, a merchant, and here wealth has done much to degenerate the breed. Climate, more, and slavery. Most the Californian fever indolence becomes endemic in the 2nd generation, rendering the race hopeless, whilst industry is supplied by the gross transparent cunning of the Waswahili and of the African. Generally, honesty is all but unknown. Several European merchants will not have an Arab's name in their hooks. A Nakhoda captain, Muscat RN in the prince's service, commissioned to bring a watch or other valuables from Bombay, will delay to deliver it until threatened with the backer, and the terrors of being blown from a gun do not defend the ruler from the most shallow and impudent frauds like their kinsmen of Oman. They despise truth without versatility enough to employ it when required, and few rise to the height of 377 Bacon's model, who hath openness in fame and opinion, secrecy in habit, dissimulation in reasonable use, and a power to feign, if there he no remedy, haughty in the highest degree, and boasting descent from the kings of Yemen. They hold themselves to be the salt of the earth. Man's nature everywhere objects to restraint. These people cannot endure it. Nothing afflicts them so much as the necessity of regular occupation, as the recurrence of duty, as the weight of any subject upon the mind, constant only in procrastination. As they are habitus in body, so they are mentally torpid and apparently incapable of active exertion, especially of immediate action. Like their congeners of Muscat and Sir, they have distinguished themselves on all occasions when opposed to any but Arabs by excessive poltroonery. They seldom mix with strangers for whom they have generally an aversion, and they will refuse $1 to a wretch who has changed his faith to save his life, they are never worse than in youth when excessive. Polygamy and debauchery have enslaved them, as with the Arabs of the peninsula, a people of violent and unruly passions, and seldom ripe for use. Till their beards are gray, these Zanzibaris improve by age and body and mind, seem to grow 378 better to a certain point as they grow old. To this sweeping evil account, there are of course exceptions. I have rarely met with a more honest, trustworthy man than said bin Salim, the half-caste Arab who was sent with us as Ras Kafala or guide. Such hitherto has been his character. But man varies in these regions. He may grievously disappoint me in the end. The poorer Arabs who flock to Zanzibar during the season are Hazramis, and they work and live hard as the Hamels of Stamboul. These men club and mess together in gangs under an Akita head man who supplies them with rice gai and scones, and who keeps the accounts so skillfully that the laborer receives annually about 35, though he may gain 4 times that. Some pauper Arabs settled upon the island refuse nigger work, the West Indian synonym for manual labor, and as a rule the mashamba or plantations supply them like Irish estates of old with everything. But money at first many were ruined by the abolition of slave export. At present most of them confess that the measure has added materially to the development and the prosperity of the island. There are now Arab merchants who own 80,000 clovetries, 100,379 floating capital, a ship or two, and from 1,000 to 2,000 slaves. The results of wealth and general ascents have been luxury and unbridled licentiousness. As usual in damp-hot climates, for instance Sind, Egypt, the lowlands of Syria, Mazandaran, Malabar, and California, the sexual requirements of the passive exceed those of the active sex, and the usual result is a dissolute social state contrasting with mountain countries, dry cold or damp cold, where the conditions are either equally balanced or are reversed. Arab women have been described as respectable in the island, because fearing scandal and its consequences they deny themselves to Europeans, yet many of them prefer Banyans to those of the true faith, whilst the warmest passions abandon themselves to African slaves. These dark men are such pearls in beauteous ladies' eyes, and their fascinations at Zanzibar are so great that a respectable Hindustani Moslem will not trust his daughter to live there even in her husband's house. A corresponding perversion and brutality of taste make the men neglect their wives for negresses. The same has 380 been remarked of our countrymen in Guyana and the West Indies, and it notably prevails in the Brazil, where the negress and the mulata are preferred to the Creole. Considering the effect of the African skin, when excited by joy, rage, fear, or other mental emotion, of course, a cogent reason for the preference exists. Public prostitutes are here few, and the profession ranks low, where the classes upon which it depends can always afford to gratify their propensities in the slave market. I have alluded to the Swahili women of the Madagascar quarter. A few also live scattered about the town, but all are equally undesirable. There is not a pretty face amongst them. The honorarium varies from 0 to 1, and the proceeds are expended upon gaudy dresses and paltry ornaments. Retired Corinthians, who have not prospered live by fishing upon the sands, or make rude pottery at Changani Point, those who can afford it buy a slave or two, and give the rest of their days to farming girls who work for hire, are always procurable. But such amours are likely to end badly. The same may be said of the prostitutes. Consequently, most white residents keep Abyssinian or Gala concubines. The liwat is here considered a mere peccadillo. The late Sayyid 381, however, denied Moslem burial to a nephew who built the British consular residence. This Moffel died in agony after the bungling performance of an operation which his debaucheries rendered necessary, and the body was cast naked into the sea. Both sexes and all ages delight in drinking the rich, use bad, but expensive French and American liqueurs, gin, brandy, and rum from Marseille, India. And the Mauritius, some eat opium, others prefer bhang in its several forms. The material is imported from Bombay, and Kutch we found it near the continental seaboard, and therefore the Indian shrub is also probably grown upon the island. A distillation, I have said, is made from the cashew nut, and from palm wine. This alcohol is called zarambo, and a freeborn Arab is disgraced by touching it preserved in foul old pots. It has the effect of poison. A drunken sailor will fall down insensible, breathe with stertorous loudness, and gradually pass from insensibility to death. Tembo or toddy is of 2 kinds: tamu, the sweet and unintoxicating, and kali, sour, or fermented. The liquor is drawn from the trees by the Wasawahili, and the slaves, insular and continental, the Pombe like the Buza of Egypt and Berberia Adel. And 382 Abyssinia is a simple hopless beer made from maize or halkus drunkenness amongst the poor, is very properly punished, only when it leads to crime. It is singular that the late Sayyid, who never touched an intoxicating drink, should have been so tender to an offense with which Moslems usually deal so barbarously. The Arab's headdress is a kame or kafiyeh red fez, a surat kalatalfiyeh, or a white skullcap worn under a turban kamba of Oman silk and cotton, religiously mixed usually. It is of fine blue and white cotton check embroidered and fringed with a broad red border, with the ends hanging in unequal lengths over one shoulder. The coiffure is highly picturesque. The ruling family and grandees, however, have modified its vulgar folds, wearing it peaked in front, and somewhat resembling a tiara, the essential bodiclothing. And the succedaneum for trousers is an izar ingu, yaku chini or loincloth tucked in at the waist 6 to 7 feet long by 2 to 3, broad. The colors are brickdust, and white or blue, and white with a silk border, striped red, black, and yellow. The very poor wear a dirty bit of cotton girdled by a hakab or kundevi, a rope of plaited thongs. The rich prefer a fine embroidered stuff from Oman supported 383 at the waist by a silver chain. None but the Western Arabs admit the innovation of drawers. Suruwali, the jama or upper garment, is a collarless coat of the best broadcloth leek green or some tender color being preferred. It is secured over the left breast by a silken loop, and the straight wide sleeves are gaily lined. The kisbau is a kind of waistcoat covering only the bust. Some wear it with sleeves, others without. The dishteshe in Kiswahili kanzu, a narrow-sleeved shirt buttoned at the throat and extending to midshin, is made of calico, bafta American drill, and other stuffs called doria terabuzan, and jamdani. Sailors are known by kuzarangi, a coarse, cotton-stained dingy ridiello with henna or pomegranate rind, and rank with war's bastard saffron and shark's oil. Respectable men guard the stomach with a hizam, generally a cashmere or Bombay shawl. Others wear sashes of the dust-colored raw silk, manufactured in Oman. The outer garment for chilv weather is the long, tight-sleeved Persian jubbe jakha, or kaftan of European broadcloth. The nalin viatu, or sandals of peculiar shape made at Zanzibar, have already been described. Most men shave their heads, and the shafes 384 trim, or entirely, remove the mustaches. The palms are reddened with henna, which is either brought from El Hijaz or gathered in the plantations. The only ring is a plain cornelian seal, and the sole other ornament is a talisman. Hers in Kiswahili hirizi. The eyes are blackened with coal or antimony of El Shamher, not Syria, but the region about Mekahan. The mouth crimsoned by beetle looks, as if a tooth had just been knocked out. None but women and slaves leave the house unarmed. The lowest Arab sticks an old dagger in his belt, handles a rusty spear or shoulders a cheap firelock. Gulf men are generally known by their round targes, tersi made of carved and spangled rhinoceros or addax hide toys with high central umbo, and at the utmost a foot in diameter. Others have fishskin shields, and the balak affect the kutch dihal or buckler. The sword is of 3 forms, of which the safe Farangi Frankish sword in Kiswahili upanga has long been the favorite. It is a straight, broad, two-edged, guardless, double-handed weapon about 4 ft3 in long, sheathed in a scabbard of red morocco. The thin and well-worn blade vibrates in the grip, and by the side of its razor-like keenness, our weapons resemble iron bars. The price varies from 10 to 385,100, and as at modern Damascus, cheap German imitations abound. The usual handle is wood bound with thread like plates of black leather and silver wire, forming patterns. The pommel is an iron knob, and the general aspect of the article suggests that it is derived from the crusading ages. The kidder is a curved European saber. The young princes and those about the coast carry in hand expensive specimens, with ivory hilts and gold mountings. Thirdly, the amani, as they call it, is a short straight blade made in Europe, Oman, or Hazramaut. The Arab knows but 2 cuts on the kalam across the ankles, and the other are no 7 directed at the head, or preferably at the shoulder. The former is evaded by leaping or breaking ground. The latter is parried with the shield jamhias conjars or daggers worn strapped, and buckled round the waist are curved till the point forms almost a right angle with the hilt. It is a silly construction, but anything will serve to stab the enemy's back above the shoulders. The dudgeon of black or white rhinoceros or buffalo horn is adorned with a profusion of filigree work and silver or gold knobs. The blade, sharp on both sides, is nearly 3 inches broad at the base. The sheath ala is similarly ornamented. 386. upon a ground of leather cloth or brocade dark or scarlet, with the usual metal rings and fixings. The khanjar often costs 200, and a handsome dagger is a sign of rank. Not having seen at home the higher classes of Arab women, who are said to be sometimes remarkably handsome, I can describe them only from hearsay in the house. They wear tight mezar sarwal, or pantaloons of Oman silk or cotton, fastened at the waist, with rich tasseled ties brought from Muscat the Hijaz, and bandar abbas the body dress, is a long chemise of Bengal or Surat stuff worn over mkaja or loincloth. The hair is plaited into masuka pigtails or newel curls, and here as elsewhere the back of the head being the most sacred part of the feminine person adults bind round the forehead, a kerchief nguo kujatanda, or dastmal of bright-colored silk, which depends behind to the waist abroad. They appear masked with the hideous black burqa veil of Oman, whilst a rida kidambai or sheet of white calico, or black silk, conceals even the dress from prying eyes. A mavuli, or umbrella, shows dignity. Some wear sandals viatu like the men, others Egyptian papooses. The favorite feminine ornaments are banajire or kalkul bracelets, or bangles gold, 387 silver, or copper rings solid or hollow plain, or embossed with or without hinges, a yekdani single gem or union, a cordiform or oval brooch, and pendants of precious stones or stained glass massively set in gold, hangs round the neck by a string of bullet-sized gold-filled heads. The matel anklets are of silver worth, that is to say weighing from 10 to 20. A kurt cupini feet yapua or flower-shaped ornament of gold-silver, or base metal, is worn in the wing of the left nostril. Earrings are of many varieties. The rim is pierced sometimes all round for silver halke, or rings, whose place is supplied amongst the poor with leaden capini, in the plural vipini. The lobe is bored, and trained to encircle a disc of silver or ivory. The slaves use a bright-colored roll of palm leaf, and when that is not procurable a betelnut, the result is unnatural distension, and in age the ear, as among the maplas of Malabar, hangs down a mere strip of skin to the collarbone. They have also the kenjel copper balls for the neck, the mpogo, or ivory ring, the kikomo, a copper or brass bracelet, the mkufu, or silver necklace chain, the makuhu or coarse cassolet, and a variety of talismans or grigris, hirzi round the wrists and ankles. These women, like most Easterns, prefer strong 388 and heady perfumes of musk, ambergris, ottar of roses, and the large Indian jasmine. Their cosmetics are oil henna kohl or collyrium wanya and saffron, applied to the head and eyebrows, and they are cunning in the matter of fumigation, which might with benefit be introduced into Europe. The Zanzibar Arab's day is regular, varied only by a journey, a family festival, a debauch, or the yearly Ramazan fast. He rises at dawn for ablution and prayer, eats suwake, a kind of vermicelli wheaten bread, or even a little meat, drinks a cup of coffee, and chewing betel, repairs to the bazaar for business or calls upon his friends' men, shake hands when meeting, wish good morning, and ask how is thy state, to which the reply is, and how art thou? They then sit down and renew queries interspersed with many marhabas, sana banas, and nushikamaus, Allah preserve thee, and thanks be to Allah we are well. If one sneeze the others exclaim, may Allah have mercy upon thee, which he acknowledges with Allah guide you. Thighs is an old Arab superstition, sneezing being an omen of impending evil to the patient, and ejaculation was made to the gods. Homer mentions the custom. Aristotle fruitlessly attempts to explain its existence. 389 Apuleius refers to it, and Pliny has a problem on it. Cur sternutantes salutander. Asia still practices it, and the older Brazilians have not forgotten it. Here the convulsion is considered unsanzi. Many a deputation waiting upon the late Sayyid has been prematurely dismissed, because the Aloman sternutation happened as in Turkey, and the Moslem East. Generally the visitor's place of honor is on the host's left hand, where coffee is offered on ceremonious occasions. All rise and take the little finjan or thimble cup from the housemaster, who does not allow the servant to hand it. They then sit down, and they drink, contrary to usual Arab custom, more than one cupful. The hospitality concludes with a glass of sherbet. Amongst the wealthier classes at Zanzibar and Mombasa, tea is becoming a favorite beverage, not only fashionable, but held to be hygienic, because less heating than coffee. At 5 o'clock are 11 Aroman 1000. The Arab, like the Syrian, eats the gada of fish and meat, of wheaten bread and vegetables, and of rice boiled with the cream of rasped coconut, ending with half a dozen finjans of coffee, and with betel. Some then repair to the mosque. Most men pray the noonday at home and sleep, like the citizens of Andine Mendoza, till the Asr or after 3 p. Roman 1000. They again perform ablution and devotions, after which they dress for out or business. And for home visits, the evening prayers are generally recited in public. Some eat the Isha supper before sunset. Usually it is deferred till after worship. The climate effectively prevents those last pleasant rambles by moonlight and open-air scenes. Makamat, so much enjoyed in the hot, dry, subtropical regions. Here the evening is spent sometimes in society, oftener in the harem, and all apply to sleep between 10 Roman 1000 and midnight. The yearly fast begins with the new moon of Ramazan. Crowds assemble in the open places and upon the terrace roofs, till the popping of pistols and matchlocks and salvos from the squadron warn the faithful that the crescent has appeared. In the days of Sayyid said the strict Arab salute of 3 guns are 21, was kept up. 5 denoted a victory, and 7 the decease of some eminent person. Arabs observe the dietetic law strictly. Their women are expected to fast, and boys of 13 and 14 take a pride in imitating their parents. Many, especially those with weak digestion, cannot eat the dawn meal. General throughout Egypt, Syria, and Persia, the Shafeh ordeal ends when the sun has wholly sunk below the horizon. 391 The Bayazi waits till daylight has almost faded from the east, and he prays before breaking bread. Most men begin hygienically with something easily digested as dates and sour milka. More substantial meal follows. After an hour, the rich pass much of the fasting time in sleep, and the burden here as elsewhere falls far more heavily upon the poor. At Zanzibar, however, the infliction is lightened by the damp climate, and by the equinoctial day short compared with the terrible 16 hours, which must sometimes be endured in subtropical latitudes. Yet the servants and slaves are useless during Ramazan, idle at all times. They then assert a right to do nothing. As I before observed, the fast is 1/12 of the year thoroughly wasted. On the other hand, it may be remarked that Islam has wisely limited its festivals to 6 days in the year, a great contrast to the profuse waste of time, which still characterizes the faith of southern Europe. As at the beginning of the month crowds assemble to sight the new moon which ends the fast, and every fellow who has a matchlock wastes powder and ball without much regarding where the latter flies. Here, as in the Brazil, nothing can be done without wasting gunpowder. At Zanzibar, the matchlock is perforce preferred. In 392 Rio de Janeiro, the rocket and the squib have taken its place. This year, 1857, a storm of rain on the evening of May 24th concealed the crescent, and it was not till 5:30 Roman 1000 on the 25th that a salute from the shipping announced, despite the thick drifting scud, which hid every inch of sky, that the weary blessed month was no more. Then the men gathered about the palace, the women flocked to the housetops, and the city, usually so sadly silent, rang with shouting, singing, the braying of trumpets, and irregular discharges of small arms. After sunset again, all was still as the grave. The Eid el-Saghir, or Lesser Festival, that concludes the Ramazan, began at dawn on May 26th. The usual public prayers were recited in the mosques, and at 8 Roman 1000, the squadron dressed with flags fired, whilst the townsmen followed suit. The servants and slaves gathered in their new clothing to kiss the master's hand and to wish him a happy festival. The princes rode out in state in the bazaars, and an immense mob assembled despite the heavy rains, and before sunset they trooped through the miry lanes to witness the races at Mnazi Moya, which take place only when the tide is out. These festivities have already been described. Continued 393 to a late hour, and thus passed away the earliest and the noisiest day of the Roman 499. The second and the third days are diluted. Copies of the first visits are exchanged between all acquaintances, and the prince holds levees in full darbar. Here the sons of Sayyid said, and their blood relations, occupy one side of the long bare hall. Opposite them are the high officials and interpreters, whilst the honored guests sit by the ruler at the saddle or top of the room, and fronting them near the door stand the eunuchs, and the slaves. On leaving as on entering, the stranger shakes hands with the whole family according to seniority, and he is accompanied by the prince either a few paces or to the doorway, the steps, in fact, being carefully proportioned to his rank. There is little peculiarity in the religious ceremonies of the Zanzibar Arab. An azan call to prayer is repeated in the ear of the newborn babe, and on the Arbin 40th day the mother and infant are bathed and become puerile. Then the husband will not sit by his wife's side on this occasion. The head of the male child is shaved as usual amongst Moslems. Marriage is expensive, seldom costing the respectable man less than 500. All the food provided for the 394 occasion must be eaten even if guests be sought in the streets. This indeed is the rule of Arab feasts. Half the mar or settlement money should be paid before the Fatiha is recited. The remainder is claimed upon separation, or after the husband's death. A woman cannot demand divorce, except for the usual legal reasons, and the Ide or interval before remarriage is 3 months and 10 days after a khitma or prelection of the Quran. The relict who has hitherto been confined to the house is bathed by her feminine friends, in token of readiness for engagement. Many widows refuse to change their condition and apply themselves to money-making by commerce plantations or slave-dealing. I heard of one jovial Armella who invited Europeans to petty suppers and parties fines, in which merriment takes precedence of modesty. The Arab women of Zanzibar appear unusually spirited, especially when compared with their lords in every great house. Some energetic petticoat, or rather trousers, takes or forces her husband or her brother to take the lead, perhaps as nearer home. They are the more courageous and venturous in braving danger, because the risk and the brunt do not fall upon their heads. Men of pure family will not give their daughters to any but fellow clansmen. They 395 themselves do not object to Swahili and Negra girls, but the single Arab wife there is rarely more than owner rules the concubines with a rod of iron. Men, women, and children weep at funerals, but it is not the custom to hire keeners. The feminine mourning dress is black, and the period as general among Moslems lasts 40 days. Contrary to Arab custom, the graves are lined with boarding. The exterior is a wall of coralline rag and lime from a foot to a foot and a half high, with little raised steps at the head and feet. Here a porcelain saucer or an encaustic tile is sometimes mortared in by way of ornament. Old cemeteries abound throughout the city and the suburbs, sometimes showing offensive sights. A simple slab sufficed for the late Sayyid's ancestors. On the spot, however, where he and his son Khalid lie, they are building a dwarf truncated pyramid of stone and cement, an unusual memorial to a Bayazi or a Wahhabi of late years. The Arabs have begun to inter their slaves. Formerly, the corpses were thrown to the beasts or tossed into the sea, and from the windows of Roman 1000's consulate, I have seen more than one body bleached snow-white by seawater and stranded upon the beach where no one cared to bury it. During the reign of the last ruler, Islam at Zanzibar was tolerant by compulsion. The Shias were allowed an imambara, at which they bewailed the death of Hassan and Hussein. Few Sunni countries would have tolerated the abomination. But as these sectarians almost worship, whilst others absolutely adore Ali and his descendants, and as the Khariji schism slew the former and well-nigh damns all the rest, they join issue and agree to differ. This, indeed, is a recognized rule in religions where the most minute distinctions cause and perpetuate the deadliest feuds, and the family quarrel will not be reconciled, because love perverted becomes not indifference but hate. The Arabs are here all Shafi'i or Bayazi, as the latter schism is now rare under that name in the Moslem world. Some notice of it may be considered advisable. I have seen the Bayazi confounded with the Mutazili who support free will versus predestination. But there is an important difference. The latter hold Ali in high esteem and object only to the Caliph Muawiyah. The Bayazi, also called Abazi Ibaz, and 397 Ibaziyeh, derive their name from Abdullah bin Yahya bin Abaz in our dictionaries. Ibaz, some authors have corrupted this name to Baden, that of a Persian sectarian. Others translate it, the whites as opposed to the green of the Fatimites, and the black of the Abbasids. This arch-heretic, according to the Jehin Numa, began to preach under the reign of Al-Murwan, the last Umayyad Caliphate, between AH 127,132 Roman 500 and 749, and was shortly afterwards conquered and put to death. His tenets spread far and wide amongst the Khawarij of Nezwa, extended to the littoral, and filled the land with battle and murder. The Bayazi, who through their imams governed Oman for 163 years, beginning from Roman 500, are thus one of the many Khariji in the plural Khawarij sects, whose origin may be traced in the rival faiths of Sahism and Quraysh idolatry, in the contest of the prophets Mohammed and Musaylime, and in the political interference of the first caliphs between the turbulent tribes of Oman under the names of Shura Haruriya and Muhakima. These seceders were once numerous in northern Africa, Spain, and Arabia. In Roman 500, Ibn Battuta found them at Timbuktu 398. They are now mostly confined to a few cities in Morocco, and to the parts about Maskat. Some theological writers derived these Kharijites from the malcontents who declared that both Ali and Muawiyah had forfeited their right to the caliphate by appealing from Allah's judgment to human decisions, and who carried out their objection by murdering Ali and by attempting the murder of Muia and Amru, their descendants are held to have formed 20 schools like the Shias or Rawafis, and the Mutazali, whilst the Marjiye number 6, the Mujbara, or Sunnites 4, and together with the Batiniya, the Hululiya, and the Zaydi make up the 73 divisions into which the first Muslim declared el-Islam would split the principal Kharijite schools. Usul el-Furak have however been reduced to the following 5. The first 4 are now common only in books. The Azarika, or followers of Abu Rashid Nafi ibn al-Azraq, they permit in religious warfare the massacre of women and children. They do not lapidate adulterers, Quranic command being absent, and they severely punish the male, not the female slanderer of the faithful. The Najdat disciples of Najdat bin Amir formerly abounded in Mekran Kerman Mosul, 399 Mesopotamia Seistan, and Oman they hold persistency in the minor sins, Sughair equivalent to polytheism shirk, whereas mortal sins are not damnable, unless accompanied by persistency Israr. The Bagasiye Banhasiye, or Bayhasiye, followers of Abu Baggas Banhas, or Bayhas, I have found no account of their doctrinal quiddities. The Safar so-called from their founder, Ziyad ibn al-Asfar believe concealment of tenets, taqiyya permissible in word not in deed, and they extend infidelity, kufr even to such offenses as neglecting prayer. The Abazi or Bayazi, who form the mass of Arab population at Zanzibar, and who are also numerous in Oman, they are Karmati and anti-Muslim in the matter of free will, a vital distinction from the Sunnis like the Ismailiyya and sundry mystic schools. They believe the imamship to be a supreme pontificate, but not the succession by grace of the prophethood, and the caliphate they are opposed to the Mutazali, by respecting the Shaykhain Ahubekr and Omar. Their exoteric reason being that al-Islam then throve under a single head, therefore they deem it lawful, and right to abuse Usman and Ali, damning 400 the Shias, for venerating the latter Muawiyah and Yazid Talha-Zubair, and others who brought calamities upon the faithful, and who caused the spilling of Moslem blood in this age of decaying zeal. They do not sab or blaspheme anyone publicly by name, and by order of the late Sayyid they bless during the Friday sermon Khutbah the 2 first caliphs, and then generally the Sahaba companions of the Prophet, the Muhajirin Meccans, who accompanied the flight, and the Ansar Medanites who received Mohammed as, are all Muslims. They may not use the word lanet or curse, except to Satan. So Christians are forbidden to call others fools, and with equal success Moravian-like, they pride themselves upon preserving pure and undefiled the tenets and the ritual handed down to them from the Prophet's day, and with the rest of the Moslem ulama, who in this point are the most conservative and anti-progressive of men, they would model all modern civilization upon that of barbarous Arabia in the 7th century. One of their favorite sayings is 401, all innovation bid'ah Roman 1. A practice unknown to Mohammed's day is error, and all error is in hellfire possibly, however this may be the effect of Wahhabi neighborhood. The faith of the Bayazi is narrow and exclusive, a monopoly of righteousness, a moral study of the infinitely little amongst Christians. I can compare him only with the hard grit style of Baptists, who aspire alone to people a heaven, in which the letter H is of no account. All who do not profess his tenets are kafirs, and as it is a standing belief that whoso calls a Moslem kafir becomes a kafir himself, they are replied to in kind. Each of the 73 schools naturally considers itself the Najiyah, or saving faith, but it is not justified in consigning to Jahannam those that do not agree with it. The Bayazi condemn all the Sunnis, and especially the Shafis, who expect actually to see the deity El-Ruya during the next life, quoting the debated passage of the Quran cite, shall not see him. The Kharijis agree that if the Lord be visible, he must be material and personal, consequently created, and unessential in these matters. They go beyond their depth, but who, it may be asked, attempts the subject, and does not the idea of the Godhead varies with every race, of which it is 402, the highest mental and moral expression, the higher the conception, the higher will be the intellectual status, and vice versa. Even the same race constantly modifies its hold for better or for worse. I do not believe that the sages of Greece and Rome were polytheists or idolaters, although they may have sacrificed cocks to Aesculapius. Under almost all mythologies, even the Hindu, there is an underlying faith in monotheism, but the God of the Jews, of the Christians, and of the Moslems differs in kind as well as in degree, even as the God of Calvin would not be the God of Channing. A late writer has published several pages of very good writing and very bad reasoning upon the contrast of the deity, as worshipped by Christianity, and by el-Islam his error has been to assume Wahhabism for the typical form of the latter. I might as well work out the theory that the Anabaptist Protestant is the Christian par excellence, like the article on the Talmud, which lately created so much attention. It is an able bit of special pleading and no more. Amongst Muslims, paradise is supposed to embrace the extent of the earth and firmament, and the late Sayyid used quaintly to remark that his scanty orthodox subjects would people it. But poorly the Bayazi, unlike others of the saving 403 faith, which we may better translate la salu, hold hellfire to be the eternal portion of even their own sinners, thus literally interpreting the text ever to all eternity dwelling in it hell. They have no prayer station round the Kaaba, and they relieve, then chagrin, by proving these oratories to be novelties unknown to the Prophet's day. The ritual differences between the Bayazi and other schools are small. In prayer the arms and hands are extended down the thighs, instead of being folded over the waist. Contrary to the practice of Sunnis and Shias, they may wear gold or silver rings of indefinite weight and silks and satins, provided that the latter be removed during prayer. These sectarians cannot marry women with whom they have cohabited. Divorce is imperative from wives whom they have visited at a forbidden season, and they allow legitimacy to children born within 2 years after the father's death. Amongst the Shafi'i, the period extends to 4 years. Physiological ignorance of ovarian dropsy fixed the time, and mistaken charity has refused to shorten it in general. The Bayazi, like the Druze, appears unwilling to explain his tenets, a remarkable contrast with the self-assertion and the controversial readiness of other Muslims. 404. When betrayed into argument they quarrel about their belief, a sign of weakness. The calmly and thoroughly convinced, for instance, an honest Scotch country minister, only smiles with pity upon the man who dares to differ from him. The studied simplicity and literalness of the sect, and its fierce intolerance, combined with its crass semi-barbarism and isolation from the great family of nations, have favored the progress of Wahhabi Puritanism, and accordingly, many Bayazi have ranged themselves under the uncompromising banner of puritanical Unitarianism, literalism, and Quranolatry. Of old, the Kharijis were the flowers of the Islamic garden, and history will ever dwell upon the literary glories of Seville and Cordova. It was this heresy that produced the Alamat Doctissimus el-Ghazali and the celebrated Persian grammarian and poet the Imam Abul Qasim Mohammed bin Omar el-Zamakhshari. His wife attacked his vile belief in man's free will with an argumentum ad hominem more demonstrative than purely logical. It caused him, however, to recant the error and to express his penitence in that glorious ode beginning, O thou who seest the midge extend her wing athwart the gathered glooms of gloomiest night, and to end life in the firm conviction of fate and predestination. His commentary, the Kashaf and Hikak el-Tanzil, displayed a logical reasoning, a profundity of learning and purity of style, which made it popular throughout el-Islam, and it cleared the way for a long procession of similar productions. In modern degenerate days, the Bayazis of Zanzibar have little education and no learning. They must even borrow from the Sunnis' commentaries, tafsir, and other religious works, whence they can extract food for their own cravings of belief. Of these, the most popular are el-Bukhari, the Jalalain, and el-Baghawi. The abstruse Bayzawi is seldom troubled. Logic is neglected. History, philosophy, and the exact sciences are unknown. Being Arabs, they do not require el-Sarf accidents or the changes of the verb, and the Alfiyeh of Ibn Malik is the only popular treatise upon the subject of el-Nahwa syntax and the changes of nonverbal parts of speech. The Qazis of the Bayazi and the Sunni schools lecture in their own houses upon the religious sciences, and the elementary establishments may number on the island 15 or 16 here. 406 boys learn to read the Quran and to write the crabbed angular hand, which distinguishes these Moslems. Nakhodas master a little arithmetic and navigation at Bombay and Calcutta. Some few have been sent to England and France, where they showed no want of attention or capacity on their return to semi-barbarism. However, almost all went to the bad. They robbed and plotted, and most of them died of drunkenness and debauchery. The best education to be had at Zanzibar can only exercise the memory. It does little to cultivate the understanding or to improve the mind. Yet the people averse to literary labor and despising learning in the presence of business pleasure or idleness are shrewd and plodding thinkers, and probably for the reason that their wits are not blunted by books and lectures. They are a match for Europeans in the everyday business of life, It is evident that where the profoundest ignorance of our elementary knowledge coexists with practical wisdom, there is a large field for the labors of civilization, and that the Western school, if kept strictly secular and pure of proselytizing, would be a blessing to the children of both sexes at Zanzibar. Chapter Roman 11, Comparative Anthropology Ethnology of Zanzibar Swahili and the Slave Races. 20 anni sono il commercio di Zanzibar era nullo, ora il commercio li supera 50 milioni di franchi. Per alcuni articoli per esempio pel Garfano, per la gamma copil e per lavorio il mercato di Zanzibar, e divenuto il principale del mondo p. 17 La grandezza italiana, by the learned geographer Cavaliere Cristoforo Negri Torino, 1864. The Wasawahili bounded north by the Somali, and the Gallas south, by the so-called Kafir tribes, extend along the Indian Ocean from Mogadishu to Mozambique, a coastal distance of some 10-50 miles. They also occupy the Zangian archipelago, and the islets that fringe the shore they call themselves Wazumba, ignoring the term Jabardi or Giberty-Gibberty, still applied 408 to them by the northern Muslims. It is given by El-Makrazi to Zayla in Somaliland, and by other writers to the Abyssinian Moors vocature quoque Jabarda Roman 1 e Regio, Ardens. This insititious race might be called Hamido-Semitic if anywhere we could discern that the mythical Ham, or his progeny, ever became Negroes. They are, as they confess themselves, to be mulattoes descended from Asiatic settlers and colonists Arabs and Persians of the days of ignorance, who intermarried with the Wakafiri or infidels. The author of the Natural History of Man is correct in asserting their African origin, but he underestimates the amount of Asiatic innervation. The traveler still witnesses the process of breeding. Half-castes Mascates and Balak still trade to the coast harbors and settle as agriculturists in the Merit regions, whilst the African element is maintained in the island by a steady importation of slave girls. The Wasawahili differ in one essential point from their congeners of mixed-blood Egyptian, Nubian, Abyssinian Gala, Dankali Somal, and the northern Negroids. These have not those like the Camaro men distinctly have the Negro effluvium. They are the Falmarts, not the civets of the human race. I am compelled by its high racial significance to offer a few words upon this unpleasant topic. The odor of the Wasawahili, like that of the Negro, is a rank Ftor sui generis, which faintly reminded me of the ammoniacal smell exhaled by low-caste Hindus, popularly called pariahs. These, however, owe it to external applications, aided by the want of cleanliness. All agree that it is most offensive in the yellow-skinned, and the darkest Negroids are therefore preferred for domestic slaves and concubines. It does not depend upon diet in the Anglo-American states, where blacks live like whites. No diminution of it has been remarked, nor upon want of washing. Those who bathe are not less nauseous than those who do not after hard bodily exercise or during mental emotion. The epiderm exudes a fetid perspiration, oily as that of orange peel. A Negro's feet will stain a mat, and ore must be scraped after he has handled it, and a woman has left upon a polished oaken guncase a hemispherical mark that no scrubbing could remove. This cadinga, as the Brazilians call it, taints the room, infects every part of the body with which it comes in contact, and exerts a curious effect on the white races. A missionary's wife in Zanzibar owned to me that it caused her 410, almost to faint. I have seen an Englishman turn pale when he felt that a crowded slavecraft was passing under his windows, and the late Sayyid could not eat or drink for hours after he had been exposed to the infliction. The Wasawahili may be roughly estimated at 500,000 of souls. In 1850, Dr. Krapp Vocabulary of 6 East African languages proposed 350,000 to 400,000 in Zanzibar Island. They are divided into two great families, a distinction hitherto disregarded by travelers. The Shirazi, or nobles, themselves from the Shangia settlement, also called Shiraz, on the coast north of Lamu, in about Eslat II. Thence, they extended to Tungi, 4 days' sail south of the Rufuma River, asserting themselves to be Alawi Sayyids descended from the Khalifa Ali. They take the title of Muigni Lord, equivalent to the Arab Sheriff, whereas the other chiefs are addressed as Banamaster. The last Swahili Sultan in the days of the Arab conqueror, Ahmed bin Said, was Ahmed bin Sultan bin Hassan al-Alawi. The actual head of the family is entitled Muigni, Mku, by his people. By the Europeans, king of the Swahili, his name is mentioned in the Khutbah, or Friday sermon. He collects the poll tax and receives a 411 percentage, some say 1/2, others only 2,000, when paying it into the Sayyid's treasury. He was never, however, admitted to any equality by the Arab ruler. The Shirazi clan does not now contain more than 100 families. The Wasawahili race appears from the Kilwa Chronicle, Huma Chronica dos Reis de Quiloa, mentioned by de Barros, first decade of Asia, Roman 8-5, to have been derived from the Imazades Am Zayd, or followers of their Imam Zayd bin Ali Zayn, El Abidin bin Hussein. The grandson of the Prophet, he was proclaimed Khalifa at Kufa in H 122, a Roman 500 under the caliphate of El-Hesham bin Abd el-Melek the Umayyad, by whom he was conquered, and slain. The pretender's son, Yahya, fled to Khorasan, where the Abbasids were already making head against the Umayyads, and the tenets of his followers, the Zaydis, spread throughout Yemen, where they formed, and they still form, a numerous and influential class. Other Shia partisans took refuge from persecution in East Africa, fortified themselves upon the littoral about Shanghai, and extending southwards, became lords of the land. Some generations afterwards, an emigration of Sunni Arabs from El-Hassa, in 3 ships, commanded by 7 brothers flying from the 412 tyranny of their chief, visited the coast, founded Makdishu and Brava, and extended to Sofala. The Imazades, unwilling to accept orthodox rule, retired into the interior, intermingled with the Kafir race, and became the Bedouin of the country. The second Persian emigration took place early in our 11th century. A certain Ali, son of a Moorish sultan, Hassan, who governed Shiraz by an Abyssinian slave, finding himself despised by his 6 brethren, fled with wife and family in 2 ships from Hormuz to East Africa, at Makdishu and Brava. Finding Arabs of another faith, Sunnis, he went to Kilwa Island, bought land with cloth, took the title of sultan, and fortified himself against the Kafirs, and against the Moslems of Songo and Changa, whose dominion extended to Mampana Mafie. The latter, together with other islets, was conquered by his son Sultan Ali Bumil, and the dynasty lasted a grand total of 541 lunar years, before the arrival of Cabral at Kilwa in July, a Roman 500. These Shirazis originated the noble family of the Wasawahili, who do not claim descent from the older Imazades. The Mahidimu, or Serviles, a word derived from the Arabic Makhedim, the Mohadin of 413 Europeans, compose the mass of the Wasawahili race. They are popularly derived from the slaves left upon the island by the Portuguese. It must, however, be observed that most of the great families in eastern and southern Africa have congener clients, or rather, outcasts, who are probably like the Spartan Helots, remnants of subjugated rivals. Thus, to quote but a few, there are the Midgans amongst the Somal, the Walangulo, or Ariangulo, and Dahalo amongst the southern Galas, and the Wanjirobo amongst the Wakwafi. The Wasambara have their Washanzi, the Hottentots their Bushmen, and the Kafirs their Fingos. In a former volume 1 have shown that even the Arabs of Oman and Yemen are mixed with Khadams, a system of race within race, as contrary to the spirit of el-Islam, as of Christianity. These servile castes are distinguished by swarthier skins, weaker frames, and other signs. 414 of inferior development. The Mahidimu of Zanzibar are evidently the ancient lords of the island, reduced to a manner of servitude by northern conquerors, though now free and often slave owners. These helots are subject at the prince's order to an occasional corvée, and to a poll tax. The amount of the latter affords a rude census. The adult males range between 10,000 and 12,000, and the women, it is said, are proportionally more numerous. The Wasawahili of the island appear physically inferior to those of the seaboard. As in the days of Marco Polo, they are emphatically an ugly race. If the girls in early youth show traces of prettiness, it is a grotesque order of the beaut du diable. Some of the men have fine, large, strong, and muscular figures, without being able to use their strength. And as amongst uncivilized people generally, the reality falls short of the promise. The national peculiarity is the division of the face into 2 distinct types, and the contrast appears not a little singular. The upper or intellectual part, though capped by woolly hair, is distinctly Semitic, with the suspicion of a caricature as far as the nosebridge, and the more ancient the family, the more evident is the mixture. The lower or animal half, especially 415, the nostrils, lip, jaws, and chin, is unmistakably African. There are a few albinos with silk cocoon-colored hair and tendered eyes. Their pinkish skins are cobwebbed by darker reticulations, and rough from pellagrous disease. Leucosis, however, is rare. We saw only 2 cases, one on the island, the other a youth near Tanga. The Wasawahili are by no means a jet black people, as Pritchard, misled by Dr. Bird, has assumed, nor indeed Is this the distinction of the Zanzibarian races generally? The skin is a chocolate brown varying in shades as amongst ourselves, but usually not darker than the complexion of southern Arabia, about Lamu, and Pata the color is yellow-brown at Mombasa and Zanzibar dark brown, and south of Kilwa, I am told black-brown mostly the hair is jetty unless sunburnt crisp and curling short it splits after growing a few inches long, and often, it is planted like the body pile in distinct peppercorns. The barbule is a degeneracy from the Arab goatee, and the mustachios are short and scanty. The oval skull, too dolichocephalous to be purely Caucasian, is much flattened at the walls, and sometimes the upper brow, the reflective region of gall, is too highly developed for the lower. The eyes with dark brown pupils and cornea stained dirty 416 bilious yellow are straight and well opened, but the nose is flat and patulous, the mouth is coarse, and'll cut the lips often everted project unduly, the teeth are obliquely set, and the jaw is prognathous. The figure is loose and pulpy, and even in early manhood the waist is seldom finely formed. In many men, I have seen the nipples placed unusually low down, whilst the women have the flaccid pendulous breasts of negresses. Both sexes fail in point of hips, which are lank and angular, whereas those of the inner savages are finely rounded. The shanks are bowed forwards, the calf is high raised, and bunchy. The heel is long, and the extremities are coarse and large. There is another proof of African blood, which can hardly be quoted here. Many overland travelers have remarked it amongst the boatmen of Egypt. Veritable half-castes, the Swahili have inherited the characters of both parents from the Arab. They derive shrewd thinking and practice in concealing thought. They will welcome a man with the determination to murder him. They have unusual confidence, self-esteem, and complacency. 417 Fondness for praise, honors, and distinctions, keenness together with short-sightedness in matters of business, and a nameless horror of responsibility and regular occupation. Africa has gifted them with comparative freedom from bigotry, are not ad modum dediti religionibus. Usually, the Moslem combines commerce with proselytizing, opposed to our system which divides by a wide gulf the merchant's career from that of the missionary, and which unites them only upon the subscription sheet. These people care little to make converts. Their African languor, upon doctrinal points, prevents their becoming fanatics or proselytizers. African also is their eternal restless suspicion, the wisdom of serf and slave. Compensating for their sluggish imagination and small powers of concentration, they excel in Negro duplicity. They are infinitely great in the small wares and petty points of cunning, and they will boast of this vile eminence, saying, "Are we not Wasawahili men, who obtain their ends by foxship?" Natum mendacio genus. Truth is unknown to it. Honesty and candor are ignored even by name. When they assert, they probably lie. When they swear, they certainly lie. The favorite oath is mi wad or mana harami. I am a bastard. If Roman 100 418 Roman 100. And it is never respected. The language is very foul, and such expressions as kamanioko are never out of the mouth. The Msawahili will not ask a thing openly. He waits fidgeting withal, till the subject edge itself in, and then he will rather hint than speak out. At the same time he is an inveterate beggar, and the outstretching of hands seems to relieve his brain. When his mind is set upon an acquisition, he becomes a monomaniac like that childman. The savage, his nonchalance, carelessness, and improvidence pass all bounds. He will light his pipe under a dozen leaky kegs of gunpowder. He will set a house on fire, as it were to roast his eggs. He will wreck his ship, because anchoring her to the beach saves trouble in loading. He might make his coast a mine of wealth, but he will not work till hunger compels him, and his pure insouciance has allowed his valuable commerce to be wrested from him by Europeans, Hindus, and Arabs. His dislike of direct action exceeds that of the Badawi, and yet he quotes a proverb touching procrastination. Leo kabli yakeshatade is before tomorrow better than our tomorrow never comes. In disposition, the Msawahili is at once cowardly and destructive. His quarrelsome temper leads 419 him into trouble, but he fights only by being brought to bay. Sensual and degraded, his self-indulgence is that of the brutes. He drinks, and always drinks to excess. He would stake and lose his mother at play. Chastity is unknown in this land of hot temperaments. Man places paradise in the pleasures of the sixth sense, and the woman yields herself to the first advances upon the coast. When an adulterer is openly detected, he is fined according to the injured husband's rank. Mostly, however, such peccadillos are little noticed. Unnatural crimes are held conducive to health. The manners of the perverse race of Kush are rough and free, especially compared with those of India. yet dashed with a queer African ceremoniousness. Their conversation turns wholly upon the subjects of women and money. With these optimists, all that is good. Or at least it is not worth the trouble of a change for the better. They make a stand upon the ancient way. And they hold that old custom, because it is old, must be fit for all time. This savage conservatism, combined with their traditional, and now instinctive dread of the white face, and perhaps with a not unreasonable fear of present and future loss, has made them close the interior 420 to Europeans. They have no especial dislike to, at the same time, no fondness for foreigners, who in mind, as well as body, are separated from them. Longo intervallo. The characteristic good points of the coast race are careless merriment, an abundance of animal spirits, strong attachments, and devoted family affection. There is amongst men an artificial fraternity, which reminds us of the fostering of Ireland, and the Lambmas brother and sister of the local Kerma-Sint. Allah's fair, a similar brotherhood is found at Madagascar. Amongst the Negro races generally each sucks or exchanges blood from an arm vein, and the two then swear relationship. The operation is called Kuchanjana, and the oath Ser, or Sagath Arabs, by whose law it is forbidden name it Mushatibe girls even, though their parents be living, adopt a kungwi or stedmother, who may or who may not be of the family. The latter attends her Mwari adopted child, when the first ablution for puberty is performed, and at the wedding sits upon the couch, till decency forbids the connection, reminds us of the Persian proverb. The nurse is kinder than the mother. Like Orientals and certain peoples of southern Europe, they make little distinction between near and distant. 421. Relationship. A man's son may come from the same city, and his brother perhaps from the same province. So in West Africa, brother has an extensive signification. The Wasawahili from Makdishu to Mozambique Musambeg are all Moslems and Shafi'i, as they were in the 14th century, when Ibn Battuta reported them chaste and honest, peaceful and religious, possibly under the Orthodox denomination. They may still preserve the heretical Zaydi tenets of their ancestors. But of this point, I was not familiar enough with them to judge. If Persians, they must date from the days before the universal prevalence of Tashiyu Shiitism, or they have abandoned their ancient faith. Feuds with the late Sayyid said spread the school along the coast, and his Bayazi subjects became Sunnis in spite, even as Irishmen and Romans sometimes turn Protestants. Islam, however, only fringes the continent with their savage irreverence for holy things. The Wasawahili, calling themselves Moslems, no little beyond the kalma or profession of faith, rarely pray and fast, only by compulsion, like Hindustanis, Persians, and Egyptians, nations professing Islam at a distance from the fountainhead, amongst whom local usage has been largely 422, incorporated with the pure practice of the faith. They have retained a mass of superstitions and idolatries belonging to their pagan forefathers. They have a terror of the sorcerers with whom Maskat is said to swarm, and they tell frightful stories of men transformed into hyenas, dogs, sheep, camels, and other animals. They defend themselves and their huts against evil spirits, Jan and bad men, by Quranic versets, grigris, and various talismans mostly bought from the pagan Mganga or medicinemen. They believe in alchemy and in rimbwada or love philters, the latter as usual in the East containing various abominations. The slave girls from about Mango, a small port near Kilwa, are famous for concocting draughts, which after bringing on a possibly fatal sickness subjugate forever the affections of the patient. Similarly in India, Sind, Egypt and Persia, no man will touch sherbet under the roof of his betrothed, and prepared by her mother, unless his future father-in-law set him the example. Some of the rimbwada or filters are peculiar. A few grains of jowari are forced in an exceptional way, till they sprout. They are then pounded and mixed with the food. This harmless adhibition causes, say the people, either death by violent disease, or 423 intense affection. It is a superstition common to the Western East, and I have found it in India and Sind in Peru and Egypt. Ghosts and larvae haunt the houses in which men have died, a fetish belief, which does not properly belong to Islam or to Christianity. The British consulate has a had name on account of the terrible fate of its owner, the late Sayyid's nephew, descended from devil worshippers. The Wasawahili rather fear the shaitani than love Allah, and to the malignant powers of preternatural beings they attribute sickness and all the evils of human life. A Zanzibar Negroid will not even fetch a leech from the marsh, for fear of offending him, to whom the animal is juju or sacred. Generally, the Msawahili alim or literato, though capable of reading the Quran, cannot write a common Arabic letter. Some, however, attain high proficiency. I may quote as an instance the Kazi Muhi. Eldin, these Negroids begin arithmetic early a practice, which perhaps they have learned from the Banyans. They excel in memory and in quickness of apprehension from early childhood to the age of puberty. The same has been remarked about the Arabs and Anglo-Indians. Observe it in the natives of Hindustan, whether at the virile epoch there is an arrest of development 424, or the brain suffers from excessive obedience to the natural law increase and multiply, and its consequent affections is a question still to be settled. Boys are sent to school when aged 7, and finish their khitma prelection of the Quran in 1 to 3 years. After this, they are usually removed to assist their fathers in the business of life. Upon the island, the Swahili child receives some corrupted Moslem name as Tawfiki, Muhammadi, Mohammed Tani, Usman Shibu Nazib, Muhana Usi Ali, or Hadi. Upon the coast, the appellations are mostly heathen. I may quote the following from the Banu Kendi tribe: Bori, Chumi Kamba Kangia Kurwasha Merka Mkame, Mkako Mom, or Mwamb, Mware Nungu Shangora Shankambai Zingeji the Wilder. Waswahili communities adopt very characteristic compounds. Such are Machaziwa Shimha fish soup, Rimacon mountain plantation, Kata Moyo cutter-out of heart Kirakota treasure, Trove Makupia Waketi, 425 leaper. Upon a chair Shindo Mamba conqueror of crocodile, Kamla Simba lions, Claw Guru Fupi shortlegs, Mui Vua Mr. Rain Kia, Yanayani monkey's tail, Masimbai Kauris and Ugali stirabout. Girls take Arabic names as Mamai Kamasi, Mother Thursday Fatima and Arusi, or they borrow from the pagans Maganura Zawadi, and Apwai a gift Time Sidi, Bahati Tinasi, and Machoya. Their eyes. The ceremonial address to men is Bwana, pronounced Bana master, possibly a corruption of the Arabic Abuna. It is prefixed to proper names, especially Arabic, as Bana Muhammadi. The diminutive Cabana is the Italian signorino. The feminine form Mwana Mana has equal claims of descent from the Arabic Amana, our mother. It means, however, child generically in the proverb Mana, Awa Mze Hawa. Manicalled slays, parent slays, not child. The equivalent of the Italian Amor, descend non ascend. And the Arabs my heart is on my sons, is on a stone amongst certain interior tribes. It is still prefixed to the names of chiefs, hence, probably the Emperor Monomatapa, Mana Mtapa, which J. de Barros writes Banamatapa. The latter may not be a misprint 426, but represent Bana Mtapa. Muigni, contracted to Mui, is applied to Sayyids, sheriffs, and temporal rulers, and Sheh is the equivalent of Sheikh Mkambai, belongs to the Sultan or chief, and the Anglo-Arab Sidi my lord is unknown. The marriages Mawano of the Waswahili are operos, as might be expected amongst a race whose family festivals are as in the far north of Europe. Their only public amusements. I may perhaps here remark that in matching as well as in dispatching, even civilization has not thrown off all traces of the old barbarism, and that the visit to Roman 1000 La Mer and the wedding breakfast, to mention no other troubles and disagreeables, should make us uncommonly lenient to those less advanced than ourselves, the relatives of the bridegroom, as soon as he reaches the mature age of 15, having found for him a fit and proper mate, repair to the parents, propose a mar or settlement varying, according to means, from 15 to 25, and obtain the reply ancipital. The women then visit one another, the answer emerges into distinctness, and all fall to cooking in due time. Cloves receives, as a token of acceptance, a large siniya, a tray of rice meat, and confectionery, a treat for his 427 friends, forwarded by the future father-in-law. The feast concludes. The betrothal, either of the twain most concerned, is still at liberty to jilt, but in such a case, as usual throughout the Moslem East, enmity between the families inevitably results. The wedding festivities outlast the month. There are great affinities of gossips, tympanum et tripudium, hard eating, and harder wetting of the driest clay, with the longest draughts of tembo, kali, sour toddy of Pombe beer, the kafir chuala, and of the maddening Zarambo processions of free women and slave girls, preceded by chattels performing on various utensils of music, perambulate the streets singing and dancing in every court. At length the Kazi, or any other man of letters, recites the Fatihah, and the two become one, either at the bridegroom's or at the bride's house. The women are present when the happy man enters the nuptial chamber, and they always require to be ejected by main force. Unlike the Arabs, they retain the Jewish practice of inspection. If the process be satisfactory, the bridegroom presents 10 to 50 to his new connections, while the exemplary 428 young person is blessed, congratulated, and petted with small gifts by Papa and Mama. She often owes, it is whispered, her blushing honors to the simple process of cutting pigeon's throat in case of a disappointment. There is a violent scene of abuse and recrimination. But when lungs and wrath are exhausted, the storm is lulled without blows, or even divorce. The first Mfungado Roman 1 7 days, after consummation, is devoted to the wildest revelry, the walime or wedding feast, concluding only with the materials for feasting. The Msawahili is allowed to breathe his last upon a couch, and the corpse, after being washed by an alim, or by some kinsman, is hastily wrapped in a perfumed winding sheet. Women of the highest rank sit at home in solitary grief. The middle classes stain their faces, assume dark or dingy-colored dresses, and repair to the seashore for the purpose of washing the dead man's clothes, before dividing them amongst his relations, or distributing them to the poor. The slave girls shave their heads like Hindus bathe, and go about the streets singing neni and mourning aloud. Meanwhile, a collection technically known as sand of the winding sheet is made amongst the people, who are almost all 429 connected by a near or distant tie. One of the bloodkinsmen acts monadi or crier. As each one appears with his quatum, he shouts low, such a person, naming him, has bought such and such articles for his brother's funeral feast. This publicity tends, of course, to make men liberal. Corpses buried, as is customary amongst Moslems on the day, generally the evening of decease, and there is a popular belief in which some Europeans join that deaths take place mostly when the tide ebbs at the full and change of the moon. The custom of abusing the corpse, accompanied with the greatest indecencies, is confined to the least civilized settlements. After the funeral, all apply themselves to eating, drinking, and what we should call merriment, whilst music and dancing are kept up as long as weak human nature permits. The object is not that of the Yorkshire arvels to refresh those who attended from afar, it is confessedly to take the sorrow out of the heart. So the velorio of Yucatan is para divertisto, distract kingrief. As in the matter of marriage, however, so in funerals, we can hardly deride barbarous races, whilst we keep up our pomp and expense of ridiculous trappings, taxing even the poor for mutes and carriages, for gloves, scarves, and hatbands. The Wasawahili have all the African passion for the dance and song. They may be said to exist upon manioc and betel, palm wine and spirits music, and dancing the ngoma koo or huge drum, a hollowed cocostum bound with leather braces, and thumped with fists, palms, or large sticks, plays an important and complex part in the business of life. It sounds when a man falls sick, when he revives, or when he dies, at births, and at marriages, at funerals, and at festivals, when a stranger arrives or departs, when a fight begins or ends, and generally whenever there is nothing else to do. It is accompanied by the siwa, a huge pipe of black wood or ebony, and by the zurmuri, a more handy variety of the same instrument on occasions which justify full orchestras. An upatu or brass pan is placed upon the ground in a wooden tray, and is tapped with 2 bits of palm frond. Some wealthy men possess gongs from which the cudgel draws lugubrious sounds. The other implements are tabal or tomtoms of gourd provided with goatskin, the tambir or Arab barbut, a kind of lute. The Malagash sees a calabash banjo, whose single string is scraped with a bow, and finally horns of the cow of the addax, and the oryx antelopes. These people are 431 excellent timists, but their music being all in the minor key, and the song being a mere recitative without change of words, both are monotonous to the last degree. The dancing resembles that of the somal, and as amongst the slaves both sexes prance together, the diwans or chiefs caper with drawn swords, whilst the women move in regular time, shaking skirts with the right hand. The figures are unlike the music, complicated and difficult. They seem to vary in almost every village. The only constant characteristic appears to be that tremulous motion from the waist downwards, and that lively pantomime of love, which was so fiercely satirized by the eminently moral Juvenal. It is indeed the groundwork of all Oriental dancing from Morocco to Japan. The principal occupation of the Wasawahili is agriculture. They form the farmer class of the island, and everywhere in the interior we find their little settlements of cajun-thatched huts of wattle and dab, with flying roofs acting chimney, as well as ventilatora, right sensible contrivance, worthy of imitation. The furniture consists of a few mats of low stools, mostly cut out of a single block of chairs, a skin being stretched on a wooden frame, and invariably of a katanda 432, or cartel of coir, and sticks. Even the beggar will not sleep or sit upon the damp face of his mother earth. The dwelling is divided into several rooms, or rather closets, by partition, walls the height of a man, as usual in tropical lands. The interior is kept dark, Sometimes the hovel boasts the convenience of a chuni or shirni latrina, but in no case is there a window gossip's meet under the shade of huge calabashes and other trees. Like the Somal, the Wasawahili are essentially a trading race acruminimulga natio, and they do business with the characteristic dishonesty of Africans. They defraud, and even offer violence to Banyans, and acting as tradesmen to European merchants, they never allow a purchase without deducting their percentage at the same time. Their plausibility, like that of the traveling dragoman, so impresses upon the civilized dupe, whom they hedge round with an entourage of their own, and whom it is their life business to cozen that nothing can convince him of their rascality. Some of them make considerable fortunes. I heard of one who lately purchased an estate for 14,000. They are also commercial travelers of no mean order upon the Zanzibar coast. They cut rafters and firewood. They dig 433 for copal, and they act as middlemen. They wander far into the interior buying hides, slaves, and ivory, and they have thus become familiar with the lake regions, which are now attracting our attention. The poorest classes employ themselves in fishing, and many may be seen by day plying about the harbor in little monoxyles, which they manage with admirable dexterity. Others have learned to make the rude hardwares with which the mainland is supplied. There are also rough masons, boat builders, and carpenters of peculiar awkwardness. Respectable Wasawahili dress like Arabs in kafia here, meaning red caps, and the long distacha or nightgown. The loins are girt with a kamarband shawl, and sandals protect the feet. Others are contented with the hammamtilet waistcloth shukka or tanga, and shoulder sheets are always adorned with the favorite fringe. Tambua or taraza, this is at once the simplest, and one of the most ancient of attires. The plate from Montfaucon's Cosmas Indicoplusts, 1706 Topographia Christiana, reproduced by Vincent Periplus. Appendix Part 1 shows the kilt to have been the general dress of the ancient Thiopians, as the spear was 430 for their weapon. Before superiors they bear the shaven pole, an un-oriental custom, probably learned from the Portuguese. As amongst the Arab Bedouin, the Syrian Rayas, and the Persian Ilyat, the women mostly go abroad unveiled. The Murangawena, or freeborn, however, is distinguished out ofters by her rude mantilla, and ladies affect an ukaya or fillet of indigoted cotton or muslin, somewhat like that of the Somal and the Syrians. The feminine garb is a kissatu or length of stained cotton, blue and red being the pet colors. It resembles the kitambai of the Malagash, and it is the nearest approach to the primitive African kilt of skin or tree bark wrapped tightly round, unsupported bosom, and extending from the armpits to the heels. This ungraceful garb depresses the breast, spoils the figure, and conceals nothing of its deficiencies. The hair, like the body, drips with unfragrant coconut oil, and though there is not much material to work upon, it is worked in various fanciful styles. Many shave clean, some wear a half-crop like a skullcap of astrakhan wool, others a full-grown bush covering the whole head. These part it down the middle, with an asinine cross over the regions of veneration. Those draw longitudinal lines above the 435 ears, making a threefold parting. There are also garnishings and outworks of stunted pigtails forming stiff and savage. A crotch occurs. Two peculiar coiffures at once attract the strangers' eye. One makes the head look as if split into a pair of peaks, the side hair being raised from sinciput to occiput in tall double unpadded rolls, parted by a deep central hollow. This style is nowhere so pronounced as near the Gaboon River, where the heads of the Mpongwe girls appear shorthorn. The other consists of frizzly twists, trained lengthwise from nape to brow, and the whitish etiolated scalp showing itself between the lines, as though the razor had been used. The stripes suggest the sections of a muskmelon or the meridians of a map. The favorite feminine necklace is a row of shark's teeth. Some use beads, others bits of copal. But the amber, so highly valued in the Somali country, is here not prized. I have alluded before to the artificial deformity of earlobes distended by means of the mpogo, a mixture of raw copal chakazi and cinnabar. The left nostril is usually honored with some simple decoration, a stud or rose-shaped button of wood or bone of ivory or of precious metal, and at times its place is taken by a clove or a pin of cassava. The tattoo 436 is not so common on the island as upon the continent. These women are said to be prolific, but apparently they have small families. The child is carried in a cloth called emberico, and curious to say, they do not bind up its head immediately after birth. They are hard-worked, and like the dames of Harar, they buy and sell with men in the bazaar. Their food is manioc hulkus rice, and sometimes fish. A fowl is the extent of luxury, flesh being mostly beyond their means. Few smoke, but almost all chew tobacco as lustily as their husbands, and their mouths are horrid chasms, full of tamblequids of betelnut and areca leaf, peppered with coarse, shellime. This astringent like the kola nut of the Guinea regions acts preventive against the effect of damp heat, and it is a stomachic consequently, a tonic. The habit of chewing it becomes inveterate. Hindustanis visiting Portugal, and unable to procure the favorite pansapari, have imitated it with cuttings of cypress apples and ivy leaves. Ibn Battuta declares the betel to be highly aphrodisiac, and hence partly the high esteem in which this masticatory is held. The Wasawahili are not an honored race. Even the savage Somal call them abid or servals, and bitterly deride their peculiarities. The unerring instinct of mankind has pointed them out for slaves, and they have readily accepted the position. As Moslems they should be free, and the faith forbids them to trade in Moslems, yet by local usage, as the children become the property not of the parents, but of the mother's brother, the latter can sell any or all of his nephews and nieces. Indeed, he would be subject to popular contempt, if when poor he did not thus raise the wind. The most interesting point connected with these coast Negroids is their language, the Kiswahili. It was anciently called Kingozi from Ungozi, or the region lying about the Dana, or rather Zana, the river known to its Gala, Akal as Mero and Pacamoni from the heathen Pacomo, who living near its course form the southern boundary of Galiland proper. The dialect is still spoken with the greatest purity about Pata, and the other ancient settlements between Lamu and Mombasa. Oral tongues are essentially fluctuating, having no standard. The roots of words soon wither and die, whilst terms, idioms, and expressions, once popular, speedily fall into oblivion, and are supplanted by neologisms. 438. Thus the origin of words must often be sought by collation with the wilder kindred dialects of the coast tribes. For instance, the root of mbua rain, which has died out of Kiswahili, still visits in Kiniakaku to reign in Zanzibar Island. Kiswahili is most corrupted, the vocabulary varying with every generation has become a mere conglomerate, which combines South African Arabic, Persian, Hindi, and even Portuguese, an epitome of local history on the coast. It greatly varies, being constantly modified by the migration and mixture of tribes, like the Malay of the Indian islands. It has become the lingua franca, the lingua geral of commerce, from Ras Hafun to the Mozambique, and throughout central intertropical Africa. This Urdu Zaban, or Hindustani of East Africa, is indispensable to the explorer who disdains mere geography. Almost every inland tribe has some vagrant man who can speak it, my principle being never to travel where the language is unknown to me. I was careful to study it at once on arriving at Zanzibar, and though sometimes in the interior question and answer had to pass through 3 and even 4 media, immense advantage has derived from the modicum of direct intercourse. The base of Kiswahili is distinctly African. 439, and totally unlike its limitrophy, the Gala. It grammatically ignores the Semitic element. It is now time for writers to unlearn that all the languages over the face of the earth, however remotely different, and however widely spread, appear to be all reducible to the one or the other of 3 radically distinct tongues. Dr. Bk. p. 352 Appendix to Jacob's Flight, London Longmans, 1,865,109. It is only, I believe, the monogenist pure and simple who in these days would assert there exist 3 linguistic types, as there are 3 physical types, the black, the yellow, and the white. Roman 1000 de Quatrophages p. 31 Anthropological Review No. Roman 28, to the old and obsolete triad of Turanian Semitic and Aryan, or Turanian Semitic and Iranian, we must now add at least another pair without noticing the Assyrian, namely the American or sentence language, and the prefixative South African family. 440. These 2 great tongues, one extending over half a world, the other through half a continent, are, I believe, with Liechtenstein and Marston unborrowed, indigenous, and marked with all the peculiarities which distinguish their inventors. Both are idioms, which seem to indicate nice linguistic perceptions, and high intellectual development. History, however, supplies many cases of civilization, simplifying and curtailing the complicated tongues of barbarians, thus making language the means, not the end of instruction. The limits of the South African family may be roughly laid down as extending from the equator to the Cape of Good Hope. The equatorial Gaboon on the western coast evidently belongs to it, and upon the Congo River, I found that whole sentences of Kiswahili were easily made intelligible to the people, though the language is evidently one in point of construction throughout this immense area. Isolation and hostilities between tribes have split it into a multitude of 441 dialects. Almost every people at the distance of 30 to 50 miles has its peculiar speech. And in these regions, it would not be difficult to collect specimens of 100 African languages. The older travelers remarked that the Tower of Babel must have been near the Gulf of Guinea. They would have found the same throughout the interior and eastern coast. My experience of the tongues spoken to the west of the Zanzibar coast proper is that their amount of difference greatly varies, some average that of the English counties, others of the three great Neo-Latin languages, whilst in some the degree amounts to that between English, German, and Dutch. And generally, I may remark the east-west extremities of the lingual area are more closely connected than the north-south. The language of Angola, for instance, is more like Kiswahili than the Setswana. I am at pain to understand why Dr. Krapp should have named this linguistic family Orphnodarkbrown, Hamitic Orphno, Kushite Nilo-Hamitic and Nilotic, when it is far more intimately connected 442 with the Kafir regions, the Congo, and the Zambezi rivers, than with Ethiopia, or the Nile Valley proper. Mr. Cooley's term Zangian or Zingian also unduly limits the area to that of a mere subfamily. The crux grammaticorum of the great South African language is its highly artificial system of principiatives or performatives in the three recognized lingual types of the Old World. The work of inflection, the business of grammar, and the mechanism of speech disclose themselves at the ends of vocables. In this prefixative tongue, the changes of mood, tense, case, and number are effected at the beginning of words by prepositive modifying particles, which are evidently contractions of significant terms, and whose apparatus supplies the total want of inflection. This development arrested in other languages, Coptic, for instance, seher, obtains a significance which isolates it from all linguistic society. The practice student at once discovers that he is dealing with a completely new family by the unusual difficulty, which unvaried terminations 443 and initial changes present to one accustomed only to the terminal. The minor characteristics of the Kiswahili are the peculiarities of the negative system in substantives and adjectives, pronouns, and nouns and verbs. For instance, asai, he or she who is not isiate, which is not. Secondly, are the broad lines of distinction drawn between words denoting the rational and the irrational, and in a minor degree, rational animate as man, and the rational inanimate as ass. In most cases, the rational animate affixes wa as a plural sign, the irrational animate, ma umbu, a sister, properly makes wambu sisters the ignorant, however, and the islanders often say mambu sisters like mafunda asses. Thus personality supplies the place of gender, a phenomenon that already dawns in the Persian and in other Indo-European tongues. Next is the artful and intricate system of irregular plurals, and last not least the characteristic alliteration and assonance, apparently the debris of many ancient dialects based upon an euphonious concord, not always appreciable by us, and therefore not yet subjected by our writers to rule. We understand, for instance, that an alliterative speaker should say mtu mema, a good man, and watu 444 wema, good men. But why is the regularity altered to mahali pango, my place, funda zango, my donkey, and mtu wa rashidi, Rashid's man, instead of mango pango? And ma, these distinctions appear far too empirical, arbitrary, and artificial for the wants of primitive speech. The Kiswahili is an oral tongue and illiterate language, in the sense assigned to the term by Professor Lepsius. The people like the Somal and the Galas never invented a syllabarium. This absence of alphabet is a curious proof of deficient constructiveness in a race that cultivates rude eloquence, and that speaks dialects, which express even delicate shades of meaning. It contrasts wonderfully with the Arabs and Hindus, who adapt to each language some form of Nishan or Devanagari. The coast races use the modern Arabic alphabet, which, admirable for its proper purpose, represents African sounds imperfectly as those of Sindhi and Turkish, and is condemned to emulate the anomalous orthography or cacography of our English. The character is large, square, and old-fashioned, resembling later Kufic, even more than that of Harar. And he must be a first-rate scholar, who can read at sight all the letter of a man to his friend. Literature is 445, confined to a few sheets upon the subject of Bao or Uganga Ramal or geomancy, to proverbs and proverbial sayings, mostly quatrains to riddles and rabbit tales, which here represent the hare legends of the Namaquas, and the spider stories of the Gold Coast, to masheri or songs, rhymeless, measureless, and unmusical, and to Utenzi religious poems and eulogies of the brave. In Zanzibar Island Arabic is ever making inroads upon the African tongue, and the student who knows the former will soon master the latter. The first short vocabulary, by Mr. Salt, was published in 1814, and was presently followed by others, especially the Swahili vocabulary of the late Mr. Samuel K. Massery of Zanzibar, Memoirs of the American Academy, Cambridge, May 1845, and Mr. J. Ross Brown's specimen of the Swahilian language, Etchings of a Whaling Cruise, New York, 1,846,115. Strange to say, the Mamba's mission translated the Gospels into the obscure local Kinyaka, when only 3 chapters of Genesis, and a version of the English prayer book Tubingen 180, 5054, 446, were published in the one language, by the instrumentality of which the missionary and the merchant can master. In a short time, all the dialects spoken from the line down to the Cape of Good Hope. Dr. Krapp's outline of the elements of the Kiswahili language, Tubingen 1850, requires great alterations and additions, especially in the alliterative and other characteristic parts of the tongue. Messrs. Reebman and Erhardt, who both were capable of writing a scholar-like book, or of perfecting the outline, turned their attention to the languages of the Nyasa Uzambara, and the Wakwafi in 1857, Roman 1000 Gilling, published as an appendix to his 3rd volume, A Short Grammar and Vocabulary of the Long Swahili. They are mere bald sketches, and they convey but the scantiest idea of what they attempt to illustrate. A good study of Kiswahili would facilitate the acquisition of the whole subfamily. For my own use, I commenced a grammar intended to illustrate the intricate and difficult combinations, and the peculiar euphony, which here seems to be the first object of speech. Unfortunately, my transfer to West Africa left it, like my vocabularies, in a state of MS. My friend Mr. Trubner has lately advertised a 447 volume called East African Folklore Swahili Tales, as told by the natives of Zanzibar, with an English translation by Edward Steer, Roman 50 Roman 500, rector of Little Steeping, Lincolnshire, and chaplain to Bishop Tozer, London Bell, and Dowdy 1,870,116. And Dr. Krapp has proposed to publish the Ju'ya Hercule Book of Heraclius, an account of the wars of Mohammed with Ascaf, governor of Syria, to the Greek Emperor Heraclius in rhyme. MS in ancient Kai Swahili written in Arabic characters, also Ju'ya Utenzi poems and mottos in rhyme, the dialect being that formerly spoken in the islands of Pata and Lamu. Both the linguistic treasures were presented to the Oriental Society of Hala. The last publications which I have seen are specimens of the Swahili language, Zanzibar, 1866 collections, for a handbook of the Swahili language as spoken at Zanzibar by Bishop Tozer, and Rev. E. Steers, Zanzibar, 1865, and the Rev. E. Steers collections for a handbook of the Shambhala language, Zanzibar, 4,481,867. The tongue spoken in the country called in our maps Uzambara, which is a mountainous district on the mainland of Africa, lying opposite to the island of Pemba, and visible in clear weather from the town of Zanzibar. Kiswahili is at once rich and poor. It may contain 20,000 words, of which perhaps 3,000 are generally used, and 10,000 have been published, copious to cumberousness, in concrete collective and ideal words. It abounds in names of sensuous objects. There is a term for every tree, shrub, plant, grass, and bulb, and I have shown that the several ages of the coconut are differently called. It wants compounds, abstract and metaphysical expressions. These must be borrowed from the Arabic, fitted with terminal and internal vowels to suit the tongue, and modified according to the organs of the people, harsh and guttural consonants being exchanged for easy cognates. Even the numerals beyond 20 are mere Semitic corruptions. All new ideas that of servant, for instance, must be expressed by a short description. In the more advanced South African dialects, as in the Mpongwe of the Gaboon, a compound or a derivative would be found to include all requirements. 449. The sound would be soft and harmonious, were it not for the double initial consonants aspirated, or not for the perpetual reduplications. The Arabic ratif, a savage and childish contrivance to intensify the word, and for the undue recurrence of the coarse letter k. Possibly the fondness of the people for tautology may have tended to develop their tautophony and euphony, abounding in vowels and liquids. The language admits of vast volubility of utterance. In anger or excitement, the words flow like a torrent, and each dovetails into its neighbor, till the whole speech becomes one vocable. Withal, every vowel has its distinct and equal articulation. It wants the short and obscure sound of the English, and other European languages, e.g. a lyre her first actor and herald called by us the original vowel sound like the Chinese and Mari languages, and the other South African tongues. It confounds the so often convertible letters the L and the R. The slaves, the Wasawahili, and the wild natives mostly prefer the former, e.g. Mabluki for Mabruki, and the Arabs and civilized speakers, 450, the latter, although Mr. Cooley Geography of NIAC p20 asserts the contrary. The metastasis, however, appears to me often arbitrary, occasioning trouble, e.g., when Kuria to eat becomes Kulia to weep. Dr. Livingstone Chap, Roman 30, First Expedition complains of Longoa Luanya and Bazazulu being transformed into Arongoa Ruanha and Morisurus, but he also similarly errs when he converts Caragua into Calagui, and when p. 266, he uses indifferently Mararo and Malali. The R is often inserted pleonastically to prevent hiatus, as ku potra for ku podia, to lose ku pakira for ku pakia, to pack sometimes again. It is omitted as yuango for your rongo alai. In pronouncing it, the tongue tip must be more vibrated than in our language, which loves to slur over the sound. Aspirated consonants are found, as in Sanskrit especially bh, ph, dh, th, kh, and gh. Quiescent consonants are rare in the middle of words. Thus the Arabic mismar and nail is changed to misumari, and treble are unknown. There are only 5 peculiar sounds, which are 451 generally mispronounced by the Arabs, and these are mostly of little importance. The dialect is easily learned. Many foreigners, who cannot speak, understand, after a short residence, what is spoken to them. It may be said to have no accent but a sinking or dropping of the voice at the terminal syllable, possibly the case with Latin hexameters and pentameter seems to place the ictus upon the penultimate 452 as Wasawahili for Wasawahili. Hence, when first writing proper nouns, I preferred mtoni and pangani to mtoni and pangani. Similarly, the w, when placed between a consonant and a vowel, is often so slurred over as hardly to be detected. For instance, Bwana master becomes Bana, and Unyamwazi might be both written Unyamzi, were it not liable to confuse the reader. There is also a Spanish n nina, as in Nika the bush and Nendo, the pn of a district, which I express by nyeg Nika, and Nyendo finally being a lazy language, which well suits the depressing climate. It takes as little trouble to articulate as Italian. Hence, even in the first-generation Arabs and Balak exchange for it their own guttural and laborious tongues, and their offspring will learn nothing else. This is more curious than the children of the Scandinavians, abandoning the father tongue for Norman and Anglo-Scandinavian. 453, vulgarly called Anglo-Saxon in East Africa. Adult settlers forget their mother tongue. And now of the slave races proper. The Treaty of 1845, which modified Capt Moresby's of 1822 and Capt Coggins of 1839, forbade exportation from the Zanzibarian ports north of Lamu and its dependencies S. Lat. 157, and south of Kilwa, S. Lat. 92. Thus the upper markets were cut off, and the traffic was confined to the African dominions of the late Sayyid. The object of these provisions was of course to avoid interference with the status of domestic slavery in the dominions of a foreign and friendly power. It actually, however, led to what it was intended, to prevent the vigilance and the summary measures of our Cape cruisers, especially when commanded by men like Admiral Christopher Wyville, inflicted severe injuries upon, and in some places almost abolished the contraband. I have said that the diminution of export has materially benefited the island and its population, but at Zanzibar, as in the Guinea regions and the African interior, Prdile slavery appears still an evil necessity. Upon it hinges not only the prosperity, but the very existence of the present race. An abolition act passed in this 454 island would soon restore it to the iguana, and the turtle its old inhabitants. The slave, on the other hand, has lost by not being exported. It is the same in the oil rivers of West Africa, where in 1838 Sir T. Fowell Buxton proposed to substitute for illegal and injurious harmless and profitable trade, leading to Christianity, which would call forth the capabilities of the soul and elevate the savage mind. It was expected that at Benin, for instance, man would become too valuable as a laborer to be sold as a chattel. Unhappily, the reverse took place. Man became so cheap that to work and to starve him to death paid better than to feed him afresh. Gang could be purchased for a few shillings, and the price of provisions was of far more importance than the value of life. The Buxtonian idea was founded upon simple ignorance of Africa, and upon the ill-judged assertion that slavery was caused by foreigners, the internal wars whose main object is capturing servals are the normal state of Blackland society, they continued, and they will continue whether slavers touch the coast or not. Briefly, the results to the captive are now not sale, but slaughter or sacrifice in the interior and death by starvation upon the coast. When I visited Zanzibar in 1857, the English 455 public, periodically stimulated by the liberal press, had split up on the subject of the African slave trade into two sets of opinions, both honestly believed in, both diametrically opposed to each other, and both somewhat in extremes. The one sanguinely represented it as crushed and congratulated the nation upon having dealt its deathblow to a system which was rotting the roots of prosperity and progress. The others despondently declared that although in some places the snake was scotched, yet that it was nowhere killed. They proved that whilst slavery had increased in horrors, the result of our interference, yet the average quantity of the wretched merchandise had not been diminished. They opined that nothing save the special interposition of Providence could end that which had so long baffled many best efforts, and being well acquainted with details, they maintained that the average opinion was a mere pandering to popularity at the expense of truth, and when weary of the self-glorifying theme, whose novelty had engrossed the attention of their fathers, the public readily attributed selfish motives to those who would enliven their zeal. Fact as usual lay between the two assertions, but the inner working of the slave abolition 456 measures was known only to few, and those few hardly cared to speak out. England, ripe for free labor, had resolved to throw off the African. She kicked away, to use a popular phrase, the ladder by which she had risen, and she made slavery for which she had shed her best blood in the days of Queen Anne the sum of all villainies in the reign of King George. This was natural. The steps by which nations attain to the summit of civilization appear, as they are beheld from above gradations of mere barbarism, to revert to them would be as possible as to enjoy the nursery tales which enlivened our childhood. Other European peoples were not in the condition of England to dispense with slave labor, but the termination of a long continental war was made the inducement to sign abolition treaties. All were so much waste paper, not being based upon public opinion. As long as Cuba and the slave importers of the Western world required a Roman 50,057, an annual supply of 100,000 men, their demands were supplied. Neither the word piracy nor the prospect of hanging from the yardarm remedy, more virulent than the decease, could deter adventurers from engaging in a trade where a pretty girl was to be bought for a few rolls of tobacco, fathoms of flannel, and 457 pieces of calico, and whose profits were estimated at 200%. As long as sugar, tobacco, and dollars increase, so long will the desire for more support the means by which the supply may be increased. Of old, one cargo run home out of 3 paid. Presently 1 in 4 was found sufficient. The losses, however, added greatly to the misery of the slave ships were built with 18 inches between decks. 1 pint of water a head was served out per diem, and 5 wretches were stowed away, instead of 2, with curious contradiction and wrongheadedness. These evils caused by an abolitionary squadron were quoted against the slaver, as if the diabolical malignity of the latter could be gratified only by destroying his own property. It was soon discovered that the slaves, being often condemned criminals, could not be returned under pain of death to their homes. The natural result was to disembark them free upon English ground, and thus certain British colonies were amply supplied with the hands of which their 458 government was depriving foreign powers. This proceeding added jealousy to the ill will with which our meddling and muddling philanthropy was regarded. But both those chiefly concerned, slaver and anti-slaver, gained. For the former, the price of his wares was kept up, whilst the latter made not a little political capital out of his position. Slave exportation might at once have been crushed at headquarters Madrid, could have ended it in Cuba, Lisbon, and Rio de Janeiro in Africa, and in the Brazil. It was, however, judged best to let it die quietly and to make as much use as possible of its dying throes. Some 5 years ago, after defying for a generation the squadrons of civilized Europe and the United States, it perished of itself, and tomorrow it would revive if the old conditions of its existence could be restored. The Zanzibar slave depot is so situated that its market was limited only by the extent of Western Asia. From Ras Hafun to the Kilimani River was gathered the supply for the Red Sea, for the Persian Gulf, for the peninsula of Hindustan, and for the extensive regions to the east. A spirited trade was carried on, and few obstacles were placed in its way. The Anglo-India government did not in this matter rival the zeal of the 459 home authorities. It lacked earnestness judging slavery leniently, and finding the practice conducive to the well-being of its subjects. A squadron of at least 4 steamers was required. The work was left to a sloop and a corvette stationed in the Persian Gulf, with orders, amongst other things, to arrest slavers. The Cape Squadron, whose beat extended to the equator, rarely visited these seas, and the French ships of war were popularly said to do more harm than good. Even in after years, when a considerable impulse was given to our cruisers, they could capture only 6%. Thus, from Zanzibar and Kilwa, in 18,679, were taken 116 dhows, carrying 2645 slaves, leaving 37,000 to escape. There were neither special agents nor approvers. Steam launches and crews sufficiently numerous for arduous boat service were wanting. An infinite deal of nothing in the shape of bescribbled foolscap was collected by way of sop for the Court of Directors and for Exeter Hall, but the counsels of such authorities as Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton and Capt. Felix Jones, Roman 1N, were passed over with the scant attention of a compliment. The fact is, in British India, as to a certain extent in France, no political capital could be made out of abolition. Few men retain, after long residence in the East 460, that lively horror of the institution which distinguishes the homebred Englishman, and which has arisen partly from his crass ignorance of Negro nature, and from the misrepresentations of very earnest, but also deluded anti-slavers. The Anglo-Indian has seen many a chattel happy and contented, enjoying an enviable lot compared with the poor at home free to starve or to die in the workhouse. Possibly, he has dined with some emancipated slave. Certainly, he has heard of Mamluk beys and purchased pashas, and whilst he owns in the abstract that one man has no right to buy another, in practice, he is lenient to the patriarchal system. The apathy of the Anglo-Indian government gave the cue to its executive when it was proposed that the Kutch Nakhoda's skippers should be compelled to keep cruelists for inspection. Some collector objected that such men cannot rightly. He must have known that every vessel carries its own Karani, or accountant, that imperium in imperio, the Supreme Court, was enough to paralyze the energies of a fleet. The captured slave dhow was carried to Bombay, whence after a year's detention by the clause of the law, it was probably restored to its owner. The officers of the Indian Navy would 461 not exercise increased vigilance, necessitating exposure of their men, and neglect of other more important duties, when their labors were so likely to be made futile. And as very little prize money was followed by a very large amount of correspondent slaver hunting, appeared as undesirable to them as to the officers of the French squadron on the west coast of Africa. At Zanzibar, where the French consul, or in his absence, the first dragoman, like all consuls here, their office is rather political than commercial, could fine and imprison an offender, and even ship off a merchant skipper to the nearest port. The English functionary was a magistrate absolutely, without magisterial or criminal jurisdiction. He could not deport an Indian convicted of slave-dealing, whilst the Arab courts were not allowed jurisdiction over British subjects. The latter, unless merchant seamen ashore, were not liable to be arrested for felony. All this might easily have been remedied by extending eastward the British order in council for the exercise of power and jurisdiction by English functionaries, for example consuls for the Levant in the Ottoman dominions, June 19, 1844, and by adding power ashore to Article 124 of consular instructions, making offences on the high seas cognizable by the consul. Thus, despite order upon ordinance, Asia was supplied by the whole slave coast of eastern Africa, without hardly the decency of concealment. Boys and girls might be seen on board every native craft freshly trapped in the inner wilds, unable to speak a word of any language. But the Zangian, and bearing upon their heads the trademarks of the Hindu banyan, the commerce was openly carried on by aliens sailing under British protection. Kidnapping was common and daring, as about Lagos and Badagry scarcely a vessel manned by crews from Sir or Ras el Khaimah. The greatest ruffians of these pirate seas left Zanzibar city or mainland without stealing a few negros or negrettes by the temptations of a bottle of rum, or of some decoy girl. They were enticed into the house or on board, and they suddenly found themselves safe under hatches. Even Arabs, men and women, have been carried off in mistake by these inveterate thieves. A child here worth from 1/5 to 3 would fetch in Persia 14 to 20 hence. the practice, and the anti-slave exportation treaties became exactly worth their weight in words, because the sword was known to be sheathed. The slaves on Zanzibar Island are roundly 463, estimated at two-thirds of the population. Some travelers increase the number to three-fourths the annual loss of males by death export, and desertion amounted, I was told, to 30%, thus within every fourth year, the whole gang upon a plantation required to be renewed. The actual supply necessary for the island is now estimated at a total varying from 1,700 to 6,000, and leaving 12,000 to 16,000 for the export slave market as usual in Moslem lands. They may be divided into two distinct classes. First, the muwalid, or mutawalid, the mazalia of the Swahili, the famulus or slave born in the family, or rather on the island. Secondly, the captive or imported chattel. The muwalid belongs solely to his mother's owner, who sells him, or gives him away at pleasure. Under no circumstances can he claim manumission. On born a slave is a slave forever, even in the next world, amongst those nations which, like the Dahomans, have a next world. If notoriously ill-treated, however, he may compel his proprietor to dispose of him. Few Arabs behave cruelly to their sons. They fear desertion, which here is always easy, and the master, besides being dependent for comfort upon his household, is also held responsible for 464 the misdeeds of his property. He is also probably living in concubinage with the sisters of his slaves, and in this case, the latter can take great liberties. They are the most unruly of their kind. I need hardly remark that the issue of a slave girl, by an Arab or by any other her freeborn man, has been legitimate in al-Islam since the days of Ishmael, inheriting like the son of a lawful wife, and that neither mother nor child can be sold. It is to be regretted that in this matter the Christian did not take example of the Mohammedan. The domestic slave girl rarely has issue. This results partly from the malignant unchastity of the race, the women being, so to speak, in common, and on the same principle, we witness the decline and extinction of wild tribes that come in contact with civilized nations. The chief social cause is that the captive has no interest in becoming a mother. She will tell you so. In the Brazil, as in Zanzibar, her progeny by another slave may be sold away from her at any moment, and she obviates the pains and penalties of maternity by the easy process of procuring abortion. The wild slaves are brought over in dhows, which carry from 10 to 500 head. Most of those 465, intended for the island market, are comparatively young. The Portuguese settlements at Mozambique give higher prices for able-bodied adults. Since the last treaty, the value has more than trebled. What then cost 10 has now risen to 30 to 35. A small boy fresh from the mainland commands from 7 to 15. A girl under 7 or 8 years old from 10 to 18. The live cargo pays duty to the Zanzibar and Kilwa custom houses, as at Zayla, and the Slavic sporting harbors of the Red Sea. The sick and the refuse, however, enter free. About 1835, the import duty varied from 0 to 4 according to the port. Whence the black ivory was shipped, some races had such an ill fame that only excessive cheapness found purchasers presently too, and at last one were levied upon all. Good, or had of late years, 1857, the annual maximum collected was 23,000. This enables us to rate the import at an average of 14,000 to 15,000 per annum, the extreme being 9,000 or 18,000 in 186,061. It rose to 19,000 in 186,162. It fell to 14,000, and in 186,263 there was a further declension. The impudence and audacity of the wild slaves almost passes belief. Such is their habit. 466 of walking into any open dwelling and carrying off whatever is handy, that no questions are asked about a Negro shot or cut down in the act of simple trespass at night. They employ themselves in robbing or smuggling, and at times in firing a house when they join the crowd and spread the flames for the purpose of plunder. They are armed burglars, and not a few murders are laid at their door. In the plantation, they gratify their savage, quarrelsome, and ungovernable tempers by waging desultory servile wars with neighboring gangs. Hundreds will turn out with knobstick stones and a few muskets and blaze wildly in the direction of one another at the first casualty. All will run. Some proprietors have had as many as 2,000 blacks, not half the number often owned in the southern United States, and in the Brazil. But at those times, the Negro was worth only from 3 to 10. They were allowed 2 days out of the week to fish for themselves, and to work at their own patches of ground. Of late years, the Zanzibar servals have attempted to compete with the honest and hardworking porters of Hazramaut, but they cannot keep their hands from picking and stealing, and thus they have ruined several of their akitas, 467 or headmen, who rendered themselves responsible to the merchant being capable of considerable, although desultory exertion. They get a living by day work on board European ships, and they prefer this employment because they receive rations of rice and treacle with occasionally a bit of beef or pork. When there is no work upon the plantation, its slaves are jobbed at the rate of 8 to 10 pice per diem, and of this sum, they receive too about the wage of an Indian biggery. Of course they do their best to defraud their masters of the hire. The following are the distant races, of whom a few servals find their way to Zanzibar. Circassians and white slave girls, being exceedingly rare, are confined to the harems of the rulers. They are brought from Persia, and are as extravagant in tastes as they are expensive in prime cost. A jariye beza soon renders the house of a moderately rich man unendurable. Abyssinians, or rather Africans from Gureg Amhara, and the continent north of the parallel of Cape Guardafui, are mostly imported from El Hijaz boys, and lads range from 50 to 100, girls from 60 to 150. The former are circumcised, and, having a good reputation for honesty, intelligence, and amiability, they are 468, educated as stewards, superintendents, and supercargoes. The latter, though exceedingly addicted to intrigue, are favorites with men, and it is said with Arab women. Galla captives of many tribes, especially of the Arisha, and a few of the southern Somal, are shipped from Hafun, Brava, and Hanyar, or Makdishu. They fetch low prices, and are little prized, being considered roguish and treacherous. In appearance, they are savage likenesses of the Abyssinians. The coast of Zanzibar, which before the days of the Periplus supplied the eastern world with slaves, has of late years been exhausted by overdriving. It may be divided into two sections: the northern country, which exports from Mombasa, and the little adjacent harbors as far south as the Pangani River, and the southern regions between Pangani and Kilwa. Details concerning all these serval races will be given when we visit their respective ports. Chapter Roman 12 Preparations for Departure. The port of Zanzibar has little or no trade. That to Bombay consists of a little gum and ivory brought from the mainland, with a few cloves, the only produce of the island, and the import trade is chiefly dates and cloth from Muscat, to make turbans. These things are sent in small country vessels, which make only one voyage a year. The trade is consequently very trifling. Capt. Hart, commanding H. Roman 1000 S. Imogen 1834. The dry season, and uncommonly dry it had been, was judged by all old hands unfit for travel, and I was strongly advised to defer exploration of the interior till after learning something of the coast. The Rev. Mr. Erhardt's memoir on the chart of Eastern and Central Africa, which threw into a huge, uninterrupted Caspian half a dozen central lakes, and called it in the south Nyancha Nyassa, in the north Ukuru, and on the coast Nyassa and Bahari. Uniamc 470 had proposed a choice of three several routes. The first was through Dishaga Chaga, and the lands of the Wamasai. It numbered 59 days over level land, though studded with many isolated hills and mountains, and it traded to the Wanyamwezi of the race of Wazambiro, probably the Wafioma of the Uzambiro district near Karagwa. The middle caravan was reported to start from Bagamoyo and Mbomaji. To Uniamc, the general features of the country, the distances, and even the position of Ujiji, were remarkably well laid down. The stat Ujiji, inhabited partly by Arabians, partly by Wahas of course, did not exist. The saline stream of the Wapogo, and the people whose teeth became yellow by drinking of another water, were evidently the creations of some lively Negros fancy. The third or southern caravan line set out from Kilwa, and after 200 miles struck the Nyassa, or Nyancha, Lake 471. In this section, the distances were miscalculated, and except the Wafapa and the Wabamb, the tribes were incorrectly named and placed. In his plan for exploring the Great Lake, and laid before the Royal Geographical Society in 1854, Roman 1000, Erhardt proposed to land at Kilwa, where he had touched with Dr. Krapf to collect a party of Swahili, and with an outfit of 300 to march into the continent. This might have been feasible in 1854, it was impossible in 1856. The sum mentioned was inadequate. The missionaries had spent as much upon a fortnight's march, from Pangani to Fuga. Slaves are the only porters of the land, and the death of Syed said had then made the coast Arabs, and the Mrima people about Kilwa almost. Independent of Zanzibar, my directions from home were to follow if possible this line Lieutenant Christopher Roman I and however, who visited the coast in 1843, more wisely advised explorers to avoid the neighborhood of Kilwa. Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton, moreover, strongly objected to our landing anywhere but under the guns of Zanzibar, as it were. He informed me that the Wanjindo, a tribe settled behind Kilwa, had lately murdered a native trader at the instigation of those settled on the coast, and that nothing 472, less than a ship of war stationed at the port, would open the road to a Muzungu white man. The consul had also warned me that my inquiries into the country trade, and the practice of writing down answers without, which however no report could have been compiled, were exciting ill, while the short-sighted traders dreaded like Orientals that competition might result from our discoveries, and their brains were too dull to perceive that the development of the resources of the interior would benefit all those connected with the coast. Houses that had amassed in a few years large fortunes by the Zanzibar trade were exceedingly anxious to let sleeping dogs lie as far as dinners and similar hospitality. The white merchants resident on the island received us with the usual African profuseness. There were of course honorable exceptions. I have especially mentioned Captain Mansfield, Mr. Massery, and Roman 1000 Berard, but not a few exempla sunt. Odiosa spread reports amongst the natives, Banyans, Arabs, and Swahili, which were very likely to secure for us the disastrous fate of Roman 1000 Mason. Captain Speke, who subsequently ignored this fact, threatened to throw one of the first houses out of the window 473, and Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton declared that unless more discretion in spreading evil reports were shown, he would withdraw British protection from another well-known firm. The son of a Hamburg merchant had written to his father for leave to supply us with sums to be recovered from the Royal Geographical Society. When informed of this peculiar kindness, I inquired the object, and the answer was that intending himself to visit India, he wished to prepare his father for the expense of travel in the East. Certainly, knowing all these intrigues, I see no reason why they should not be published. The Arabs were as much alarmed at the prospect of opening up the African interior as were the foreign merchants. They knew that Europeans had long coveted a settlement upon the seaboard, and they had no wish to lose the monopoly of the Copal coast and the Ivorylands. Nothing indeed would be easier, I repeat, for a European power than to establish itself upon the mainland, and if it followed the wise example of the early Portuguese, who limited their possessions to the principal ports and to the great centers of trade, it would soon monopolize an enriching traffic with respect to Copal and to the articles most in demand. Our commercial 474 relations with Zanzibar might be altered for the benefit of both contracting parties. It is at present an unnatural exclusive system, a monopoly claiming advantages of which it will not or cannot avail itself. But all steps in these matters must be taken by the home governments. The petty jealousies of rival powers here render all local interference unadvisable. At length the Kazi Muhi el-Din, the celestial doctor of the Swahili, was detailed by the curious to investigate the subject, and to represent the terrors of the public. He retired satisfied that our plans were not of conquest. The Arab chiefs pressed Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton to swear upon the Kalmat Allah that the expedition was to be conducted only by English officers, upon whose goodwill they could rely, that it was not a proselytizing movement of the Wanajuoni sons of the Book missionaries, and that it would not be accompanied by Dutchmen, as certain gentlemen from Germany were called by the Zanzibaris. Had the consul hesitated 475 to satisfy them, the course of events is clear to all who know the Eastern man. The surface of Arab civility would have run unruffled, but the undertow would have carried us off our legs. Persuaded at last by the earnestness of our energetic supporter, the Sayyid Suleiman bin Hamid bin Saida Noble Omani never neglects the name of his grandsire, came forward in our favor. This aged chief, a cousin of the late Sayyid, rejoiced in the nickname of Bahari Maziwa, Sea of Milk, the Ethiopic equivalent for Safsudder. He had governed Zanzibar during the minority of Sayyid Khalid, who died in 1854, and his influence was strong upon the seaboard. He gave us his good word in sundry circulars, to which the Prince Majid added others addressed to Kimwar Sultan of Uzambara, to the Diwans, or Wasawahili headmen 476, and to the Balak Jemadars commanding the several garrisons. On the other hand, Ladha Damha of Mandavi, the Banyan collector of customs, provided me with orders upon the Hindu coast merchants to raise the requisite moneys, without which our reception would have been of the coolest. The horizon now began to clear, and even to look bright as it generally will when the explorer has time and patience to await the change of weather. If we travelers in transit had reason to be proud of our countrymen's influence at Zanzibar, the resident foreigners should have been truly thankful for it. When Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton first made this island his headquarters 1841, he found that for 9 years it had not been visited by a British cruiser, and that interested reports had been spread representing us to be no longer masters of the Indian sea. Slavery was everywhere rampant. Bozels, green or wild slaves here called bagams, were thrown overboard when sick to avoid paying duty, and the sea beach of the city, which acts marine parade, as well as the plantations, presented horrible spectacles of dogs and birds of prey devouring swollen and spotted human carcass. Remnants of 477 slaves that never prayed the consul's representations were listened to by Syed Said, who, through virtue of certain dry floggings and confiscations of property, Allah Muhammad Ali instilled into the slave owners some semblance of humanity. Negro insolence was dealt with as summarily the Arabs had persuaded the Swahili, and even the Creoles, that a white man is a being below contempt, and the poor African eagerly carried out the theory. Only 17 years have elapsed, 1857, since a certain trading consul Mr. W. in consular hat and sword was horsed upon a servile back, and was solemnly backered in his own consular house under his own consular flag. This occurrence was afterwards denied by the best of all authorities. The gentleman who told the tale, I have however every reason to believe it, a M. Swahili would at any time enter the merchant's office, dispose his sandaled or bare feet upon the table, or the bureau call for cognac, and if refused draw his dagger. Impudent fishermen would anchor their craft below the windows of the British consulate 478, and clinging to the mast-top, enjoy with derision the spectacle of feeding Kafirs. The Arabs jostled strangers in the streets, drove them from the center, and compelled them to pass by the wall. At night no one dared to carry a lantern, which would inevitably have been knocked out of his hand, and a promenade in the dark usually caused insults, sometimes a bastinado, to such a pitch rose contempt for the Farange, that even the mild Hinduser fellow subjects from Kutch and other parts of Western India could not preserve with a European the semblance of civility. Time was required to uproot an evil made inveterate as in Japan by mercantile tameness, and by the precept quacunc modo rem patience, the Sayyid's increasing goodwill, and at times a rough measure which brought the Negro man to a sense of his duty, were at last successful, and the result now is that the Englishman is better received here than at any of our presidencies. The change is wholly the work of Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton, who in the strenuous and unremitting discharge of his duties has lost youth, strength, and health. The iron constitution of this valuable public servanti have quoted merely one specimen of his worth. Has 479 been undermined by the terrible fever, and at 50 his head bears the blossoms of the grave, as though it had seen its 70th summer. Before we could set out a guide, a Mamandar, a Kafalabashi or Kurangozi was requisite, and this necessary was soon provided by the Sea of Milk, said Bin Salim, El Lamki. The companion of our way for many a weary league must not depart this life unsketched. He is a half-caste Arab, as is shown by the wiry woolly hair, which he generally however removes with care, by his dead yellow skin, by scanty mustachios, and by a herd which no pulling will lengthen, short, thin, and delicate, a kind of man, for the pocket with weak and prominent eyes, the long protruding beak of a young bird, loose lips, and regular teeth, dyed by beetle, to the crimson of chessmen. He owns to 40, and he shows 45 of noble family on the father's side, the Benu Lamk of the Hinawi. He was born when his progenitor governed Kilwa, hence his African blood, and he has himself commanded at the little port Sadani, yet has not dignity invested him with the outer show of authority. He says Caribdra Neardo all simple and gentle. He cannot beat his naughty bondsman, though he perpetually quotes Ali the Calife. Buy not the slave but with staff and sword, or the lord will slave, and the slave will lord. I have heard him address with rotund mouth his small boy Faraj, a demon of impudence, yet he is mostly ashamed to scold. This results from his extreme timidity and nervousness. He never appears abroad without the longest of daggers, and a two-handed blade fit for Richard of England. He will sleep in an oven rather than open the door when a leopard has been talked of on board ship. He groans like a colicky patient at every lop, and a shipped sea brings from his lips the involuntary squeak of mortal agony in the hour of perfect safety. He has a certain quietness of manner and mildly valorous talk which are exceedingly likely to impose. He cannot bear hunger or thirst, fatigue or want of sleep. And until fate threw him in our way, he probably never walked a single consecutive mile, though owner of a wife, and of 3 quasi-wives. He had been refused by Allah the gift of issue, and increased possibly the glad tidings that a slave girl was likely to make him a father. Swore that if a boy Abdullah should be his name suddenly communicated to him on his return from our first cruise, caused him to 481 judge my companionship canny, and once more to link his destiny with ours. Said bin Salim is a Bayazi of the Khariji schism. He prays regularly, fasts uncompromisingly, he chews, but will not smoke tobacco. He never casts away a datestone, and he sips water but swills milk, as the Moslem saying directs. His mother tongue is the Kiswahili. He speaks, however, the grotesque Arabic of Oman, and sometimes, to display his mastery of the humanities, he mixes hashed Quran and terminating vowels with Masket Baragunage Paradise Lost, and Thieves Latin. He has read syntax. He writes a pretty hand. He is great at epistles, and he loves to garnish discourse with saw and song, when in the doldrums he will exclaim, "The grave's the gate, all flesh must pass. Ah, would I knew what lies behind." I have heard him crooning for long hours the knowledge of this nether world. Say, friend, what is it, false or true? The false, what mortal cares to know? The true, what mortal ever knew? Sometimes he will break out into rather a fast strain, e.g. At Mecca I saw a lass selling perfume. She put forth a hand, and I cried, "Oh, sweet." 3 sniffs crescendo. She leant over me, casting a glance of love. But from Mecca I sped, saying, "Farewell, sweet." 3 Kaffir clicks diminuendo, signifying no go. The reader will ask what induced me to take a guide apparently so little fit for rough and ready work. In the first place, the presence of said bin Salim el-Lamki el-Hinawi was a pledge of our utter respectability. And as a court spy, he could report that we were not malignants. Moreover, he was well known upon the coast, and he had a knowledge box filled with local details, which he imparted without churlishness. During the first trip, I found him full of excellent gifts, courteous, thoroughly good-tempered, and apparently truthful, honest, and honorable, a bright exception to the rule of his unconscientious race. When I offered him the task, he replied, "Verily, whoso benefiteth, the beneficent becometh his lord. But the vile, when well treated, will turn and rend the eye." Almost hoped that he would not disappoint me in the end. But the delays, the dangers, and the hardships of the second journey proved too much for said bin Salim. The thin outer varnish disappeared from the man, and the material below was not inviting. The Masket Arab, especially the half-caste, easily becomes 483. The Badawi, the Ishmael, the Orson. These people have rarely any stay in them. They are charming only as long as things run smooth. And after once showing true colors, they care not to conceal them. Arabs, however, are not the only handsome shoes that badly pinch. How often would fellow travelers have avoided one another like fire had they been able to see a trifle below the surface. Said bin Salim, offended by certain remarks in my lake regions of Central Africa, pass him, and wishing to prove his character for honor and honesty, persuaded Cap Speak to give him another chance, and began by telling a gross falsehood, which Cap Speak at once believed. He accompanied the second East African expedition. He played his usual slavish tricks, and he had to be dropped utterly useless at Cayes with the Arabs. I had engaged at Bombay 2 Portuguese boys, Valentino Rodriguez and Quitano Andrade, who resolved that what Sahib Log could endure, that same could they. Having described them once, there is no object in saying further of them, except that they were, despite all deficiencies, a great comfort to us, and that they proved themselves in the long run better men than the Arab, taking no interest in African exploration. 484 and desirous of seeing only the end of the expedition. They must, poor fellows, have yearned sadly for home, even Goa, and I am rejoiced to think that they both reached it alive. The outfit and expenses of an African journey are always interesting to travelers. For the personnel we expended in 2 months, a total of 172.50 to said, and 20 per mens to the 2 Goanese, including 32 for ship hire, and the inevitable bakshish, which accompanies it as presents to the native chiefs who might entertain us. We took 20 jamdanis, or sprigged muslin, for turbans 15, score of embroidered surat caps ulfiya 17, a broadcloth coat, and a masket sabai, or loincloth of silk, cotton, and gold thread 20, for the Sultan Kimwer 2 gaudy cotton shawls, yellow and scarlet 2, and 35 pounds of small white and pink Venetian beads, 14. This item amounted to 69. I made the mistake of ignorance by not laying in an ample store of American domestics, Mercani the silver of the country and a greater quantity of beads, which are the small change about 250, represented the expenses of living, and traveling 94 in January, and in February 84 this included the expenditure of the whole party. The provisions were rice 3 bags maize flour 1 485 barrel dates 1 bag sugar, and coffee each 20 pounds salt pepper onions, and curry stuff oil, and clarified butter snuff, and tobacco. Of course soap and candles were not forgotten, and we had a small but necessary supply of cords for bagagethes, however soon followed the way of our knives. The several items form a grand total of 480 equal to about 50 per mensem. I must observe, however, that we traveled in humble guise, hired poor vessels, walked the whole way, and otherwise practiced a somewhat rigid economy. Ladha Damha, who had provided us with these necessaries, also hired for the coasting cruise an old Arab biden or a wasiye, foist called the Ryami. She was a fine specimen of her class, old and rotten. The boards and timbers of the deck were breaking up. The tanks were represented by a few gerbas or empty skins. The sails were in rags, the ropes and cables broke every half-hour, and the awning leaked like a cheap waterproof, despite bits of cotton, rudely caulked in ants-affected lodgment. In our instrument cases, cockroaches dropped upon us all day, and the rats made marriage, as said during the livelong night. The crew was picked up out of the bazaar. One was a tailor, a second stuttered unintelligibly, a 486 third was maimed, and purblind a fourth was sick, and a fifth, the Chelabai fop of the party, was a malingerer who could do nothing but shave, pluck his eyebrows, and contemplate a flat face in the glass. The only man on board was old Rashid, a scion of that Suri race, the self-styled descendants of the Syrians, well known for beggary and niggardness, for kidnapping and safe piracy. They are the most uncourteous of the Arabs, and while ever demanding hishma respect for themselves, they forget their own proverb: politeness has 2 heads, and they will on no occasion accord it to others. Rashid, however, proved a hero, and a treasure by the side of our Nakhoda, Hamida Sadawi, or melancholist of the most approved type. Never was brain of goose, or heart of hen partridge, hidden by brow so broad and intellectual. Never did liver of milk, where so Herculean a beard he squats upon the deck screaming, and abusing his men, now silent and surly, then answering every question with el ilm and Allah God knows, and in danger he weeps bitterly. With such fellows the only system is to be as distant as possible. The least familiarity ends badly. They will hate you more for 1 cross word than love you for 1,000 favors. The civility of a pipe or a 487 glass of sherbet infallibly spoils them. They respect only the man who tells them once a day that they are unworthy to eat with a walid, a mere gentleman. They will call you proud, but that matters little, and if you pay them well they will speak of you accordingly. On the evening of Sunday, Jan 4, 1857, we bade a temporary farewell to our kind friend and host Lieutenant Colonel Hamerton, and transferred ourselves on board the Ryami, expecting to set out simple souls that we were. There was neither wood nor water on board, and our gallant captain lost no time in eclipsing himself. The northeast wind coursing through the clear sky was dead against us, but he pretended that the sailors had remained in the bazaar. He came on board next morning when we made sail, and ran down to Tony. There, filling our skins with bad saltish water, Hamid again went ashore, promising to return in half an hour, and leaving us to spend the day. In vain expectation, said Bin Salim solaced himself by wishing that the shaitan might appear to Hamid on his deathbed, and say, "O friend of my soul, welcome home." But when the truant came off, he was welcomed by the half-caste Arab with a cup of coffee, and a proverb, importing that out of woe cometh weal. This considerably 488 diminished the effect of my flea in the ear and threat of the backer. Finally, after the loss of 2 nights and a day, we fished up our ground tackle and began our journey. I afterwards learned that in this part of East Africa, the traveler must ever be prepared for 3 distinct departures: little start, the big start, and the start. Amongst our belongings was a lifeboat which we determined to tow, and the trouble which it gave was endless in consequence of a lecture delivered at the United Service Institution, May 2, 1856, by Major now Sir Vincent Eyre of the Bengal Artillery. I wrote through him to Mr. Joseph Francis of New York, whose application of iron had taken the place of the old copper article, in which Lieutenant Lynch of the United States Navy descended the Jordan Rapids. The total length, 20 feet, was divided into 7 sections, each weighing under 40 pounds. The pieces were so numbered that experienced men could put the thing together in 1 hour, and it was provided with rivets, bolts, nuts, and Japan waterproof, awning a flat keel and a cork fender, were proposed by Major Eyre to the manufacturers Messrs. Marshall, Lefferts and Co., and were rejected. The former would have 489 offered greater hindrance to the joints, and the latter would have been only additional weight. This lifeboat, after being set up with some difficulty at Zanzibar, accompanied us on our trip northwards. The galvanized and corrugated iron in longitudinal furrows, like the roofing of railway stations, but only sixpence proved far superior to the softer copper formerly used. The Arabs, who could not sufficiently admire her graceful form, the facility with which she was handled, and above all things her speed, called her the Charade, or runaway mare. The Louisa was indeed sadly given to breaking her halter and to bolting. We lost her during a storm near Mombasa, but an article so remarkable and so useless to any but ourselves was of course easily recovered. Compelled by want of carriage on the coast to reduce my material, I left her most unwillingly. At Zanzibar, buoyant as graceful, fireproof, wormproof, and waterproof, incapable of becoming nailsick or waterlogged, she would indeed have been a godsend upon the Tanganyika lake, sparing us long delay, great expense, and a host of difficulties and hardships. Appendix: the Ukara or Ukuru Lake. A deduction from the Rev. Mr. Wakefield's roots. The following paper was read out on December 11, 1871, before a meeting of the Royal Geographical Society, Major General Sir Henry Rawlinson, President of the Society, being in the chair. Much light had been lately thrown upon the dark points of Eastern Africa, especially those which gather round the much-vexed Ethiopic Olympus Kilimanjaro, by the labors of the Rev. Thomas Wakefield. This gentleman, we are informed, preface by Mr. Samuel S. Barton, General Mission Secretary to Footprints in Eastern Africa, London, Reed, 1866, was one of 4 missionaries sent out to Mombasa in 1861 by the United Methodist Free Churches under charge of Dr. Krapf, who first established the now world-renowned Mombas Mission after a residence of 5 years. He published the interesting series of notes on a visit to the southern Galas above alluded to, and in 18,667, accompanied by the Rev. Roman 100 new, he marched from Mombasa to Upacomo on the Dana River. He is therefore an African traveler of some experience, and as he has evidently mastered the Kiswahili tongue, he is unusually well qualified to supervise, and to 491, correct the routes of native caravans from the coast to the interior of Eastern Africa, chiefly from information given by Sadi bin Heady, a native of a district near Gazi Bandar in Udogo, a little north of Zanzibar, especially advocated by my old and tried friend, Mr. Alexander Findlay, FRGS. This valuable paper was published in the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, pp. 303,339, No. Roman 11 Vol. Roman 40 of 1870, and I felt somewhat surprised that the extent of its importance has not attracted more attention in England. I will consider this addition to our scanty knowledge of one of the most interesting regions in tropical Africa under 2 heads, the philological and the geographical. Firstly, Mr. Wakefield, like Doctors Livingstone and Kirk, all being practical linguists, invariably uses the system of Zangian orthography adopted by the Mombas Mission, and by myself, since 1859. He speaks, for instance, of Kilimanjaro and Anyamwezi, not the monomozi of Mr. Cooley, or the authentic word muini, musi, translated landlord, or petty chief. Country p. 11. The Memoir on the Lake Regions of East Africa, reviewed Roman 100 Roman 100, by W. Roman 500, Cooley, London, Stanford, 1864, we find in Mr. Wakefield's notes p. 316 lima, a term denoting extraordinary size, m lima being the general term for mountain, whilst p. 321, kai m rima, is justly applied to the dialect spoken on the m rima, or mainland, facing Zanzibar Island. We read also 323 m Tanganyika, Kiswahili, meaning the place of mingling or mixture rendezvous. This is precisely the meaning attached by me 492 to the lake's name. Yet I was assured in the memoir above alluded to p7 that nothing can be more ridiculous than my explanation of Tanganyika, even in philological details of the Kiswahili dialect. Mr. Wakefield agrees with me. He writes, for instance, Udogo notes, p. 313 Ugala footprints p. 6768, and Olangulo Ibid p. 63. I was assured in the memoir p9 that U is prefixed to the names of countries only by Dr. Krapf, and Captain Bertonthes, too, after I had for years been talking of Europe, as Uzingu literally land of white men. Mr. Wakefield speaks of Wasamba of Wasawahili, or Wasawahili and of Wanyamwezi, thus sanctioning the use of Wamrima continental men and Wakalima hillmen. He adopts Kisawahili Kikwavi Kimasai, and so forth, prefixing an adjectival particle kai to the root and denoting chiefly dialect. Yet I was assured by Mr. Cooley, Memoir p9, that kai has never an adjectival form. I may now invite the author of Inner Africa, Laid Open, to revise the verdict. Memoir p7, which pronounces me totally ignorant of the language of which I affect to be master. It may be deemed trivial to dwell upon these philological minutiae, but firstly, nothing is unimportant when it affects the accuracy of a traveler, especially of an explorer, in the smallest matters of detail. Secondly, without an exact nomenclature, all topographical literature must be imperfect and of scant value. And finally, as Mr. Cooley and I have been differing upon these points for the last 10 years, it is well that the portion of the public which takes an interest in the subject should see who is right and who is not. I have no personal feeling in the matter, and if the geographer of Nyasi will bring, as I have done, independent testimony to bear upon the points in question, and 493 not evolve his learning out of the depths of his self-consciousness, I am at all times ready and willing to own myself wrong. Far more important and generally interesting, however, is the geographical knowledge brought home, or rather confirmed to us, by Mr. Wakefield's roots. We now know that the block whose apices are Mounts Kilimanjaro and Kenya alias Donio Eber Mont Blanc to be a great upland, bounded on the south by the Pangani River in S-lat 5, and on the n-west by a lacustrine region in S-lat 6, whilst it may possibly anastomose to the north, as was suggested by my friend Dr. Biquet, with the highlands of Harar and of Moslem Abyssinia, lying upon the same meridian. The breadth between N-west and S-east will be included between east long G37 and 39, assuming therefore roughly the bounding lines to measure 240 by 120 direct geographical miles. We obtain a superficies of 28,800 square geographical miles, more than a fourth of the area assigned to the British Islands. We can now safely believe with Dr. Krapf and Mr. Ribman the explorers that the block is a high volcanic country separating the watershed of the Nilotic Basin from that of the Indian Ocean, sending off, like the highlands of Abyssinia, its own tributary or tributaries to the White River, and corresponding with the Cameroons or Theon Ashima in West Africa, and lat 4, that it is a land of high plains and thickly forested hills, rising to summits capped not with dolomite and quartz, but with glaciers and eternal snows, and that it abounds in the lakes and swamps sweet and salt necessary to feed the inland smoke mountains or volcanoes, whose 494 existence before appeared so problematical, and now the two mighty summits Kilimanjaro, explored by the late lamented Baron von der Decken, and Donio Eber, reported to Dr. Krapf under the alias Kenia or Kyrenia, and unexpectedly confirmed by fresh evidence, have obtained local habitations as well as names. But the interest of Mr. Wakefield's roots culminates in the fact that they show even to a certainty the existence of a lake before unknown, and they lead to the conclusion that the area of 29,900 square geographical miles assigned to the so-called Victoria Nyanza contains at least 4, and probably a greater number of separate waters, that it is in fact not a lake, but a lake region. Mr. Keith Johnston observes p. 333, it is remarkable that not one single name of a district, people, or place, with the exception of that of the Wamasai, a general name for the people of the White region west of the lake, given in these new routes, has any such remote resemblance to names reported by Speke and Burton as to warrant any identification with any one of them. The reason will presently appear in the fact that we are speaking of 495 different waters. The annotator further observes p. 333, that the arguments which Captain Burton used in recommending a division of the Nyanza had not a sufficient basis of proof to give them moment, as is shown by the acceptance of the lake as one sheet by the whole geographical world. The mapper will readily understand that it is much more sightly and convenient to have a basin neatly outlined and margin sky blue like the Damascus swamps, than to split it into fragments, as I Roman 999 a volume, published by the late Mr. Macqueen and myself, The Nile Basin, London Tinsley's, 1864, offered a sketch of what was actually seen by the second expedition, and the aspect of disjecta membra was not inviting afterwards. However, p. 334, Mr. Johnston remarks Captain Burton's recommendation would seem to receive some slight support from the new information obtained by Mr. Wakefield. To this, I would add that his language might have been less hesitating, as these routes so important to the geography of Eastern Africa at once establish the existence of two lakes wholly independent of the so-called Victoria Nyanza. The first is that which we named from hearsay Bahari, Ungo contracted to Bahari Ngo Sea, or Water of Angoland. In the Atlas of Mercator Gerhard Kaufmann, we find it written Barcina for Barinka or Baringa. Mr. Wakefield prefers 324 Baringo, meaning a canoe, and possibly so called from its form. I shall follow his example at the same time, observing that African Negroes rarely adopt such general and comprehensive views of larger features, or venture upon such comparisons, unless they can command a bird's-eye glance at the prospect route. No 4965 from Lake Nyanza to Lake Baringo conclusively proves that the latter is not a sawed-off backwater connected with the former by a strait at the same distance from the east of Ripon Falls as the Katinga River is to the west, nor is it a vast salt marsh. Without effluent, the saline water has evidently been confused with the lately reported Lake Nervasha, or Balibali, lying west of Donio. Eber native description supplies the Baringo with the northern Nyarus, southern effluent of the same name being clearly an influent Nyarus. Thus corresponds with the old Thumbiri Tuberi, and Mary afterwards called Achua Yuzua, and Asua words probably corrupted from Nyarus. The map of 1864, printed by Mr. now Sir Samuel Baker, in the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, affirms the Asua to have been a dry channel 150 yards wide, when he crossed it in Jan 9, 1864, but rolling 15 feet deep in the wet season. He can hardly be speaking of the drain from the Baringo Lake, which must be large and perennial, and which therefore must be sought farther north unless it anastomoses with some other stream. Roman 1000 d. Arnaud, the French engineer, sent in 18,401,841 by Mohammed Ali Pasha to explore the Upper Nile, reported Journal Royal Geographical Society, Vol. Roman 18 p. 73, that about 30 leagues south of where the expedition was stopped by shallow water in N. lat. 442-42, and therefore in N. lat. 312, the several branches unite, the chief one flowing from the east. No 1 Burton speak, May 1858. No 2 speak, 1859. No 3 speak, Grant, 1863. No 4 Sir S. W. Baker, 1864. The Baringo Palace must act reservoir to the whole western declivities of Donio Eber, whose snows have given it a name. Ptolemy Roman 4 distinctly mentions the or melted snows, which feed the Nile, and though he places them in S. lat. 1230, he is correct as to the existence 497 of snowy feeders. Some years ago a Swiss traveler drew my attention to the fact that Glacierwater would explain the term White River as opposed to Blue River. The quantity of melted snow or Glacierwater which finds its way to the true Nile may be comparatively inconsiderable, but that little may perhaps modify the colorless complexion of rainwater when its suspended matter has been deposited, and distinguish it from the pure azure of a stream issuing from a lake. Geneva, in 1857, captains speak an experienced Himalayan easily detected, when drinking from the Pangarni or Rufu River, the rough flavor of snow water. More important, however, than Baringo is the new lake announced to us by Mr. Wakefield's African pandit Sadi bin Heady. The latter, ignoring Nyanza, calls it Nyanja, possibly a dialectic variety, and therefore a difference neither to be dwelt upon too much nor wholly to be neglected of greater value. Is the name Bahari Yapili or Second Sea not called so, we are expressly informed, because inland of the first sea Indian Ocean, but evidently because leading to a neighboring water on the west, most suggestive of all, and therefore adopted by me, is the term Bahari Yukara or Sea of Yukara, the latter being the region on the eastern shore. Here we detect the true origin of the ancient Garava, and of Captain Speke's Yukwar, which he applied to a peninsula projecting from the eastern shore, and which the Wanyamwazi, translating island water, gave to the oriental portion of the so-called Victoria Nyanza. Respecting the length of the Yukara, Lake Sadi was informed that it could be crossed by canoes in 6 full days, paddling from sunrise to sunset. But if the men went on 498 night and day, the voyage is to be accomplished in 3 days. Now, the native craft used upon these dangerous plateauators never dare to cross them, the voyager may rush over the narrow parts of the Tanganyika Lake. But of course he would not attempt. The physical impossibility of navigating without chart or compass beyond sight of land. It is impossible to believe in a canoe cruise of 6 days across the lake. It is evident that a coasting cruise is meant the total of hours allowing the day to be 12, and without halts would be 72 upon the Tanganyika. I estimated the rate at a little more than 2 knots an hour. Thus, in round numbers, we have 145 miles which probably require reduction. An estimate of the mean amount of error, distributed on the whole of Mr. Wakefield's routes, gives according to the annotator an exaggeration of 1/1, and of course, when estimating the length of these distant and dangerous navigations, exaggeration would be excessive. We may therefore fairly assume the semicircumference of the Ukara Lake at 120 miles, and the total circumference at 240 sadi. We are told p. 309 made Baharini on the eastern shore the terminus of his long journey from Tanga Bandar to the Lake Nyanza. Let us protract the full 145 miles, as the exceptional rate of 3 knots an hour upon Captain Speke's last map, without allowing anything for the sinuosities of the coast, and the end would strike the entrance of Jordan Nullah, off the Bengal archipelago, about half the width of the so-called Victoria Nyanza. As regards the breadth of the Ukara Lake, we read p. 310, standing on the eastern shore. Sadi said he could descry nothing of land in a western direction, except 499, the very faint outline of a mountain summit far, far away on the horizon. This passage is again suggestive the sandy and level eastern shore of the Nyanja Roman 1e water, or Ukara Lake about Baharini. Whence Sadi cited it is probably in Elongji 3515, the easternmost, that is, the nearest point of the Caragua, or as Captain Speke writes it, the Carag Highlands is in Elongji 3230. Thus, the minimum width is 165 miles, whilst man's vision under such circumstances would hardly cover a dozen. Here again, we have room for a first as well as for a second. See, Mr. Johnston suggests that the mountain summit in question might be an island rising high in the midst of the lake. But he adds such a feature could not well have been missed entirely by Captain Speke here. I join issue with him for reasons which can be deduced from these page. Me companion and second in command never saw or heard of the Ukara Lake, but it is highly improbable that those who could tell Sadi the number of days required to cross or to coast along the lake would not have known whether the summit was that of a mountain on terra firma or of a lacustrine islet. The latter feature is not unfamiliar to Mr. Wakefield's informant. He does not fail to mention p. 324, the small conical hill in the southern waters of the Baringo Lake. When Sadi declared that he traveled 60 days' marches along the shore without perceiving any signs of its termination, he evidently spoke wildly, as Africans will his assertion that the natives with whom he conversed were unable to give him any information about its northern or southern limit, simply means that in this part of the African interior, neither caravans nor individuals trust themselves in strange lands, especially with the prospect 500 of meeting such dangerous plunderers as the Wasuku. Similarly, a 2-month journey, and going to Egypt, asserted by all authorities, without exception African and Arab, signify nothing but the total ignorance of the informant concerning the country. A few leagues beyond his home, a lake 120 miles in length, that is to say even a little smaller than the Baringo is supposed to be, will amply satisfy all requirements in this matter. Finally, we have Sadi's report that 8 or 9 years ago, before 1867, the Ukara Lake was navigated by Europeans, certain very white men, we are told, who bought only short ivories, caravellos, refusing long tusks, and who purchased large quantities of ex-Africans, have learnt by some curious process to connect Europeans with Ufajikame up in a large vessel carrying 3 masts and another in front bowsprit with many white cloth sails. The event took place only a month and a half before he reached the lake, and it is described with an exactness of detail which seems to vouch for its truth. If this be a fact, it is clear that the Nyanja cannot be Captain Speke's Nyanza, and that the visitors could not have made it via his White Nile, with its immense and manifold obstructions, but it may be that of which he heard. Journal p. 333, from the Kitty officers, who reported a high mountain to rise behind the Asua Nyaris River, and a lake navigated by the Galas in very large vessels. We now understand why the King Mtesa, Ibid p. 294, offered to send the traveler home to Zanzibar in 1 month by a frequented route, doubtless through the Wamasai and other tribes living between the Nyanja and the Nyanza. Thus Urungu of Uganda, Ibid p. 187, expressed his surprise that Captain Speke had come all the way round to that country 501, when he could have taken the short and safe direct route up the mid-length of his own Laikivia Umasai, and Uzoga by which an Arab caravan had travelled. The Ukara Lake will be found laid down A Roman 500 in the Africa of John Senex FRS, quoted by the late Mr. John Hogg FRS on some old maps of Africa, in which the central equatorial lakes are laid down nearly in their true positions. It is evidently the Garava of Mercator A Roman 500, whose atlas supplies it with a northern effluent draining to the Nile. The Cour of D. Anvil's Folio Atlas A Roman 500, and placed where the Lake No and the Bahr el Ghazal actually exist, may be a confusion with the equatorial Lake Kura Kewar, given by Jafar Mohammed bin Musa el Khwarizmi A Roman 500, in the Razm el Arzi, published in Lelol's Geographie du Moyen Age Brussels 1850, and like Garava both may be derived from Ukara. The third water is evidently the Nyanza of which I first heard at Kaza of Unyamwezi, whence Captain Speke was dispatched on a reconnoitre between July 29 and August 25, 1858. After returning, he reported that this lake being nearly flush with the surface of the level country, to the south bears signs of overflowing for some 13 miles during the rains. The second expedition found no traces of flood on the marshy lands to the north and the N west of the so-called Victoria Nyanza. This fact combined with a difference of level, amounting to 400 feet, in the surface of the two waters speaks for itself. We are justified in suspecting a fourth lake or broadening of a river, along whose banks Captains Speke and Grant traveled northward to Uganda, and there must be more than one, if all his effluents be correctly laid down. Briefly, to resume Mr. Wakefield's very valuable routes teach us these novelties. That the Baringo is a lake distinct from the so-called Victoria Nyanza, that it has a northern effluent than Yaris, and consequently that its waters are sweet. That the Nyanja Ukara Ukaru Garava, or Bahari Yapili, is a long narrow formation like the Baringo, perhaps 20 miles broad with 240 of circumference, and possibly drained to the White River, or true Nile, by a navigable channel. And I have long ago come to the following conclusions. That the 30,000 square miles representing upon our maps the area of the so-called Victoria Nyanza represent not a lake, but a lake region. That the Victoria Nyanza proper is a water, possibly a swamp, distinct from the two mentioned above, flooding the lands to the south, showing no sign of depth and swelling during the hot season of the Nile and vice versa. That the northern and western portions of the so-called Victoria Nyanza must be divided into sundry independent broads, or lakes, one of them marshy reed-margined, and probably shallow, in order to account for three large effluents within a little more than 60 miles. I cannot finish these lines without expressing my gratitude to Mr. Wakefield for the interesting information with which he supplied us. He has returned to his labors at Mombasa, amongst the Wasawahili and the Waniaka, and as he has, I am assured by my friend Captain George, 503 RN, qualified himself to take astronomical observations, we may rest assured that with his aid, the Mamba's mission will lose nothing of its well-won fame for linguistic study and African exploration. End of Vol. Roman 1.